Hey guys, hope you like it. Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. AIG 737 years. 7th Universe, Planet Vegeta. Scion Palace. What did you say? You said you wanted to be the god of Planet Vegeta. King Vegeta looked at the young man opposite him with a livid face. The young man's name is Luo Mu. It's not Scion. It looks similar to Scion, but it doesn't have a tail. There are many aliens in planet Vegeta, and many aliens' home planets have been destroyed long ago. King Vegeta doesn't know which planet he is from? Yes, I will bless planet Vegeta and all Scions. Luo Mu nodded and said seriously, my request is very simple, build me a suspended temple above the palace. The temple must have at least 10 palaces. Double the scale. The imperial garden and so on must be missing, and there must be a special robot imperial chef. For the harem, Scion doesn't seem to be interested in this, but I am interested, to build at least 10 harems behind my temple. These are enough for now, if necessary, I will add more. After Luo Mu finished speaking, King Vegeta's face changed from blue to green. Not only do you want to be the god of planet Vegeta, but you also want to build a temple on top of my palace? 10 times the size of the palace? Then, build 10 more harems? Are you not demanding? Do you really think of yourself as a god? King Vegeta almost laughed. Where did this alien come from? Dare to run wild in Scion's palace? Luo Mu looked at King Vegeta with a smile, and then looked up at the sky. This sky, like the earth in the previous life, is also blue. Yes, Luo Mu crossed over. Luo Mu did not cross over to become Scion, but became the Dragon God. What is Dragon God? Dragon God is one of the greatest gods in the world of Dragon Ball. No, to be precise, it should be the greatest god in the Dragon world. The Dragon God we are familiar with at present is Salama, who created the Super Dragon Ball and can summon the Dragon of the God. In fact, Salama is just one of the few Dragon Gods. Of course, Salama's talent and aptitude are very outstanding, and he is also the most outstanding Dragon God in hundreds of millions of years. Luo Mu is also a Dragon God. After crossing over, he has lived in the Dragon world for hundreds of millions of years. With such a long time, Luo Mu even forgot every bit of his previous life. When Luo Mu just traveled to become the Dragon God, he thought he came to a fantasy world of dragons. Then one day, he suddenly discovered that this F***ck was actually the Dragon Ball world he was familiar with. For this reason, Luo Mu was very excited. Luo Mu couldn't be more familiar with the world of Dragon Ball. After all, Luo Mu is also a Dragon Ball fan. And after staying in the Dragon world for hundreds of millions of years, one day, the Dragon world finally opened a channel with the human world. Several Dragon Gods left the Dragon world one after another, set foot on the human world, and began a long experience. Luo Mu chose planet Vegeta. As long as the Dragon Ball is made here, so that Shenron can realize his wishes without any restrictions, Luo Mu can replace the Dragon God Salama and become the most outstanding Dragon God. So how do you get to this level? It's simple, as long as the Dragon Ball you made is collected, and then the wish will come true. The more times you achieve, your Dragon Ball level will increase accordingly, and gradually achieve your wish without any restrictions. However, if you want to achieve no limit, it is said that at least 1000 wishes must be fulfilled by Shenron. Of course, this also varies from person to person. Once a wish is fulfilled, the Dragon God who makes the Dragon Ball, the power of the Dragon God will be enhanced. To put it bluntly, as long as the power of the Dragon God reaches the height of 10,000, then Luo Mu can become the most outstanding Dragon God. The power of the Dragon God Salama is only 9,000. Luo Mu originally wanted to choose to go to the earth to make Dragon Balls, but after thinking about it carefully, the technological level of the earth is too low. Once the Dragon Ball is manufactured, the Dragon Ball will be scattered all over the world. So what if you can't find the Dragon Ball? If you can't find it, you won't find it. The Dragon God should be in pain. This is also impossible. The Dragon God cannot cheat to point out the specific location of the Dragon Ball, otherwise it will have no effect on the experience. Luo Mu still remembers that the Earth's Dragon Ball existed a long time ago. It's just that the Earth's Dragon Ball officially appeared on the stage after Bulma grew to 16 years old. Before this, it was only collected once in many years. If you really choose the Earth, which Earth to choose? Isn't it good to choose planet Vegeta? Also, it is the Namek people who make the Dragon Ball on Earth, not the Dragon God. The real Dragon Gods are the proud sons of the Dragon World. The Namek people just obtained the fragments of the Super Dragon Ball by accident. After several generations of research, they derived a way to make the Dragon Ball. How can they compare with the noble Dragon God? Your name is Luo Mu, right? You just said that you want to be the god of planet Vegeta? Did I hear you right? King Vegeta looked at Luo Mu with a smile. Yeah, that's right. Luo Mu nodded. Ha 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 ha. King Vegeta laughed. Chapter 2. When King Vegeta smiled, the ministers and guards around him also laughed. This alien is really interesting. You actually came to the palace to speak nonsense? Don't you know we are a fighting nation? Let me take a look, the combat power is 0. A guard pressed the detector to check Luo Mu's combat power value. I don't know how you survived in the universe. Without any fighting power, what a poor thing. The scions in the palace burst into laughter. King Vegeta had the best laugh. Snapped. However, just when King Vegeta was smiling happily, Luo Mu stepped forward and grabbed King Vegeta by the collar. Call out! Luo Mu flicked his arm lightly, and saw King Vegeta fly directly from the window. After about 3 seconds. Boom! Everyone present heard the sound of King Bei falling to the ground. The sound is a bit muffled, but it's quite crisp when you listen carefully. Everyone in the palace was dumbfounded. The next moment, they pressed the detector vigorously to check Luo Mu's combat power value. Still 0. Nima, did you make a mistake? Now, do you still have objections? Luo Mu smiled slightly. The scions in the palace were filled with righteous indignation and glared at Luo Mu. It seems that you are stubborn. It's okay, I'll let you experience it. The gods are terrible. Luo Mu smiled, and the power of the Dragon God bloomed slightly on his body. Shua! The power of the Dragon God quickly covered the 12 scions present. Although Luo Mu only released a little bit of Dragon God's power, it seemed to have an endless momentum. Rise! Luo Mu gave a soft drink and raised his arms slightly. Call out! The bodies of these 12 scions were uncontrollable at all, and they rushed upwards at high speed. Bang! 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 The 12 scions broke through the roof of the palace like monkeys, flew into the blue sky, and went straight to the sky. Fall! Luo Mu lowered his arms slightly. Call out! 12 scions fell from the clouds again, smashing holes in the roof of the palace. 3 circles to the left. Luo Mu turned his left arm 3 times. The bodies of the 12 scions were suspended in the palace, spinning 3 times clockwise out of thin air. 3 circles to the right. Luo Mu turned his right arm 3 more times. 12 scion circles counterclockwise. The neck is twisted, the buttocks are twisted, go to bed early and wake up early, let's do some exercise. Luo Mu murmured. The necks of the 12 scions were twisted and they howled in pain. Okay, that's the end of today's exercise. Luo Mu withdrew the power of the Dragon God. Puff! 12 scions spurted blood together. That scene was simply too spectacular. I'll give you 10 days to build the temple, otherwise, you will know the consequences. Luo Mu snorted coldly, turned and left. Humph, I can choose planet Vegeta, it's your scion's blessing. Don't you cherish it, return this attitude? It would be good if you didn't exterminate your clan. I am that powerful. God is invincible. Luo Mu also doesn't know to what extent his own strength can reach. It is said that the strength of Dragon God is comparable to angel. As for whether this is the case, Luo Mu is not sure yet. When there is a chance, beat up Beerus, and you will know your own strength. 10 days later. The temple has already been built. The temple is made of the unique floating stone on planet Vegeta, which can be suspended in the air out of thin air. It has to be said that Sion's technological level is not bad, and he can build a temple of this scale within 10 days. The temple is suspended high in the air, about 1,000 meters above the ground. It is lower than the Earth's temple from the ground. At this time, Luo Mu flew into the temple under the guidance of King Bei and the 12 Scions. According to Luo Mu's requirements, the buildings of the temple were built in a classical form, resplendent and magnificent, with a royal atmosphere. Hey, Luoshan, are you satisfied with the temple? Bei Wang accompanied Luo Mu and asked. Luo Mu gave King Bei a sideways look. Bei Wang's mouth twitched. Boom! Luo Mu got angry and kicked Bei Wang away with a flying kick. King Bei fell from the top of the temple at that time. The 12 Scions were stunned. Why? Why did Master Luoshan kick Bei Wang away? Wasn't this temple built according to your request? Why do you still want to kick Bei Wang? Do you think I look like a woman? Luo Mu asked the 12 Scions. 12 Scions shook their heads together. You are clearly a man. However, there was another Scion who couldn't help but nodded again. Perhaps, he is a woman. Boom! As soon as Luo Mu raised his hand, this Scion flew into the sky. From now on, don't call me Luoshan. Luo Mu told the remaining 11 Scions. Luo Mu also suddenly reacted just now. Luoshan? Isn't this specifically referring to concubine me in my world? What a pity, what a pity. Such a beautiful name was taken by a woman. 11 Scion was a little confused. What's wrong with calling you Luoshan? So, how should I call you? Someone asked bravely. Chapter 3. Call me Lord Dragon God. Luo Mu said. Yes, Lord Dragon God. The 11 Scion bowed together. Very good, your luck is here today. The Dragon God is about to create a Dragon Ball for you that can fulfill any wish. Luo Mu smiled slightly. Dragon Ball. These 11 Scions are a little lost. What are Dragon Balls? I haven't heard of it. Materials for making Dragon Ball are readily available. These materials were collected little by little after Luo Mu came to planet Vegeta. The material used to make the Dragon Ball is actually to refine the many minerals on this planet with high purity and turn them into things that look like stone eggs. Don't look at this thing as an ordinary stone, but because it is fused with thousands of minerals from the planet, its firmness is amazing. Even if your combat power exceeds 100 million, it is difficult to destroy such a seemingly ordinary stone. Luo Mu took the 7 stones out of the storage world and placed them on the ground one by one. The 11 Scions looked at the 7 stone balls with bewildered faces. The stone balls are not small, with a diameter of at least 1 meter, which can be hugged with both hands. Luo Mu thought about it. Dragon Ball needs to be made bigger. It's also easy to find. If you're as small as the Earth's Dragon Ball, it's hard to spot, okay? Even if it is found, it is easy to be collected as a decoration. Then, when they are all together, the dog's tail flowers are also withered. Seeing Luo Mu conjure 7 stone balls out of thin air, the 11 Scions were a little confused. What is this thing for? Temple decorations? Snapped. The next moment, 11 Scions saw a golden bump in Luo Mu's hand again. A doll with a weird and somewhat ugly appearance. Roughly speaking, kind of like an ape? It's just that you got a golden skin, what do you mean? The skin color of our great apes is black. Since you have chosen Sion's planet and the appearance of Shenron, let's use your totem giant ape. Luo Mu said lightly, then glanced at King Bei who flew back from below, and waved to him, you don't talk yet, just watch me honestly. Bei Wang. I hadn't thought of talking. The Shenren chosen by the dragon god needs to select relevant materials in the dragon world for carving. Sculpture is also a very complicated subject. In order to carve a lifelike Shenren, dragon god has to put in a lot of thought and effort. This thing cannot be sculpted with special abilities, it can only be done little by little. Luo Mu said that the great ape is Sion's totem, so he chose to use the great ape as Shenren. The main reason is that it is too troublesome to carve the appearance of a real dragon. The dragon has tens of thousands of dragon scales, as well as dragon whiskers, finishing touches, and so on. Luo Mu felt dizzy just thinking about it. Or the giant ape is more convenient, just like pinching a stone man, just add an extra tail. As for the hair. What hair do you want? How much trouble is it to carve? Luo Mu directly threw the pinched ape into the golden pool and soaked it for 100,000 years. Look, how easy it is, the hair does not need to be sculpted. The golden giant ape. As for carving into a real dragon or other animals, the effect of the summoned Shenren is the same. The carving is good, just for the sake of looking good. Nothing practical. This is like playing some games. It makes sense that the skins released by some game manufacturers do not have the bonus of the actual game. Since there is no bonus, why bother? That model has hot eyes. A Scion whispered. It seems a bit ugly. The other Scion also nodded. Luo Mu turned to look at the two Scions who were talking. The faces of the two of them changed color with fright, and their bodies trembled. I heard everything you said. Luo Mu smiled all over his face, is it really ugly? The two shook their heads vigorously. Even if it is ugly, it has to be said to be beautiful. Or get beaten. Ugly is ugly, but spiritually beautiful. Luo Mu was not angry. Ugly is ugly, what can be done about it? I can only make it like this. When I have time in the future, I will study my homework well and try to pinch a beautiful woman. Bei Wang and the others were speechless. Very well, the time to witness the miracle has come. Luo Mu's expression became serious. Call out. Immediately afterwards, an invisible dragon god's power formed in Luo Mu's hand. The power of the dragon god was injected directly into the body of the golden ape. A surprising scene happened. I saw the golden ape, that is, the ape with a height of only 20 centimeters, suddenly opened his eyes and moved his nostrils, as if he was alive. However, the pupils of the golden ape are still golden. Could it be golden? After soaking in the golden pool for 100,000 years, the whole body is golden. Not a trace of variegation. Roar! The golden ape opened its mouth wide, revealing a mouth full of golden teeth. Call out! The next moment, a golden light shot out from the mouth of the golden ape. The golden light quickly divided into 7 flames in the air, and shot towards the 7 stone eggs. Chapter 4. Snapped. The golden light hit the 7 stone eggs. Immediately, a layer of golden light appeared on the 7 stone eggs. Shua! Suddenly, red 5-pointed stars flashed on the 7 stone eggs. From 1 5-pointed star to 7 5-pointed stars, they are evenly arranged. Get up! Luo Mu raised his arms slightly. Those 11 Scions' faces turned pale with fright. Are you doing exercises again? Fortunately, this time Luo Mu is only controlling the 7 golden stone eggs, and it doesn't seem to be controlling us. With Scion, I started to imagine. Could it be that this dragon god wants to control these 7 stone balls to do exercises? Call out! 7 large dragon balls soared into the sky and flew high into the sky. Shhhhhhhh. The next moment, the 7 dragon balls divided into 7 different directions and quickly disappeared in the sky. Shua! The golden ugly ape on the ground also suddenly disappeared. The entire sky regained its tranquility. Bei Wang and the others looked at this strange scene in bewilderment. What does he want to do? What it is? Dragon Ball, the production is complete. With a smile on his face, Luo Mu announced to Bei Wang and others present. Dragon Ball. Bei Wang didn't quite understand. As you can see, there are 7 Dragon Balls in total, and they are scattered all over planet Vegeta. As long as you gather all 7 Dragon Balls, shout to the Dragon Ball, Infinite Heaven, Dragon God descends, and Shenron comes out to fulfill our wishes. Right, Shenron will appear, and any of your wishes can be fulfilled. Luo Mu explained to Bei Wang and others. King Bei and the others' eyes lit up. But then, some people expressed doubts. Can any wish come true? TCH, Lord Dragon God, I want to become a Super Saiyan, can this wish come true? King Bei asked quickly. This kind of thing, wait for you to collect the Dragon Ball and ask Shenron, don't ask me. Luo Mu stared, and immediately issued an order to evict the guest. Okay, you can get out, starting today, no one is allowed without my permission. Step into the temple. King Bei didn't dare to stay, and quickly left the temple with his subordinates. Soon, King Bei and his men returned to the palace. Wang, is what he said true? Someone asked. Humph, can any wish come true? It's impossible, so ignore him. King Bei snorted coldly. Damn it, he's right above the palace. If he pees on us. Don't we all know? Someone gritted their teeth. King Bei's face turned black. You don't live in the palace, he peed on the palace, it's me. The hateful BD. Bei Wang's body began to tremble. This BD, I can't spare him. When I become a Super Saiyan, I will definitely smash him to ashes. King Bei's forehead bulged with veins. Wang, Frisia said a while ago that he found a superstar, and we need Saiyan to attack it. Now the Saiyans who are outside are returning one after another. Do you want to join forces to destroy this guy named Luo Mu? Someone suggested. Humph, what do you think? Let Frisia take care of him. King Bei suddenly thought of something, and the corner of his mouth curved slightly. Frisia? Will he help us? Wouldn't it be more interesting to find a way to let them kill each other? Bei Wang smiled. Although Bei Wang dismissed the Dragon Ball matter, many Saiyans still learned about the Dragon Ball. Saiyan, who was there to witness the birth of Dragon Ball, and Bei Wang, there are a total of 12 people. Then I got in touch with King Bei and the others who were building a floating palace a while ago, and someone with a heart was secretly investigating what happened. About an hour after the Dragon Ball appeared on planet Vegeta, almost everyone on the planet knew about the Dragon Ball. However, most people are still skeptical. Can any wish come true? There is such a good thing? My wish is to become the Emperor of the universe. Is it possible? Of course, there are also many people who started the process of looking for Dragon Ball with the mentality of giving it a try. Planet Vegeta's Dragon Ball is so big, it is supposed to be very convenient to find. It's just that planet Vegeta is not small. Many places are uninhabited areas and the weather conditions are very harsh. If the Dragon Ball falls in those areas, it will be difficult to find it. Besides, at this time, no one is going to study the Dragon Ball radar. Inferior Warrior Area. A universe spaceship descended from the sky and slowly landed on the flat ground. Burdock jumped off the ship with the package in hand. Hey, Burdock, long time no see, you're still alive. Saiyan Warrior greeted with a smile. Hey, do you know why Frisia called us back? Burdock asked over his shoulder. Who knows? Probably discovered a remarkable planet. That Saiyan replied with a smile. By the way, people from the Frisia Legion seem to be asking around about Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan? Is that the legendary Super Saiyan? Burdock froze for a moment. Also, Burdock, do you know Dragon Ball? The Saiyan asked again. Chapter 5. Dragon Ball? What's it again? Burdock just came back, who knows what Dragon Ball is? It is said that there is an extra god on our planet, who calls himself the Dragon God, and he created the Dragon Ball. That Scion shrugged and smiled. There are 7 Dragon Balls in total, scattered all over the planet. Put a Dragon Ball, and say to the Dragon Ball, Infinite Heaven, the Dragon God has descended, let Shenron come out and fulfill your wishes, and Shenron will appear to fulfill any of your wishes. There's such a thing. Burdock was dumbfounded, half believing. Ha ha ha, Burdock, I think you can try it, maybe you can become a top fighter through the Dragon Ball. That Scion had a smile on his face. As for Dragon Ball? I really believe you are evil, okay? Is there such a good thing? Master Soldier. Burdock smiled slightly. My combat power already belongs to the upper class fighters. Do I still need to make a wish to Shenron? Dragon Ball? Shenron? Is it true or not? Burdock ignored the Scion and returned to his home. Jin, I'm back. Burdock greeted. Burdock. Jin looked at Burdock in surprise. The two embraced together, then slowly separated, looking at each other affectionately. It's pretty busy on the street, Burdock said with a smile. Yeah, everyone is back. Jin nodded. Where's Raditz? Burdock noticed that his eldest son, Raditz, wasn't home. He has become a warrior, and he went to an alien planet with King Vegeta, which is very far away from us, and he hasn't come back yet. Jin explained. King Vegeta's son, partnered with such a tricky guy. Burdock smiled bitterly, and asked again, where's Kakarot? Is it still in the nursery machine? Yeah, it's been 3 years, it's time for him to come out. Jin nodded slightly, and asked, want to see him? Under the leadership of Jin, Burdock met his son Kakarot in the child care machine. It's grown so much. Burdock sighed. It's exactly the same as you, especially the unique hairstyle. Jin smiled. Burdock was silent. When it's dark, I'll steal a spherical miniship and exile Kakarot to an alien planet, Burdock said in a deep voice. Hey? Why do you want to do this? And you want him to risk becoming an outcast? Jin hastily clenched his fists and asked. It's for Kakarot's good too. Burdock sighed. Hey? What do you mean? Jin was a little confused. Frisia is plotting something, I have a premonition of death. Burdock clenched his fists and bared his teeth. Burdock, have you heard of the Dragon Ball? Jin asked suddenly. Well, on the way back, I heard people say that there are 7 Dragon Balls in total, and Shenron will appear after collecting all 7 of them, and any wish will come true. Burdock nodded slightly. In this case, why don't we think of a way to gather 7 Dragon Balls and let Shenron send us off this planet? Jin suggested, if it is really Frisia who wants to deal with us Scion, take the universe spaceship, he should find out right? If Shenron can really grant his wish. Jin, you're so naive. Burdock smiled. Burdock, there are some things that I would rather believe than not. Jin looked at Burdock and said. Okay, listen to you. Burdock didn't object, however, at night, go steal a spherical universe spaceship and send Kakarot away first. His combat power is only 2, so he won't be discovered. In case the Dragon Ball can't achieve hope, at least Kakarot will be fine. Above the palace, the temple. Luo Mu wandered around the edge of the temple, overlooking the entire planet. What? You said that the planet is round, and the back of the planet cannot be seen? Non-existent. Luo Mu is the god, the greatest dragon god that can be seen. A total of 21 people are currently looking for the Dragon Ball. Who will be the lucky one to collect 7 Dragon Balls? Luo Mu had a smile on his face. Hurry up and look for it, my goal is to become the greatest dragon god. Watched for a while. Oh? Goku has already taken off to Earth, Burdock and Jin are also looking for the Dragon Ball, it's getting more and more interesting. Luo Mu smiled. In the vast starry sky, Frisia's large universe spaceship is slowly moving. However, Frisia's universe ship did not leave the area where planet Vegeta was located, but just wandered around the planet. Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God. There was a purple frog-like boy with a smile on his face and his hands behind his back. Your Excellency Frisia, I think this is just a cliché legend of heroes. Of course I know. Frisia sat in the aircraft in the first form, wagging his tail back and forth, and chuckled, however, I can't tolerate any anxiety. Anyway, Saiyan is a group of extremely proud people guys, they will not completely become my central servants, and it is time for them to perish together with the planet. Chapter 6. But it's a pity, Saiyan is an excellent fighting nation after all. Little Frog felt a little regretful. How many Saiyans are back on the planet? Frisia asked with a snort. Fighting tribe? That's it. The Saiyan of the entire planet Vegeta has the highest combat power of only a little over 10,000. Regardless of others, Dodoria can sweep the entire planet. Forgot. These monkeys also transform into giant apes. But so what? As long as their moon is destroyed, how can it change? In another month, almost all of them will be back. At present, there are only a very small number of people who need more time to return. The little frog replied. I can't wait. Frisia smiled, then it will be a month later. Won't this arouse the suspicion of the survivors? Little Frog asked. Ho 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 ho, just say that it happened to be hit by a huge meteorite. Frisia smiled. By the way, Mr. Frisia, there has been a rumor about something called Dragon Ball on planet Vegeta recently, I wonder if you have heard of it? Little Frog asked. Of course I have heard a little bit. It is said that there are 7 Dragon Balls in total. After collecting all 7 Dragon Balls, any wish will be granted. Frisia rubbed her nose with her hands, do you believe in this kind of thing? I don't believe it. Little Frog shook his head vigorously. If any wish can be granted, can this wish keep their planet safe? Frisia's mouth curved into an evil arc, I'm looking forward to the explosion of planet Vegeta's fireworks. There is still 1 month left, the time is a bit long. Call out. While talking, a white light flashed past the universe spaceship. Your Excellency Frisia, I found a spherical mini-universe spaceship with a Saiyan baby inside. A younger brother immediately conducted an investigation and asked, do you want to shoot it down? Oh. Frisia smiled slightly and asked casually, how much combat power? Ahem, there are only 2, the younger brother quickly replied. Let him go. Frisia almost laughed. Combat power is only 2? Are you sure he is the fighting nation Saiyan? Such a weak combat power. Even a fart can shock you to death, right? Frisia shook her head with disdain. It is said that a guy who called himself the Dragon God created the Dragon Ball, and he even beat up King Bei and his guards. I don't know if it's true or not. Little Frog continued the topic just now. Humph, King Bei told me about this a few days ago, saying that he asked me to help eliminate that Dragon God. Frisia smiled. Then, Your Excellency Frisia is going to destroy him? Little Frog asked. Childish, that Dragon God didn't provoke me, it's clear that King Bei wanted to borrow a knife to kill people, will I, Frisia, be fooled? Frisia smiled contemptuously, besides, the things on their planet have nothing to do with me. Besides, their planet will be destroyed soon, so what kind of Dragon God, wouldn't it be good to die in the universe? Your Excellency Frisia is wise. Little Frog admired him deeply. Planet Vegeta. More and more Saiyan returned to the planet and heard about the Dragon Ball. Anyway, being idle is idle, and many Saiyans have also joined the team looking for Dragon Ball to explore on this planet. Fortunately, the Dragon Ball of planet Vegeta is big enough and eye-catching enough, so it is much easier to find. About 20 days or so. Vegeta Steppe. This is the largest grassland on the planet, named directly after Vegeta, known as the Vegeta Prairie. Bardock is holding a large Dragon Ball in one hand. There are 2 Dragon Balls in total, stepping on the green grass, they are moving fast. Behind him, Jin followed closely. Bardock, I can't keep up. Jin exclaimed. Whoa! Whoa! Without the slightest hesitation, Bardock directly threw the 2 Dragon Balls in his hands forward forcefully. Immediately afterwards, Bardock stopped for a while, waited for Jin to get close, hugged her, and accelerated his walking speed. Stop! Stop, Bardock! Hand over the Dragon Ball, or we won't welcome you. The voice came from behind. It is Sion who collects the Dragon Ball on the other side. Bardock ignored it. Bardock, it's not an option to go on like this. Jin felt a little aggrieved, I'm the one who slowed down. You're right, it's really not an option to go on like this, we can't escape any longer. Bardock made up his mind, Jin, you hold the Dragon Ball in front, and immediately go to the location where we hide the Dragon Ball. Come deal with it. Chapter 7. Then be careful, there are a lot of them, and this guy's combat effectiveness in that round is not low. Jin was a little worried. Don't worry, they are not my opponents. Bardock smiled confidently and let go of Jin. Jin accelerated his speed, picked up the 2 Dragon Balls that had been dropped on the ground, and ran towards the location where the other Dragon Balls were hidden. Bardock stopped. Soon, that round caught up with 6 Scions. Bardock, if you don't want to die, hand over the Dragon Ball. That round said coldly, take a good look at your combat strength. You are a low-level fighter with only 3000 combat strength. How can you fight us? Humph! Bardock snorted coldly, and his breath burst out suddenly. What? The face of the waiting person changed color. 10 seconds later. Bardock badly wounded that round of waiting. Just do it yourself, and next time, I won't show mercy. Bardock gave that round a cold look, and immediately flew up, quickly chasing after Jin. Another 5 minutes or so passed. Bardock was finally reunited with Jin. Bardock, hurry up, we've gathered all the Dragon Balls, and we're just waiting to make a wish. Jin said hastily. And at Jin's feet, there were 7 Dragon Balls shining with golden lights. Shrine. It's finally all together, what wish will the 2 of them make? Luo Mu looked down from the temple with a smile, too much wish can't be fulfilled. Luo Mu also had a little expectation. As long as you make a wish, your own Dragon God power will increase. Currently, Luo Mu's Dragon God power is only 660. This is the result of Luo Mu's hundreds of millions of years of cultivation. When he was just born, Luo Mu's Dragon God power was only 10. Don't look at Luo Mu's Dragon God power is only a little bit, this thing is different from combat power. Even if it is only 1 point, it has the ability to destroy the world. 660 points, in the human world is already considered an existence against the sky. Of course, as a Dragon God, with only 660 points of Dragon God power, Luo Mu will not be satisfied. I want to be the greatest Dragon God. I want to surpass Salama. After Luo Mu cultivated the power of the Dragon God to 660, he found that no matter how much he practiced, it would not increase. So how do you continue to grow? At present, there is no other way except to make Dragon Balls and let humans make wishes. All Dragon Gods are like this. Of course, there are also some Dragon Gods who have cultivated the power of the Dragon God to several thousand, so that they will not increase. In this way, the Dragon God will start higher. As for the power of the Dragon God consumed when making the Dragon Ball, it will slowly grow back. The edge of the Vegeta Steppe. Infinite Heaven, the Dragon God descends, Shenron come out and fulfill your wish. Bardock shouted loudly to the 7 large Dragon Balls. Jin also looked excited, holding Burdok's arm tightly. The rest of the parties who collected the Dragon Ball were also looking for Burdok and Jin. However, the hiding place of the two is relatively hidden, and there are many people nearby, so it is difficult to find them even through detectors. Royal Palace. Wang, Burdok, and his wife Jin have collected 7 Dragon Balls and are preparing to summon Shenren. A guard went to tell King Bei. Oh? Are there really such stupid people? Bei Wang smiled. Burdok, just a low-level soldier. The guard smiled. As a low-level soldier, if you make a wish, you must want to become a high-level soldier and enter our high-level area. Burdok has been tempered in the alien world for many years, and his combat effectiveness has improved a lot. King Bei smiled lightly, he defeated that round before. What? That round? That's a first-class soldier. The guard was amazed. It's nothing surprising, that round of alien battles is rare, and it's normal if you can't beat Burdok. King Bei smiled lightly, and then bared his teeth. Damn Frisia, why didn't he come to destroy that dragon god? The guard didn't answer, and it wasn't easy to answer. There was a moment of silence. My lord, are we just watching? Watching Burdok make a wish, the guard asked again. Observe and observe first. If the wish can really come true, wouldn't it be better for us to collect the Dragon Ball? Bei Wang smiled slightly. The guard nodded. This might not be a good way. If the wish can really come true, it's not too late to find the Dragon Ball again. After all, as the leader of Sion, it should not be difficult to get 7 Dragon Balls. The two are talking. Shua. Suddenly, the sky suddenly became dark. What's going on? Why did the sky suddenly turn black? King Bei looked at the window. Chapter 8. What's the situation? The guard also looked confused. Immediately afterwards, the guard seemed to have received the message. What? Is it because the Dragon Ball has changed? That's why the sky has turned black, the guard lost his voice. Apparently, the guard had already received the message from his companions near Burdok and Jin. Is there such a thing? Bei Wang was taken aback. The edge of the Vegeta steppe. The 7 Dragon Balls gathered together and transformed into a golden gorilla. Gorilla looks a bit awkward. There is no hair, and the whole body is golden. Those near Burdok and Jin also rushed over at this time. Many people have actually discovered Burdok and Jin. The sky turned black. The gorilla's body exudes a golden light, which illuminates the area. If you can't see this anymore, you're blind. Originally, these people wanted to come up to prevent the two from realizing their wishes. However, when they saw the ugly golden gorilla, they all stopped immediately. You said, this is Shenren? Can this be called Shenren? Shenren has this virtue? All those who still have a little fantasy don't know what to say. Can this ugly guy really fulfill his wish? Gorilla. Lord Dragon God, can you make me look better? Is this Shenren? Jin's eyes widened, and he looked at the mountain-like gorilla without blinking. Burdok was taken aback. This image is not very pleasing. Jin smiled wryly. Burdok didn't answer. Can this guy really make any wish come true? Why don't I believe it? Hurry up and say your wish. Only one wish can come true. If you dare to comment on my appearance, I will beat you to death, the gorilla said. Burdok. Jin. Shenren, can you take us to the planet where Kakarot is about to arrive? Jin quickly expressed his wish. The gorilla took a deep look at Burdok and Jin. Of course, I am Shenren, and I can grant any wish. The gorilla said, is this your wish? Yes, please make this wish come true. Jin's face was full of expectation. Roar. The gorilla beat its chest and let out a low growl. Immediately afterwards, the gold in the gorilla's eyes flickered. Snapped. An invisible divine force acted on Jin and Burdok. Shua. Shua. The next moment, Jin and Burdock just disappeared out of thin air. The gorilla continued to beat his chest. Ho ho, your wish has come true, goodbye. After the gorilla finished speaking, his whole body turned into a golden flame. The golden flame soared 90,000 miles. Shhhhhhh. Immediately afterwards, the golden flame split into 7 parts and turned into 7 golden lights, flying towards all parts of the planet. Snapped. The sky regained its light. The people nearby also reacted immediately, and rushed up one after another. Most people's ideas are holding the mentality of giving it a try. Can Shenron really grant any wish? No, to be precise, that ugly Shenron can't be called Shenron. So ugly guy, can wish come true? I do not believe. However, when these people found out that Jin and Burdock had disappeared, they were all stunned. What's the situation? What about people? Where did they go? Nowhere near here. Quick! Use the detector to find their location. Everyone present immediately activated their detectors, intending to find Burdock and Jin. Where can I find it? The two had been teleported away by Shenron long ago. Did they really leave planet Vegeta? Someone's eyes widened. Soon, someone reacted immediately. Dragon Ball. Really any wish can come true. Shhhhhhh. After a brief silence, the people present flew quickly in all directions. Dragon Ball, I want to grant my wish too. Royal Palace. What? Burdock and Jin were really teleported away. King Bei stepped forward and grabbed the guard's collar, shouting loudly. There is no trace of the two of them in the entire planet Vegeta. The guard nodded affirmatively. Dragon Ball can really grant wishes. King Bei's expression changed again and again. It should be true. The guard smiled wryly. Shenron is that golden lump of soil, it has become many times bigger. Bei Wang's bowels are turning green. It doesn't matter what Shenron looks like. The important thing is that someone really got the wish. Hateful. Such a good opportunity, how could I miss it? Why don't I go to Dragon Ball to make my wish come true? Quick! Find Dragon Ball immediately. This time the wish is mine. King Bei ordered loudly. Yes. The guard bowed in response. Also. Let's investigate again, where did Burdock and Jin go? Bei Wang ordered. Chapter 9. Understood. The guard replied. Investigation? Investigate a thread. No one knows which planet Kakarot is going to. Because Kakarot was secretly sent away by Burdock. Since the planet Kakarot is about to arrive at is unknown, no one knows the location of Burdock and Jin. Earth. Shua. Shua. In a flash, Burdock and Jin randomly appeared in an iceberg. It's so cold. Jin shivered from the cold. This is not planet Vegeta. Burdock also responded immediately. Burdock, the gravity of this planet is lower, I feel that my speed can be improved a lot. Jin flew up. Get out of here, it's too cold, Burdock said hastily. Whoa! Whoa! The two turned into 2 white lights and left quickly. After investigation, the two were pleasantly surprised to find that this place is really the Earth. Great, Burdock, we can finally reunite with Kakarot. Jin was on the verge of tears of excitement. I never imagined that the Dragon Ball could really grant any wish. Burdock also smiled in relief. Ah, that's too bad. Jin's face changed color. What's wrong? Burdock asked. I forgot about Raditz. I should have made a wish to bring Raditz with me. Jin said in a deep voice, and he was about to contact Raditz. Well, I will talk to Raditz now and ask him to come to Earth immediately. We the family can be reunited. Snapped. Burdock put his hand on Jin's detector and shook his head slightly. What's wrong, Burdock? Don't you want Raditz to come? Jin wondered. Jin, from now on, our detectors can no longer be used. Burdock said in a deep voice, if once we activate the detectors, Frisia will definitely know our position at the first time. In that case, the Earth will be in danger. Jin's delicate body trembled slightly in fright. Just got a little excited. Almost forgot such an important thing. I think, besides Frisia, Wang is also looking for our whereabouts. Burdock smiled slightly, and crushed the detector he was wearing. You're right, Burdock, I was negligent. Jin nodded solemnly, took off the detector, and threw it on the ground. Crack! Jin stomped hard. After a brief silence. But how are we going to find Kakarot without detectors? Jin asked. Burdock. This is indeed a problem. Without the detectors, there would be no way of knowing Kakarot's whereabouts. This is not easy. I checked the distance between this planet and planet Vegeta at the time, and it took at least 8 months for Kakarot's universe spacecraft to fly over. Burdock mused, less than a month has passed now, and there are still more than 7 months left. Kakarot's universe spacecraft will arrive, and then pay attention to the universe spacecraft in the sky, maybe we can find Kakarot. Jin nodded vigorously. This is currently the only way. But having said that, that Dragon Ball is really amazing. Jin said with a smile. Yet. Burdock smiled. It's just that Shenron looks kind of ugly. Jin chuckled. Planet Vegeta. King Bai's actions were still very fast. After about 40 minutes, someone found the first Dragon Ball that had turned into stone. What did you say? Dragon Ball turned into stone? What's going on? Bai Wang was stunned. I don't know if the Dragon Ball that has turned into a stone can still fulfill its wishes, someone asked. Bai Wang. This kind of thing doesn't work at first glance. Turned into a stone, how to realize the wish? Stone, can you summon Shenron? King, let's ask Lord Dragon God? Didn't he make the Dragon Ball? Someone suggested. King Bai's eyes lit up. That's right, it's okay to ask Dragon God about this kind of thing? Why bother to guess? So, is he really a god? Some people were also shocked. TCH, it's just a human being who can make Dragon Balls. You can understand it as a special kind of magic. King Bai snorted coldly. Call out. Immediately afterwards, King Bai flew out of the window, soared into the sky, and went straight to the temple above the palace. Snapped. King Bai flew over the temple and landed slowly. Hey, Dragon God, are you there? Bai Wang shouted loudly. Not here. Luo Mu's voice came from afar. Bai Wang. Isn't that what it's called? Are you kidding me? King Bai hurried over and appeared in front of Luo Mu. Dragon God, let me ask you, why did the Dragon Ball turn into a stone? King Bai asked his own question directly. Chapter 10. Luo Mu didn't answer, just looked at King Bai with a smile, with playfulness in his eyes. Bai Wang couldn't help shivering. Oops, my speaking attitude. I won't be beaten, will I? Bai Wang's body began to tremble. Snapped. After all, King Bai couldn't face Luo Mu's smiling eyes, so he knelt down. Dragon Ball will turn into stone after the wish is fulfilled. This is a normal phenomenon. Didn't I tell you before? Luo Mu put his hands behind his back and smiled. Bai Wang. When did you say that? You obviously didn't say yes, okay? However, Bai Wang dare not say such words. Having said that, beatings are inevitable. Damn it, if I become a Super Saiyan, do I still have to be afraid of this guy? Then, when will the Dragon Ball return to normal? Bai Wang asked. 3 months later. Luo Mu replied flatly. In fact, Luo Mu can restore the Dragon Ball immediately. But if you do that, if you realize your wish, you won't be able to increase the power of the Dragon God. Meaningless. What? It takes so long. Bei Wang's face changed color. King Bei couldn't wait to gather the Dragon Ball to fulfill his wish. As a result, it took 3 months for the Dragon Ball to recover from the stone. Opportunities are always reserved for those who are prepared. Luo Mu smiled slightly. If you miss it, I am afraid that you will miss the Dragon Ball in your life. Bei Wang. I just missed it once. What do you mean I have missed the Dragon Ball in my life? Isn't it just 3 months? I can wait. By the way, I remember that I said that no one is allowed to enter my temple without my permission. Do you remember that? Luo Mu looked at King Bei with a smile. King Bei shivered. I'm going, I actually forgot about it. Boom. Luo Mu waved his hand lightly, and an invisible dragon god's power bombarded Bei Wang's body. King Bei flew upside down and fell from the temple. Luo Mu smiled in satisfaction, a very cheap smile. This time the wish comes true. Luo Mu's dragon god power increased by more than 300. Now, Luo Mu's dragon god power has reached 1024. If you can increase so much every time, you won't need 1000 times, and your dragon god power will reach a height of 10,000 points. The moment he surpassed Salama and became the strongest dragon god, he seemed to be beckoning to Luo Mu. Luo Mu was very happy. You guys, hurry up and collect Dragon Ball to make your wishes come true. King Bei wobbled down like a kite with a broken string. Boom! King Bei's body left a deep hole in the ground. The courtiers in the palace were frightened and flew out in a hurry. Looking at Bei Wang again, he was already thrown into a mess, and he vomited blood from his mouth. The courtiers hurriedly sent King Bei to the treatment warehouse for treatment. After King Bei recovered from his injury, he said the answer he got from Luo Mu. What? It will take 3 months. 3 months are not long, and it will pass quickly. After 3 months, we will collect Dragon Balls in the official name. This time the wish is mine. King Bei snorted coldly. No one spoke. You are the king, and this time the wish is of course yours. We don't want to fight you outright. But it doesn't mean that we won't secretly find ways to secretly realize our wishes. An unknown planet. Vegeta, Nappa, Raditz and other Scion teenagers have just finished their campaign. Beside them, lay a few crocodile-like aliens, already dead. Vegeta, is it okay for us not to go back? Raditz asked. Humph, just pretend not to hear. Vegeta gnawed on a piece of fruit and snorted. By the way, Vegeta, the latest news from our planet. It is said that a guy who claims to be a dragon god has created a magical thing called a Dragon Ball. If you gather all the Dragon Balls, you can make any wish come true. Nappa stepped forward and say to Vegeta. Oh? Is there such a thing? Vegeta glanced at Nappa. Just 20 minutes ago, Bardock and his wife Jin assembled the Dragon Ball and successfully granted their wish. Nappa said, glancing at Raditz. What? My mom and dad got a wish? What wish did they get? Raditz asked hastily. It is said that they were sent to the planet where Kakarot is about to go. As for where they went, I don't know. Nappa shook his head and asked Raditz again, you know what? Raditz. Raditz shook his head in bewilderment. How do I know where Kakarot went? My parents didn't tell me. Many people are now looking for Bardock and Jin, mainly to confirm whether their wishes have really come true. Nappa continued. They disappeared on planet Vegeta. Vegeta asked. Chapter 11. Yes, at least for now, there is no trace of the two of them on planet Vegeta. Nappa nodded. That means that wishes can really come true. Vegeta stood up, crushed the fruit in his hands, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Dragon Ball that can make any wish come true? Great, I want to be a Super Saiyan. What? Super Saiyan? The legend. Raditz was stunned. Does Super Saiyan really exist? Nappa couldn't believe it. Even if there isn't there a Dragon Ball? Vegeta smiled, perhaps, this wish can be fulfilled. So, shall we return to planet Vegeta? Raditz asked. Of course I'm going back. Vegeta nodded. By the way, Your Highness, the Dragon Ball has just fulfilled its wish, and now it has turned into a stone. It will take 3 months to return to the form of the Dragon Ball, so it is useless for us to go back now. Nappa said. Vegeta gave Nappa a sideways look. Boom! Immediately afterwards, Vegeta kicked up and kicked Nappa into the air. Humph! Such an important matter, I only said it now. Vegeta snorted coldly. In the vast starry sky, Frisia's universe spacecraft stopped suddenly. The little brothers in the spaceship fell to the ground. What? Did the wish come true? Frisia's triangular eyes widened with disbelief. Your Excellency Frisia, if you want to make a wish again, it will take 3 months. The current Dragon Ball has turned into stone. The frog boy said beside Frisia, according to our original plan, the planet will be destroyed in 10 days. Vegeta. 3 months. Frisia frowned, it will take 3 months for the Dragon Ball to recover. Your Excellency Frisia, are we going to implement the extermination of planet Vegeta as originally planned? Asked the little frog. Of course, it won't be good if the plan is changed. Frisia glanced at the little frog. Besides, if it takes too long, many scions will become suspicious and may leave the planet. They won't leave the planet, right? They also want to find the Dragon Ball to revive. The little frog guessed. Humph, since we know that Dragon Balls can really make wishes, then this time King Bei will definitely collect Dragon Balls in the official name. Frisia smiled softly, do you think those inferior fighters of Scion will stay and wait? Is it? There is only one wish at a time, although there are only a few thousand people in Scion, it will take several years for everyone to get their turn. Your Excellency Frisia is wise. The little frog quickly responded respectfully. You said earlier that a person named Luo Mu made the Dragon Ball. Frisia looked at the little frog. Yes, Lord Frisia, he calls himself the Dragon God. Little frog nodded. Very good, if I go to him and ask him to resurrect the Dragon Ball for me and fulfill my wish, do you think he will agree? Frisia rubbed his nose with a smile. He will definitely kneel down to pay respects to Mr. Frisia. The frog boy grinned. Change course immediately and go to planet Vegeta, Frisia ordered. Call out. The spaceship of universe draws an arc in the starry sky, heading towards planet Vegeta at high speed. Snapped. After a few minutes, Frisia's universe ship landed on the square outside the high-profile palace hall. Shhhhhhh. Numerous Frisia boys filed out from inside, densely packed, like a group of hard-working bees. What? Frisia is here? This guy? He must have come to our planet at this time for the Dragon Ball. King Bei jumped up from his throne when he heard the news, and hurriedly walked outside. Sure enough, before leaving the palace, King Bei saw Frisia and others outside through the gate of the palace. Frisia! What are you doing here? King Bei shouted from afar, Master Dragon God will not see you. Oh! Frisia didn't want to talk to King Bei at first, but after hearing this, he stopped temporarily, looked at King Bei with a smile, and asked with interest. King Bei started calling him Lord Dragon God. Yes, hi. Bei Wang walked out quickly and smiled slightly. What? Do you think he's your backstage? Frisia chuckled. Frisia, you are no match for Lord Dragon God at all. I advise you to be a little self-aware. King Bei snorted coldly. Your tricks of sowing dissension don't seem to be very clever, and it's easy to see. Frisia looked at King Bei with a smile, however, I'm getting more and more interested. The more you say that, the more I want to personally meet this dragon god named Luo Mu. Chapter 12. Master Dragon God said that without his permission, no one is allowed to set foot on his temple. King Bei told the truth. Oh? Otherwise? Frisia was delighted. Otherwise you will be punished by him. King Bei replied truthfully. Humph, I, Frisia, really want to see how he will punish me. Frisia smiled sinisterly. Call out. Frisia ignored King Bei and immediately soared into the sky. Anyway, sooner or later, planet Vegeta will be wiped out, so let King Bei play it off for a few more days. Frisia's younger brothers also followed up one by one. Frisia brought at least 1,000 younger brothers this time, and they flew into the sky like locusts. The temple is only 1,000 meters away from the palace, very close. Shhhhhhh. Frisia flew up to the temple with many younger brothers. The environment here is not bad, and the scale is not small. Frisia looked around with a smile, with an endless smile on his face. Hey, that guy named Luo Mu, come out and meet His Excellency Frisia. Dodoria yelled loudly. Dodoria, you are so rude. People are gods no matter what. You should respect gods. Sabo smiled from the side. Ha ha ha, yes, yes, God is going to confess. Dodoria nodded and said with a smile, Master Dragon God, are you there? Come out quickly. Many of Frisia's younger brothers also roared with laughter. However, still no one came out. Is that Dragon God scared? He knew we were coming, so he had already found a place to hide. Dodoria guessed. I think you're right. Sabo nodded slightly. Frisia frowned, getting a little impatient. It's always someone else waiting for me, Frisia. My Frisia hasn't waited for anyone yet. I've been waiting for you for a minute. You are not coming out yet? Your shelf is really big enough. Wait a minute, isn't he really scared away? It would have been better if I knew it was a little low-key. Dragon God, come out quickly, or we will demolish your temple if you don't come out. Dodoria shouted again. Who said that my temple is going to be demolished? At this time, a voice sounded from a room. Over there. Dodoria pointed to a house ahead. After the words fell, Luo Mu came out of the room slowly. Frisia and others watched from a distance. The appearance is very ordinary, it seems to be an ordinary person. Sabo smiled slightly. Of course they are ordinary people. If they are really gods, why would they be in such a place? Dodoria was not surprised, shouldn't gods live in the god realm? Dodoria, you know a lot. Frisia smiled. Hey, thanks for the compliment. Dodoria scratched her head. At this time, Luo Mu has come to the opposite of Frisia. Are you the dragon god Luo Mu? Frisia squinted at Luo Mu. Emperor of the universe, Frisia. Luo Mu looked at Frisia indifferently. Not bad, you actually know my name. Frisia smiled lightly, since that's the case, I won't talk nonsense with you. I think you should know the purpose of my coming here. You want me to restore the Dragon Ball as soon as possible, so that the wish can come true. Luo Mu can guess the meaning of this thing without thinking. Sure enough. Frisia nodded with a smile. It's much easier to talk to smart people. Now, I want to revive Dragon Ball immediately. You should be able to do it, right? Yes. Luo Mu said truthfully. Then please restore the Dragon Ball immediately. Frisia smiled, if you satisfy me, I can let you be the chief of staff of my legion, and I will also build you a more luxurious place in the center of the universe than here. How about a high-end palace? I think you can think about it carefully. Not interested. Luo Mu directly refused. Oh? You said no. Frisia smiled sinisterly. I can recover the Dragon Ball immediately, but it won't do me any good. Luo Mu smiled slightly. Frisia. I hired you to be the chief of staff of our legion, and you still say it's no good? A small chief of staff, do you think I will be rare? Also, my majestic dragon god, do you think there is anything I need in this ordinary world? Luo Mu directly read Frisia's inner world. Frisia's face changed slightly. There was a brief silence. Did you use mind reading just now? Frisia snorted coldly. You guessed it right. Luo Mu nodded. Humph, it's nothing, some special races also have this skill. Frisia chuckled lightly. Before you came to the temple, King Bei told you, right? Luo Mu smiled. Chapter 13. Oh? What did you say? Frisia looked at Luo Mu with interest. Trespassing into the temple without authorization will be punished. Luo Mu smiled. Really? I'm curious, how are you going to punish me? Frisia suddenly became interested. Can you dance? Luo Mu asked suddenly. What? Frisia was a little confused. What dancing? What are you saying? I do not understand. You're taking this topic too far. If not, I'll teach you. The corner of Luo Mu's mouth curved slightly. Snapped. Luo Mu stretched out his arms, and the invisible power of the dragon god emerged. Shua. The power of these dragon gods covered Frisia and his younger brother who were present at the time. Whirlwind dance, start. Immediately, Frisia and many younger brothers present spun uncontrollably on the spot one by one. Like a spinning top. Moreover, their rotation speed is getting faster and faster. At the scene, because of their rotation, quite a storm was set off. There are thousands of people here. With so many people spinning together, the scene is simply too unique. Frisia looked shocked and tried to stop herself. However, no matter how hard Frisia tried, he couldn't control his body. It's just such an uncontrollable rotation. That's how willful it is. 10 minutes later. Frisia and his little brother are still spinning. Let's go. Luo Mu waved his hand. Shhhhhh. Frisia and his thousands of younger brothers were shot out of the temple by an invisible force and fell from the sky. Bang bang bang. Frisia and his thousands of younger brothers smashed on the square outside the palace one after another, leaving thousands of big holes. Square, incomplete. The next moment, Frisia and the others were staggering and dizzy one by one. Dizzy. Your Excellency Frisia, I'm dizzy. Dodoria complained. Frisia shook her head vigorously. Still dizzy? Can you not feel dizzy? So many circles. It is estimated that it will not recover for a while. Bei Wang and the others looked at what happened to Frisia and his younger brothers in shock, and were also stunned on the spot. Frisia was thrown from the temple by the dragon god? Is this person named Luo Mu really so powerful? Bei Wang felt as if he had missed something. Seeing that so many people in Frisia were stunned by Luo Mu, Bei Wang was a little bit gloating while being shocked. About 10 minutes passed. Only then did Frisia and others recover one by one. However, due to the fast rotation just now, many people's faces were pale, like a piece of blank paper. People who didn't know thought it was a group of zombies. After another short break, Frisia finally fully recovered. He shook his head. It's ready. Boom. Frisia transformed into a second form, his body became bigger and taller, and the armor on his body was directly shattered by him. I can't spare you. Frisia was furious, soaring into the sky, like a sky cannon, fired towards the location of the temple. What? Frisia will transform. Bei Wang and other Scion were shocked. Humph, you think only you Scion can transform? Sabo looked at King Bei contemptuously. Look, that dragon god is going to die. It's not good for him to provoke anyone, but to provoke His Excellency Frisia. Dodoria shook her head. This is so FG dizzy. King Bei's expression changed again and again. This transformation of Frisia looks even more powerful. Bei Wang also suddenly understood why Frisia's father grew so tall. What a transformation! This is bad. Dragon God will not be killed, right? Dragon God, if you die, who will make the Dragon Ball in the future? Frisia's body burst into flames and flew towards the sky. Frisia intends to use his body to directly penetrate the temple and destroy the temple. Then, Frisia planned to capture the dragon god, beat him up, and let him make Dragon Ball for himself. If not, kill it. It's no use keeping people who won't work for my Frisia. Frisia was getting closer and closer to the temple. In Frisia's view, the temple is like paper. My body has been tempered and tempered. Don't say it's a temple. That's the whole planet Vegeta. If only I would. Can also penetrate easily. I can quickly travel from one side of the planet to the other side of the planet. Frisia. It's that powerful. Frisia is getting closer and closer to the temple. Dragon God. Go to hell. Frisia roared in his heart. The next moment, Frisia slammed headfirst into the bottom of the temple. Bang! Above the sky, there was a crisp sound. Crack! Frisia's two sharp horns burst on the spot. Chapter 14. Frisia's head was even more dizzy. The top of Frisia's head was flattened. A splitting headache. Frisia felt as if she was going to lose consciousness. He looked up at the temple. What is this thing made of? Why is it so hard? Then, Frisia lost consciousness and fell unsteadily from a high altitude. Boom! Frisia's body fell heavily on the square of the palace, leaving a huge crater in the shape of a human. Everyone was stunned. What happened? Many of Frisia's younger brothers also ran over quickly. After seeing Frisia's miserable appearance, the younger brothers looked at each other in blank dismay. Lord Frisia's two horns are broken? How can this be? This is the hardest part of Mr. Frisia's body. It just broke? A discerning person can see it. It seems that Lord Frisia hit the temple with his head, right? Because Frisia's head is still flat. Also, there was a clear and crisp sound from the sky just now. That voice is simply too nice to hear. This is amazing. It turned out that the sound came from His Excellency Frisia hitting the temple. How so? Shouldn't the broken one be the temple? Lord Frisia. Many younger brothers present panicked one by one. Mr. Frisia, dizzy? Immediately, a younger brother quickly picked up Frisia, flew onto the universe spaceship, and stuffed it into the healing device. Call out! The universe spaceship soared into the sky and left planet Vegeta. Bei Wang and the others looked at the leaving Frisia and the others in stupefaction, and were speechless for a while. Frisia, lost to Dragon God. King Bei looked at the sky in disbelief, and said in a deep voice. It seems that Frisia is hitting the temple with his head, and then it's like just now. The corner of the guard's mouth twitched. What material is the temple made of? King Bei asked the person who made the temple. Wang, I just use ordinary building materials. The man responded quickly. How come? Ordinary materials, Frisia bumped into it, and then his head almost broke. King Bei couldn't believe it. The man immediately knelt down. I'm telling the truth, why don't you believe it? King Vegeta. Just when King Bei was doubting his life, suddenly, a deep voice came down from the sky. What? Bei Wang raised his head. Bei Wang can recognize it. This voice is Dragon God. How did he carry his voice so far? Bei Wang also found out, not only he heard it, but everyone present heard it. Dragon God, what's the matter? Bei Wang tried to calm himself down, looked up at the sky and asked, I don't know what I said, can you hear me? Yes. Luo Mu's voice came down again. Frisia, will not die, right? Bei Wang gloated. Don't be in a hurry to gloat. Luo Mu's voice sounded, you are guilty. King Bei thumped in his heart, and his face changed color slightly. What's wrong with me? King Bei asked hastily. You provoked Frisia to conflict with me, how dare you say you are not guilty? Luo Mu said coldly. Bei Wang shivered a little. Immediately afterwards, a flash of inspiration came to King Bei's mind. Why should I admit it? I called Frisia to come and beat you up. But that Frisia guy wasn't fooled. Frisia just came to you because of the Dragon Ball. I have a hairy relationship with me. I just don't admit it. 1 hour later, thunder punishment. Luo Mu snorted coldly, also, I won't guard your planet anymore, so I can take care of myself. But after saying these words, Luo Mu never made a sound. After an hour? Thunder penalty? What do you mean? King Bei and the others present looked at each other in confusion. What thunder and punishment? Is it going to thunder? Also, you no longer guard our planet? We still need you to guard our planet? Above the sky. Shrine. There was a smile on Luo Mu's face. Frisia still trying to smash my temple? Are you dreaming? After Luo Mu built the temple, he attached 1 point of Dragon God's power to the temple. Regardless of just 1 point of Dragon God's power, the sturdiness is enough to increase hundreds of millions of times. At least, Frisia's idea of using his body to smash the temple is a pipe dream. Dragon God, really powerful. It seems that looking for a chance, I should really go to the planet Beerus and beat up Beerus. Let's see if it's me, the Dragon God, or the gods of destruction. Planet Beerus. Beerus, who was sleeping, shuddered and opened his eyes suddenly. Whis gave Beerus a strange look. Master Beerus, are you awake? Whis asked. Chapter 15. It feels like someone is thinking about me. Beerus muttered. After saying this, Beerus yawned, closed his eyes again, and fell asleep soundly. Whispers. Can this fall asleep? But, what does Master Beerus mean by saying this? Maybe it's a dream? Whis shook his head, hummed a little tune and went about his own business. The vast starry sky, Frisia's universe ship. After more than 40 minutes of treatment, Frisia's injury was finally completely healed. Frisia walked out of the treatment device with a livid face. Your Excellency Frisia, the broken horn cannot be recovered by the instrument at present. A younger brother stepped forward and said with a smile. Frisia's face went dark at that moment. Boom! Frisia pointed at the younger brother. Immediately, the little brother turned into a cloud of blood mist and died on the spot. Horn? What horn? Frisia snorted. Many younger brothers were all trembling with fright. Lord Frisia was outraged. Frisia walked slowly to a mirror and looked in the mirror. I saw myself in the mirror, the 2 horns on my head had been shattered, and I looked very miserable like that. Boom! Frisia smashed the mirror into pieces with 1 punch, gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and shivered uncontrollably. Boom! The muscles on Frisia's body continued to expand, and his body changed rapidly, directly turning into the 3rd form. Immediately, the broken horns were also covered by the appearance of the 3rd form. Frisia feels better. I can't spare you. Luo Mu. Frisia popped out these words from between his teeth, and then ordered to his subordinates, why don't you go to planet Vegeta immediately? Yes. The younger brother hurriedly replied. Call out. The spaceship of universe draws an arc in the starry sky. Frisia came to planet Vegeta again about an hour after leaving planet Vegeta. Da-da-da. Frisia appeared on the planet Vegeta in the form of the 3rd form. Royal Palace. King, Frisia is here again. Not only that, he has transformed again. What? Frisia has transformed again. Bei Wang was in disbelief, and wanted to go out quickly to have a look. My lord, beware of thunder and punishment, it will be an hour soon. A guard hurriedly stopped him. Humph, would I believe that kind of thing? Bei Wang snorted coldly, and strode out. However, after taking a few steps, King Bei suddenly stopped. What were you talking about just now? King Bei turned his head and glanced at a younger brother behind him. The little brother was stunned. What did I say? I didn't say anything, okay? You said the princess has something urgent to do with me. Bei Wang asked. The younger brother immediately reacted and nodded vigorously. Tell her, I'm not free. Bei Wang shouted. Wang, it's really urgent. The princess begs the king to come over immediately. The younger brother was not stupid, and understood. Cut. Women are really troublesome. Bei Wang snorted, turned and walked towards the harem. Well, I'm not stupid. I'm in the palace, so I won't go out. Outside the palace, on the vast square. Luo Mu, Frisia, want to make you feel the emperor's wrath. Frisia aimed his hand at the temple in the sky, and the corner of his mouth curled into an arc. This time, I will smash the temple to pieces. Then, I grab you up and skin your cramps. I want to make your life worse than death. Frisia was all smiles. Prepare to die, Luo Mu. Frisia's fingertips were condensed with flames. Thunder penalty. Beta version. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from above the sky. The voice is that of Luo Mu. Frisia was a little confused. What thunder and punishment? What beta? Just when Frisia had just reacted, he suddenly saw a bolt in red lightning rolling down from the sky. The next moment, Frisia noticed that the red lightning was rushing towards his position. What's going on? Frisia's pupils shrank, terrified. Ah! Immediately afterwards, the bolt in red lightning hit Frisia directly. Frisia screamed, and her whole body turned black. Boom! Frisia fell to the ground with a bang, fainted on the spot, and puffs of black smoke came out of his body. At the same time, there is a red arc jumping on Frisia's body, and he is jumping vigorously. Frisia's younger brothers were all stunned. This. Where is this red lightning coming from? It seems to be summoned by the dragon god. Are you a magician? The Frisia guys on set really freaked out. Especially seeing the red arcs dancing on Frisia's body. Doesn't this thunder and lightning still have power? Go up to rescue Lord Frisia now, will you be electrocuted on the spot? It's very possible. Mr. Frisia, this is the third state. In the third form, it is still unable to withstand the blow of red lightning. If it were my own, it might turn into ashes directly. Chapter 16. Sabo and Dodoria looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a moment. Until the red arc on Frisia disappeared, the two ordered the younger brother to put Frisia into the healing device of the Universe spacecraft. Call out! The Universe spaceship left planet Vegeta quickly. Many Frisia brothers were speechless one by one. Mr. Frisia, you are too careless. Why was it struck by lightning? Planet Vegeta, the royal palace. What? Frisia was struck by lightning? Then he almost died. Bei Wang thumped in his heart. You said that was thunder punishment? Yes. The subordinate replied. Understood, you go down. Bei Wang waved his hand, cold sweat dripping down his face. What to do? Even Frisia was almost hacked to death. I won't turn into ashes immediately, will I? Wait a moment. Now that the thunder and punishment hit Frisia, will the dragon god not condemn me? Wouldn't it be crooked? Wang, dragon god thunder punishment said just now, that it is the test version of thunder punishment, the official version probably hasn't started yet. After saying this, the subordinate hurriedly left, for fear of being implicated. What did you say? Beta version. Bei Wang's body trembled violently. What are you kidding? The test version can stun Frisia's third form. Didn't I just hang up the official version? King Bei's face became increasingly ugly. What to do? What should I do? Or? Go to the princess to avoid it first? I just won't go out. Boom. Just as King Bei was thinking this way, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and directly hit the palace where King Bei was. Snapped. The palace turned into ashes on the spot. The next moment, red lightning struck King Bei. King Bei trembled for a while, foamed at the mouth, and fell to the ground, unconscious. There was a smile on Luo Mu's face, and he had a new understanding of the power of the dragon god. This time, Luo Mu turned the power of the dragon god into a red thunderbolt, and attacked Frisia and King Bei respectively. Of course, Luo Mu only used 0.01 points of dragon god's power to almost kill Frisia. As for Bei Wang, it is even less, using 0.0001 points. Otherwise, killing them would be no fun. If so, Frisia and King Bei almost died. The power of the dragon god is really a good thing. No way, the power of the dragon god has to continue to grow. Currently, Luo Mu's dragon god power peak value is only 1024 points. I don't know if so much dragon god's power is enough to clean up Beerus. It should not be a big problem. Didn't the companions in the dragon world say it? Dragon god's strength is comparable to angel. Angel is definitely stronger than gods of destruction. Luo Mu looked up at the sky. Beerus, where are you? Are you still sleeping now? Planet Beerus. Beerus suddenly opened his eyes, jumped up from the bed, and trembled again. Whis! 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 Immediately afterwards, Beerus yelled loudly. Coming! Whis came quickly, and looked at Beerus strangely. Woke up again? Didn't you just fall asleep? But, Master Beerus, what's the matter with your sweating? Have you had a nightmare? Master Beerus? Whis asked with a smile. Humph, what nightmares would I have as gods of destruction? Beerus denied. I'm having a nightmare. I won't tell you either. Isn't it a dream of being beaten? Whis smiled. Whis, who do you think is capable of beating me up? Beerus snorted coldly, and gave Whis another sidelong glance. So, is Lord Beerus still asleep? Whis asked. Don't sleep yet. Beerus cleaned his paws, and his face gradually became gloomy. The dream just now was so real. I was literally beaten up. I want to see if this person really exists in reality. Ho ho, Master Beerus, with your appearance, are you going to destroy the planet again? Whis asked with a smile. By the way, did that guy Frisia work hard while I was asleep? Beerus asked. It's okay, a few planets were destroyed, but most of the planets were repackaged and sold by him. Whis smiled slightly. Forget it, let's leave him alone. Beerus snorted, took out the paper and pen, drew a picture on it, and handed it to Whis. Whis, look, this image of a human is usually on which planet? Whis took it and looked at it carefully. Well, most of the yellow-skinned human beings are Scion and Earth people. Of course, there are many ethnic minorities who also have this color of skin and appearance, but not many. Whis quickly gave the answer. Chapter 17. Scion? Is that the fighting nation? Beerus suddenly remembered. Yes. Whis nodded. Master Beerus went to their planet before going to sleep, and told Frisia to destroy that planet. That's right, I did tell Frisia to do this. Beerus pondered slightly. Humph, those Scions are arrogant guys, and this kind of planet has long been within the scope of being cleaned up. Yet. Whis nodded. So, that Frisia guy, is he destroying that planet now? Beerus asked. Shua. The scepter in Whis' hand flickered, and a picture immediately appeared on the crystal ball on the top of the scepter. On the screen, it is planet Vegeta. Not yet, planet Vegeta is safe and sound. Whis replied. Very well, I'm going to see planet Vegeta for myself. Beerus smiled slightly. Ho ho, why did Lord Beerus go to planet Vegeta? Is it related to that nightmare? Whis asked with a smile. Beerus silently looked at Whis. After a brief silence. Well, I won't hide it from you now. Beerus gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. I dreamed that I was beaten by a yellow-skinned man. Oh? Is there such a thing? Whis was taken aback for a moment. Also, Do you know what the most egregious thing is? Beerus' face turned black instantly. What? Whis asked. The first time I was beaten, I woke up with a start. Beerus' body trembled slightly, however, after I fell asleep, I dreamed about him again. You hateful guy. Whis scratched his head. You know what he said? Beerus was so angry that the hairs all over his body were standing on end. Say what? Whis asked curiously. He actually threatened me, saying that I dare to come back. Beerus trembled all over. And then? Whis held back a laugh. And then, he beat me up again. Beerus was so angry that his nostrils were smoking. Whis really couldn't help it anymore, and his smile became brighter and brighter. Beerus just looked at Whis with a dark face. You try laughing again. Whis quickly covered his mouth, but there was no hiding the smile in his eyes. I don't want you to tell about this. Especially don't tell Kampa. Beerus ordered. No problem, my mouth is tight, don't worry. Whis nodded vigorously. Such a funny thing, do you want to share it with my sister? Sister won't tell Kampa, will she? Go, now I'm going to find that guy. Beerus snorted coldly. Is the person who beat you up in the dream really on planet Vegeta? Whis asked, maybe it doesn't exist at all. I don't know, go to planet Vegeta first, if he's not there, then go to Earth to look for it, if you can't find it, then let's destroy these two planets by the way. Beerus smiled slightly. Whoa! Whoa! Whis and Beerus turned into a bright flame, disappeared into the sky, and disappeared in a flash. After a period of rescue, Frieza was finally brought back to life. Snapped! Frieza opened his eyes, with endless killing intent in them. Luo Mu, you have completely irritated me, Frieza. Frieza's face became more and more gloomy. Shua! Immediately afterwards, Frieza's body changed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Frieza's energy was greatly increased, and she transformed into the fourth form. Looking at the small and exquisite real self in the mirror, Frieza smiled on her face. The younger brothers are all keeping silent. The boss of Frieza was hanged and beaten several times in a row, so we still don't talk. If you speak now, you might be angered. How many scions haven't come back? Frieza asked without looking back. Reporting to Your Excellency Frieza, there are still more than 20 scions who have not returned to planet Vegeta. The frog boy responded quickly. Sabo, Dodoria, you investigate their exact location immediately. After I destroy planet Vegeta, you go and destroy these surviving wild monkeys. Frieza clenched his fists. Your Excellency Frieza, are you going to destroy planet Vegeta now? Dodoria asked cautiously. What? Do you have an opinion? Frieza asked coldly. Of course not, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Dodoria laughed. Frieza didn't smile, just looked at Dodoria with a gloomy face. Dodoria immediately suppressed her smile. You look at me like this, I dare not laugh. It seems that this time the Dragon God really offended His Excellency Frieza thoroughly. In fact, thinking about it, His Excellency Frieza suffered several losses from Dragon God. It's no wonder Mr. Frieza isn't angry. Frieza stepped forward and directly opened the hatch of the universe ship. The moment the spaceship hatch was opened, the air rushed towards the starry sky instantly. Ah, Your Excellency Frieza, we are still inside the spaceship. A younger brother exclaimed. Chapter 18. The moment the hatch opened, many younger brothers were sucked into space and quickly turned into ice sculptures. Frieza was safe and sound, and slowly flew into the starry sky, overlooking planet Vegeta in the distance, with endless hatred written on his face. But then, Frieza showed a smile. Luo Mu, disappear with planet Vegeta. Frieza muttered, and quickly condensed a planet-destroying bomb in his hand. The planet-destroying bomb swelled in the wind, and soon expanded to a diameter of hundreds of meters. Call out! With endless aura, the planet-destroying bomb covered the distant planet Vegeta. It was as if a star had fallen. Planet Vegeta. Shrine. Luo Mu raised his head and silently watched the planet-destroying bomb falling rapidly. I can't bear it anymore. Are you going to destroy planet Vegeta? Luo Mu smiled slightly. Shua. Immediately afterwards, the power of the dragon god bloomed on Luo Mu's body. Shhhhhhh. The 7 large stone eggs scattered all over the planet quickly soared into the sky and moved towards the temple. Soon, these 7 large dragon balls were summoned to the temple by Luo Mu. The dragon ball that was finally made can't just be destroyed like this. Luo Mu pondered, as for the planet. Whatever you want. Shua. The power of the dragon god around Luo Mu bloomed again, covering the entire temple. Luo Mu has no obligation to save planet Vegeta. Destroy be destroyed. However, he still wanted to keep the temple. Royal Palace. King. A star has fallen. Someone hurriedly reported to King Bei. What did you say? King Bei's eyes widened. After Bei Wang was punished by thunder, he received this bad news just after his injury was healed. Bei Wang hurried out. Before the people went outside, King Bei could clearly see the fiery red sky outside. The blue sky seemed to be on fire. That's not a star. That's a powerful energy. Someone exclaimed. Quick! Stop it! King Bei shouted loudly, energy surged in his hands, and he bombarded the planet-destroying bomb. However, King Bei's energy only caused a small ripple in front of the planet-destroying bomb. The Scions were shocked and released their energy one after another, trying to stop the falling planet-destroying bomb. It's just that no matter how hard they try, they still can't stop the sinking of the planet-destroying bomb. King Bei shrank his pupils, and suddenly remembered a sentence Luo Mu said. I will no longer guard your planet. Bei Wang's heart sank. Quick, let's kneel down and worship Lord Dragon God. Ask him to protect our planet. Bei Wang hurriedly ordered. The eyes of many Scions lit up, and they hurriedly knelt on the ground, shouting Dragon God help. Please beg me sooner, it's too late now, the planet-destroying bomb has fallen, it's over. Luo Mu's voice came down. Bei Wang. Many Scion. Everyone's intestines are regretful. Planet Vegeta. Today, will we face catastrophe? While King Bei was regretting, his pupils were filled with despair. Boom! The next moment, the planetary destruction bomb hit the ground of planet Vegeta. Snapped! Planet Vegeta, broken! In the blink of an eye, it turned into universe dust. Wow! Frieza smiled brighter and brighter. Whoa! Whoa! Just when Frieza had just destroyed planet Vegeta, 2 bright flames came flying from a distance. It was Whis and Beerus. Frieza BD. How dare you choose to destroy planet Vegeta at this time? Beerus bared his teeth. Whis didn't say anything. Wow ka 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 ka. At this time, Frieza's beating laughter came from afar. Beerus clenched his fists. I just came here to find someone, and you destroyed the planet for me. You let me go for nothing. Call out. Beerus turned into a bright flame and quickly appeared in front of Frieza. Wow! Luo Mu, aren't you crazy? Now you disappeared with planet Vegeta, right? Frieza was still laughing wildly. That kind of vindictive laughter spread in the starry sky through the air that planet Vegeta hadn't completely collapsed. Laughing and laughing, Frieza was suddenly dumbfounded. Beerus, is Master Beerus. Frieza saw Beerus appearing near her. Moreover, Frieza also noticed that Lord Beerus' complexion is not very good. Frieza's heart skipped a beat. Frieza is not afraid of Luo Mu, the dragon god. However, Frieza is afraid of Beerus, the gods of destruction. The dragon god was proclaimed by that kid. But the gods of destruction are real. The nature is naturally different. Frisia, did you destroy planet Vegeta because you knew I was coming? Beerus said coldly. Chapter 19. Hey! Frisia was a little confused. What do you mean I destroyed planet Vegeta only when I knew you were coming? But then, Frisia slapped his forehead. I remembered. I suddenly remembered. It was Master Beerus who told me to destroy planet Vegeta. If you don't come, I will forget about it. In fact, even if you don't order, I will destroy this planet. Scion on this planet, it makes me very uncomfortable to watch. Now, I have wiped them all out. Isn't that Master Beerus asking me to destroy planet Vegeta? Frisia asked back. Beerus was speechless. What the hell, I just woke up, my brain is not turning fast enough. How can I refute him? Get out! Get out of here immediately! Beerus yelled with a dark face. Yes. Frisia looked confused. What do you mean by this? Forget it, I've got my revenge anyway. I'll just go. What am I to argue with the gods of destruction? Frisia turned and left, quickly returning to the universe spaceship. Call out! The universe spacecraft streaked across the starry sky, disappearing without a trace. On the spaceship, the 20 or so scions who are returning to planet Vegeta, how is the investigation going? Frisia said this while his body changed rapidly and returned to the first form. Your Excellency Frisia, the investigation has been done, shall we destroy them now? Sabo bowed and saluted. Come on, I want to see them dying. Frisia chuckled. Your Excellency Frisia, besides the 26 scions who returned to planet Vegeta, there are several surviving scions. Dodoria explained to Frisia based on the surveyed data. Oh? And? Frisia was slightly taken aback, and gave Dodoria a sideways look. Has Lord Frisia forgotten their little Prince Vegeta? That kid has no intention of coming back. Dodoria smiled. Vegeta. Frisia pondered with a smile on his face, let's keep this kid, but remember to pay close attention to changes in his combat power. Beerus stared at the destroyed planet Vegeta, feeling dizzy for a while. What to do? Are you looking for it on Earth now? Master Beerus, do you want to restore this planet? Whis was slightly startled, looked at Beerus, and couldn't help asking. Alright, let's go back to 3 minutes ago. Beerus nodded with his eyes lit up. Angel will use time and space reincarnation. After use, the time will return to 3 minutes ago. Isn't planet Vegeta destroyed now? No problem. Just use time-space reincarnation. Okay. Whis didn't object, and the divine power of the angel scepter surged in his hand, and he was about to release the reincarnation of time and space. Wait a moment. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from a distance. Whis was slightly taken aback, and stopped temporarily. Beerus was also stunned, and quickly swept in the direction of the sound. Soon, Whis and Beerus were surprised to find that a floating palace was rapidly drifting towards them. That? What? Beerus' eyes widened. Let's call it a floating palace. Whis pondered. Beerus. Beerus glared at Whis. I didn't ask your name. What I want to ask is, who is speaking? But then, Beerus had an answer. Beerus took a closer look and saw Luo Mu above the floating palace. Beerus took another closer look. This is amazing. Isn't this kid the guy who beat me up in the dream? Beerus' eyes lit up. There is no place to find if you break through the iron shoes, and it takes no effort to get it. I didn't expect to find you so soon, kid. Beerus rubbed his eyes vigorously again, afraid that he might be wrong. Can't go wrong. It's him. That dream was so real, he could clearly remember the boy's appearance. If it weren't for Beerus' poor painting foundation, Whis could also find Luo Mu through the images he drew. Come on. Luo Mu waved to Whis and Beerus, inviting them. Luo Mu was so excited. Especially at the moment when he saw Beerus, Luo Mu's eyes lit up. I was looking for you, Beerus. I didn't expect you to appear like this. Luo Mu actually doesn't know where the planet Beerus is. Luo Mu finally found the location of planet Vegeta. Humph, interesting. Beerus smiled, let's go, Whis. Chapter 20. Shua. Shua. Whis and Beerus landed on the grounds of the floating palace. Whis watched Luo Mu silently, guessing his identity. However, Whis can't immediately see Luo Mu's true identity. I just feel that the divine power in this person is not low. Hi, Whis. Luo Mu greeted Whis, but when he said this, he looked at Beerus excitedly. Whispers. You say hello to me, aren't you looking too much at Beerus? You've got the wrong person, I'm Beerus, he's Whis. Beerus' face turned black. I know, I'm just too excited to see you, I forgot to see Whis. Luo Mu nodded, then waved to Whis. Whispers. Beerus. Beerus looked at Luo Mu up and down, but couldn't see his origin, and was secretly surprised. This kid's divine power is not low. Not like Sion. Where did it come from? Excited to see me? Tell me. Beerus smiled slightly, looked at Luo Mu and said. I have known you for a long time, and I have long wanted to discuss with you. Luo Mu said with a smile. Oh? You said you wanted to compete with me. Beerus was delighted at the time. Yet. Luo Mu nodded seriously. Do you know who I am? Beerus hadn't been this happy in a long time. You don't forget who you are, do you? Luo Mu asked back. I'm asking you. This is a question. Beerus shouted angrily. Okay, aren't you gods of destruction? I can know Whis, but how can I not know you? Luo Mu suddenly felt that Beerus's IQ is worrying. Beerus. You are right. Very well, you are the first person who dares to compete with gods of destruction. Beerus smiled. I had a dream today. I dreamed that I was sparring with you, and then I drove you away. Luo Mu said with a smile. Beerus' face changed color. What the hell, did you dream about it too? I was thinking that you couldn't come back, but I waited for a while, and you came back again, so I had to beat you up again. Luo Mu smiled. Humph, daydreaming. Beerus said coldly with a dark face. Well, it's indeed a dream I had during my nap during the day. Luo Mu nodded. Dreams are the opposite, now I'm the one who beat you. Beerus snorted coldly. Hey? I told you about my dream, aren't you surprised? Luo Mu suddenly thought of something, looked at Beerus and asked. Beerus didn't want to talk anymore. Ho ho, that's because Lord Beerus also had the same dream. Whis chuckled. Beerus was glaring then. Whis, which side of the FK are you on? Are you a pig teammate? We actually met in a dream. Luo Mu's eyes widened with surprise, and then he shook his head in disappointment. Unfortunately, you are not a woman. What woman? Beerus scowled. Okay, let's stop talking nonsense, let's start, let me see the strength of gods of destruction. Luo Mu smiled slightly. Beerus. You are the one talking nonsense, okay? This kid really deserves a beating. Come on, try to attack me with all your strength. Beerus waved at Luo Mu. As gods of destruction, I still have this tolerance. Then, I won't be polite. Luo Mu was really not polite. Boom. Luo Mu directly burst out all the power of the dragon god. Of course, Luo Mu exploded the power of the dragon god nearby. If the power of the dragon god covers the entire 7th universe, the universe might be destroyed. Luo Mu is the dragon god, not the gods of destruction, and he didn't want to cause destruction. The universe is gone, so what is there to play? After feeling Luo Mu's burst of dragon god power, Beerus' pupils shrank sharply, the corners of his mouth twitched, and his face became extremely ugly. I'm going to attack, Luo Mu said, and slapped Beerus. Wait a minute. Beerus horrified. Such a powerful divine power, I can't bear it, okay? Luo Mu. It's all started. Who will wait with you? Are you bored? However, Luo Mu also saw Beerus' frightened expression, and immediately withdrew part of the dragon god's power. But wait a minute, that's not Luo Mu's style. I have already recovered part of the power of the dragon god, well, at least half of it has been recovered. Enough to give you face. Beerus watched Luo Mu slap, and at the same time as he said what he said just now, he hurriedly raised his left arm, releasing his divine power to resist. However, it's useless. Chapter 21. Luo Mu directly broke through Beerus' defense. Boom! Immediately afterwards, Luo Mu slapped Beerus on the head. With a muffled sound, Beerus was hit and flew out on the spot, hitting his head directly on the ground. Bang! Crack! Only two different types of crisp sounds were heard, and Beerus' head left a crack on the ground after hitting the ground. The next moment, Beerus' body bounced a few times and slid over 50 meters on the ground before slowly stopping. When he looked again, Beerus had already rolled his eyes and passed out completely. So strong! Luo Mu looked at his hands in surprise. This is still taking back half of the power of the dragon god. If you don't take it back, this guy Beerus is dead by now, right? Luo Mu scratched his head. I didn't know I was so powerful. Whis, he won't die, right? Luo Mu hurriedly asked with concern. Whispers. You didn't do it lightly or hard. If you ask this question now, you are going too far. Just passed out, can't die. Whis sighed. That's good. I'm just competing with him. I don't mean to kill him. I hope you won't be offended. Luo Mu replied. Whis didn't want to talk. You are so serious, and you said you didn't mean to kill him? Lord Beerus almost died just now. I know who you are now. Whis smiled slightly, looked at Luo Mu, and slowly said two words, Dragon God. As expected of an angel, the insight is really amazing. Luo Mu was not surprised. The Dragon God came to the human world, I believe it is no secret to Angel. What's the name? Whis asked. Luo Mu. Did Dragon God Luo Mu practice here? Whis asked directly. Don't get too close, otherwise, if I fight with you, I'm a little embarrassed. Luo Mu said hastily. Whispers. Whis covered his face, not wanting to talk to Luo Mu anymore. Is that all you want to fight? I heard from my companion that the strength of our dragon god is comparable to Angel. Luo Mu looked at Whis with a fiery face. From a literal point of view, comparable to Angel means inferior to Angel, so I want to try. Whispers. Hurry up, give me a quick word. Luo Mu urged. Ahem. Angel is not aggressive. Whis said, covering his forehead. It's okay, you don't like fighting, and I don't like fighting, it's just a simple exchange of ideas. Luo Mu pondered. Whis didn't want to say anything. You still say you are not good at fighting? Simple sparring, isn't it fighting? I really don't want to fight. In fact, it's not Whis cowardice. The problem is, judging from the burst of divine power from Luo Mu, Whis discovered that it is not a matter of time and a half to decide the outcome. If they really fight, if they fight too hard again, do we still need the seventh universe? Whis preliminarily judged that the seventh universe was likely to be destroyed because of his battle with the dragon god. Lord Salama? Why are you here? Whis suddenly looked behind Luo Mu with a surprised expression on his face. Luo Mu froze for a moment. Salama? What is he here for? Luo Mu also immediately looked behind him. However, Luo Mu knew that he had been fooled the moment he turned his head. Where is there any Salama? There is not even a shadow of a person behind him. Looking back at Whis, Luo Mu found that he grabbed Beerus, turned into a bright flame, quickly disappeared into the sky, and disappeared without a trace. Luo Mu. I just want to discuss with you, why did you run away? It's not a real fight. Whispers. Who are you competing with? Is there anyone who has learned from you like this? A slap made Lord Beerus faint? If you fight with me, will our seventh universe still exist? I'm afraid that if the two of us fight against each other, all the lives in the seventh universe will be wiped out in an accidental situation. Do not hit. Isn't it delicious to go home and eat delicious food? Whis ran really fast. Just in the blink of an eye, Luo Mu couldn't see him anymore. Luo Mu. Luo Mu wanted to chase after him, but after thinking about it, he gave up again. In terms of speed, I'm not as good as. Luo Mu shook his head and sighed. Luo Mu believed that even if he chased him, he might not be able to catch up with Whis. This stuff is really fast. And flew away with Beerus. In this way, I may not be able to catch up. Can you hurry up? I was so frightened that I used up all my strength in breastfeeding. Hey, Whis, don't run away, we are just simply exchanging ideas, please slow down. Luo Mu immediately sent a voice transmission. Whis didn't answer. I just won't fight you. If you want to fight, you find other dragon gods to fight. Why are you fighting with me as an angel? We angel, no war. Whis once again increased the speed to the extreme. Luo Mu. Chapter 22. Looking at the vast universe and the disappeared planet Vegeta, Luo Mu was speechless for a while. By the way, Frisia. Just now I was only focused on finding out about Beerus, but I forgot about Frisia. Luo Mu looked around. Frisia was gone too. Forget it, let's fix him when we have a chance. Luo Mu had to make plans for his future. How about, be Frisia's chief of staff? In that way, you can continue to find a planet to make Dragon Ball, and realize your wish as soon as possible. It's just, I'm a god, I'm going to be Frisia's chief of staff? If other dragon gods find out about this kind of thing, will I be ashamed? No. Luo Mu shook his head. Although that might be able to quickly increase the power of the dragon god, it's a shame. Luo Mu will not do shameful things. Well, if you find a random planet. Luo Mu tried to explore the living planet in the seventh universe. Then, Luo Mu found out helplessly. Most planets with high-tech levels are FG Frisia territory. On some relatively primitive planets, it is very troublesome to find the Dragon Ball. To give a simple example, it is like the Earth before the Industrial Age. Dragon Balls are scattered all over the world. With the level of technology at that time, even if you know that you have gathered all the Dragon Balls, you can realize any wish. But the problem is, if you want to collect these Dragon Balls together, it will be difficult to achieve without 10 or 8 years. Moreover, 10 or 8 years is still less to say. No means of transportation. The communication equipment is not working. How to communicate? Tell your companions by writing that I found the Dragon Ball? We agreed to meet somewhere? This is why Luo Mu is looking for a high-tech planet. Finding Dragon Ball is easy only if you have high technology. Another point is that Luo Mu will not choose a race like Namek that has no competition in the world and the elders alone have the final say. The Namek people have few wishes at present. Having no desires and desires is the best wish for them. After choosing, Luo Mu thinks it's better to go to the Earth. After going to the Earth, Luo Mu intends to go to Bulma's home and ask Bulma's father to find a way to make the Dragon Ball radar. In this way, the era of the world looking for the Dragon Ball will begin. Good. Just do it. Earth. Go. Here I come. Luo Mu pointed forward with his big hand. Call out. Luo Mu, together with the temple under his feet, turned into a golden light, and flew towards the direction of the Milky Way. Luo Mu felt it silently. From here to the earth, it will only take 10 minutes. However, if I increase the power of the dragon god to 2000, I should be able to reach the speed of Whis. As for who is stronger? There is no comparison, so it's hard to say. Being fast doesn't mean you're better than me. Call out. Whis landed on Beerus planet with Beerus. Hey! Whis let out a foul breath, and carefully looked at Beerus' injuries. It's okay, not too serious. It was also Luo Mu who recovered most of his divine power in time. Otherwise, Lord Beerus will really die. After this period of recuperation, Beerus' injury is gradually recovering. Whis held his chin and thought for a while. If Lord Beerus wakes up, he won't drag me to fight the dragon god, will he? Well, it's really possible. Whis nodded affirmatively. Boom! Immediately afterwards, Whis took the scepter, and a scepter hit Beerus on the head. Ho ho! Master Beerus will forget the existence of dragon god now. I'm so smart. Whis covered his mouth and smiled, snapping his fingers. Snapped. The clothes on Beerus had a new look. Immediately afterwards, Whis waved his hand. Call out. Beerus flew slowly to the bed where he was sleeping, and landed steadily. Sleep, sleep, forget about that guy, so you may feel better. The scepter in Whis' hand shot out with flames, hitting Beerus on the head. Gradually, the big bag that Whis knocked out on Beerus's head gradually retracted and disappeared. Okay, Master Beerus will sleep for another 20 years, and when he wakes up, he will completely forget about Luo Mu. Whis smiled slightly. After thinking about it, Whis was still not at ease. What if that guy Luo Mu beats Lord Beerus again in his dream? No, you have to block Luo Mu's dream interference. Shua! The angel scepter in Whis' hand bloomed out of the realm of God, covering Beerus' body. In this way, Luo Mu can no longer repair Beerus through dreams. Chapter 23. In fact, when Luo Mu repaired Beerus through dreams, it was mainly an obsession. Luo Mu did not expect that Beerus had the same dream. Now that Luo Mu can be sure that his own strength surpasses Beerus, naturally he will not target him again. After dealing with the Beerus matter thoroughly, Whis took a deep breath. I'll go find something to eat. Whis muttered. At this moment, the scepter in Whis' hand vibrated. Whis knew that someone was contacting him, and immediately started the video call mode through the scepter. Hello, sister. Whis greeted with a smile. Whis, have you heard of Dragon God? Vados asked directly. Is my sister looking for me because of the Dragon God? Whis asked. So you already know. Vados smiled. I just found out. Whis said, and there was nothing to hide. He immediately told Vados everything that happened on his side, and told Vados, Sister, don't tell Lord Kampa, otherwise Lord Kampa will laugh at Lord Beerus if he finds out. Of course, as for Whis escaping and refusing to challenge Luo Mu, Vados will not be told. Speak well. Vados nodded. My sister called me, is there a dragon god who has experienced in the 6th universe? Whis asked. Since my sister talked about the dragon god, then there should be a dragon god in the 6th universe. Otherwise, my sister wouldn't be able to ask that question. Well, her name is Sui, and she made dragon balls on a certain planet. Vados replied. Snow? Is it a female dragon god? Whis asked again. Yes. Vados nodded slightly, it's a very beautiful girl. Is it really appropriate to call a girl this kind of name for a dragon god? Whis sighed, dragon gods are like us, but they all have a lifespan of hundreds of millions of years. I don't care, I'm just a girl. Vados gave Whis a blank look. Whispers. By the way, Lord Grand Priest, let me inform you that we don't want to interfere with the experience of the dragon god, let them do whatever they want. Vados said the main purpose of this call, especially when it involves them challenging our angel. In such a situation, we must not fight. I see, I understand. Whis nodded solemnly. Whis wiped his sweat while talking. I really didn't fight. I can run faster than anyone else. Whis, the dragon god of your universe, wouldn't you have challenged you? Vados saw Whis wiping his sweat through the scepter. Ho ho, nothing. Whis denied. Can't tell my sister, have I already run away? What a shame. We didn't fight because it would shatter the universe. Whis hurriedly returned to the topic just now. That's not true. Vados shook his head. No. Whis was taken aback. Master Grand Priest said that in a real fight, we may not be their opponents. Of course, it also depends on the strength of the dragon god. Their dragon god's power is equivalent to our angel's power. Vados explained, tell me, if we lose to dragon god, will we be ashamed? Ho ho, it seems that we have to practice hard. Just like what my sister said, it's easy to say if you don't fight, and it's really embarrassing to lose in a fight. Whis nodded slightly. Yeah, as long as you understand. Vados smiled, that's it, let's talk sometime. Okay sister. Whis nodded. Snapped. Call ended. Whis was lost in thought. Dragon god, is it so powerful? Will our angel family lose to dragon god? How do I want to try it? But soon, Whis shook his head vigorously again. I'm angel, and I'm not warlike. 20 minutes later. The floating temple of Luo Mu entered the galaxy. Now that it has entered the Milky Way, it is very close to the Earth. Almost in a blink of an eye, Luo Mu's temple has already appeared in the sky above the Earth. Earth, temple. Mr. Popo, today's weather is good, it is suitable for cultivation. The god said to Mr. Popo with a smile. Yes, Lord God. Mr. Popo nodded. Look, there is not even a cloud in the sky. The god smiled. Mr. Popo. Isn't there no cloud in the sky? The clouds are all below us. By the way, that old cat doesn't come to play with me recently, do you want to harass him? Tian Shen muttered a little bored. Chapter 24. The gods of this period are actually quite boring. After all, the whole world is still very peaceful. No evil person appears. My lord, would you like to invite immortal Jialan to sit in the temple? Mr. Popo suggested. Forget it, since he gave away the wish stick, he has to pick it up every time he comes up, it's not troublesome enough. God sighed, find a chance to teach him flying technique. Yes, my lord. Mr. Popo scratched his head. Immortal Jialan knows flying technique, right? Just not very skilled. It seems that there is no need to teach, right? Two very powerful energy reactions suddenly appeared in the past 2 days. I think I must have made a mistake. The god sighed, it's good if there is no. If there is, the earth will face annihilation. What? Lord God? Really? Mr. Popo was sweating. Maybe it's just my perception is wrong. Tian Shen smiled slightly, how could there be such a heaven-defying energy? Mr. Popo's eyes widened. Heaven-defying energy? How bad can it be? Let me put it this way, these two energies can easily destroy the earth. The god's expression became serious. Mr. Popo's expression changed again and again. Easily destroy the earth? It's also horrible. Fortunately, these two energies have settled down now. Tian Shen smiled gratifiedly. While talking, the sky suddenly darkened. It was as if something was covering the sky. That. Lord God, what is that? Mr. Popo's face changed color again, and he raised his head and pointed at the huge monster that appeared above the temple. What? The god was also confused. Looking at the past, the god saw a floating object that looked like an enlarged version of the temple. Right above him, about 1,000 meters away. What's the situation? Tian Shen was stunned. Is it an alien visitor? Where did this thing come from? After a brief silence. I'll go and have a look. You stay. As the god said, he immediately flew into the sky. Snapped. The gods descended on Luo Mu's temple. The god looked over silently. What a majestic building! This place is much larger than the scale of my own temple. Moreover, the materials and styles of these buildings are completely different from those on earth. Where the hell did this come from? The gods quickly scanned, but did not find a single person. No one. Tian Shen breathed a sigh of relief. If there is no one, the situation seems to be more optimistic. If anyone is on this temple. God shuddered. If someone is really in this kind of place, he must be an expert, right? Call. The god let out a foul breath. Coming. Suddenly, a voice came from nearby. The gods were terrified. Here, come here. Luo Mu smiled and walked out of a certain room. The god looked at Luo Mu in shock. Earthlings? It's not right. How could earthlings live in such a place? Who is he? Divine power surged from the body of the god, and he quickly checked the other party's identity. However, to no avail. How could the pseudo-god power of the gods see through Luo Mu? Don't try to test me. Luo Mu smiled. Tenjin tried to calm himself down and stepped forward. From now on, change the name of your temple to the false temple, and mine is the real temple. Luo Mu said with a smile. God. False temple? This name is so ugly. Who are you? God asked. Dragon God, Luo Mu. Dragon God. God frowned. Never heard of such a god. What is Dragon God? It's normal not to have heard of it, because you are just an ordinary human being. Even if you are a god, you are just an insignificant inferior god. Luo Mu said bluntly. There's nothing polite about talking to a tiny human being. Inferior god. The god wiped his sweat. Earth's Dragon Ball, you made it, right? Luo Mu smiled. You even know about the Dragon Ball. Tian Shen was stunned. Today, I will let you witness the real Dragon Ball. Luo Mu smiled slightly. The real Dragon Ball? God is a little suspicious of life. How? Is the Dragon Ball I made fake? Shua. Luo Mu slightly raised his hand. Immediately, 7 stone eggs with a diameter of about 1 meter appeared on the scene. Luo Mu unhurriedly took out his ape Shenron. God's eyes widened. What is that golden bump? It looks a little unpleasant. Call out. Luo Mu shot out a dragon god's power from his index finger, hitting the ape's body. Immediately, the ape opened its golden eyes, and spit out a golden light from its mouth. The golden glow shot at the 7 stone eggs. Call out. The stone balls soared into the sky. Chapter 25. SHHHHHH. The stone egg was divided into 7 parts high above the sky, and turned into 7 golden flames, flying towards all parts of the world. Shua. The golden ape also disappeared all of a sudden. Well, the real Dragon Ball has been resurrected. Luo Mu smiled slightly. The resurrection of Luo Mu's Dragon Ball is intended to use these Dragon Balls to absorb the aura of the earth. Simply put, it is to transform the minerals of planet Vegeta into the material of the earth. In this way, Dragon Ball can play a better role. Of course, even if you don't absorb the aura of the earth or something, the Dragon Ball can fulfill your wish. But doing that would not do Luo Mu any good. Because, it will not increase the power of the Dragon God. Only the Dragon Ball suitable for the planet will bring the power of the Dragon God to the Dragon God. You can also make Dragon Balls. God figured it out. This is one more colleague. You said it earlier. Are you here to suppress your colleagues? That's right, competition is the driving force. Tian Shen subconsciously believed that this was a colleague who made Dragon Ball. Your question is too incompetent. What do you mean I can also make Dragon Balls? Luo Mu rolled his eyes at the god. Let me tell you this, you Namek people just collected Salama by accident. The Dragon Ball fragments produced have the ability to create Dragon Balls through their own special abilities. People from Namek. The god was a little confused. What Namek people? You see, you have even forgotten your life experience. Luo Mu smiled and explained, you are from Namek, and your hometown is in the distant Namek. The ability you have to make Dragon Balls is much better than that on Namek, everyone has it. I'm from Namek. The god's eyes widened. Am I an alien? No wonder I look different from people on Earth. I am from Namek, what about you? The god asked again. Didn't I just say that? I am the dragon god, the real god. Luo Mu became a little impatient, you came just in time. From today onwards, my true temple will be cleaned and tidied up by you, understand? Is it gone? God. Do you take me as a follower? Look, your face is full of dissatisfaction. Luo Mu sighed, you said you would only accept it if I beat you up. My friend of the dragon god, you may not be my opponent. The god of heaven smiled confidently. Luo Mu. Who gave you confidence? Even Beerus doesn't have such strong self-confidence, okay? It seems that the lower the god, the more advanced his self-confidence. Luo Mu was really too lazy to do anything, he was so worried that if he didn't pay attention, he would kill the god. It's like you are catching an ant. If you accidentally use force, the ant will be crushed to death by you. In Luo Mu's eyes, what is the difference between the current god and a small ant? Shua. Luo Mu directly released a little bit of dragon god's power. God was stunned. Snapped. The god was almost uncontrollable, his knees softened, and he knelt beside Luo Mu at that time. This is the suppression of the position between god and god. The gap is too big. Now, do you understand your mission? Luo Mu looked at the god with a smile on his face. Tian Shen didn't speak, but felt his throat was dry and his pupils were full of doubts. And when he found that Luo Mu was staring at him, the god suddenly reacted and nodded in agreement. I'll come back to check after a while. If you don't work well, I will punish you. Luo Mu smiled and stepped forward to pat the god of God on the shoulder. The god was so frightened that his whole body trembled, and cold sweat rolled down his face. Call out! Luo Mu flew into the sky and fell down. When passing the false temple, Luo Mu waved to Mr. Popo. Mr. Popo waved his hand with a confused look on his face. Who is this person? Do I know you well? Where is God? There are several more question marks on Mr. Popo's head. Call out! Luo Mu continued to fall. Soon, Luo Mu saw Immortal Jialan. Immortal Jialan was also slightly taken aback, and silently glanced at Luo Mu. A stranger went to the temple? Who is this kid? Why don't I know it? He can fly? So amazing! Just thinking like this, Immortal Jialan noticed that young man flew over again. If it weren't for the fact that Luo Mu didn't have a trace of evil energy fluctuations on his body, Immortal Jialan would have been vigilant long ago. Excuse me, where is the headquarters of Universal Capsule Company? Luo Mu asked. Universal Capsule Company. Immortal Jialan pointed to the rising sun in the east. You lied to me. I remember that I was in the western capital, but you pointed to the east. Luo Mu said with a straight face. Chapter 26. Ahem. It's the western capital, which is the center of the earth for reference. From Jialan Tower, it is indeed necessary to travel eastward, which is about 4,000 kilometers. Immortal Jialan wiped his sweat. I lie to you? Why should I lie to you? I have no reason to lie to you. If I can't find it, can I come back and beat you up? Luo Mu asked. Immortal Jialan. Wish me luck. Luo Mu smiled. Call out. Luo Mu turned into a golden light and flew towards the headquarters of Universal Capsule Company. Seeing the back of Luo Mu leaving, the corners of Immortal Jialan's mouth twitched. Who the hell is this kid? It's too much to draw. Correct. He came down from the temple. It can't be the apprentice that the old guy of Tianshan just accepted. There is this possibility. This old guy didn't even say a word about accepting his apprentice, and secretly took it to the temple without telling me. How unkind. Old guy, are you there? Immortal Jialan quickly summoned the gods in the sky through telepathy. What's the matter? The god was depressed. Such a large temple is several times the size of his own temple, and it needs to be cleaned every day. Am I still a god? I have become a servant. Is that kid your new apprentice? Immortal Jialan asked with a smile. He has good aptitude, but he's too arrogant. Do you think I can beat him? The face of the god of heaven changed at that time, and it became extremely ugly. Speak up, old guy. Immortal Jialan was a little strange. Don't say anything. You say something. Do you know who he is? The god said in a deep voice. Isn't it your apprentice? Immortal Jialan asked. No, you're overthinking. The god denied. Not your apprentice? How is it possible? Immortal Jialan was stunned. He is the dragon god. The god replied. Dragon god? What dragon god? Immortal Jialan looked confused. I haven't heard of it. I don't know. The god replied. Immortal Jialan. You do not know? Then your tone is still so serious. In short, his divine dimension has surpassed mine by a lot. The god said word by word. What? Could it be, is he the realm king who came down to practice? Immortal Jialan's eyes widened. It's possible. The god nodded slightly. Based on the knowledge of these two people, in this universe, the greatest god is Kaio. How did they know that there was a great realm king above the realm king? And on top of King Kai there is Supreme Kai. Although the status of Supreme Kai and gods of destruction is equal, but in comparison, the status of gods of destruction is higher. On top of gods of destruction there is angel. Leading the angel is the Grand Priest. In addition to the Grand Priest, there is also Zeno who can wipe out the entire universe with a flick of his hand. These, as the gods and immortals of the earth, do not know. For Luo Mu, the distance of more than 4,000 kilometers is just a flick of a finger. But Luo Mu was not in a hurry. This is the earth, which is somewhat similar to the earth in his previous life, but completely different. A whole different world. The air quality of this world is much higher than that of my previous life. Moreover, many places on the earth retain the original ecology of virgin forests. It seems that in this world, human beings are still very concerned about the protection of the environment. Luo Mu walked slowly, overlooking the ground. Steamed Bun Mountains. A makeshift stone house. Outside the house, there are two scions in battle suits. The house is basically done. Next, I'll go find something to eat. Burdock silently looked at the stone house that had just been built, and said to Jin. The shape of this house. Can people live in it? Jin wiped his sweat. It should be possible. Burdock smiled wryly. If it really doesn't work, I'll catch a few craftsmen in the next 2 days and let them build houses for us. Your house is leaking from all directions, you should catch the craftsmen. Jin said, suddenly pointing to the sky. Hey? What is that? Burdock also looked in the direction Jin was pointing. I saw a golden light appearing in a distant place. The speed of the golden light was not very fast, and it was soaring in the sky. Looks like a human. Burdock mused. No way. Didn't you say that under the strength of humans on this planet, Kakarot could sweep the planet by turning into a giant ape? Jin's face changed slightly. Someone can fly. Explain what? It shows that the strength of human beings on this planet is not low. Don't worry, I'll go and eliminate these hidden dangers. Burdock smiled slightly. If he's not a bad guy, forget it. Jin thought for a while and suggested. Burdock glanced at Jin, but didn't speak. Call out. The next moment, Burdock turned into a streak of white light and flew in the direction of Luo Mu. Chapter 27. Snapped. Burdock appeared directly in front of Luo Mu, blocking Luo Mu's way. Unexpectedly, on such a low-life planet, there are still people who have the ability to fly. Burdock narrowed his eyes and looked at Luo Mu. Burdock had heard of Luo Mu's name, but hadn't seen it. How can God be easily seen? Oh? It's Burdock? It's such a coincidence that you can meet them. Luo Mu was slightly startled, and a faint smile appeared on his face immediately. With such a big temple, the gods can't handle it alone, right? Let Burdock do the cleaning for me, it should be fine. You know me? Burdock looked shocked. How can this be? On a planet in this distant galaxy, can someone actually call me by my name? This is too sci-fi, right? You and your wife Jin came to Earth by making a wish to Shenron, right? Luo Mu smiled. You even know about the Dragon Ball. Burdock was shocked. What a normal thing. Luo Mu smiled. Burdock. Is this normal? Unusual. If this is normal, it will be a ghost. It is impossible for anyone on this planet to know me. My name is Luo Mu. Luo Mu smiled and said his name. Burdock was taken aback for a moment, then his pupils shrank sharply, and his face changed again and again. Now, you know my identity. Luo Mu smiled. You are the dragon god. Burdock was stunned. Well, bow down. Luo Mu nodded. Burdock. Are you too direct? This makes me kneel down? Burdock's expression struggled. Bow down? I do not want. Besides, are you a real dragon god? Luo Mu just looked at Burdock with a smile, not in a hurry. After a brief hesitation, Burdock seemed to have made a decision, and then fell from the air and knelt directly on the ground. There was no room for Burdock's disbelief. Because, here is too far away from planet Vegeta. Apart from Dragon God himself, how could other people appear on Earth? Didn't see Kakarot still navigating the universe? The key question is, he still knows me. Jin, who was not far away, also noticed this weird scene, and was a little dazed. Burdock, why are you kneeling? Jin came quickly. Burdock, what happened? Jin asked very confused. Get down on your knees. Burdock shouted hastily. Hey! Jin blinked her beautiful eyes, her expression full of doubts. Kneel down? That's not your Burdock style. Jin looked up towards the sky and saw a handsome young man. In terms of age, it's less than 20 years old, right? But seriously, it's so handsome. Jin looked at it, her face flushed. Burdock. Are you insane? He is God. Do you even dare to blaspheme God? Burdock was truly speechless for his wife. He's the Dragon God. That man is the Dragon God. Burdock said hastily. Ah? Dragon God? Is it true? Jin was stunned. Are you kidding? Isn't Dragon God in planet Vegeta? Why did he come to Earth? Since the Shenron summoned by the Dragon Ball he made can transport us here, isn't it normal for him to come to Earth? Burdock was not surprised. You're right, Burdock, maybe I think he's too handsome, my brain can't keep up with the rhythm. Jin scratched her head and smiled, then knelt down. Burdock. Luo Mu slowly landed in front of the two of them, still suspended in the air. Master Dragon God has also come to Earth? How is planet Vegeta? Jin asked quickly. Let Frieza ruin it. Luo Mu replied. What? You mean, planet Vegeta has been destroyed? Burdock's face changed color. Not bad. Luo Mu nodded. So, how many surviving scions are there? Burdock shuddered. Not many, only a handful. Luo Mu smiled. Burdock fell silent. Jin's expression also changed again and again. Our planet is really destroyed? Burdock's concerns are not unfounded. Fortunately, we came to the Earth ahead of time. You two are the first people who collected my Dragon Ball, so you are destined to me. From now on, you will live in my temple and clean up for me. Luo Mu thought, thinking, looking at the two of them. Burdock and Jin looked up at Luo Mu. You mean, let us be your servants? We are a fighting nation, we have pride. Think about it first. If you figure it out, fly in that direction. You will see a pillar that reaches the sky. There is a temple above the pillar. Go. Luo Mu smiled slightly, and after saying this, it turned into a golden light and disappeared in a flash. What? So fast? Burdock was taken aback. Chapter 28. Jin rubbed his eyes even harder. Jin couldn't see how Luo Mu disappeared at all. It is too fast. Then, Burdock pulled Jin to his feet. Burdock, what do you think? Jin asked. Humph, we are scion, we are a fighting nation. Are we willing to be servants? Burdock clenched his fists. Kneeling down just now is because the Dragon God sent us to the Earth. The planet where Kakarot is about to descend. However, if you ask us to be your servants and clean up for you, you are going too far. Burdock, think about it carefully. The Dragon Ball made by the Dragon God can fulfill any wish. We are by his side. Is there any wish that cannot be fulfilled? Jin looked up at the sky. Now our detector destroyed, even if Kakarot came to the Earth, we don't know where he will land? But, if we follow the Dragon God, can the Dragon God not know? Burdock was silent. Also, I believe Lord Dragon God must know about Super Saiyan or Super Saiyan God, right? Jin said again. Burdock's eyes lit up. If you follow Lord Dragon God and let him point out, wouldn't you be able to become a Super Saiyan, Burdock? Jin asked a little excitedly. Super Saiyan. Burdock's eyes sparkled. Super Saiyan. This statement is really too tempting. Not to mention Super Saiyan God who is still on top of Super Saiyan. If he can really make me Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God, no, even Super Saiyan, what's the shame of me being his servant? Burdock smiled. So, that's what we've decided. Jin asked. Let's go. Burdock nodded. Whoa. Whoa. The two of them turned into two white lights and flew towards the direction of Jialan Tower. The God of Heaven turned around on the Temple of the True God, browsed the scenery of the Temple of the True God, and then came down from above. Cleaning? Think too much. Don't I have the servant Mr. Popo? Just let him do the cleaning. Why should I do it myself? God, what happened? Mr. Popo hurriedly asked when he saw the face of God was a little heavy. It's not a big deal. The God smiled reluctantly. Mr. Popo. Not a big deal? Your eyes have betrayed you. Also, who is that person who came down from above? A man who claims to be the Dragon God is above us, but he has left now. The God smiled. Dragon God. Mr. Popo scratched his head, doubts written all over his dark face. Bobo, how do you say I treat you? The God asked. God treats me very well. Mr. Popo didn't understand why God said this suddenly. Bobo, I have always regarded you as my own son. Tian Shen sighed. Bobo. Am I older than you? I followed the previous God. You were a kid when you came here. Bobo, from today on, in addition to cleaning our temple, you should also clean the temple above. The God stepped forward and patted Mr. Popo on the shoulder, and looked up at the sky. Bobo. You talk about it, just for this matter? No problem. Mr. Popo readily agreed at that time. Is that boy a dragon god? Dragon god? Seems interesting. And, he even greeted me. The dragon god must be a very polite god. God. You promised too happily, right? And the gods also found out that Bobo's eyes were full of anticipation. It seems that he wants to go to the temple above to clean up immediately. God doesn't want to talk to Bobo anymore. Then God, shall I go up now? Mr. Popo quickly suggested. God really wanted to kick him away. Are you as active as you are? What? What's going on? Who is it? The god of heaven was full of shock, looking diagonally behind. What's wrong? Lord God? Bobo asked. Shhhhh. Just as he was talking, he saw two white ons coming quickly from a distance. Crack! Crack! Burdock and Jin landed on the temple one after the other, silently looking at the god and Bobo. The Namek people. Burdock was slightly taken aback. Aliens. Jin was also taken aback for a moment. Why are they on Earth? Yes, he is from Namek. Burdock nodded lightly. It is said that hundreds of years ago, the climate of Namek suddenly became extremely harsh, and many Namek people left their hometown. I think he should be one of those people, one of them. Chapter 29. So that's how it is. Jin nodded lightly, but then again, is this a temple? It's so big. God was stunned. Who are they? Why does this man say I'm from Namek? By the way, I remembered. That dragon god said the same thing. Could it be that I am really from Namek? The god looked at Burdock and Jin warily, cold sweat dripping down his face. Terrible. These two people are simply too scary. Even scarier than that dragon god. Let alone a man, even this woman gives people a strong sense of oppression. It's hard to breathe just by looking at it. How could there be such a terrible person in this world? Who are you? The god trembled with fright. People of Namek, don't be afraid, we won't make things difficult for you. Jin smiled and explained, the dragon god asked us to come here. From now on, we are the dragon god's servants. Servant of the dragon god. The god of heaven shrank his pupils. Has the dragon god subdued even such a powerful human being? It turns out to be Lord Dragon God. The god laughed, but this is not the temple of Lord Dragon God. The temple of Dragon God is still 1,000 meters above. Burdock looked up and glanced up. Sure enough, Burdock could vaguely see that there was indeed a suspended temple above. Jin, let's go. Burdock greeted Jin. Whoa! Whoa! The two of them turned into two streaks of white light, and rushed towards the top quickly. And after seeing Burdock and Jin leave, Celestial was so frightened that he sat down on the ground, panting heavily. Terrible. They are simply horrible. Didn't I go to clean up? Bobo muttered in a low voice. God really wanted to beat Bobo to death. Can you have a longer face? Universal Capsule Company headquarters, in the Research Institute. What? You said you want me to hold a press conference? You said that there is something called Dragon Ball on Earth that I invented? Then you can summon Shenron to make any wish if you collect 7 Dragon Balls. Dr. Breves adjusted his glasses and looked at the young man in front of him in surprise. Look, this is Dragon Ball. Luo Mu snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the appearance of Dragon Ball appeared in the void. This thing looks a bit familiar. Dr. Breves pondered, I seem to have seen it somewhere. Outside. Sister, I'm going to hide, don't cheat and peep. Bulma, I'm already my age, I'm going to play tricks on you like a kid. Bulma, just 6 years old, is playing hide and seek with her older sister Tais. Taisai starts counting. Although Taisai said she would not play tricks, she still took a sneak peek. Bulma didn't know it at all, entered the warehouse, found a hidden place and hid it. Just when Bulma was hiding, he suddenly saw a golden glow flashing in the corner. What? Bulma was slightly taken aback, and walked up curiously. Bulma took a closer look, and suddenly found that there was a spherical bead in the corner. The bead is not big, Bulma's little hand can just grab it with one hand. And on this bead, there is a faint golden glow. In addition, inside the bead, there are two small red stars. What is this? Bulma scratched his head and went forward to grab the Dragon Ball. Shua! However, just as Bulma stretched out his hand, the Dragon Ball disappeared strangely. Bulma's eyes widened, shock written all over his face. Immediately afterwards, Bulma rubbed his eyes vigorously. Am I hallucinating? Why did that thing suddenly disappear? So amazing! In the Research Institute. This is the Dragon Ball? I seem to have seen it somewhere. Dr. Beerus silently looked at the projection created by Luo Mu. That's right, there is a small Dragon Ball in your warehouse. Luo Mu smiled slightly, and immediately used the power of the Dragon God to directly take the small Dragon Ball made by the God of Heaven. This is why the Dragon Ball in front of Bulma disappeared. That's it. Luo Mu threw the Dragon Ball to Dr. Beerus. Dr. Beerus picked it up in a hurry, put it in front of his eyes and looked carefully, nodded and said, I remember, I picked it up outside. I kept it at home, but I don't know where to throw it after cleaning up the house gone. Luo Mu smiled slightly. You mean, is this the Dragon Ball? If you collect 7 of them, you can grant any wish. Dr. Beerus looked at Luo Mu and asked. Chapter 30. To put it simply, the wishes that can be fulfilled by this Dragon Ball are limited. Luo Mu said with a smile, for example, if someone dies from illness, then they cannot be resurrected through this Dragon Ball. But this large Dragon Ball, but this restriction can be lifted, even if it is sick and dead, it can also be resurrected. Simply put, this small Dragon Ball is called Dragon Ball Mini, and this large Dragon Ball is called Dragon Ball Pro. Dr. Beerus. Goddamn Mini and Pro. Well, at least I get it. It means that a small Dragon Ball can only fulfill a limited number of wishes, and a large Dragon Ball can realize more wishes. Dr. Beerus, I know you are a scientist, but you are also a businessman. Luo Mu smiled. Luo Mu said so, there is no problem at all. How could Dr. Beerus be the richest man in the world if he wasn't a businessman? If you can manufacture a detection radar that collects Dragon Balls and sell them at a high price, do you think anyone will buy them? Luo Mu smiled slightly. Dr. Beerus' eyes lit up. You stay and study this Dragon Ball carefully. I believe in you. It's fine. Luo Mu patted Dr. Beerus on the shoulder, and immediately soared into the sky and flew away from the open-air research institute. Dr. Beerus' eyes widened and he adjusted his glasses. He can fly? Am I right? Dr. Beerus looked up at the sky, silently lost in thought. At this time, Bulma ran in, and after seeing the Dragon Ball in his father's hand, his face was full of surprise. Dad, what you are holding in your hand? This is called Dragon Ball. It is said that there are 7 balls in total. After collecting 7 balls, you can summon Shenron and make any wish come true. Dr. Beerus touched his daughter's head and said with a smile. Humph, do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? I don't believe it. Bulma pouted and snorted, I'm just curious, why did this thing suddenly get into Dad's hands when it was in the warehouse? Dr. Beerus didn't want to talk. This is a bit cumbersome to explain. You won't believe it either. Luo Mu returned to the temple again. As long as the exact location of the Dragon Ball is not told to humans, it is not cheating. Moreover, even if Dr. Beerus made the Dragon Ball radar, it was to detect the Dragon Ball made by the gods. Of course, the Dragon Ball made by Luo Mu will also be shown on the radar by the way. My true temple, have you cleaned it? Luo Mu asked as he landed beside the god. Ah? Didn't you have a servant to go up and clean it? The god quickly replied. So, are you lazy? Luo Mu narrowed his eyes and looked at the god. This. I'm going to clean it. The god was terrified, and was about to leave for the true temple. Forget it, I'm easy to talk, don't be afraid. Luo Mu grinned. Shua. Luo Mu turned into a golden glow, which disappeared in a flash. Soon, Luo Mu returned to his true temple. Burdock and Jin hurried forward to kneel and salute. It's fine to just attach yourself and salute in the future. Luo Mu smiled, told the two to get up, and pointed to the servant's house in the distance. That house will be your residence from now on. Yes, Lord Dragon God. Burdock nodded. Jin hesitated to speak. Luo Mu saw it, smiled at Jin, and asked, Jin, you want to ask me how long it will take before your son Kakarot arrives on Earth? Ah! Lord Dragon God, you know all about it. Jin's beautiful eyes widened. To be precise, there are still 61 days. Luo Mu said, by then, his universe spaceship will land near Baizai Mountain. Mountain of Buns. Jin was taken aback. After landing, a martial artist named Sun Gohan will pick him up, change his name to Sun Goku, and raise him up. Luo Mu continued. Then, we. Jin trembled. That's me and Burdock's kid. How could we let an ordinary earthling raise him? It's best for you not to meddle in Kakarot's affairs. Without your meddling, his future achievements will be limitless. Luo Mu smiled slightly, of course, it's up to you, after all, he is your own son. But if it changes him, even if it is me, in this time and space, it is impossible to change it back. Lord Dragon God, how big will Kakarot be in the future? Burdock couldn't help asking. Your combat strength is 12,000 now, right? Luo Mu looked at Burdock. Burdock nodded slightly. Do you know what Kakarot's combat power will be in the future? Luo Mu asked with a smile. A million. Burdock guessed. Is it that high? I think Kakarot's combat power can reach 200,000, and I'm very satisfied. Jin said hastily. 1 million is too little, let's guess higher. Luo Mu smiled. 1 million is too little. Burdock was taken aback. Jin's eyes lit up a little. 1 million is too little? How much is that? 5 million. Burdock continued to speculate. Too little. Luo Mu shook his head. Burdock began to wipe away his sweat. Does this kid have such great potential? Chapter 31. 10 million. Jin asked immediately. Too little, you all have to guess boldly, don't limit yourself to the unit of 10,000. Luo Mu reprimanded. Burdock. Jin. The two of them didn't know what to say. Don't be limited to the unit of 10,000. That's hundreds of millions? Hundreds of millions of combat power? Are you kidding me? The corner of Burdock's mouth twitched. Really? Can Kakarot grow to a combat power of hundreds of millions? Jin also had a look of disbelief. If you want to say that the combat power is several million, the two can still accept it. But now you say that the combat power is hundreds of millions. This is a bit of a fantasy. Hundreds of millions of combat power can kill us with just one breath. Jin muttered to himself. Wrong. Luo Mu sighed and shook his head slightly. I just said, how can there be hundreds of millions of combat power? Jin giggled. Burdock continued to wipe away his sweat. Hundreds of millions of combat power? Too little. Luo Mu reprimanded angrily, it seems that from your perspective, the combat power is only 100 million. Hey? Is it higher than a billion? Jin was dumbfounded, feeling his throat was a little dry. Burdock, what's behind a billion? A trillion. Yeah, mega. Burdock continued to wipe away his sweat. Are you kidding? Lord Dragon God. Do you mean that Kakarot's combat power will be calculated in megabytes? Jin asked hastily. Zhao? Do you think it's enough? Luo Mu smiled slightly. Burdock fell silent. Jin's tender body trembled violently. Isn't the fighting power of Shang Zhao not enough? Behind Zhao is Jing, behind Jing is Guy, and behind Guy is Zhu. Luo Mu mused, if you do the math, you have to calculate it according to Zhu. Jin's eyes blurred and he almost fainted. The corners of Burdock's mouth couldn't help twitching, too. After a while of silence. Jin, are you sure he's our son? Burdock asked over his shoulder. Jin shot Burdock a look. What do you mean? I didn't mean that. I meant to ask, how could he have such a high combat power? Burdock laughed quickly, and looked at Luo Mu suspiciously. Lord Dragon God is not fooling us, is he? Shang Zu's fighting power. Who would believe it? At least I don't believe it. What? Feel like I'm fooling you? Luo Mu smiled, do you think you have the right to let me fool you? Burdock. Jin. Yes. It seems that we really don't have the right to let Lord Dragon God fool you. Although he is immortal, he stands shoulder to shoulder with a god. Luo Mu smiled and said, this is my evaluation of Son Goku, also known as Kakarot. Then, how about Master Bai Longshan? Jin asked cautiously. Don't compare with me. Luo Mu smiled, compare with me, you will be desperate. Jin didn't want to talk anymore. His son's future achievements are comparable to God's, but in the end he can't compare with Dragon God. So, what is the combat power of this Lord Dragon God? Actually, if Burdock is willing to practice hard, you may be able to reach your son's level. Luo Mu looked at Burdock. Me too. Burdock froze. Jin quickly kicked Burdock. Burdock looked at Jin with a confused look on his face. What are you kicking me for? Jin winked vigorously. Burdock suddenly realized, and immediately realized that he knelt down and said respectfully, please teach me, Lord Dragon God, I want to become stronger. Don't worry, I will give you some advice when I have time. Luo Mu smiled slightly. A week later, Dr. Beerus called a press conference. The theme of the press conference is, Dragon Ball Era, Set Sail. Yes, if you collect all 7 Dragon Balls, any wish will come true. Of course, Shenron will not respond to your excessive wishes, but some basic wishes, such as restoring youthful vitality, resurrecting loved ones, and having certain weight, it's still achievable. Dr. Beerus adjusted his glasses and explained into the microphone, Dragon Balls are scattered all over the world, and it's not easy to find them, so I invented this Dragon Ball again. Ball radar. As he spoke, Dr. Beerus shook the radar in his hand. Right now, the Dragon Ball radar is on pre-sale. The price is 10 billion yuan each, and there are 100 pieces in total. The quantity is limited and will be sold out. Dr. Beerus said while holding his glasses, you can log into Universal Capsule Company's official website for snapping up. The King's Palace. The king silently watched the news broadcast on TV. Dragon Ball? Can any wish come true? Is it true or not? The king was dubious. Chapter 32. If this news is told by others, the king will not believe it. But that's Dr. Beerus, the greatest scientist in the world. Dr. Beerus invented the universal capsule, and since then, there is no need to worry about the parking space. A small capsule can contain a car or even a house. Isn't it amazing? Amazing. If the king and others hadn't witnessed this miracle with their own eyes, no one would have believed that there was such a weird thing. Now, Dr. Beerus has invented the Dragon Ball that can grant any wish? Wait, why don't you make the wish come true yourself? There is such a good thing, you said you want to share it with everyone? If I secretly fulfill my wish, what else can we do? The guard on the side said with a smile. The king agreed, and suddenly felt that Dr. Beerus was not very reliable. Someone may ask me, why don't I fulfill my wish myself? Dr. Beerus smiled, "You say, I am so rich, do I have any wishes to fulfill? Or, please Shenron sent me a dozen beauties? Wow, just kidding, my wife will beat me." The reporters at the scene also laughed. Dr. Beerus is so funny. But, when you think about it, it's not quite right. Aren't you very rich? Then you still sell Dragon Ball radar, 10 billion won? It is simply sky high. The reason why I sell the Dragon Ball radar, some people may ask me, why is it not free? Aren't you short of money? Dr. Beerus smiled while holding his glasses, do you think there is a free lunch in the world? There is no shortage of money, but is it necessary for me to give money to strangers? Everyone present thought about it. It seems that what you said makes sense. However, something always feels wrong. At 9 p.m. on the same day, 100 Dragon Ball radars were snapped up in seconds. Another full 3 months passed before the Dragon Ball radars were delivered to the buyers one after another. Many buyers pressed the button on the radar the moment they got the Dragon Ball radar. Immediately, several glittering golden dots appeared on the radar. The golden dot is twinkling, which is where the Dragon Ball is. However, when people counted the number above, they couldn't help being speechless. Didn't it say there are 7 Dragon Balls? Why did 14 come out now? Many people immediately got in touch with Dr. Beerus and asked why. This question, it's very simple. Dragon Ball is divided into Dragon Ball Mini and Dragon Ball Pro. Simply put, Dragon Ball Pro can realize more advanced wishes. Dr. Beerus gave the answer. Dragon Ball Mini? Dragon Ball Pro? There are 2 types of this thing? I can't control that much anymore, let's find Dragon Ball first. All over the world, at this moment, the era of searching for the Dragon Ball begins. True Temple. Luo Mu silently watched the several forces fighting for the Dragon Ball, with a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. Hurry up to make your wish come true. In this way, my Dragon God power will increase again. What would be the first wish of the Earthlings? Nothing more than wealth and power, right? This kind of wish can even be fulfilled by the Dragon Ball made by the God, let alone my Dragon Ball, the Dragon God. Take it easy, I'll torture Beerus in my dream first. Luo Mu stretched and entered the bedroom, intending to sleep late. By the way, beat up Beerus in the dream. Anyway, idle is idle, otherwise, what should I do? In the process of finding the Dragon Ball, there is no other way but to wait. Gotta find something to do, right? Luo Mu soon fell asleep. After falling asleep, Luo Mu used the powerful power of the Dragon God to open Beerus' dream. Hey? Why is the cat's dream blocked? Luo Mu was stunned. Then, Luo Mu tried to break into Beerus' dream, but found that he was blocked back. Luo Mu understood immediately. Whis did it. He blocked Beerus' dream. Do you think that if you block Beerus' dream, I won't be able to enter? Luo Mu smiled, and the power of the Dragon God transformed into his body, and punched hard on the blocked barrier. Boom! Beerus' dream enchantment trembled, a little wobbly. Planet Beerus. Whis also obviously sensed that someone was forcibly breaking into Beerus' dream. Whispers. Whis can easily figure it out, and there is no one else who can do this kind of thing except the Dragon God. Shameless, shameless. You beat Beerus, why are you still here? Chapter 33. Boom. Whis felt his seal tremble violently again. Snapped. The next moment, Whis' seal in Beerus' dream was shattered. Whis fell silent, covered his forehead, and silently glanced at Beerus who was sleeping. Beerus-sama, please take care. The rest is up to you. Sure enough, immediately after, Whis saw that Beerus was trembling all over, with cold sweat dripping from his body, and the corners of his mouth were twitching uncontrollably. Whis sighed. Lord Beerus, he was beaten again in his dream. After a minute, Beerus opened his eyes suddenly, startled. But immediately after, Beerus closed his eyes and lay down, falling asleep. You can fall asleep after being beaten like this, Master Beerus, you can relax. Whis sighed. Earth, the true temple. Luo Mu opened his eyes, refreshed. Hitting Beerus is fun. It's just that Whis is not kind. What seal did you forge? You let me break the seal without consuming the power of the dragon god? It's a pity that Whis doesn't sleep much, so it's not good to beat him in the dream. Moreover, Luo Mu still doesn't know how to get to Beerus gods of destruction world. So the best way is to fight in the dream. Whis doesn't sleep, it doesn't mean someone doesn't sleep. Luo Mu thought for a while, but thought of another person. Try it, I wonder if this kid is sleeping now. Luo Mu closed his eyes again. Galaxy, Galactic Patrol Headquarters. Myers, that Scion went to Earth, is he really all right? Jake looked at Myers and asked. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Myers smiled slightly. That's Scion. Jake said in a deep voice, the fighting nation. I said no problem, there will be no problem. Myers smiled. Okay, I'll listen to you. Jake nodded slightly, and muttered in a low voice, I thought about taking the opportunity to go to the Earth to play. Jack, I'm going to rest. Myers smiled and gave the eviction order. Jake waved his hand and left Myers' room. Myers lay down on the bed and soon fell asleep. However, in the next moment, Myers suddenly saw a stranger appear in the dream. This person has yellow skin and looks handsome. Looking at the image, it looks a bit like an earthling. Myers. Luo Mu smiled and looked at Myers. You know me? Myers was taken aback. You are trainee Angel Myers, am I right? Luo Mu smiled, looked at Myers and asked. Myers' eyes widened, and he looked at Luo Mu in disbelief. After a brief silence. Who are you? Myers asked in surprise. A person who can tell his identity must be a god. But, why didn't I know that such a god existed? Where did it come from? Moreover, Myers could kindly feel that this god had already invaded his dreamland. Dragon god Luo Mu. Luo Mu revealed his identity. Dragon god. Myers was slightly taken aback, holding his chin and pondered, I've only heard of the dragon god, Lord Salama. Luo Mu's face turned dark. Sorry, I really don't know there are other dragon gods. Myers laughed dryly. Luo Mu's face turned even darker. You are a naked provocation. You are ignoring me. Originally, Luo Mu just wanted to simply exchange ideas with Myers in the dream. But now, Luo Mu suddenly changed his mind. By the way, the dragon god Luo Mu came to my dream, do you have any advice? Myers asked. It's not a big deal. Luo Mu smiled. It's not a big deal. Myers was slightly taken aback, it's okay, just tell me if you have any difficulties, and I will definitely do my best to help you. Luo Mu's face darkened again. My majestic dragon god, what difficulties can I have? You provoke again. I came here just to beat you up. Luo Mu told the truth. Myers. I don't seem to provoke you, do I? You mean to say that you came to fight with me? Myers understood. Well, if you fight in this dream, the universe will not be affected, but it is a very good place to fight. Yeah, let's get started. Luo Mu waved. Dragon god Luo Mu, then I won't be polite, please give me your advice. Myers' face was full of confidence. Shua. Myers' figure flickered, and he quickly appeared beside Luo Mu. There was nothing polite about it, and he greeted Luo Mu with his fist. Luo Mu dodged to dodge. Boom! Luo Mu's knee hit Myers' abdomen heavily. Chapter 34. A mouthful of acidic water spewed out of Myers' mouth. Of course, the acid spray is just an image in a dream. The real Myers also twitched all over his body. Aren't you self-conscious? What about the ability to automatically dodge? Luo Mu looked curious. Myers. Goddamn automatic dodge. Automatic dodge is aimed at ordinary people. You are a dragon god, how can I automatically dodge? Ha ha ha, I was careless just now, start over. Myers took a deep breath and his expression became serious. Shua. Myers rushed in the direction of Luo Mu again, and his fist hit Luo Mu like a machine gun. Luo Mu stretched out his hand, blocking Myers' attacks one after another. Boom! Luo Mu slapped him with a slap. Suddenly, Myers staggered and fell to the ground. Myers, stand up if you are a man! Luo Mu shouted. Myers! Luo Mu, you are going too far! Myers stood up with a dark face. Shua! The angel scepter in Myers' hand emerged. You think you're the only one with weapons? Luo Mu snorted coldly and waved. Shua! A golden gorilla suddenly flashed out and stood beside Luo Mu. The gorilla looks exactly the same as that Shenron, but the height has changed to about the same height as Luo Mu. Ho 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 ho! The golden gorilla beat his chest hard. It's so ugly. Myers shrank his pupils and looked at the gorilla, speechless for a while. Gorilla. Then, the gorilla looked at Luo Mu with an aggrieved expression. Lord Dragon God, can you make me look better? But everyone who sees me says I'm ugly. Xiaojin, whoever says you are ugly from now on, you will hit him. Luo Mu patted the gorilla on the shoulder. Xiaojin? This name no longer exists. The gorilla wants to cry. I am Shenron, Lord Dragon God, you named me Xiaojin? But Xiaojin thought about it carefully, and the words of Lord Dragon God seemed very reasonable. Whoever says I'm ugly, I'll beat him in the past. Ho 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 ho! The gorilla Xiaojin flew in the direction of Myers. Myers! Is this Shenron? It was the first time I saw such an ugly Shenron. Myers sneered. Seeing Xiaojin rushing towards him, Myers' expression also changed and became serious. Boom! Myers' scepter struck Xiaojin's chest at that time. Immediately afterwards, Myers' face changed color slightly. This ugly Shenron, with rough skin and thick flesh, did not feel any pain after being hit by the scepter. Snapped. However, Xiaojin grabbed Myers' arm, opened his bloody mouth, and bit down. Ah! Myers let out a miserable cry. How shameless! And biting! Bang bang bang! Xiaojin moved very quickly, punching Myers' body one after another. After a minute, Myers fell to the ground. Tell me, am I ugly? Xiaojin shouted. Myers! Bang bang bang! Xiaojin gave Myers another beating. Myers fell silent. Speak, don't pretend to be dumb. Xiaojin shouted. Shua! Just as he was talking, Myers disappeared in an instant. Xiaojin looked at Luo Mu with a confused expression. He was woken up by the beating. Luo Mu pondered. Are you awake now? I really don't need to be beaten. Xiaojin scratched his head and looked at Luo Mu expectantly. Boss, why did you tell me such a fun thing now? Do you have an opinion? Luo Mu looked at Xiaojin with a straight face. Don't dare. Xiaojin quickly shook his head. Why don't we beat that gods of destruction? I just beat you. Luo Mu replied. It's okay, I'll beat him up again. Xiaojin grinned. Go ahead. Luo Mu didn't object. After a minute, Xiaojin broke into Beerus' dream and beat Beerus up. Beerus stood up in shock again, with a confused look on his face. Beerus scratched his head. Why do I keep having nightmares lately? Moreover, the guys in the dream are all stronger than me. Whis! 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 Beerus yelled. Master Beerus, I'm behind you. Whis' voice sounded. How long have I been asleep? Beerus asked. Just fell asleep. Whis replied. Forget it, continue to sleep. Beerus stared at his eyes, stretched, and lay down to sleep again. Galactic Patrol Headquarters. Myers suddenly opened his eyes. Myers got up and wiped his sweat. Shameless, shameless. It also has a summoned beast. Chapter 35. Myers suddenly found that his body was drenched in cold sweat. This hateful dragon god. How is he so powerful? He's just strong. Is the beast he summoned so powerful? No, in the dream just now, what we competed in was actually only a contest in the realm of true gods. It can only show that Luo Mu's true god domain should have surpassed mine. The dragon god doesn't have the true god realm, so it should be called the dragon god's power, right? Anyway, they mean the same thing. However, if you really fight in reality, it depends on various factors such as the strength of your body. I may not lose to him either. Myers thought about it, but felt relieved. Myers then uses the wand to contact Whis. Brother Whis, I'm Myers. Myers said. Hey, it's Brother Myers, what's the matter? Whis was stunned for a moment, and quickly asked, by the way, how is your experience in the Galaxy Patrol? You should have understood the good and evil of human beings. Var. Fortunately, I have almost comprehended it. Myers scratched his head and smiled slightly. That's good, comprehend as soon as possible and become a real angel. Whis nodded. Brother Whis, I want to ask, have you heard of Dragon God? Myers asked. You mean Dragon God? I was just about to tell you. Whis greeted. Hey? Tell me what? Myers asked. Master Grand Priest said, for the time being, don't compete with the Dragon God who came to experience in the human world. Whis said with a smile. Myers. When did Master Grand Priest say that? Myers couldn't help asking. I've been talking about it for more than a month. Whis pondered, I just remembered. I thought you were a trainee angel, and such things were not very important, but now I think it's necessary to tell you. As Whis said, he took a deep look at Beerus who was soundly asleep, and the image of Beerus's whole body twitching couldn't help appearing in his mind. This matter must be told to Myers. What if that dragon god ran to harass Myers? Remember, don't compete with him, because we may not be his opponent. Whis emphasized again. Myers. Myers didn't want to talk anymore. Why are you talking about such an important matter now? I just had a fight with Dragon God. Myers, you haven't fought against Dragon God, have you? Whis suddenly noticed that something was wrong with Myers' expression, and asked curiously. No, how is it possible? I haven't seen him before. Myers laughed. Lost to the Dragon God in the dream. How embarrassing. I'm an angel. I'm still the son of the Grand Priest. Can I say that I lost to the Dragon God who came to the human world for an internship? I can't afford to lose that man. Also, seeing in the dream. That doesn't count. I never saw him in real life. So, I never saw him. Not the best. Whis nodded slightly. Hey, Myers, these dragon gods have been in the dragon world for too long, and finally came out to let the wind go. The only one who can fight them is our angel. Brother Whis is right. Myers replied. Isn't it too long? Actually ran into my dream and fought with me. However, our angel is not warlike. Whis grinned. Myers didn't speak. Can't fight or can't fight. There was a brief silence. By the way, Brother Whis, how many dragon gods are there in total? Myers asked. Our seventh universe has only one, and his name is Luo Mu. Whis said. Myers nodded subconsciously. I am familiar with this name. I just fought him. Whis took a deep look at Myers. This kid looks a little weird. What else? Knowing that he might have accidentally exposed his secret, Myers hurriedly continued the topic just now to cover it up. There are 7 other universes, and 7 dragon gods. Whis smiled, that is to say, a total of 8 dragon gods descended, and are 12 universes, except for the 1st universe, 5th universe, 8th universe, and except for the 12th universe, every other universe has a experienced dragon god. There are so many. Myers expressed his tiredness. According to the news from the dragon world, there will be a dragon god who will stand out and become an existence beyond Lord Salama. Whis smiled slightly. Beyond Lord Salama. Myers wiped his sweat. Who could it be? I'm curious too. Whis smiled. Beyond Lord Salama, can you realize any wish without limit? Myers asked. Yes. Whis nodded lightly. The god dragon created by Lord Salama still has a few specific wishes that cannot be fulfilled. The dragon god who surpasses Lord Salama shouldn't be the dragon god of our universe. Myers smiled. Chapter 36. Probably not. Whis nodded. How could such a shameless dragon god surpass Lord Salama? Certainly not. Yes, for sure. Luo Mu is not aware of the conversation between Myers and Whis. 3 months after Luo Mu arrived on Earth, the Dragon Ball Pro made by Luo Mu has already absorbed the aura of the Earth, and has formally cultivated a Dragon Ball that truly belongs to the Earth. In 3 months, the legions looking for the Dragon Ball finally decided the winner. In the end, the Red Ribbon Legion, known as the most terrifying legion in the world, finally captured all the Dragon Balls by force. A total of 14 Dragon Balls were almost included in the base camp of the Red Ribbon Legion. The Red Marshal looked at the 14 Dragon Balls of different sizes lying on the ground, and laughed wildly. Wow Kaka, my wish is finally coming true. The Red Marshal danced excitedly. Marshal, we have gathered together Dragon Ball Mini and Dragon Ball Pro, that is to say, we can fulfill 2 wishes. The adjutant was a tall black man and said with a smile. The height of the 2 suddenly formed a sharp contrast. The adjutant was a man half a body taller than the marshal. It cannot be said that the adjutant is tall, but the marshal is too short. Only 1.4 meters. How many times have I said, don't stand with me? The marshal shouted angrily with a dark face. Sorry. The adjutant apologized quickly. But it doesn't matter. The marshal laughed. I'm about to make my wish come true. My head will grow by 50 centimeters. In this way, my height will reach 1.9 meters. Adjutant, this guy is only 1.88 meters, right? I am also 2 centimeters taller than you. Enough. As for world domination? This sort of thing can be done with a little time. Why use Dragon Ball to achieve it? Look forward to. I don't know if Dragon Ball can really make wishes come true. If not, I will bring someone to level up the Universal Capsule Company. Come out, Shenron, and make my wish come true. The marshal shouted to the 7 Dragon Ball Minis. Immediately, golden lights bloomed on the 7 Dragon Balls. Call out. A golden light shot up into the sky, soaring up to 90,000 li. In an instant, the golden light transformed into a green dragon, winding in the air. The sky also suddenly turned black. Shenron appears. Those who gather the Dragon Ball, tell me your wish, and I can grant any wish. Shenron's majestic voice came down from the sky. The marshal and other members of the Red Ribbon Legion were all terrified. The marshal was even more excited. His face was full of expectations. Let my Red Marshal grow 50 centimeters taller. Shenron, can this wish come true? Marshal asked hurriedly. Okay, no problem. Shenron silently glanced at the marshal. Red light flickered in Shenron's eyes, and an invisible divine power covered the Red Marshal's body. Immediately, the Red Marshal's body grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Marshal Hong transformed from a short man into a tall man. I have finally grown taller. The red marshal danced excitedly. Your wish has come true, goodbye. After Shenren finished speaking, he turned into a ball of golden light. The golden glow split into 7 parts and flew towards all parts of the world. The sky regained its light. Everyone in the Red Ribbon Legion was dumbfounded. Marshal, you have gone too far. The Dragon Ball we worked so hard to collect, you actually just want to grow taller? Ahem, Marshal, you collect Dragon Ball, just to increase your height, the adjutant asked with a dark face. What do you know? You are so tall, of course you can't understand how I feel. Marshal Hong rolled his eyes. Since I was very young, my classmates have ridiculed me for having a big face, but my size hee, I'm taller than you now. I thought you collected Dragon Balls, Marshal, because you wanted our legion to rule the world. The adjutant sighed. Idiot, don't you still have Dragon Ball Pro? The Red Marshal gave the adjutant a sideways glance. The adjutant glanced at Dragon Ball Pro. Yes, there are 7 Dragon Balls. Immeasurable heavenly venerable, the Dragon God has descended, let Shenren come out and fulfill your wish, the Marshal said loudly. Immediately, 7 Dragon Ball Pro golden lights gathered together. Snapped. A golden gorilla appeared in front of everyone. Ho ho, I'm Shenren, tell me your wishes. The golden gorilla was like a mountain, overlooking the entire Red Ribbon Corps barracks. Red Marshal. Adjutant. Everyone in the Legion. This is Shenren? Is this really Dragon Ball Pro more powerful than Dragon Ball Mini? Are you kidding me? No one spoke. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Chapter 37. By the way, Shenren, why are you so ugly? The adjutant couldn't help asking. The gorilla's face turned black at that moment. As I said, if you dare to talk about my appearance again, I'll beat him to death. The gorilla looked displeased. When did you say that? The adjutant's face changed color. You never said that. This is the first time I see you. Boom. A gorilla wouldn't spend too much time talking to a small human, and he punched it down at that time. Only a muffled sound was heard, and the adjutant turned into blood mist and disappeared completely. Everyone was dumbfounded. Is this Shenren? So evil. Ha 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 ha, as expected of Shenren, my wish is to restore my eye, can it be done? The marshal laughed loudly, quickly took off his blindfold, and made a wish to Shenren. Of course no problem, this kind of wish is very simple. The gorilla snorted and formed an invisible divine power in his hand. Snapped. The marshal's eyes, which were already blind, recovered immediately. Ho ho, your wish has come true. Goodbye. The gorilla beat his chest, and turned into a golden light and rushed into the sky. Shhhhhhh. The golden ons were divided into 7 parts and dispersed to all parts of the world. The sky regained its light. True Temple. Luo Mu silently felt the power of his dragon god. This time when the wish was fulfilled, the power of the dragon god increased to more than 100 points. Luo Mu has nothing to complain about. The growth rate of the power of the dragon god is different every time. More than 100 points are not bad. Now Luo Mu's dragon god power has reached 1200. Just rounded up an integer. Through this time when humans are looking for the Dragon Ball, Luo Mu is also learning a lesson and summing up experience. Nowadays, since the Dragon Ball radar already exists, it is inconvenient to make the Dragon Ball so large. This way, only the strongest can get all the Dragon Balls. Therefore, after the Dragon Balls turned into stones, Luo Mu summoned all the Dragon Balls to the True Temple and remodeled them. Luo Mu compressed the Dragon Ball into the same size as the Earth's Dragon Ball. At the same time, let Burdock go down and warn the gods, from now on, he is not allowed to resurrect the Dragon Ball. After receiving Burdock's order, the god looked helpless. If it is not resurrected, it will not be resurrected. You want to play Dragon Ball, you keep playing. Bardock completed the task, returned to the true temple, and stood obediently behind Luo Mu. Until Luo Mu was done. Master Dragon God, I have overcome 50 times the gravity, and my combat power has been greatly improved. Bardock said respectfully. Not bad. Luo Mu gave Bardock a sideways glance, then nodded slightly. Try attacking me with all your might. Okay. Bardock nodded solemnly, energy bursting out of him. Boom. Bardock punched Luo Mu's finger hard. Bardock was taken aback. Lord Dragon God caught my full blow with only one finger? The combat power has reached 50,000. Luo Mu smiled slightly. Boom. Luo Mu snapped his fingers lightly. Bardock was flying out at that time, bounced on the ground several times, and when he stabilized, he passed out on the spot. At this time, Master Dragon God, it's time to eat. Jin greeted loudly at the kitchen door. But, the next moment Jin saw Bardock fainted on the ground. But Jin seems to have gotten used to it. Are you training Bardock again? Lord Dragon God? Jin quickly asked respectfully. Luo Mu smiled. Thank you, Lord Dragon God. Jin thanked. Some things are just so weird. You knocked her husband out, and she still wants to say thank you. Let's eat first. Luo Mu looked flat. Luo Mu eats. Jin served by the side. By the way, did you go to see Kakarot 2 days ago? Luo Mu asked. Well, I met him in the sky. That martial artist named Sun Gohan is very kind to him, so I'm relieved. Jin nodded slightly, but hesitated to speak. Just say what you want. Although Luo Mu didn't look at her, he could sense her every move and the change in her expression. But Lord Dragon God, I feel that Sun Gohan's fighting power is so weak, can Kakarot really become a fighter comparable to a god under his training? Jin was still not at ease. What? Do you think I'm lying to you? Luo Mu smiled. Don't dare. Jin said hastily. Weakness does not mean that the people who are trained are also weak. Luo Mu said lightly, look carefully, and witness Kakarot's growth in this temple. Yes, Lord Dragon God. Jin hurriedly saluted. Chapter 38. Time flies, time flies. Fast forward 10 years. In the past 10 years, the Dragon Ball made by Luo Mu has been collected 5 times. The Dragon Ball can be revived once every 3 months, and the efficiency of getting it together is quite high. However, once the Dragon Ball was stuck at a depth of 10,000 meters under the sea for 5 years, no one could get it out. At a depth of 11,000 meters on the seabed, the pressure per square centimeter will reach 1,100 tons. Human technology is still unable to overcome this technology. Of course, with Bardock's practice of gravity, this depth is not a big problem. It's just that Bardock is now a servant of the Dragon God, and it's cheating for him to go to the Dragon Ball. If you cheat, the power of the Dragon God will not increase. When something like this happens, there is no other way but to wait. One day, the Dragon Ball surfaced by itself. Another option is to recall all Dragon Balls and remanufacture them. But then the construction period may be longer. Moreover, with the recreated Dragon Ball, the growth of Dragon God's power will be reduced accordingly. Luo Mu is also helpless. Cheating? That's not his style. Of course, if cheating can increase the power of the Dragon God, Luo Mu will definitely go to fill up the power of the Dragon God as soon as possible. After about 5 years, a fish finally ate the Dragon Ball. The fish was eaten by other fish. After some tossing and turning, Dragon Ball was finally salvaged by fishermen. Only then did the wish come true. So it was delayed for 5 years. Another time, a Dragon Ball fell into the magma of a volcano, and it took nearly 2 years to find a way to get it out. In this way, the Dragon Ball on Earth, plus the time of the Red Ribbon Legion, has been realized 6 times in total. The power of the dragon god increases by about 100 to 200 each time. Now, Luo Mu's dragon god power has just reached the height of 2000. Luo Mu has been in deep thought for a long time. This is not right. The first time in planet Vegeta was Burdok's wish fulfilled, which increased the power of dragon god by more than 400 points at once. And these few times on Earth, the highest increase of 200 points of dragon god power. The rest are a little over 100. Could it be that only planet Vegeta's wish can add more dragon god power? After thinking about it, Luo Mu decided to ask a dragon god. Luo Mu started low. When Luo Mu came out of the dragon realm, the power of the dragon god was only 660. It can be regarded as the bottom existence among the 8 dragon gods. Luo Mu thinks that after 10 years, those dragon gods who are called geniuses will have more than 5,000 powers, right? Luo Mu shivered. Immediately, Luo Mu started a call with the dragon god Sui who had experienced in the 6th universe. The method of calling is very simple. Just wave your hand, and by releasing the power of the dragon god, you can make a video call with the god who is also the dragon god or angel. The power of the dragon god will be transformed into a video form. Both dragon god and angel can do it. Nothing difficult. Soon, the appearance of Sui, the dragon god of the 6th universe, appeared in front of Luo Mu. Dragon god Sui is a beautiful dragon girl, belonging to the cold type. Humph, I'm a genius, I don't want to talk to the inferior dragon god. Sui snorted. Luo Mu smiled and got used to it. Luo Mu likes to tease this talented and arrogant dragon girl. It was fun talking to her. Sui is indeed a genius dragon girl. When Shui left the dragon realm, the power of the dragon god had already reached a height of 1,600. 10 years later, she doesn't know how much she will reach. I'll just ask you, how much is your dragon god power? Luo Mu asked with a smile. 1800. Shui replied very proudly. 1,800? Did I hear you right? Luo Mu was very surprised. 10 years. You just gained 200 points? Did I hear it wrong? Yes, you heard me right. Sui snorted, do you know the gap between you and me now? The inferior dragon gods will never be able to surpass geniuses. Luo Mu was speechless. Is there anything else? Shui didn't bother to ask Luo Mu how much dragon god power he had. For the dragon girl Sui, Luo Mu is just an inferior dragon god. How can an inferior dragon god be worth asking and caring about by a genius? A genius will only challenge higher geniuses. How many times have you assembled the dragon ball you made, and how many times have your wishes come true? Luo Mu asked curiously. The power of the dragon god is only 1,800. Is your dragon ball also stuck somewhere? 10 times. Shui raised her proud and handsome head, and spit out 2 words. 10 times. Luo Mu's eyes widened with surprise. Yes, you heard me right, 10 times. Sui snorted. Chapter 39. 10 times, an average of 20 points of dragon god power increase each time. Luo Mu pondered. Of course. Sui snorted, I'm a genius, every time I gain 20 points, is it strange? Luo Mu. The inferior dragon god will never understand. Shui snorted proudly, and asked, is there anything else? It's fine, I'll hang up. Luo Mu cut off the call directly. Sui. Luo Mu. You are an inferior dragon god, you dare to cut off the call with me first. You are rude. I am a genius dragon girl. Sui rolled her eyes. Luo Mu fell into deep thought again. A genius dragon girl, every time she fulfills her wish, she only gains 20 points of dragon god power. I gain 100 points every time. Luo Mu's mood suddenly improved. Ask someone else. Luo Mu then got in touch with the dragon girl Yaezai who had experienced in the 11th universe. Another genius dragon girl. He belongs to the type with a sweet appearance and a cute personality, and his biggest hobby is eating. Big waist, how have you been recently? Luo Mu greeted with a smile. Luo Mu. You hate it. Don't call me a big waist. Yao Ziyi glared at her angrily. Even though she said that, she didn't know what she was holding in her hand and she was eating it. How much is your dragon god power? Luo Mu asked directly. This is personal privacy, Luo Mu, it's very impolite for you to ask such a question. Yao Ziyi giggled. It's just the power of the dragon god, so that's considered privacy. Luo Mu rolled his eyes, forget it, let me change the question. Well, you say. Yao Ziyi nodded slightly. How many times has your Dragon Ball fulfilled your wishes? How much Dragon God's power has you increased each time? Luo Mu asked. Yaezai. Is there any difference between you doing this and directly asking me how much power the Dragon God has? I just spoke with Sui Ai on the phone, and she fulfilled 10 wishes, each with an average increase of 20 points of Dragon God's power. Luo Mu pondered. After Luo Mu finished speaking, she saw Yao Ziyi sniffing, as if she wanted to cry. Luo Mu looked confused. What's the situation? Why are you still brewing tears? I'm also a genius dragon girl, why? Why do I only gain an average of 10 points every time, woo woo woo. Luo Mu, I don't want to live anymore. Yao Ziyi sobbed. Luo Mu stopped talking. There was a moment of silence. How many times? Luo Mu asked again. 10 times. Yao Ziyi pouted. Luo Mu quickly calculated that Yao Zi's current dragon god power is only 1,600. When Yao Ziyi left the dragon realm, the power of the dragon god was 1,500. In 10 years, an increase of 100 points. No wonder when Luo Mu called Sui Ai this time, Luo Mu found that Sui Ai's arrogance had become more serious. This is because of the contrast with Yaezai. The two talented dragon girls usually have a good relationship. In fact, the two are also secretly competing. What about you? Luo Mu, how much does it grow each time? Yao Ziyi asked back. Me? I'm your number. Luo Mu didn't want to hit Yao Ziyi, so he stretched out 2 fingers and made a 10. 1/10. Yao Ziyi widened her beautiful eyes and comforted her, don't be discouraged, Luo Mu, I'm born to be useful, how can we surpass Salamas so easily? Yet. Luo Mu nodded vigorously. I made a gesture of 10, which means 10 times as much as you. You just want to understand it as 1/10. I have no way. Come on, Luo Mu, I know, you can do it. Yao Ziyi suddenly felt that Luo Mu was too pitiful. That's 1/10 of me. Increase by 1 point at a time. It is estimated that this life will reach the peak at 1,000 points, right? With the comparison, Yaezai felt a little better. Of course, only a little bit. Because, Luo Mu is an inferior dragon god. As a genius dragon girl, how can she be compared with an inferior dragon god? Come on together. Luo Mu nodded solemnly. Yet. Yao Ziyi also nodded solemnly, feeling a little agitated in her heart. Have a look. An inferior dragon god is still so confident. I am a genius dragon girl, why am I not confident? I must surpass Sui Ai. I want to become a dragon god surpassing Salama. I am the strongest dragon god. Thinking of this, Yaezai turned the food in her hands into slag. Yes, let's work together. Yaezai repeated again. Luo Mu looked confused. Why are you so motivated all of a sudden? Okay, that's it for now, big waist, I keep in touch when I have time, it's been 10 years in a flash. Luo Mu greeted. You hate it to death. How can you call a girl big waist? I don't want to play with you anymore. Yao Ziyi angrily broke off the contact. Chapter 40. Luo Mu fell into deep thought again. The two genius dragon girls, every time they fulfill their wishes, the power of the dragon god increases by 10 to 20 points. I am 10 times their size. Should I be satisfied? But just in case, Luo Mu decided to contact other dragon gods. Two women, am I going too far in comparing them? Well, for another one. After thinking for a while, Luo Mu tried to contact the dragon god Kainu who had experienced in the fourth universe. Another genius dragon god. When leaving the dragon realm, the power of the dragon god was the highest, reaching a height of 1700. There are 8 dragon gods in total. In addition to Kainu and the 2 talented dragon girls, there are 2 high-level dragon gods, 2 middle-level and 1 low-level dragon gods. Wait, Luo Mu. This is divided according to the power of the dragon god. Luo Mu's dragon god power is only 1000, and he can only cultivate to 660, so he is called an inferior dragon god. A medium dragon god can cultivate the power of the dragon god to more than 800. The power of the dragon god of the upper dragon god can reach more than 1000. As for the genius dragon god, the power of the dragon god is at least 1500. Among other things, the genius dragon god has reached nearly 500 points of dragon god power simply by surpassing the superior dragon god. It's no wonder that Sui looks at Luo Mu through her nostrils. Sui's dragon god power in the dragon world is more than twice that of Luo Mu. Of course, that's only in the dragon world. After 10 years of experience, the form has changed. It's Luo Mu, what's the matter? Kainu turned on the video mode and asked Luo Mu with a smile. Konu is a genius dragon god in the image of a big brother. What do you look like? Slightly awkward. Otherwise, those 2 beautiful dragon girls would have pursued him long ago. But Luo Mu knew that this guy belonged to the dark-bellied type. Playing together for hundreds of millions of years, although it's not like looking up and looking down, Luo Mu is still very clear about his personality. Kainu, it's nothing serious. I was a little confused during the recent experience, and I want to ask you for advice. Luo Mu pondered. The experience in the human world will indeed make us feel confused in many cases. This is a very normal phenomenon. Kainu nodded with a smile. Kenu, how are you doing in the fourth universe? How many times have you fulfilled your wishes? Luo Mu didn't intend to chat with him anymore, and asked his own question directly. 8 times, with an average increase of 30 points each time, my current dragon god power has reached 1900. Kainu smiled slightly, but there was nothing to hide, and he directly said the answer. Genius, do you still need to hide it? No need. 30 o'clock. Luo Mu began to think again. Even the dragon god who is known as the most talented, the dragon god who has the most hope of surpassing Salama, only increases by an average of 30 points each time. Is there something wrong? Luo Mu questioned the 3 dragon gods in a row, and he was a little suspicious of life. Am I growing too fast? Luo Mu, don't be discouraged. Even if it doesn't grow, what is it? We are dragon gods, we are gods, we have eternal life, and the dragon world is boundless, equivalent to half the size of the universe here. I think if you take charge of one life, it will pass away like that. Kainu comforted Luo Mu with a smile. Kainu didn't even ask about Luo Mu's dragon god power. Is an inferior dragon god worth paying attention to? What I said just now was just because Kainu, as the big brother, comforted me. That's all. Kainu, I want to ask, do you think there is a dragon god who gains 400 points when the first wish is fulfilled, and then reaches an average of about 100 points every time the wish is fulfilled? Luo Mu asked. Hee. Kay laughed angrily. Luo Mu. Your hee attitude is too much. Luo Mu, sometimes it's good to have fantasies, but if you fantasize too much, you will lose yourself. Kainu sighed slightly. Wait for the dragon god. I can only live in my own fantasy world. So poor. Add 400 points for the first wish, and an average of 100 points each time after that. I am the most genius dragon god, I can't even do it. What are you not fantasizing about? No. Luo Mu asked again, worried. You think too much, Luo Mu. Kay smiled angrily. Hasn't the dragon gods experienced in other universes grown so much? Luo Mu asked again. To tell you clearly, no. Kainu said with certainty. Okay. Luo Mu was a little depressed. What happened? Is there something wrong with my practice? Luo Mu, let go of your illusions and live your life. Kainu comforted him again, and then cut off the call. Kainu suddenly felt that Luo Mu might be ruined. This child has already begun to fantasize. Cao shook his head lightly. Luo Mu propped his chin, thinking about life. The genius dragon god is really not easy. Achieve at least 8 wishes. I hung up, and only realized 7 wishes in total. I know a lot about the world of Dragon Ball. Chapter 41. But Luo Mu thought about it carefully. Do you really understand the world of Dragon Ball? Wrong. This statement is actually not very established. All I know are humans like Son Goku and Vegeta. It is only limited within the scope of the earth. Like Angel, Grand Priest, and Zeno. To be honest, Luo Mu really doesn't understand very well. Luo Mu remembered that it was said in the comics of Dragon Ball that all angels are the children of Grand Priest. But in a fanfic it is said that only Vados, Whis, and Myers are biological. The other angels are equivalent to adopted children. As for which one is true, it is still waiting to be confirmed by myself. Also, what is Angel's strength? Although Luo Mu can easily defeat Myers in the dream. However, that was just a dream. A real contest is not as simple as in a dream. Both physical strength and speed are taken into account. Myers is an angel, so he must be able to dodge freely with full power. Could it be that I can't hit him? Luo Mu thought a lot. Luo Mu made a conclusion. Although I became a dragon god through time travel, but in terms of my understanding of the entire Dragon Ball world, I am actually not as good as other dragon gods. Especially some studious dragon gods. All I know is the Earth of the 7th universe, Son Goku, and the others. Now, what gives me a headache is that my dragon god power has grown so much. Is there something wrong? The genius dragon god Kainu, the power of the current dragon god is only 1900. I actually surpassed him. This is too strange. It's like your academic performance has not been very outstanding. Every time you take an exam, you only get about 30 points, and you are ranked at the bottom of the class. But in a certain exam, you suddenly got a perfect score of 100. And the former Sushin only scored 90 points, ranking second. 10 points lower than you. Not to mention teachers and your parents, even yourself will doubt life. And the test is still the kind of math problem. Cheating, the impossible. The students in the front, back, left, and right have a higher level of study than you, but they are not much higher. The current Luo Mu is more or less in the mood of a sudden perfect score in the exam. Next, Luo Mu contacted each dragon god in turn. Sure enough, as K Lun said, his average increase of 30 points of dragon god power is already the limit. There is no higher being than Koron. The rest of the dragon gods, the 2 medium dragon gods, only increased by 3 to 5 points each time. No wonder Yaezai said that she thought I only increased by 1 point each time. There is a comparison. Luo Mu let out a long sigh. It's so hard for me. How can I grow so fast? After Luo Mu made a round of phone calls, he began to carefully and patiently check his dragon god power. Don't let that go wrong. However, after Luo Mu checked it carefully, he found that there was nothing wrong with it. The power of the dragon god has indeed reached the height of 2000. And its own strength is indeed more than 3 times that of before. In short, it certainly doesn't look like there is a problem. However, Luo Mu was still worried. Luo Mu thought for a while, and suddenly had an idea. I can meet Konu and them in my dream. If my dragon god power is really higher than theirs, I can transform into another appearance through the dragon god power. And because their dragon god power is lower than mine, they can't see my true face at all. Then, I tried to see if I could hang them up. As for the other party being a girl, women hang and beat the same. Besides, you are not a woman, you are a dragon girl. You are a genius dragon girl. Let's start with Snow. If Sui Ai's experiment is successful, then there is nothing to say. I am the most talented dragon god. As for Yao Zi, her relationship with her is pretty good, so let her go first. The corner of Luo Mu's mouth curved slightly. Luo Mu calculated the time. There are still 6 hours left, and it will be late night on the planet where the 6th universe is located. Usually at this time, Shui Yi wants to rest. The dragon god can also not sleep, and will not die suddenly. But in Sui Ai's words, the woman came out of sleep. At that time, when Luo Mu heard Sui Ai's words, he was really shocked. Is that what you mean? It seems, is it? Am I thinking too much? Sui Ai likes to sleep. This is why Luo Mu preferred Sui Ai. Only those who sleep have dreams. Invade her dreams, hang her up and beat her up, and test whether her dragon god power really surpassed her. Dragon gods fall asleep very quickly. Sui Ai soon fell asleep. Shui Yi in the dream, dressed in snow-white clothes, looks like a fairy. No, she is a fairy. She is a dragon girl, and she is also a fairy. Chapter 42. Snow is dancing. The dance is very beautiful. Tianhui Fixian is talking about the current snow. Shui Yi danced, and suddenly realized that something was not quite right. It seems that someone is peeking at me. Who? Sui Ai turned her head and looked at the person who appeared in her dream. Luo Mu gradually walked out. Luo Mu turned into the appearance of Kanu. Kanu? What are you doing? Shui Yi's angry face appeared, and she glared at Luo Mu. Breaking into other people's dreams is disrespect to Dragon God. It's like prying into your privacy, it's a truth. Now, Kanu broke into her dream just like that. Shui Yi was very upset. Are you here to show off that your Dragon God power is higher than mine? It's nothing, I just came to see you. Luo Mu looked at Shui Yi with a smile. Get out! Shui Yi said angrily. Luo Mu. I'll go, Shui Yi is too heartless. Isn't Kanu bragging, is Shui Yi interested in him? This is interesting. Konu, is there a problem with your comprehension? Ahem. Sui Ai, don't be angry. Luo Mu waved his hand quickly and said with a smile. I'll let you out. Shui Yi shouted coldly. Actually, I just miss you, so I came to see you. Luo Mu imitated Kanu and said softly. Kanu, I am doing this for your own good. You see, I have already pursued Sui Ai on your behalf. If Sui Ai agrees, it would be a marriage. I am so great. Kalen, you're not leaving, are you? Shui Yi's face turned dark. Don't go. Luo Mu said. That's what Luo Mu said, and he was muttering in his heart. So, my dragon god power is real. Otherwise, if my dragon god power is lower than Sui Ai, my transformation will lose its effect. That would definitely be recognized by Sui Ai. However, Sui Ai didn't recognize it. Sui Ai. If you don't leave, I won't be polite to you. Sui Ai snorted coldly, and ice arrows suddenly appeared on her body. Shhhhhhh. The ice arrow shot towards Luo Mu's direction quickly. I'm hurt. Don't blame me. Shui Yi snorted. Shua. Luo Mu's figure flickered, and suddenly disappeared on the spot. What? Shui Yi's face changed color. Immediately afterwards, Sui Ai suddenly felt movement coming from behind her. Behind. Sui Ai snorted coldly, kicking towards the rear. Snapped. Luo Mu gently raised his hand and grabbed Sui Ai's ankle. You're nothing more than that. Luo Mu looked disappointed. Boom. Luo Mu grabbed Sui Ai's ankle, drove her body, and slammed it onto the ground. Snapped. Immediately, Sui Ai's body trembled and disappeared in an instant. Luo Mu. This was woken up? Am I going a little too far? Luo Mu hurried away and left Sui Ai's dreamland. 6th Universe, Planet Sherida, Goddess Palace. This is the shrine of Sui Ai. Shui Yi suddenly opened her eyes, which were filled with endless coldness. Immediately afterwards, Sui Ai jumped up from the bed, her chest heaving up and down. Kainu. Shui Yi gritted her teeth, wishing to kill Kainu. The 4th Universe, Axing, and the Temple of Konu. Kainu suddenly shuddered. Kainu scratched his head. What's the situation? Why do I tremble? Why do I feel a bad premonition? What happened? Konu was a little confused. As a dragon god, he can still feel bad premonitions. Sui Ai didn't go to Konu to settle the score. Sui Ai is very clear that she is not Kainu's opponent yet. It's so hateful. Spy on my dreams. And beat me in the dream. I can't spare you. The only way Sui Ai can do now is to practice hard. Let's all go find the Dragon Ball. The more wishes I fulfill, the higher my dragon god power will be improved. Shui Yi calmed down and thought about it carefully. Shui Yi suddenly felt that the Kainu she saw in the dream seemed to be different from the Kainu she knew usually. Could someone pretend to be Kainu? Shui Yi guessed. Will not. Who would impersonate Konu? Now the only dragon god with higher power than mine is Kainu. Pretending to be Kainu? Unless his dragon god power is higher than mine. It's just that there is no such dragon god. Could it be Angel? Sui Ai knew that Angel had this ability. If anyone had a KOH rage, it must be Angel. Angel invaded the dream and came to test my strength. Very normal thing. Since it is Angel. The angels of other universes are not so free. The only possibility is the angel of the 6th universe where he is. Chapter 43. The angel of the 6th universe is Vados. When Shui Yi came to the 6th universe to practice, I met him once. A beautiful woman with blue skin. Strength is unfathomable. Shui Yi reckoned that at that time, he might not be Vados' opponent. After 10 years of experience. I'm growing, so Angel can't grow? No, I have to go and confirm. Shui Yi was as cold as ice. Let's see Kainu's attitude first. Saying that, Sui Ai immediately called Kainu with a cold face. When Kainu saw Shui Yi's call, he was a little confused and excited. Sui Ai took the initiative to call me? That's great. Konu quickly connected the phone. Sui Ai, are you looking for me? Kainu asked. Kainu, don't you have anything to say to me? Shui Yi asked with a cold face. Kainu looked bewildered. Have something to say to you? Say what? Say I like you. It seems a bit too casual, right? If I could confess my love so easily, I wouldn't have to wait hundreds of millions of years. Sui Ai, what's the matter with you? Kainu asked with concern, and he also found that something was wrong with Sui Ai. Hung up. After Shui Yi finished speaking, she immediately cut off the contact. In our terms, hang up the phone. Ko was stunned. What's the meaning? Konu was a little bit mad. You should make it clear. You confuse me like this, okay? After Sui Ai hung up the phone, she could conclude that there was a 70% chance that Kainu had not invaded her dream. How could Sui not know that Kainu has a crush on herself? Women have a strong sixth sense. Especially Dragon Girl. If this kind of thing can't be seen, then the title of this genius Dragon Girl is a bit false. A man who likes me, can grab my ankle and throw me to the ground like a pig? Sui thinks it is unlikely. Since it's not Kainu, it must be Angel. As for the others, especially Luo Mu, I don't care about the scope of Sui's consideration. An inferior dragon god is not worthy of Sui's attention. Call out. The snow turned into a golden glow, which disappeared into the sky and disappeared in a flash. In the blink of an eye, Sui appeared in the starry sky. Humph! Other dragon gods don't know the planets of angel and gods of destruction. I am the daughter of Sarama, how can I not know? The direction flies away. 5 minutes later. Sui floated in the sky above the gods of destruction world in a white body, exuding endless coldness from her body. Shui looked around the entire planet. Vados not there? You know I'm coming, you must be avoiding me, right? Sui is even more certain that Vados must have transformed into Kainu. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? I am coming. You are not here. Below, just a fat cat. This fat cat, which Sui has heard of, seems to be gods of destruction from the 6th universe. Just a little gods of destruction. Shui really didn't take it seriously. Because, the strength of dragon god is on par with angel. Gods of destruction? Humph, what is that? Hey, let me ask you, where is Vados? Shui looked down at Kampa with a look of contempt. Kampa. I go. Who is this woman? The frosty look really deserves a beating. Who are you? Kampa asked with a dark face. No one can ask about Vados' whereabouts, so I'll tell her right away. Moreover, this woman still looks like she deserves a beating. Based on you, you are not qualified to know my identity. Sui snorted coldly. I am a genius dragon girl. You, gods of destruction, have the nerve to ask my identity? Do you have the qualifications? Shui looked disdainful. Kampa doesn't want to talk anymore. Hateful. Do you know what this place is? Kampa was so angry that his nose was about to smoke. Tell me where Vados is? Otherwise, you will be beaten. Sui said coldly. What did you say? You mean you want to challenge me, Kampa? Kampa was almost stunned. Don't know I'm gods of destruction? Is there anyone else so arrogant? Sui didn't want to talk nonsense with Kampa, and released the power of the dragon god on her body. Boom! Accompanied by a muffled sound, Kampa felt his body sinking, uncontrollably lying on the ground, with his head firmly pressed against the ground. Kampa! This coercion! Who is this woman? Is it the trainee angel? Not like it. Kampa was stunned. Can we talk now? Sui asked, looking at Kampa, still suspended in the sky. I don't know. Kampa bared his teeth. That's right, with your little gods of destruction, it's right not to know, you are not qualified to know angels' whereabouts. Shui pondered. Kampa. Be despised. Despised again. Sui no longer paid attention to Kampa, and turned into a golden light, which disappeared in a flash. Chapter 44. Kampa is still in a daze. It's okay to be despised. Now she is ignoring her again. Kampa shook his head and got up from the ground. Damn! I can't spare you! Kampa yelled. Shui could no longer hear it. At this time, Sui has already returned to her own planet. What Sui can confirm now is that there is a high possibility that Vados transformed into Kainu, invaded his dream, and then beat me up. Or, when I went, you just weren't there. Is there such a possibility? Is there such a coincidence? 6th universe, Borodine planet. Well, it's delicious, it's soft and slightly sweet, and it tastes really good. Vados said with a smile, his face turned rosy. Several natives knew that this Vados was an attendant of gods of destruction, so they didn't dare to neglect and waited on him carefully. After eating and drinking enough, Vados returned to the gods of destruction world, and found that Kampa's face was not very good looking. Moreover, Kampa is still silently looking at himself. Master Kampa, what happened? Vados could conclude that something must have happened while he was away. A yellow-skinned woman in white clothes came to see you. Kampa bared her teeth. White clothes. Yellow skin. Vados responded immediately. This woman must be the dragon god Sui who came to the 6th universe to practice. And then? Vados asked. This woman was arrogant. I couldn't stand it, so I beat her up. Kampa clenched her fists and said, then, she knew she couldn't beat me, so she ran away. I also forgot to ask you some things up. Humph, I won't tell you that I was despised by her. In that way, how shamed am I? I am the gods of destruction. Vados smiled. How can Vados not know that Kampa is not the opponent of that dragon girl at all? That was Salama's daughter. Forget it, whatever. Lord Kampa can say whatever he likes. Dragon god Sui looking for me? I just pretended not to know. Didn't Master Grand Priest say that? Don't make us angel and dragon god get too close. If you are really in a hurry, you can come to me again. How about I stay another 10 days in gods of destruction? If there is something, she will come again. Let's do that. I have been to the gods of destruction world. After Vados returns, Kampa will definitely tell Vados. If Vados has no ghosts in his heart, he will definitely come to me to ask about the situation. After all, I also beat gods of destruction. Sui was talking to herself. Then wait for her for 10 days. If you don't come to me for 10 days, it should be Kono who is transformed by Vados. 10 days passed. Vados didn't wait for the snow in the gods of destruction world. Sui did not wait for Vados on her own planet. Both women naively thought that the other party would come to find them. Aren't you coming? It must be a trivial matter, don't worry about it. Vados yawned and went to some planet to enjoy the food. Vados. Sui, can't finish with you. Sui was so angry that her whole body trembled, and there was endless coldness in her eyes. Luo Mu never imagined that he transformed into Kanu, but ended up letting Vados lie down. The problem is, Vados doesn't know it yet. Vados had already offended the genius dragon girl Sui invisibly. Offended the old thoroughly. Luo Mu could be said to be very happy in his heart now. By challenging Shui Yi in the dream, Luo Mu can already confirm that the power of the dragon god he obtained is real. Luo Mu used to be a little skeptical, this thing can't be fake, right? Now this doubt is gone. The power of the dragon god is real. However, Luo Mu calculated an account carefully and nodded again. If the average increase is 100 points each time, I want to grow to 10,000 points. That's right, 80 times. Need to collect Dragon Ball 80 times. Because Luo Mu already has 2,000 points of Dragon God power. If it goes well, the Dragon Ball will be collected once every 3 months, only 4 times a year. It will take 20 years to grow to a height of 10,000 points. It's been a long time. And that's not even counting some special factors. It would be really sad if the Dragon Ball gets stuck somewhere that is not easy to find. Son Goku, hurry up and grow up. When you grow up, it will be easier to find Dragon Ball. Luo Mu calculated the time carefully. Not to mention, at this point in time, Bulma has grown to the age of 16. It was also the period when Bulma was going to find the Dragon Ball. But because of his own appearance, the setting of Dragon Ball has been changed. Will Bulma still go to Dragon Ball? Anyway, go check out Bulma's house. Chapter 45. Call out. Luo Mu turned into a golden glow, which disappeared in a flash. True temple. Burdock and Jin stared down silently. After 10 years of experience, plus Luo Mu gave them a little bit of guidance. Now the two of them can already see the people below from the position of the true God temple. The two can be regarded as witnessing the growth of Kakarot. This kid went out to play one time, accidentally fell under the cliff, and almost fell to his death. For this reason, Jin also begged Luo Mu, hoping that he could save Kakarot. But Luo Mu said, Gaku will be fine. Even Lord Dragon God said so. Jin felt relieved. When Jin was free, he would still observe his son. What left Jin speechless was that Kakarot trampled to death his grandfather's son Gohan, who raised him late at night. That night, he went out to pee, looked up at the full moon in the sky, and turned into a great ape. Then, son Gohan was trampled to death with one kick. These years, Kakarot lived alone in Baizai Mountain, but he lived a carefree life. It's just that the combat power that was promised is comparable to that of a god? Burdock, his combat power seems to be only 10, right? Jin pondered. When Jin and Burdock are free, under the arrangement of Luo Mu, they will follow Bobo to learn the understanding of Qi. After learning how to use Qi, the two of them were able to judge the value of their son's combat power. Burdock. Burdock didn't want to talk. The promised combat power surpassed Guy's. How is it 10 now? Lord Dragon God, you are a fool. At the age of 12, his fighting strength is only 10. Burdock remembers that when he was 12 years old, his fighting power was over 1,000, okay? Also, even Raditz, at this age, has a combat power of over 600. Kakarot, aren't you Destiny Child? How is the combat power of 10? Burdock expresses great doubts about the Dragon God. Lord Dragon God, are you making a mistake? That person who stands shoulder to shoulder with God is not my son, but someone else? Burdock, are we going down to teach him? Jin asked. Lord Dragon God said, don't let us interfere in his life, forget it. Burdock shook his head lightly. But, his combat power is only 10. Jin sighed. Perhaps, the opportunity hasn't come yet. Burdock also sighed. Universal Capsules Company headquarters. Hey? Isn't this brother Luo Mu? Bulma smiled and put his face in front of Luo Mu. Hee, brother Luo Mu is getting more and more handsome. It seems that he hasn't aged at all after all these years. He still looks the same young. In the past 10 years, because Luo Mu came to see Breves, he met Bulma several times and got to know each other. Luo Mu looked at Bulma silently. Bulma, 16, is wearing a crisp pink skirt. Kind of like school clothes. After all, Bulma is still a student now. Well, the little girl has really grown up. I have eternal life, I will not age, no matter how many years, I will remain like this. Luo Mu smiled slightly. Bulma tilted his head and looked carefully at Luo Mu's face. Puff. Bulma burst out laughing. Hey, you spit on me. Luo Mu said. Bulma. What do you mean? Bulma crossed his waist and glared. I am so pretty. Are you despising me by saying that? Luo Mu, you are too much. Although in this Dragon Ball world, Bulma looks good, but it is not Luo Mu's favorite. I am a dragon god, a human woman, a vulgar woman, can I fall in love with you? My woman, her identity must at least be a god. Dragon lady. Or, angel. When Luo Mu was thinking about this, he suddenly felt that my arrogant attitude seemed to have turned into snow. Then, Luo Mu thought carefully again. I'll go, there are only 6 women I can choose from. Among the dragon girls, only Yaezai and Suai are the most beautiful. Yaezai's character is not bad. It's okay to be snowy. Look down on people all day long. She is Salama's daughter. She is also a genius dragon girl. She has the capital to look down on people. But I do not like it. Besides Yaezai and Suai, there is also a dragon girl. Looks okay, just a little fat. Her name is a single word, Feng. Currently, Feng is training in the 10th universe. Feng belongs to the middle dragon god, and the power of the dragon god is 800 when he leaves the dragon world. Among the 8 dragon gods, Feng is the second to last. The bottom one is Luo Mu. Feng, the dragon girl, has a good personality and other aspects, but she is a little fatter. If he could be slimmer, Luo Mu could be considered. Although the dragon god has the ability to change appearance, but you are what you look like. That kind of changed appearance, others can tell it is fake at a glance. So, no need. Chapter 46. In addition to the 3 female dragon gods, there are 3 female angels left. First up is Vados, the angel of the 6th universe. Next is Makarita, angel of the 11th universe. Finally there is Kessie, the angel of the 10th universe. Who should I choose as my wife? Choose what to choose. All I want. Little fatty, I want it too. I am so domineering. Ahem, Bulma, what are your plans for the future? Luo Mu asked with a smile. You don't care. Bulma snorted. Who told you that I sprayed your face with saliva? You hate. Aren't you going to look for the Dragon Ball? Luo Mu asked with a smile. No. Bulma snorted. Luo Mu didn't say anything. Should I crush her to death? This woman talks to me with that attitude. It seemed to have crushed her to death. The normal progress of the Dragon Ball world is gone. It doesn't seem to matter, right? Having said that, I heard from my father that you made the Dragon Ball? Really? Bulma was far away from Luo Mu this time, for fear of spraying his saliva on his face. Yeah, it's true. Luo Mu nodded. Is this a new technology you invented? Bulma looked at Luo Mu suspiciously. Is this person a scientist? No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like it. Not a scientist, how did you invent the Dragon Ball? Don't think so much, didn't I say, I am the Dragon God? Luo Mu smiled slightly. TCH, I'm still a goddess. Bulma snorted, all the students in the class call me that. Luo Mu. Well, you are a goddess. However, I think your proposal is good. It happens that tomorrow is the summer vacation, and I plan to find something to do, so let's find Dragon Ball. Bulma held his chin and murmured, what wish should come true? Saying so, Bulma pulled out a Dragon Ball radar from his pocket. Hee, this is the Dragon Ball radar I made, which is more accurate than the one made by my father. Bulma waved the radar in his hand proudly at Luo Mu. Luo Mu looked over silently. Dragon Ball radar? It looks like the comic book I saw. Not the kind Dr. Breves made. The Dragon Ball radar built by Dr. Breves looks much bulkier than this one. Perhaps, Dr. Breves also has selfish motives. The Dragon Ball radar he made is indeed not very accurate in finding the Dragon Ball. But it's also very good. Dragon Ball has just been revived recently, hurry up, it's too late, I'm afraid you won't have your share. Luo Mu smiled. I'm a genius girl, I'm still so beautiful, and I give radar. Bulma plausibly said. But, halfway through speaking, Bulma was surprised to find that Luo Mu flew directly into the sky. Bulma was stunned at that time, her beautiful eyes widened, and she looked at the direction where Luo Mu disappeared without blinking. What are you kidding? He can fly? Real or fake? Bulma rubbed his eyes vigorously, thinking he was wrong. Soon, though, Bulma could tell. I read that right. Brother Luo Mu flew away. How did this happen? Is he really a god? Hey, come back! Bulma shouted. Go to Dragon Ball, start your journey, there are more surprises waiting for you. Luo Mu's voice directly entered Bulma's heart. Bulma suddenly felt that his heart was speaking. Brother Luo Mu, have you directly broken into someone's heart? Bulma's face turned slightly rosy. The next day, more than 3 hours passed before Bulma finished dressing up, took out a universal capsule and threw it out. Boom! The universal capsule turned into a small sports car, galloping away into the distance. Not long after, Bulma's car traveled from the city to the primeval deep forest. Well, this Dragon Ball is the closest to me, near Baizai Mountain. Bulma looked at the Dragon Ball radar, and he was getting closer and closer to the first Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball, here I come. If I get all the Dragon Balls. Hee, I want to ask Shenron for a boyfriend who is as handsome as Brother Luo Mu. Bulma's face flushed red again. Brother Luo Mu, you are so handsome. However, is Brother Luo Mu really a god? True temple. Luo Mu has already seen Bulma. Not only that, Luo Mu also saw Bulma's inner thoughts. This nympho. However, I am so handsome, it is normal for you to like me. Forget it, don't worry about it. At this point, Burdock and Jin are also looking at Bulma looking for the Dragon Ball. Because, they also found out that Bulma was heading in the direction of his son Kakarot, and there was a great possibility that they would meet. Sure enough, not long after, Bulma's car crashed into the little Gaku who was dragging the big fish. Chapter 47. The familiar scene was staged little by little under Luo Mu's gaze. Monster! Where are you running? Boom! It hurts. Strange guy, can't you kill him? Hey? A goblin ran out of the goblin. Watch stick, I'll fight you. I'm not a goblin, I'm human. Human? It's strange, a person without a tail. In the next period of time, little Gaku followed Bulma on a journey to find the Dragon Ball. Along the way, little Gaku also had many encounters, and gradually met several good friends. Luo Mu watched it for a while in the True God Temple, and what happened to little Gaku and Bulma was similar to the original book. The only difference is that Bulma is not as random as the original book said. Bulma didn't bathe little Gaku either. Little Gaku took a bath by himself in the pond near the house. As for leaping, Bulma didn't even look him in the eye. Humph, compared to Brother Luo Mu, it's far behind. Brother Luo Mu is so handsome. I am a goddess. Brother Luo Mu is also a god. How compatible we are. With the assistance of little Gaku and leaping, the first search for Dragon Ball went smoothly. Mainly also because Bulma has a more accurate Dragon Ball radar. In addition, this radar has a special function. That is to release interference waves. As soon as this interference wave is released, other people with the Dragon Ball radar made by Dr. Breves will find that the Dragon Ball is moving to another location. Wait until I actually go to that location. Where is the Dragon Ball? All of a sudden, the other organizations that were looking for the Dragon Ball were all at a loss. What's the situation? Even, many people called Dr. Breves one after another to ask him why this happened. Maybe there has been a little problem with our sun recently. According to my research, a special electric wave is released from the sun. It is this electric wave that interferes with the electric wave released by the Dragon Ball, causing the Dragon Ball radar's positioning to appear. Confusion. Dr. Breves wiped his sweat. He also knew that his daughter had gone to find Dragon Ball, and he also knew that his daughter had made a new Dragon Ball radar, so he started talking nonsense, but don't worry, the problem of the sun is not how long will it take to recover. That, the sun won't have any serious impact on us humans, right? Someone asked worriedly. No, it's just a normal radio wave release. Dr. Breves replied, we humans won't feel anything, but it will affect the normal use of the Dragon Ball radar. The organization looking for the Dragon Ball thought carefully. It's been 10 years. In the past 10 years, I have gathered 5 Dragon Balls, all of which have come true, and the Dragon Ball radar has also played a very important role. So this time, no one doubted Dr. Breve's words. Bulma and others have been busy for more than a month, and finally got together 6 Dragon Balls smoothly. The last Dragon Ball, like the original, was collected by the Pilaf trio. Pilaf, an inventor himself, did not buy Dr. Breve's Dragon Ball radar, but built his own. Therefore, Pilaf successfully discovered Bulma and Goku through the Dragon Ball radar he made himself. In the end, Pilaf locked Goku, Bulma, and others in a strong room, and took away Goku's 6 Dragon Balls. Pilaf was thrilled. Dragon Ball, finally got it together. Humph, I can smash a room of that level with one punch. Bardock gritted his teeth, feeling helpless for his son's weakness. The son was actually locked in that kind of room. If Lord Dragon God didn't let me take care of Kakarot, I would have wiped out those 3 teasers. Infinite Heaven, the Dragon God descends, Shenron come out and fulfill your wish. Pilaf laughed. The 7 Dragon Balls turned into a golden glow, soaring into the sky. In an instant, Jinmang turned into a golden gorilla, like a mountain. Ho ho, those who have gathered the Dragon Ball, hurry up and say your wish, I'm busy, the gorilla said. Pilaf. Xiao Wu. Ash. This is Shenron? Why is it different from what is shown in the information? Are you Shenron? Pilaf asked suspiciously. I want a sausage. Oolong transformed into a bat and flew out of a hole punched by the little Goku, and shouted. Pilaf looked at Oolong in astonishment. Ho ho, yes. The gorilla said, with a flash of golden light in his hand, he conjured a sausage and threw it directly to Oolong. Hey, hey! Oolong grinned wildly. Ho ho, your wish has come true, goodbye. After the gorilla finished speaking, it directly turned into a golden light. Chapter 48. The golden glow split into 7 parts and quickly disappeared into the night sky. Luo Mu looked over silently. This time, his dragon god power still increased by 100 points. Not bad. The genius dragon god can only achieve a maximum of 30 points each time he fulfills his wish. I am 3 times their size. What else am I not satisfied with? This trip to find the Dragon Ball went smoothly. As for what wish to realize, it has nothing to do with Luo Mu. At night, little Goku turned into a great ape and beat the Pilaf trio away. After it was too bright, little Goku took the somersault cloud to find Master Roshi as a teacher. Bulma returned to his home by plane. After receiving special training from Master Roshi, little Goku's fighting power has increased a little. Of course, it only increased a little bit. This made Bardock and Jin anxious. What about the combat power that was said to be super high? Now Kakarot's combat power is only 100, right? For this question, Luo Mu smiled and said nothing. Time passed day by day. Unknowingly, little Goku is also constantly growing in the battle. The runner-up of the world's #1 martial arts tournament, defeated Tao Bibai, the world's #1 killer, and fought against the Red Ribbon Legion. 4 years passed in a flash. Piccolo Daimao appeared. With the help of Pilaf and his gang, Piccolo Daimao gathered 7 Dragon Balls. The great demon lord felt something was wrong when he heard Pilaf calling Shenron. Why, in my impression, Shenron was not summoned like this. How can there be immeasurable heavenly venerable and dragon god comes? Forget it, it doesn't matter anymore. And when Shenron appeared, the big devil looked at the gorilla with a golden light all over his body, and was really speechless. You said you are Shenron. The big devil didn't believe it. Hurry up and say your wish. If you dare to talk about my appearance, I will beat you to death, the gorilla said with a black face. Ha 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 ha, I like your character very much. Piccolo Daimao laughed loudly. My wish is very simple, to restore my youthful vitality. Can it be done? Ho ho, no problem. The gorilla nodded. Call out. A golden light hit Piccolo Daimao's body. Immediately, Piccolo Daimao's body regained its youth. Strange guy, when did that old fairy replace Shenron? Piccolo smiled slightly. Ho ho, your wish has come true, goodbye. The gorilla said, and was about to leave. Wait a minute, I have a present for you. Piccolo Daimao smiled. Eh? What? The gorilla asked curiously. The corner of Piccolo Daimao's mouth curved into an evil arc. Call out. Immediately afterwards, Piccolo Daimao suddenly opened his mouth wide, an array of flame shot out from the mouth. Boom! The energy flame of the big devil directly hit the gorilla. The gorilla froze for a moment, grabbed the energy and absorbed it directly into its body. This is a gift from you? It's too weak. This amount of energy is not enough for me to squeeze between my teeth. The gorilla snorted, with a dissatisfied expression on his face. Piccolo Daimao was stunned. Are you kidding me? Did this guy suck my energy? Any more? Asked the gorilla. Yes, of course. The big devil gritted his teeth, the energy in his body surged wildly, and he bombarded the gorilla. Hoo. Is there a result now? Piccolo Daimao smiled slightly, showing an evil smile. Snapped. The gorilla once again absorbed the energy released by the big devil. After seeing that the gorilla was safe and sound, Piccolo Daimao was not so calm. Too little, let's talk about it next time. The gorilla shook his head disappointedly. I'm leaving, goodbye. Call out. The gorilla turned into a golden flame and soared into the sky. The sky regained its light. Piccolo Daimao looked dumbfounded. Why is this Shenron completely different from the one I know? Am I on the wrong set? After the Piccolo Daimao incident, little Gaku went to Jialan Tower again, wanting to learn a higher level of Kung Fu. If you want to learn, you can go to the temple to learn from the gods. Immortal Jialan suggested. God? Is there really a god? Little Gaku was amazed. Of course, it's right above the Jialan Tower. Immortal Jialan smiled, where's your wishful stick? The wishful stick is the bridge to the temple. 20 minutes later. Little Gaku finally set foot in the temple. At this moment, Jin felt warm in his heart. This was the first time that his son was so close to him. Only 1,000 meters. Just below myself. It's a pity that Lord Dragon God said that it is not mature enough to meet him now. We can only wait. Next, little Gaku learned from Tenshin and Mr. Popo and grew up day by day. Mr. Popo, how do I feel? There seems to be something above our heads. Little Gaku looked up at the sky and couldn't help asking. That's the real temple. Mr. Popo smiled. Chapter 49. True Temple? What is it? Little Gaku asked curiously. The Lord Dragon God lives above the true temple. Mr. Popo looked up at the sky and said with a smile, the Dragon Ball was made by the Lord Dragon God. God. My Dragon Ball is just disabled. Otherwise, I also have Dragon Ball. Hey? The Dragon Ball was made by the Dragon God? Really? Little Gaku was quite surprised. It's absolutely true. Mr. Popo nodded slightly. So, is Dragon God Sama stronger than Tenjin Sama? Little Gaku asked again. Yes. Mr. Popo nodded again. Great, there are so many people stronger than me in this world, I'm getting more and more excited. Little Gaku clenched his fists. 1 year later. Son Goku and the newly born Piccolo fought fiercely at the 23rd Tenkaichi Budo tournament. This time, Son Goku finally got his wish and won the championship. Not only that, Son Goku had to embrace the beauty and married Shishi. After the world number 1 Budo tournament ended, Son Goku and Shishi went to live in Baizai Mountain. Over the past few years, a total of 8 wishes have been realized. Luo Mu's Dragon God power also skyrocketed to a height of 3,000. So enjoyable. A smile was written all over Luo Mu's face. He had already spoken to Sui I just now. Sui Ai's dragon god power is only 2000. He has already been dropped by 1000 heights by himself. Yaezai has been lucky in recent years, she caught up with Sui Ai and raised her dragon god power by 2000. Kainu, the most talented dragon god, has also made great achievements. The power of the dragon god has reached 2100, which is 100 points higher than Sui Ai and Yaezai. In a flash, another 5 years passed. In the past 5 years, Luo Mu's dragon god power has not increased. Luo Mu really wanted to crush Son Goku to death. This kid put Nuova Shenron beads on Son Gohan's hat. Anyone who came to find Dragon Ball was beaten away by Son Goku. So, 5 years have passed, and no one has got the Dragon Ball together. What's more, the strong men in this world went to Dragon Ball, and after seeing Son Goku, the world martial arts champion, they all died down. 5 years. Luo Mu's dragon god power didn't increase at all. But Konu and the others are not much better. Konu's dragon god's power has only increased by 100 points, and it is now 2200. Yaezai has reached 2190, and she is getting closer to Kainu. Instead, the meaning of snow fell, and it was still 2000. In the past 5 years, the Dragon Ball she made was sealed up by someone. The reason for archiving is, I can't get all the Dragon Balls together, so neither can you. Sui Ai really wanted to kill this person. Hateful. However, Shui Yi knew that she couldn't do this. If you do, it's cheating. Cheating, the power of the Dragon God will not increase. Moreover, when she thought that Yao Zi's Dragon God power actually ran ahead of her, Shui Yi felt even more upset. Sui Ai was even thinking. Could it be the Dragon Ball that Vados deliberately asked someone to seal? It must be. Vados. 20 years ago I let you go. Now, you are running out against me again. Sui Ai gritted her white teeth, and immediately shot up into the sky, heading towards the gods of destruction world where Vados was. Shui Yi was condescending and looked at the entire gods of destruction world. Vados, not here again. Boom. With a cold snort, Sui Ai slapped Kampa to the ground and walked away. Kampa wanted to cry. Who is this woman? I haven't seen you for 20 years, I almost forgot about you. Fortunately, you ran over and beat me again. After Vados returned, Kampa mentioned the woman. Oh? It's her again. Vados smiled slightly, so Lord Kampa beat her away again. Of course. Kampa hummed. But Master Kampa looks a bit embarrassed. Vados looked at Kampa with a smile. Fighting, getting dirty, what a normal thing. Kampa smiled. Vados smiled and fell silent. What is Sui Ai doing here again? Is it such a coincidence every time? Just when I left, she came over. I understand, it should be because of the boring experience, find a god to vent your anger. Forget it, leave her alone. Master Grand Priest said, it is best not to provoke these dragon gods. Let her go. Vados ignored it, which further confirmed Sui Ai's guess. Originally, Sui Ai planned to continue to settle accounts with Vados in 2 days. This time, Shui Yi had already made up her mind. If Vados wasn't there, I'd be waiting in gods of destruction forever. I still can't believe you didn't show up. Chapter 50. Just when Sui Ai was about to leave, she was pleasantly surprised to find that the human who sealed the Dragon Ball was beaten by a group of robbers. The Dragon Ball was also inadvertently turned out of a box by this group of robbers. Sui Ai breathed a sigh of relief. Just break the seal with the Dragon Ball. Forget about going to the trouble of Vados. However, Sui Ai still thinks for sure. See, I hit gods of destruction, and the Dragon Ball seal was broken. I should have done this a year ago if I knew it. 7th Universe, Milky Way, Earth. Call out. A spherical miniature universe spaceship fell from the sky and hit the ground of the Earth. Is that Frisia's universe ship. Burdock was slightly taken aback. Who's here? Jin was also taken aback. Luo Mu glanced silently. Crunch! The hatch of the spherical universe ship opens. A scion with waist-length hair stepped out of the spaceship. Is it Raditz? Jin had a look of surprise on his face. He's grown up. Burdock nodded slightly. Raditz came to see us. Jin was excited. When did you tell Raditz we're on Earth? Burdock asked. Hee, I contacted Raditz the night I sent Kakarot away. Jin giggled. Burdock didn't say much. Snapped. Raditz landed on the ground and looked at the Earthling with a gun opposite him. What happened? There is life on this planet? Didn't Mom and Dad conquer this planet? Raditz whispered. You, don't come here. If you dare to come here again, I will shoot you. The Earthlings trembled in fright. Raditz smiled lightly, and walked in the direction of the Earthling. Boom! The gun went off. Raditz caught the bullet. The face of the Earthling changed color. A slag with a combat power of only 5. Raditz snorted coldly, flicking the bullet in his hand lightly. Puff! The bullet shot into the forehead of the Earthman, and the man was killed on the spot. Raditz pressed the detector and looked around for humans with high combat effectiveness. The human beings with the highest combat power are only a little over 300. Raditz pondered, there is no response to the combat power of my father and mother. Well, so to speak, the legendary Dragon Ball was fake? It's just, strangely, why Dad and Mom will suddenly disappear. Raditz was a little confused. Raditz took another careful look at the combat probe. Still no trace of the parents. Raditz calculated that his father's combat power during this period was at least 10,000, right? For my mother, it can be a little lower. But there is still a possibility of more than 1,000. It's just that, as shown on the probe, the number of people with the highest combat effectiveness on this planet is a little over 300. This is not quite right. It can only mean that Dragon Ball's wish fulfillment is pure nonsense. Raditz smiled lightly, maybe my parents are dead. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Raditz smiled. UBD. Burdock was shaking with anger. For so many years, it's not easy for him to be alone, so don't blame him. Jin sighed. Humph. Burdock snorted, Mother is a loser. Master Dragon God, can we burst out our own aura? Jin asked. This time, Raditz will die when he comes to Earth. Luo Mu said suddenly. Ah? What? Jin's face changed color. Not only Raditz will die, but Goku will die too. They will perish together. Luo Mu said lightly. Jin rolled his eyes, his body trembled violently, and he passed out immediately. Burdock quickly supported Jin, and looked at Luo Mu with a confused expression. Look carefully and don't interfere. When the time is right, I will let you see them one last time. Luo Mu said. Master Dragon God, if the two of them are really dead. Burdock said in a deep voice. No if. Luo Mu smiled. Burdock. Master Dragon God, can I ask the Dragon Ball to revive them? Burdock quickly asked respectfully. You can't. Luo Mu shook his head, but don't worry, the friends Goku has been with these years, do you think they will let him die like this? They will collect Dragon Balls to bring him back to life. Burdock was slightly relieved. Lord Dragon God, you should have said it earlier. I thought Kakarot and Raditz were just dead? What about the promised combat power? Now that you are dead, how can you live? Hey, Vegeta, let me tell you, I've arrived on Earth. Raditz flew in the direction of Son Goku, and got in touch with Vegeta through the probe. Oh? Is everything going well? Vegeta's voice came over. Earth's environment is good, but you may be disappointed, my father and mother are not on this planet. Raditz smiled. Chapter 51. You wouldn't hide it on purpose, would you? Vegeta asked with a smile. How is it possible? The guy with the highest combat power on this planet only has more than 300 points. Raditz laughed, I can wipe out the entire planet by myself. Is your brother Kakarot on Earth? Vegeta asked. Looking for it, Raditz replied. Raditz, you said back then that you didn't know where your brother was sent. Vegeta said meaningfully. Didn't I suddenly remember it when I was squatting in the pit 2 days ago? I really don't remember it back then. My mother told me that, and I forgot it as soon as I turned my head. I can't blame me for this kind of thing. I also heard you talk about the Milky Way, so I got a little connection. You can say whatever you want. Vegeta smiled, since your parents are not on that planet, it proves that it was impossible for the Dragon Ball back then to fulfill its wish. Vegeta, or wish fulfilled, Bardock engine transferred from Earth. Nappa asked from the side. It doesn't matter anymore. Vegeta smiled, aren't the dragon gods already dead? Yes. Nappa nodded. In that case, let that guy Kakarot join, although his combat power is only about 300. Vegeta sighed. Okay, I'll find him first. Raditz replied, the guy with a combat power of 322, I think there is a high possibility that he is Kakarot. As expected of an inferior fighter. Nappa smiled contemptuously. Raditz snorted and said nothing more. I'm an inferior soldier, what's wrong? See what you can. Raditz didn't want to talk anymore, and accelerated the speed of the flight. Soon, Raditz appeared over Piccolo's spot. It's not him. This guy is useless to me. Raditz frowned. Not Kakarot. Is Kakarot dead? Do you know who you're talking to? Piccolo asked, shaking with fright, clenching his fists. What? Are you famous? Raditz smiled with contempt on his face. Wow! Piccolo was furious, and suddenly released a huge mass of energy from his hands. Boom! Energy swallowed up Raditz at that time. The corner of Piccolo's mouth reveals a little smugness. After the smoke dissipated, Raditz's intact figure was revealed. Is this your attack? Raditz smiled contemptuously, it just raised a cloud of dust. What? How did this happen? Piccolo's face changed color, and cold sweat kept slipping down. Now, it's my turn to attack. Raditz chuckled. However, just as Raditz was about to attack Piccolo, the detector suddenly received a signal. Is it a new combat power response? Combat power 334. It's the highest existence on this planet. Raditz's eyes widened. Strange, there didn't seem to be any response just now. Is there something wrong with the detector? Raditz muttered under his breath. That's right, it must be Kakarot this time. Raditz ignored Piccolo and flew into the sky. A small Piccolo, with a combat power of just over 300, Raditz didn't pay attention to it at all. Is it really you? Kakarot. Raditz pressed the detector. Well, this kid is moving very fast, but the speed is not slow. Gohan, look, that's Grandpa Master Roshi's island, we'll be there soon. Son Goku pulled Son Gohan, and flew towards Master Roshi's island on a somersault cloud. Snapped. Son Goku fell from the sky holding Son Gohan. Hi, everyone. Son Goku waved his hand. Goku? Why are you here? Krillin said in surprise. It's Goku. Master Roshi laughed. Goku is here. Bulma also just came and slammed the door. Bulma is here too. Son Goku scratched his head with a smile. What makes me most curious is, Goku, the child next to you is, are you helping someone else take care of the child? Bulma noticed Son Gohan and couldn't help asking. What, he is my son. Son Goku replied. Hey? Son of Goku. Kellen and the others exclaimed. Bulma is also full of emotions. So many years have passed without knowing it. Goku has a son. Brother Luo Mu, where have you been? Bulma looked up at the sky. Are you really above the temple? You never come down to see me? Thinking of this, Bulma began to gnash his teeth again. Humph, I am such a beautiful woman, why should I like someone who doesn't like me? I don't want to talk to you anymore, Luo Mu. Chapter 52. Though thinking so in his heart, Bulma still looked up at the sky. Are you not a god? Can you feel what I feel in my heart? Come see me if you can. Luo Mu really didn't realize Bulma's inner world. Luo Mu is not so free, and spends all day looking into Bulma's inner world. How perverted this must be. Is it okay to see the inner world of other girls? Gohan, how old are you? Bulma knelt down and asked. I am 4 years old, and my ideal is to grow up to be a great scientist. Son Gohan replied in that immature voice. Gohan is so polite, she taught him. Bulma smiled. Yes. Son Goku nodded. Tail? Gohan also has a tail, didn't he cut it off? Master Roshi asked. Do you want to cut it off? Son Goku was taken aback. Goku, didn't you watch the moon or something at night? Master Roshi asked. No, we all go to bed early. Son Goku didn't understand why Grandpa Master Roshi asked. That's good, that's good. Kellen laughed from the sidelines. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Son Goku was a little puzzled. It's okay, it's okay. Master Roshi smiled. It's better not to tell Goku about this kind of thing. Just pretend not to know. Hey! Son Goku suddenly turned his head to look backwards, his face became heavy. What's wrong? Clint asked. A powerful energy is approaching. Son Goku's face moved. Powerful energy? Who is it? Carrie was stunned. Master Roshi also frowned, with a bad feeling. He's coming. Son Goku said in a deep voice. Shua. As soon as the voice fell, Raditz was just suspended above the sky, looking down at the few people present. Who is it? Son Goku didn't know this person at all, and after feeling the strong energy of the other person, cold sweat rolled down his face. Snapped. Raditz landed on the ground and looked at Son Goku with a smile. Kakarot, it really is you, yes, you look exactly like your father. Raditz smiled at Son Goku. Son Goku looked confused. Kakarot, how did you complete the task given to you? Didn't you ask you to kill all the Earthlings? Raditz said coldly, you are fine, how do I feel that you get along with these Earthlings? Very good. Son Goku was even more confused. True Temple. Did you tell Raditz that Kakarot came to Earth so that he could kill all Earthlings? Bardock asked Jin. Jin is also a scion after all, and just fainted after hearing the news that her 2 sons would die. But soon woke up. I told him that your brother was sent to Earth in the Milky Way by us. If we have a chance, we will go to Earth to find him. I didn't say that he would kill all the people on Earth. Jin laughed. Forget it, let's take a look first. Bardock shook his head slightly. I'm afraid, judging by the current form, these 2 brothers are really going to fight. Over the years, Bardock has seen Kakarot grow. Kakarot has become the patron saint of this planet. Now Raditz wants Kakarot to kill all the Earthlings? It is impossible for Kakarot to do this. Turtle Island. Ha ha ha, are you drunk? It's not good to drink so much in broad daylight. Kellen swayed and walked to the opposite side of Raditz. Hurry up, go back. Boom. Raditz's tail flicked slightly. With a muffled sound, Kellen flew upside down. Boom. There was another muffled sound, and Kellen directly hit the house behind him, causing the vibrating house to shake. Krillin. Son Goku was shocked and shouted angrily, "UBD." However, just after saying this, Son Goku suddenly noticed the tail behind Raditz. Tail. Son Goku's eyes widened. Finally remembered. Raditz smiled. "Who are you?" Son Goku looked at Raditz in confusion. "What? What's the matter with you, BD? Don't you know who you are?" Raditz shouted. "I don't know what you're talking about." Son Goku shook his head. "When you were a kid, did you get hit on the head so badly that you lost your memory or something?" Raditz speculated. "Goku, your grandfather told me that he picked up a very violent child, it was you. When you were very young, you were playing in the mountains, and you accidentally fell down the cliff and almost died." Master Roshi pondered. "Later you survived tenaciously, and after that, your character changed and became obedient and sensible." Son Goku. Do I still exist like that? Chapter 53. No wonder you can get along so well with the people on Earth. Raditz snorted. "It turns out that your brain was hit, and even your tail was removed." Tail? Does it matter? Son Goku was puzzled. "You kid, you really don't remember anything." Raditz smiled. "Isn't the tail the strongest root of our scion?" "What do you mean?" Son Goku continued to be confused. "Forget it, it's not important." Raditz said coldly, "Since you forgot, I'll tell you your identity. You are Scion, the fighting nation Scion. And I am your brother, my brother." Raditz. Son Goku was in a daze. "Brother? Have you finally found your family? However, this brother doesn't seem very friendly. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. We Scions are originally a minority, and our planet was also hit by a meteorite. Except for you and me, and the other two survivors, all Scions died." Raditz said lightly, "My two companions and I recently discovered a planet. If the three of us attacked it, it would be a bit difficult to take care of it. So I thought of you, Kakarot. I want you to attack that planet with us." "Planet? It's that simple." Son Goku didn't speak. "Go away, Goku won't promise you." Bulma said loudly, "Goku is the hero who saved our world. How could he follow you to conquer other planets?" "Yes, my name is not Kakarot, I am Son Goku." Son Goku nodded in agreement. "Humph, I've seen it a long time ago, I knew you would say that." Raditz smiled lightly, showing an expression that everything was expected. Son Goku and others remained silent. "I noticed just now, the kid next to you is your son, right?" Raditz smiled and looked at Son Gohan, who was only 4 years old. Son Gohan was so frightened that he wanted to cry, but he didn't dare to cry. He is not my son." Son Goku hastily denied. "Gohan, call uncle," Bulma said at the same time. Son Goku and Bulma exchanged glances. "Son Goku. Bulma. This thing is done. Uncle, wow, woo woo woo." Son Gohan burst into tears. "Okay, there's no need to pretend, and there's no need to let that child get close to me. Isn't his tail the best proof?" Raditz smiled contemptuously, and walked towards Son Goku step by step. "Stop! If you dare to take a step forward, I won't be polite to you." Son Goku trembled all over his body. Terrible! This man's aura is really terrifying. I can't possibly be his match. Boom! Raditz punches Son Goku in the stomach. Puff! Son Goku fell limply to the ground. With a contemptuous expression on his face, Raditz stepped forward and grabbed Son Gohan by the back collar, and slipped it up. "At this time tomorrow, kill 100 Earthlings, and I'll let him go, otherwise, you should know the consequences." Raditz laughed. The next moment, Raditz took to the sky. "Kakarot, I'm waiting for your good news." After Raditz finished speaking, he flew away with Son Gohan. Even Gaku was knocked down with one punch. Master Roshi said in a deep voice. Who else will be his opponent? Bulma was also wiping tears. Damn it! I can't spare him. Son Goku was furious, and after a short rest, he gritted his teeth and stood up, calling Somersault Cloud. Goku, what are you doing? Master Roshi and others hurriedly persuaded. I want to defeat him. But I am very clear that with my own ability, I am no match for him anyway. Son Goku thought carefully, lowered his head and said, then silently looked at Kellen and Master Roshi. Master Roshi. Clint. What do you mean? Do you want us to help? Okay. Goku, you've finished talking to this point, and Krillin and I have no choice but to participate in the battle. Master Roshi replied tremblingly. Really? Grandpa Master Roshi, Kellen. Son Goku was pleasantly surprised. Clint looked bitter. I don't have a girlfriend yet. You are too much. Right, I have an idea. Bulma suddenly had an idea. What? Master Roshi looked at Bulma. Collect the Dragon Ball, Shenron is so powerful, you can defeat him. Bulma smiled. Dragon Ball. Son Goku and the others all had a hint of brilliance in their eyes. Yes. We also have the Dragon Ball. Just get the Dragon Ball together and let Shenron find a way to deal with him. Chapter 54. But, can Shenron beat him? Kellen was not very optimistic about Shenron. So ugly Shenron, are you sure you can beat this guy? Of course, Shenron is very powerful. Tien Shinyan saw with his own eyes back then that Piccolo Daimao regained his youth and planned to kill Shenron. As a result, all the energy he released was eaten by Shenron. Bulma said with a smile. What? There is such a thing. Master Roshi was shocked. I heard him mention it by accident, don't you know? Bulma was stunned. At that time, Kellen and I were already dead. Master Roshi scratched his head. Okay. I'd have forgotten if you didn't tell me, you're already dead. Bulma grinned. Collecting the Dragon Ball is not a big problem, the biggest problem is, Gohan is wearing a Dragon Ball on his hat, right? Master Roshi asked, don't forget, Gohan is still in the hands of that scion. I'm going to find a way to save Gohan. Please get all the Dragon Balls as soon as possible. Son Goku said. Snapped. While talking, a green-skinned person came out from the back of the room. Son Goku, I will go with you to save your son. Piccolo said in a deep voice. Piccolo. Son Goku looked over in surprise. I have fought against him, and I know that with the strength of the two of us, it is impossible to be his opponent alone, but if the two of us join forces, it will be a different matter. Piccolo smiled. Really? Piccolo, you want to fight with me? Son Goku asked excitedly. Don't get me wrong, I just can't understand that guy's arrogance. Piccolo said coldly. Then, shall we still look for Dragon Ball? Kellen was stunned and asked. Look, get ready with both hands. Master Roshi pondered, we will continue to search for the Dragon Ball, and contact Tien Shinyan and Leaping by the way, asking them to find the Dragon Ball too. If Goku and Piccolo lose to that scion, we will summon Shenron, begging Shenron to beat that scion to death. Action! Piccolo shouted and flew into the sky. Bulma, give me the Dragon Ball radar first, I'll go find Gohan. Son Goku said, do you still have a spare Dragon Ball radar? Well, I'll go to my dad to get one. Don't press this button 3 times for this radar. It will turn on the interference wave, and my dad's Dragon Ball radar will be invalid. Bulma explained. What triple hit? Son Goku was taken aback. That's it. Bulma pressed the button on the Dragon Ball radar 3 times in a row. Understood. Son Goku nodded. Press it again and it will be restored. Bulma said, and pressed it 3 more times. Son Goku understood. snapped. Son Goku jumped on the somersault cloud. Piccolo, can you follow my somersault cloud? Son Goku smiled at Piccolo. Humph, stop looking down on people. Piccolo quickly flew into the distance. Turtle Island. Listen, Bulma, you are in charge of contacting Tien Shinyan and Leaping, and let them join the team looking for the Dragon Ball as soon as possible. At the same time, prepare 2 more Dragon Ball radars for Kellen and me. Master Roshi proposed. I understand, you guys come with me, I'll take you home to get the Dragon Ball radar right now. Bulma nodded. On the way back to the headquarters of Universal Capsule, Bulma also quickly got in touch with Leaping and Tien Shinyan. After the two heard the words, they immediately rushed to the headquarters of Wanange Capsule Company. Soon, several fighters assembled here. Bulma sent down the Dragon Ball radar, 1 for each. This thing is said to be worth 10 billion apiece back then. Kellen scratched his bald head and whispered, "Do you want to sell it? Then I will have nothing to worry about for the rest of my life." Boom! Bulma punched Kling's bald head. I asked you to find Dragon Ball. I didn't ask you to make trouble. Bulma shouted angrily. I'm just talking casually. Kellen looked aggrieved. Talk about it. Bulma snorted. Li Ping, the woman you liked back then was really domineering. You were right not to be with her. Kellen whispered to Li Ping. Li Ping's face darkened instantly. I still like her now. You bald head, you are so hateful. The Dragon Ball radar made by my father is not as accurate as mine in detecting Dragon Balls. The search range is about 500 meters. Bulma pondered, now I don't have more time to transform these Dragon Balls. Ball radar, so hurry up and figure it out for yourselves. 500 meters in radius. What concept? That is, the Dragon Ball appears in a certain position, and you have to look for it in this 500-meter diameter. The Dragon Ball radar made by Bulma can be located within a radius of 1 meter. As soon as you find the Dragon Ball, gather at Turtle Island. Bulma suggested. Chapter 55. In the process of finding the Dragon Ball, you will meet other organizations looking for the Dragon Ball, defeat them. Master Roshi urged, okay, that's it, let's go. Yes. Several people immediately began to arrange the task of finding the Dragon Ball. At this point, Son Goku and Piccolo were already playing against Raditz. Raditz beat Son Goku and Piccolo in a landslide. Even one of Piccolo's arms was knocked off by Raditz's energy, turning into slag, leaving nothing behind. Just because of you two bastards, you want to challenge me, Raditz? Raditz looked disdainful. Son Goku and Piccolo were shocked and horrified. Son Goku, have you researched any new tricks these years? Piccolo glanced at Son Goku and asked. Hoo, no. Son Goku panted heavily, shook his head, and asked, what about you? I have actually researched a unique move, which was originally intended to deal with you. Piccolo smiled, but unfortunately, this move requires a long time to recharge. I understand, I'll go up and hold him back. Son Goku nodded, you have one arm, is it okay? No problem. Piccolo smiled. Okay. Son Goku said, rushing towards Raditz. Piccolo put his fingers on his forehead, and began to recharge his breath, ready to kill with the magic gun. Bang bang bang. Son Goku gets beaten up by Raditz. Go to hell, Kakarot. Raditz laughed wildly, about to punch Son Goku to death. The damned person is you. Piccolo snorted coldly. What? His fighting power. His fighting power. What happened? Did he focus all his energy on his fingers? Raditz's face changed color. Magic light killing cannon. As Piccolo said, a spiral flame came straight in the direction of Raditz. Boom! Spiral flames hit Raditz on the shoulder. Raditz ducked, breaking out in a cold sweat. Raditz knew very well that if he didn't pay attention just now, he would be dead. That guy definitely has the ability to kill himself. Damn! I can't spare you. Raditz flew into a rage and was about to kill Piccolo. Hey, you're being careless. I've got you. Son Goku stepped forward and grabbed Raditz by the tail. True Temple. Bardock and Jin looked down silently. Luo Mu is also watching. The main thing is to see if there is any difference between the appearance of Raditz and the Dragon Ball world I know. The only difference now is that Bulma and the others actually went to find Dragon Ball. This is different from the original. In the original book, Bulma and the others came to the scene of the battle after the battle was over, instead of looking for Dragon Ball. It's good to find Dragon Ball. Collect the Dragon Balls quickly. In this way, my Dragon God power can continue to grow. As for the matter of Son Goku, Luo Mu does not intend to interfere. Son Goku can only improve his own strength quickly if he learns from King Kai. Bardock, tell me, are the two of them really going to die? Jin asked with trembling lips. Even if it's dead, isn't there a Dragon Ball? They'll bring Kakarot back to life. Bardock replied. Kakarot can be resurrected, but what about Raditz? Jin said in a deep voice. Bardock fell silent. Yes. Bulma and Kling are good friends of Kakarot. But what about Raditz? Has anyone brought him back to life? Probably not. Let's look at this matter again, and then I will ask Lord Dragon God. Bardock said. Jin nodded slightly. Battle scene. Kakarot, do you want to kill your only brother? Raditz shouted. Son Goku. Don't be fooled. Piccolo also reminded immediately. Kakarot. Raditz yelled again. Son Goku's heart softened, and the hand holding Raditz's tail also slowly let go. Raditz smiled contemptuously, and kicked Son Goku to the ground with a flying kick. The idiot! Piccolo bared his teeth. Boom! Raditz sat on top of Son Goku and punched him. You can hit me. Raditz looked up, smiling at Piccolo. Piccolo gritted his teeth. Piccolo knew that if he attacked Raditz now, he would dodge it. Ah 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 ah! Under Raditz's attack, Son Goku wailed loudly. I can't stand it anymore. Jin's tears were falling. Bardock held Jin tightly, not letting her interfere with their fight. Chapter 56. Boom! At this moment, Son Gohan broke through the universe spaceship and jumped out of it with a look of grievance and anger. That's Kakarot's son. Jin was taken aback. Yes, his name is Son Gohan. Bardock nodded. His combat power, why is it so high? Jin's eyes widened. It may be the mixed blood of Sion and the people on Earth, and some cell mutations have occurred. Bardock pondered. You are not allowed to bully my father. Son Gohan yelled, and rushed towards Raditz quickly. Boom! Son Gohan's head hit Raditz's chest hard. Ah! Raditz let out a wail, feeling ill all over. The brat! How to have such a powerful energy? Son Gohan also fainted immediately under the impact. Damn it! The current combat power is only 1. How can there be such a big difference in the emotional fluctuations before and after? Raditz looked at the detector and gritted his teeth. Immediately afterwards, Raditz walked step by step in the direction of Son Gohan. You stop! Do you want to kill him? Son Goku shouted. Humph, what are you kidding, his fighting power is far superior to yours. Raditz snorted, I will not leave a guy who threatens me, even if he is just a child. Raditz gritted his teeth and moved closer to Son Gohan. Snapped! Just then, Son Goku hooked Raditz's arms from behind. Piccolo! Use that trick again! Son Goku shouted hastily. Let me go! UBD, why do you still have such powerful energy? Raditz swayed back and forth, but he couldn't escape Son Goku's restraint. He was anxious at the time, if you do this, you will die too. Hey, I want to die with you. Son Goku chuckled, hurry up Piccolo, I can't hold on any longer. Humph, Son Goku, I knew you would do this, and I've been waiting. Piccolo smiled softly, began to gather energy, and asked, by the way, why didn't you grab his tail? It's useless, the tail can be disconnected at a critical moment. Son Goku explained. You even know this? Cold sweat broke out on Raditz' face, and he struggled desperately again. Piccolo, are you still okay? Son Goku was anxious. Soon, soon. Piccolo replied. Kakarot, I don't dare anymore, let me go. I'll leave Earth immediately. Raditz began to play the sympathy card. Idiot, do you think I still believe you? Son Goku snorted. Raditz. At this time, Piccolo has already condensed energy, and condensed all the energy on his fingers. Oops. Raditz's face became extremely ugly. Prepare to die. Piccolo grinned, releasing the spiral energy in his hand towards Raditz's chest. Son Goku hugged Raditz tightly from behind. It's over. Raditz yelled. Pfft. The Magwang cannon directly penetrated the chests of Raditz and Son Goku brothers, and rushed out from the back. The two fell to the ground at the same time, with a blood hole in their chest. True Temple. Jin covered her eyes, tears streaming down her face. Bardock was also trembling all over, closed his eyes, and didn't look. Go, see them one last time. Luo Mu ordered. Yes, Lord Dragon God. Bardock was overjoyed, and pulled Jin to fly down quickly. Battle scene. Raditz already felt his life force draining away. May hang up at any time. It's ridiculous, I was killed by you two little bastards. Raditz felt unwilling. Humph. Piccolo smiled contemptuously, you have to blame for that. Damn. I'm so powerful. I'm not reconciled. Raditz shouted. If you don't want to be willing, you have to be willing. The fact is already like this. Piccolo sneered. Kakarot is an idiot, in order to kill me, he took his own life, is it worth it? Raditz bared his teeth. Humph, I'm afraid you don't know anything, do you? Piccolo smiled, on our Earth, there is a magical thing called Dragon Ball, which can grant any wish. Son Goku's partner, I will join you soon. Chi Dragon Ball, which brought Son Goku back to life. Raditz's eyes widened. You mean Dragon Ball? Did I hear you right? Humph, it looks like you haven't seen the world. Piccolo smiled contemptuously. Dragon Ball? Let me ask you, is there a dragon god on your planet? Raditz asked excitedly. What dragon god? I don't know what you're talking about. Piccolo snorted coldly. Chapter 57. Piccolo is unaware of the existence of the dragon god. In fact, even Son Goku doesn't know much about it. Son Goku just heard Bulma say something casually. As for the detailed situation, Son Goku is not very clear. So, have you met my parents? Raditz asked again. Piccolo frowned. Your parents? So Son Goku's parents, right? Why can't I understand what you are talking about? Didn't you say before that your planet is destroyed? Are your parents on Earth? That's weird. Raditz could tell from Piccolo's expression that he hadn't met his parents. Where did father and mother go? Dragon Ball, does it really exist? But it looks like it exists, right? Otherwise, this person would not be so sure. He, your news is so valuable. My companions have passed through the detector and received what you just said. They will come to Earth to avenge me. If there really is a Dragon Ball, they will take the Dragon Ball together to bring me back to life. Raditz smiled slightly. So, when are the two scions coming? Son Goku asked. 1 year, almost 1 year. Raditz gritted his teeth and said, ha ha ha, You are all young people, they are many times stronger than me, you are ready to die. Piccolo was furious, and the energy in his hands was concentrated. Hey! Piccolo punched Raditz' head in the direction of the head. It is believed that this blow hit Raditz, and Piccolo, who did not have much vitality, would die on the spot. Snapped! Just as Piccolo was about to make a move, someone grabbed his forearm. Piccolo was slightly taken aback, and swept towards the person holding his arm. Then, Piccolo froze. Son Goku! Piccolo was taken aback and couldn't help asking. Just then, Piccolo felt something was wrong. Not Son Goku. This guy just looks a lot like Son Goku. Piccolo hurriedly looked at Son Goku lying on the ground. Sure enough, Son Goku was still lying on the ground. So, who is this person who looks exactly like Son Goku? Besides this man, there is also a woman. Piccolo frowned. Jin looked at Raditz, then at Son Goku, and burst into tears. Raditz was dumbfounded. Is it mother? No way! Am I dying? So there is a hallucination in front of my eyes. Son Goku was lost. Who is this woman? Is it a woman? Also, that man looks a lot like Raditz. Raditz, he's your brother, do you really have the heart to kill him? Jin knelt down and wanted to hold Raditz in her arms, but she knew very well that if she did that, Raditz might die on the spot. Ah! Are you really my mother? Raditz's eyes widened, and then he smiled softly. It's funny, I'm actually hallucinating. Jin didn't say anything more. Immediately afterwards, Jin got up and came to Son Goku's side. Son Goku looked at Jin with a confused face. Who is this person? I don't know it at all. Raditz called her mom? At this moment, Raditz tilted his head, swallowed his last breath, and died. Raditz! Jin burst into tears. Although I don't know who you are, I feel so kind. Son Goku smiled at Jin. Snapped. Immediately afterwards, Son Goku also tilted his head and passed away with a smile. Jin looked at Son Goku, then at Raditz, but felt a blur in front of his eyes, and then fainted on the ground. Good job you did. Bardock glanced at Jin, and instead of helping him, he looked at Piccolo coldly. Boom! Immediately afterwards, Bardock exploded with incredible energy. Piccolo turned pale and trembled when he felt Bardock's powerful energy. He's Raditz's father? How is he so powerful? Also, when did he show up? Correct. Raditz said just now that he has two companions coming to Earth. Could it be the two of them? Something is wrong. Didn't it mean that it will reach the Earth in a year? Why are you here now? Also, didn't Raditz say those two companions were about his age? Why now become his parents? I don't understand. Piccolo is a bit of a mess. Boom! Bardock punched Piccolo in the stomach. Immediately, Piccolo flew up to a high altitude, spat out a big mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground all at once. So strong! This guy is much stronger than Raditz. Even if it is the magic gun light killing cannon in my heyday, it is difficult to kill him. Piccolo's expression changed again and again. Chapter 58. Bardock didn't kill Piccolo and went over to pick Jin up. Jin also woke up at this time, and opened his eyes. Let me see the two of them again. Jin said with tears streaming down his face. Bardock said nothing. If I knew this earlier, I might as well not come. Shua. Just when Jin looked at Son Goku's body suddenly disappeared. Where is the person? Why is it gone? Jin was stunned and lost his voice. Piccolo looked over. Was it Tenshin who took Son Goku's body away? The only person who can do this kind of thing is that boring guy named Tenjin. God must want to take Son Goku to practice, right? Well, it must be. Piccolo said nothing. I know, but I just don't tell you. Go get yourself a headache. Hey! An invisible energy burst out from Burdok's mouth, directly smashing a big hole in the ground. Then, Burdok put Jin down, hugged Raditz, and lowered him into the pit. Just as he was about to bury Raditz, Burdok saw light flashing from the detector. Burdok knew there was a signal coming. Snapped. Burdok removed the Raditz detector and set it aside. Immediately afterwards, the two buried Raditz with their own hands. Piccolo took the opportunity to grab the unconscious Son Gohan, dropped the Dragon Ball on his head, quietly left the scene, and fled quickly. Burdok saw it, but didn't interfere. After burying Raditz, the two didn't stop, and immediately flew towards the true temple. When passing the temple, Burdok, Jin, God asked me to tell you that he intends to take Son Goku to practice with Lord Kai, don't worry. Bobo explained to Burdok and Jin. You know everything. Burdok was slightly taken aback. Know what? Bobo asked. Kakarot is my son, Burdok replied. Bobo. You two look exactly alike, I knew it the first time I met Son Goku. Lord Realm King? Who is it? Jin couldn't help asking. Master Realm King is the greatest god in the universe. I believe that Goku will continue to practice with him, and his strength will rise to a higher level. Bobo smiled. The greatest god in the universe. Jin whispered, isn't he the dragon god? Ha 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 ha, Lord Tien Shen said that Lord Dragon God is very likely to be a realm king who came down to practice. Mr. Popo laughed. So, Raijin-sama is also the king of the realm. Burdok's eyes widened. I finally know the identity of Lord Dragon God. Jin forced a smile, and then said, Mr. Resurrection. I'm sorry, I can't do this. Bobo silently glanced at Jin, you have also seen what the ultimate goal of Raditz is. Don't worry, Burdok and I will discipline him well. Jin promised quickly. This. If you really want Raditz to be revived, go ask Lord Dragon God, I don't care. Bobo shook his head. Then I'll trouble you. Burdok nodded, leading Jin soaring into the sky. Soon, Burdok and Jin returned to the true temple. Snapped. The two immediately knelt down in front of Luo Mu and asked Luo Mu to revive Raditz. Okay, when Bulma and the others have gathered the Dragon Ball, you two will go and grab it, and then your wish will come true. Luo Mu thought for a while and nodded slightly. Burdok's eyes lit up. I'll go, that's okay? By the way, I heard that Lord Dragon God is the greatest Kaiser-sama in the universe? Is it true? Jin asked. Luo Mu laughed it off and didn't bother to talk to her. Realm King? This is also called God? Forget it, I have nothing to argue with a servant. On the earth. Hey, I just received the news that Goku and Raditz died together. Bulma said in a deep voice. What? Goku is dead. Krillin was shocked. But don't worry, Goku was taken to the underworld by the gods to practice. Bulma explained. Hell? Cultivation. Master Roshi wiped his sweat. Is it possible to practice in that place? As expected of a god. By the way, where's Gohan? Kellen asked again. Gohan was taken away by Piccolo, he seems to be training Gohan. Bulma smiled bitterly, let's talk about it first, when Shishi comes to ask for someone, don't say I said it. I feel Shishi will go crazy. Master Roshi was speechless. Husband died. The only son, was taken away by Piccolo Daimao. This thing is done. Chapter 59. One more thing, 1 year later, two scions who are several times stronger than Son Goku's brother will come to Earth. Bulma continued. These things about Bulma were all transmitted to her by Luo Mu. Now, Bulma and they are discussing together through a multi-person video call. What? Even Scion, who Goku and Piccolo teamed up to defeat, is just the weakest one. Krillin exclaimed. So, shall we continue to search for the Dragon Ball now? Tian Xinyan interjected. Of course we have to look for it. Even if we don't need to find the Dragon Ball, we should at least wait for those two scions to appear. Li Ping suggested, if we are not their opponents, Shenren will help us beat those two scions to death, right? Li Ping is right. I also think that at least the Dragon Ball should be collected together, so as to be in case of emergency. Master Roshi replied. Okay, let's do this, get all the Dragon Balls first. Bulma greeted. A distant unknown planet. Vegeta is gnawing on an octopus claw. On this planet is an octopus-like creature. Today, the planet has been taken down by Vegeta and Nappa. Vegeta, did you hear that? Nappa turned to look at Vegeta. Understood, Dragon Ball. Vegeta smiled. Is the Dragon God still alive? Nappa asked. I don't know if the Dragon God is alive or not, but one thing is certain, that is, there really is a Dragon Ball on Earth. Vegeta smiled. By the way, Raditz seemed to say that he saw his parents when he was about to die. Nappa pondered. It's also possible that hallucinations have occurred. When people are about to die, hallucinations are quite normal. Vegeta smiled. Of course, it is not ruled out that we really met Burdock Engine. Nappa nodded slightly. Whether it is or not, it doesn't matter, as long as we go to the Earth, we will know the answer. Vegeta ate the octopus and stood up. Go to Earth and save that Raditz guy. Nappa asked, what a poor guy, he was killed by a guy with only about 400 combat power. Humph, it's just a low-level fighter, why save him? Vegeta chuckled, you said, if there is a Dragon Ball, how about letting the Dragon Ball grant us immortality? Then we can live forever. Go on fighting. As for Super Saiyan's dream. As Vegeta grew older and was brainwashed by Frieza, he felt like a legend of heroes. Nappa agrees. Then, let's deal with this quickly, and we'll leave for Earth immediately. Vegeta smiled. But having said that, Kakarot's son's combat power suddenly exploded to more than 1000. I don't know if it's true or not. Nappa asked. It should be true. After Raditz suffered that blow, his combat effectiveness dropped a lot. Vegeta pondered. The mixed blood of Saiyan and Earthlings is a good choice. Nappa laughed. Vegeta said nothing. 10 minutes later. Whoa! Whoa! Two spherical spaceships of the universe rushed into the starry sky and flew towards the direction of the Milky Way. In the vast starry sky, Frieza's universe spacecraft is also slowly advancing. Frieza also received a message from Earth. What? Dragon Ball? There are also Dragon Balls on Earth? Could it be that the Dragon God is still alive? Frieza's triangular eyes widened with surprise. Your Excellency Frieza, do you want to go to Earth immediately? A younger brother asked. Frieza glanced at the younger brother. Call out. A crimson flame directly penetrated the little brother's heart. Younger brother, Pawn. The other younger brothers were all trembling with fright. Lord Frieza is about to lose his temper again. I hate people robbing me of my words. Frieza snorted coldly, I wanted to go to Earth, but you said everything, so I don't want to go. Many younger brothers. What a nonsense. Are you afraid that you won't be able to defeat that Lord Dragon God? Of course, the little brothers present were just thinking about it in their hearts, but they didn't dare to say it out of their mouths. Said, must die. Fortunately, Lord Frieza cannot read minds. Otherwise, many people will die. Pay close attention to every move of Vegeta and Nappa. Frieza ordered, if the Dragon God is really alive, it will be the end of the Earth after a while. Hell! Lord Yama, this is what happened. I want to take Son Goku to practice with Lord Kai. The god explained to King Yama. Well, Son Goku, you have done a lot of good things, you can go to heaven to enjoy the blessings. Yan Luoyang looked at Son Goku's life in the Book of Life and Death, and nodded approvingly, but, do you really plan to go to the King of the Realm to practice? Chapter 60. God, do all the dead have to report here? Son Goku asked curiously. Yes. God nodded. So, before this, did someone named Raditz come? Son Goku asked. Of course I've been here, a very arrogant guy. Is he your brother? Yan Luoyang smiled. And then? Son Goku asked hastily. Then I beat him to the point of doubting his life and sent him to hell. Yan Luoyang said with a smile. Son Goku's eyes widened. Amazing. Even Raditz can beat it. Also, God, did my parents really show up before I died? Son Goku asked God again. This matter. Tien Shen didn't know how to answer. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Son Goku scratched his head. God. What doesn't matter? I'm thinking about how to answer it. How you are is not important. Okay, since you chose to go to the King of the Realm to practice, I won't stop you. King Yama nodded, and asked the younger brother to send Son Goku to the Snake Road. The Dragon Balls on Earth were quickly assembled. All 7 Dragon Balls were gathered in the Turtle Fairy House in Turtle Island. Since Goku won't be resurrected yet, leave the Dragon Ball here in case you need it, Bulma suggested. Kellen and the others nodded in agreement. At this time, Yaki Lobe appeared on Turtle Island, saying that the gods wanted all the soldiers to go to the temple to practice, so as to face the 2 Scions a year later. Before leaving, Teacher Wu Tian, will it be okay to put the Dragon Ball here? Li Ping asked. Don't worry, I'm a martial arts master, who can snatch the Dragon Ball from me. Master Roshi patted his chest. Of course, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Bulma, you should turn on the thing that affects the Dragon Ball's electric wave bar. Bulma nodded. Soon, everyone left. Turtle Island has also become quiet. Snapped. At this moment, Burdock fell from the sky and landed on Turtle Island, appearing beside Master Roshi. Master Roshi scratched his head and looked at Burdock in astonishment. Goku? Am I right? How did you come back to life? Master Roshi looked confused. Boom! Burdock knocked Master Roshi out with a slap. Immediately, Burdock swept the Dragon Ball from the room, flew into the sky, and quickly disappeared without a trace. After Master Roshi woke up, his expression became even more confused. Dragon Ball? Got snatched by Goku? Goku, resurrected? It's a bit messy. Let me stroke. That person doesn't seem to be Goku. Looks a lot like Goku. Who is it? Immediately afterwards, Master Roshi saw the Dragon Ball disappearing on the table, and was even more confused. Master Roshi scratched his head. Have I met a ghost? Goku stole the Dragon Ball? I say that, do they believe it? After thinking about it, Master Roshi still made a phone call to Bulma and the others. What did you say? Dragon Ball got Goku's soul stolen. Bulma lost his voice. I don't believe it either, but it's true. Master Roshi smiled wryly. Old turtle. Even if you want to make something up, you have to be more reliable, okay? What Goku's soul? How is it possible? Bulma shouted. Yes, Teacher Wushan, can we talk properly? Kellen also asked. Boy, you wait for me, why did you talk to your teacher? Master Roshi stared. Clint fell silent. In short, I just want to tell you that the Dragon Ball is gone. Master Roshi laughed dryly. Bulma and others stopped talking. Dragon Ball is gone. No matter how much Master Roshi makes up lies, it looks like the Dragon Ball is really gone. Old turtle, don't you want to secretly fulfill your wish? Bulma asked. Do you think that as a martial arts master, I can have my wish come true? Master Roshi scratched his head and smiled. Humph, who knows, I must have some nasty wishes. Bulma snorted coldly. Bulma, don't you have a Dragon Ball radar? Take a quick look, where did the Dragon Ball go? Kling suddenly suggested. There's no point in arguing like this. Find the Dragon Ball first. That's right, and it's not getting dark now, which proves that Shenron was not summoned. Li Ping nodded. You are right. Bulma quickly took out the Dragon Ball radar, looked carefully, and quickly said, I found it. The current locations of the 7 Dragon Balls are. Speaking of this, cold sweat rolled down Bulma's face. Where is it? Kellen asked quickly. In the temple. Bulma said. Could it be that Goku's soul really came to take the Dragon Ball away? What? Temple. Kellen and the others were quite surprised. Let me tell you, if you don't believe me, I can still lie to you. Master Roshi looked surprised. Chapter 61. True Temple. Bardock had already returned with 7 Dragon Balls, and gently placed the Dragon Balls on the ground. As for whether it was cheating for Bardock to snatch the Dragon Ball, Luo Mu was still very clear about it. Does not belong. Because, Bardock wasn't involved in finding the Dragon Ball, just wish fulfillment. As long as you don't take part in finding the Dragon Ball, it's not cheating. Immeasurable Heavenly Lord, the Dragon God descends, let Shenron come out and fulfill your wish. Bardock said respectfully. Jin also looked nervous and expectant. In an instant, the golden gorilla emerged. Ho ho, those who gather the Dragon Ball, tell me your wish, and I can grant any wish. Lord Dragon God. The golden gorilla saw Luo Mu right after he finished speaking, and greeted Luo Mu quickly. Luo Mu didn't respond. Is it possible to bring back the dead Raditz? Jin asked. Ho ho, of course no problem, I am Shenron, I can grant any wish. The gorilla nodded. Snapped. Immediately afterwards, an invisible energy shot out from the gorilla's hand. Suddenly, Raditz, who was already dead, just emerged out of thin air. Ho-ho! Your wish has come true, goodbye. The golden gorilla was about to run away after finishing speaking. Xiaojin, wait a moment. Luo Mu greeted. Golden gorilla. Don't call me Xiaojin. I'm Shenron. Boss, you are too much. The golden gorilla didn't dare to neglect, and stopped quickly. Forget it, it's okay, let's go. Luo Mu waved his hand. Golden gorilla. Boss, what do you mean? Shameless, shameless. Call out. The golden gorilla turned into a golden glow, split into 7 flames, and disappeared quickly. The sky regained its brightness. Looking at the strange changes in the sky, Bulma and others also changed their faces. Just now, someone's wish came true. There is no signal on the Dragon Ball radar. Bulma held the Dragon Ball radar and said in a deep voice. Who? What wish came true? Li Ping frowned and asked. We don't know what the specific wish is, but at present, it seems that we can only wait for the Dragon Ball to be resurrected in 3 months before looking for it again. Tian Xinyan sighed. That's the only way. Master Roshi nodded nonchalantly. Old turtle, aren't you a martial arts master? You can still lose the Dragon Ball. Bulma stared. Master Roshi scratched his head and remained silent. Blame me? Truly the soul of Goku. That person looks exactly like Goku. True Temple. This time to fulfill his wish, Luo Mu was pleasantly surprised to find that the power of the Dragon God had increased by 200. Now Luo Mu's Dragon God power has reached a height of 3,200. According to the current growth rate, the first phase should be almost completed, right? The training of the power of the Dragon God is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is the growth of the power of the Dragon God, that is, to realize the wish through Shenron and enhance the power of the Dragon God. In the second stage, the accumulation of the power of the Dragon God requires the Dragon God to make achievements in his own universe. Of course, during the process of accumulation, the power of the Dragon God will also increase. The third stage is the refining of the power of the Dragon God, purifying the power of the Dragon God to achieve higher and better effects. According to the experience given by Salama, Salama entered the second stage when the power of the Dragon God reached 4000. Sarama has cultivated it for several years in the second stage, raising the power of the Dragon God to 13,000. Then, Salama refined the power of the Spirit God in the third stage, compressed the power of the Dragon God to 9,000, and completely stabilized. Luo Mu was thinking, I don't know when I can enter the second stage? The characteristic of entering the second stage is that when the Dragon Ball is summoned to fulfill a wish, the growth of the Dragon God's power will be significantly reduced. Generally at least 10 times less. According to Luo Mu's current growth amount, even if it is reduced by 10 times, the power of the Dragon God will increase by 10 points each time. If the wish in the first stage cheated. For example, I know the location of the Dragon Ball, and pointed out the exact location of the Dragon Ball to humans, so that they can gather the Dragon Ball as soon as possible. Then, in the third stage of refining the power of the Dragon God, the degree of compression will increase. To put it simply, your Dragon God power is not pure enough. Don't look at your Dragon God's power as high as 20,000. If it is impure, it will only be 2,000 if it is compressed in the third stage. This is also the reason why Luo Mu has never cheated so far. If you cheat, the power of the Dragon God is falsely high. Shua. At this moment, the figure of Raditz has emerged. Raditz, resurrected. Hey? Didn't I die? Am I resurrected? Raditz looked confused. But soon, Raditz saw his father and mother appearing near him. Chapter 62. Are you kidding me? Where am I? Is it Mom and Dad? Raditz looked at Burdock and Jin in some astonishment. Boom. Burdock stepped up and punched Raditz in the stomach. Puff. Raditz spat out a mouthful of acid water and fell limply to the ground. Boom. Jin followed and kicked Raditz to the ground. Raditz, Kakarot is your brother, cried Burdock. Hey? No way? Are you really my parents? Are you still alive? Raditz's eyes widened. Can there be a fake? Burdock asked coldly. Yes, your father and I are alive. Jin nodded. Are you kidding? Really you? Raditz looked at his parents in surprise. Of course it's us. We also asked Lord Dragon God to bring you back to life. Jin replied, and looked at Luo Mu respectfully. Only then did Raditz notice that there was another young man at the scene. He is the Dragon God? Didn't it mean that the Dragon God is dead? Dragon God? Are you kidding? For real? Raditz didn't believe it. Boom. Jin knocked Raditz down with one punch. Disrespect to the Dragon God, be careful that the Dragon God will destroy you later. The three of you are already reunited. The temple is so big. Raditz will be responsible for cleaning the temple from now on. Luo Mu directly ordered. Cleaning? You asked me, Sion, to clean up for you. Raditz was not happy. Boom. Burdock's knee hit Raditz hard. This kid needs to be repaired and repaired. No matter how big or small, if Lord Dragon God gets angry, he will die. Lord Dragon God, I'll go back and teach him a lesson. Burdock grabbed Raditz's hair and said respectfully to Luo Mu. Luo Mu nodded slightly. Time flies. Another 3 months passed. Dragon Ball is finally resurrected. Bulma and others also embarked on a journey to find Dragon Ball again. No, you said that if we get the Dragon Ball together, what if someone snatches it away again? Bulma suddenly thought of something and couldn't help asking. Just in case, we can only find a Dragon Ball to hide first, and then we will gather the Dragon Ball when Sion is about to arrive on Earth. Master Rashi suggested. Teacher Wu Tian is right, we don't have time to look for the Dragon Ball now, we are all practicing in the temple. Tian Xinyan pondered. Forget it, let me find a Dragon Ball and hide it. Bulma looked helpless. Shrine. Under the call of the gods, Kellen, Leaping, Tian Xinyan, and Dumpling all gathered here and practiced harshly. Even, including Yaki Lube, also followed up with a depressed face. Yaki Lube didn't want to practice. But there is no way. In about 8 months, the 2 scions will descend on Earth. For the Earth, we must fight. By the way, Mr. Popo, I've always wanted to ask, but I always feel like there's something floating above us. Kellen sat on the ground and looked up at the sky. That's called the Temple of God. Bobo smiled. You just asked. It's been 3 months. You just found out? Your eyes are really good enough. What? True temple? Is there anyone on it? Kellen lost his voice. Li Ping, Tian Xinyan, and others also heard the conversation between the two, and came up one after another. The Lord Dragon God, the greatest god in the universe, lives on the true temple. Bobo put his hands behind his back, looked at the few people present, and smiled slightly. Dragon God. Kellen scratched his bald head. How do I remember where I heard about it? It's Bulma. The person Bulma likes is Dragon God. Li Ping was trembling all over. That's right. I remembered. It's Bulma. Kellen's eyes lit up. So, the man named Dragon God lives there. Li Ping asked with a smile on his face, is he really a god? It's true. Bobo nodded slightly. I really want to go up and see what the person Bulma likes looks like. Li Ping smiled slightly, and then asked, by the way, can I go up? Without the permission of Lord Dragon God, one cannot set foot on the true temple. Bobo shook his head, that would be disrespectful to Lord Dragon God. It's quite mysterious. Li Ping smiled and didn't say anything more. That night. In the room, Leaping and Kellen slept in the same room. Leaping stepped forward and patted Kellen on the head. What? Clint scratched his head. Chapter 63. Kellen, I want to go to the Temple of True God, let's go together. Li Ping smiled and lowered his voice. It's so late? Go to the True Temple? Did you make a mistake? Kellen frowned. Don't you sleep well? Running out so late? Are you bored? Besides, didn't Mr. Popo say that? It's impolite for us to go up without the permission of Dragon God. Kellen added. Maybe it's not a Dragon God? Maybe there are treasures on it. Li Ping guessed. Clint was tired. Treasure? What treasures can there be? We have all come here to practice, if there is a treasure, it would have been taken out long ago. After all, this is related to the fate of the earth. Besides, even if there are treasures, can it be as precious as Dragon Ball? Dragon Ball can fulfill any wish. No, I'm going to bed. Kellen didn't want to go. Okay, if you don't go, I'll go, don't regret it. Li Ping snorted. Be careful. Kellen reminded. Don't worry, my current strength has improved a lot. Li Ping smiled confidently. Leaping left the room. Immediately afterwards, Leaping flew towards the sky. True temple? I would like to see if there really is a dragon god. What does the man Bulma thinks of look like? Leaping's current flying technique is pretty good. Even so, Leaping flew for nearly a minute before he landed on the ground of the temple of the true god. Oh? This is the temple of the true god? The scale is not small. Li Ping widened his eyes, looked at the magnificent building of the temple of the true god under the darkness, and sighed in his heart. Snapped. At this moment, Leaping heard footsteps coming from the side. Hey! Li Ping was stunned for a moment, then turned his head to look. What Leaping saw was a man with long hair. Wearing battle armor. You are the dragon god. Li Ping looked over silently. This long-haired guy seems to be somewhat similar to Gaku. Does Bulma like such a man? Li Ping has never met Raditz, so he does not know the identity of the other party. Li Ping subconsciously thought that Raditz was a dragon god. You will be punished for trespassing on the true temple. Raditz had endless smiles in his eyes. Could it be that no one below told you? What did you say? Li Ping's face changed color. Humph, I'm getting bored. The corner of Raditz's mouth curled up. Shua. Raditz just appeared in front of Li Ping in an instant. Boom. Raditz's fist hit Li Ping's chest on the spot. Li Ping snorted and fell down from the Temple of True God. Hey, why did you fall? Raditz snorted, forget it, it really didn't matter. Boom. Li Ping's body hit the ground of the temple heavily, leaving a big hole. The soldiers who were sleeping were also awakened immediately, and ran out one after another. What's going on? Clint exclaimed. It's Li Ping, he's dead. Tian Xinyan frowned. What? Li Ping is dead. Kellen looked confused. Li Ping was still talking to me before. Why did he die suddenly? Mr. Popo told you, didn't you? God frowned, and said in a deep voice, don't trespass on the true temple. You just didn't listen. Li Ping broke into the true temple and was shot down. What? It was shot down. Kellen was stunned. True temple. Tian Xinyan also raised his head, silently looking at the sky. Brother Tian. Dumpling leaned towards Tian Xinyan, a little scared. Humph, let me tell you, it's his own fault. He said he was not allowed to trespass into the temple of the true god, but he decided to go. Yakilobe snorted, although, it's a bit cruel. Clint shuddered. Fortunately, I did not go. If I go, maybe I will be beaten to death too, right? Let's do this first, and find the Dragon Ball to revive him when there is a chance. The god suggested. Li Ping's death actually did not cause much sensation. If you are not allowed to go, you must go. Now that he is dead, who can blame him? True temple. Raditz obediently knelt beside Luo Mu. You kid, you know how to make trouble for me. Burdock reprimanded. Dad, I really didn't know he was so fragile. I just hit him lightly, and he died. It's my fault. Raditz looked aggrieved. Lord Dragon God, please forgive Raditz for his mistakes, I will teach him well. Burdock said hastily. Burdock, what's the big deal? Luo Mu smiled, isn't it just that Li Ping died? Raditz did the right thing. Trespassing on the real temple should indeed be punished. Raditz immediately beamed with joy. Burdock bowed quickly. Chapter 64. Luo Mu smiled slightly. Only one Li Ping died. For Luo Mu, it really didn't feel like a big deal. A tiny human. If you die, you die. Hell. Son Goku finally came to the end after traveling on the Snake Road for half a year, and found Kai Wang planet suspended in the air. Son Goku set foot on the Kai Wang planet and started strict training with the Kai Wang. Time passed day by day. This day, 2 spherical spaceships of the universe fell from the sky and hit the Earth. Vegeta and Nappa finally arrived. Boom! After Nappa appeared, an energy burst directly raised the area where it was located. Humph, you should like this way of greeting. Nappa had an endless smile on his face. You idiot, if there happens to be a Dragon Ball nearby, you destroy the Dragon Ball and see how I deal with you. Vegeta said angrily. Nappa shivered, sweat dripping down his face. Okay, hurry up and find the person who killed Raditz. Vegeta snorted coldly. Nappa hastily pressed the detector. Seeing this, Nappa was stunned. It's strange, Vegeta, how come there are several people whose fighting power exceeds 1,000? Nappa asked in surprise. It's normal. Before we came to Earth, they should have worked hard to cultivate. Vegeta smiled contemptuously. Just over 1000 fighting power? Too weak. Vegeta, there are two guys with relatively strong combat power over there, shall we go and have a look? Nappa suggested. Vegeta didn't object. The two sped off in the direction of Piccolo and Son Gohan. Humph, are they finally here? Piccolo snorted coldly, his expression becoming serious. Son Gohan's body trembled uncontrollably, a little frightened. I'm only 5 years old, okay? You just let me fight? I'm so scared. Shua. Kreen landed one step ahead of Piccolo. Hi, Piccolo, long time no see. Kling greeted, Gohan, you've grown up. Ah? Is it Sion? Son Gohan asked vigilantly. I'm Clint, your dad's good friend. Clint introduced himself, have you forgotten? It's Uncle Kellen. My father often mentioned you, saying that although you are not tall, your strength is amazing. Son Gohan said excitedly. What are you talking about? This guy Goku. Kellen's face darkened instantly. Okay, stop talking, they're here. Piccolo said coldly. Kellen and Son Gohan also sensed the powerful aura of Vegeta and Nappa, and looked up. Vegeta and Nappa were suspended in the air, and they also looked at the three people below. Snapped. Vegeta fell first. Nappa is not far behind. It seems that you have been waiting here for a long time since you knew we were coming, right? Vegeta smiled and looked at the three opposite with interest. The three of Piccolo didn't speak, and they all looked at each other silently. Let me ask you a question first, I hope you can answer it well. Vegeta smiled. If you have any questions, hurry up and ask, and then fight hard. Piccolo said coldly. That voice? It's the Raditz he killed. Nappa suddenly turned to look at Vegeta. Well, that's right. Vegeta nodded slightly. What sound? Piccolo was a little confused. Don't you know? This detector can also be used as a communicator. Vegeta smiled lightly, I see, this guy seems to be a Namek. I have heard that the Namek have magical magic and special abilities. Vegeta, what do you mean? He made the Dragon Ball? Not the Dragon God. Nappa was stunned and couldn't help asking. It's just my guess. Vegeta nodded slightly, looked at the three of them, I ask you, do you know Dragon God? Kellen's eyes flickered, but he didn't speak. I don't know. Piccolo replied flatly. Then, let me change the question. Vegeta smiled, will Kakarot be resurrected? The Kakarot you're talking about is Son Goku, right? Piccolo chuckled, he's working hard to defeat you, and he should be on his way by now. So, he will be resurrected. A smile was written on Vegeta's face. Vegeta, Dragon Ball really exists. Nappa also breathed a sigh of relief. Let's see first, if Kakarot is really resurrected, it proves that the existence of Dragon Ball will not be a problem. Vegeta smiled. True Temple. It's Vegeta and Nappa, they've grown up, Bardock said quietly. Why hasn't Kakarot come back yet? Jin looked anxious, I don't know how his cultivation is going. Chapter 65. Mom, you said that Kakarot is going to resurrect and challenge Vegeta and Nappa? Ha 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 ha, don't be ridiculous, no matter how Kakarot cultivates, how can Kakarot be their opponent? Raditz didn't believe it. Just watch it, Bardock snorted. I can't see anything. Raditz looked aggrieved. From such a high position, it is strange to be able to see below. Calm down, you can see it. Luo Mu said. Calm down. Raditz was slightly taken aback. Of course, you are not good enough now, you have to sharpen your own heart. Luo Mu smiled. Raditz. Can't you still say so much? Luo Mu just looked at Raditz with a smile and didn't speak. Radith's heart skipped a beat. I forgot, this dragon god can see into my inner thoughts. Raditz was terrified, and hurriedly praised the dragon god in his inner world. Luo Mu ignored Raditz. The wish fulfilled this time was to bring Son Goku back to life. Luo Mu received a 300-point dragon god power boost. Now Luo Mu's dragon god power has reached a height of 3,500. So cool! Added 300 points at a time. This is the time when the dragon god's power has increased the most in these years. As for the arrival of Nappa and Vegeta, for Luo Mu, it was simply admiring the battle of ants. 3,500 of the power of the dragon god. I don't know how much I can increase the power of the dragon god in the first stage. The first stage of Salama is also 4,000. I was thinking so. Suddenly Luo Mu felt that someone was trying to contact him. It's Snow. Why did this genius dragon girl take the initiative to call me? Luo Mu was a little puzzled. What's the matter? Luo Mu answered the phone and asked directly. My father is here, you come to the planet Sherida where I practiced in the 6th universe. Sui Ai raised her head and looked at Luo Mu. Luo Mu was slightly taken aback. Salama? Coming? It's easy. Luo Mu nodded, I'll go right away. After Luo Mu finished speaking, he ate something well, then turned into a golden light, and flew towards the 6th universe. Burdock, Jin and Raditz looked up in the direction where Luo Mu disappeared. Lord Dragon God, what have you been doing? Gaixian House. Did I, a genius girl, actually make such a basic mistake? Bulma hugged her head and exclaimed. This kind of thing, ahem, everyone makes mistakes. Master Roshi persuaded. It's not because of you. If the Dragon Ball hadn't been robbed, would we still be so passive? Bulma shouted angrily. It's impossible to count on the Dragon Ball now, we can only hope that Goku can defeat those two scions. Master Roshi scratched his head with a helpless expression on his face. Everyone forgets. After the Dragon Ball fulfilled his wish to revive Son Goku, he disappeared. It takes 3 months to recover. If Son Goku had lost, the earth would have been hell in 3 months. Didn't you see that when the two scions came to the earth just now, a city was destroyed? Originally, Bulma and the others were still counting on the Dragon Ball for emergencies. By the way, we still have brother Luo Mu, he should be able to defeat those two scions. Bulma whispered. What? Who? Master Roshi looked confused. 6th universe. Planet Sherida. Father, why did you add Luo Mu this time? He is just a low-level dragon god. Shui asked puzzled. Because he is the bottom existence among you, let him listen carefully, maybe he can gain something. Salama smiled, okay Sui Ai, you are a genius dragon girl, you have time help Luo Mu more. Shui Yi pouted, but said nothing. Help? How can I help? I'm too busy myself. Also, my Dragon Ball has been sealed for such a long time, which made my Dragon God power not increase in those years. Now Yaezai has surpassed me, okay? Father, has Kainu really completed the first stage? Shui Yi asked again after being silent for a moment. Yes. Salama nodded lightly, as expected of a genius dragon god, I think he is the most likely to inherit my mantle. Father, your dragon god's power in the first stage was 4,000. He shouldn't be able to reach 4,000, right? Shui Yi felt a little uncomfortable. That's why I called you here this time. I just took advantage of this time to talk to you about the second stage of training. Salama smiled. Call out. A golden glow descended from the sky and landed near Sui Ai. Meet Lord Salama. After seeing Salama, the visitor hurriedly saluted. It's Yaezai, get up. Salama nodded slightly. Chapter 66. Yes. Yaezai got up. Wait a little longer, Konu and Luo Mu will also come over later. Salama said. Kainu and Luo Mu. Yao Zi froze for a moment. Kainu and Luo Mu, this is the first and last one. Lord Salama, how do you let the two of them come over? Isn't Master Salama the genius dragon god that he summoned this time? Why add Luo Mu, an inferior dragon god? I don't know what father thinks, why add Luo Mu, it doesn't fit at all. Yao Zi pouted, still not very happy. We are all geniuses, but Luo Mu is an inferior dragon god. Is it right for you to have him with us? Why do you feel so uncomfortable? Call out. At this moment, Kainu also fell from the sky. Greetings to Lord Salama. Konu bowed and saluted. Well, get up. Salama nodded slightly, and quickly glanced at Kainu. Soon, Salama clearly sensed the power of the dragon god on Konu. It is indeed the most talented dragon god. This kid's dragon god power has reached a height of 2,300. 2,300 into the second phase. Entered several years earlier than Salama. Of course, that's also because Salama's dragon god power accumulated relatively high in the first stage, reaching a height of 4,000. And Konu is only 2,300. Wait a minute, this time I called Luo Mu too. Salama said to the three of them. Kainu was a little surprised. Called Luo Mu? That inferior dragon god? What are you calling him for? The three of us are all genius dragon gods. I know that the three of you are genius dragon gods, so I called Luo Mu over this time mainly to let him study with you. Even if there is a gap, it shouldn't be too big. Sarama laughed and said I came up with my own idea, besides, the second stage of experience just happened to let Luo Mu listen to it. I was thinking, maybe Luo Mu's power of the dragon god has not increased now, and it would be better to let him enter the second stage earlier. Good thing. Understood. Yao Zi nodded slightly, and guessed in a low voice, I don't know how much Luo Mu's dragon god power is. Last time he talked to me, he said that it only increased by about 1 point every time. So, Luo Mu's dragon god power, it's really amazing to grow to 800 in the past 20 years. Kay said with a smile. A total of 800 points. This value is in the calculation of Konu. Also, Luo Mu's 800 points of dragon god power, according to his talent, it doesn't make much sense to increase it further. It's better to enter the second stage of experience earlier. How much can it grow? Humph, what's the point of discussing him? Shui Yi snorted, obviously not wanting to mention Luo Mu more. An inferior dragon god. Does it make sense to say he? When is he coming? Konu asked. It should be soon. Yao Zi giggled. Here we come. Salama also had a faint smile on her face. Call out. In the distance, a golden light came quickly. Luo Mu fell from the sky and landed beside Salama and the others. Hi everyone, I'm not late, am I? Luo Mu greeted. It's really slow to fly. Sui snorted. Luo Mu ignored it. Salama didn't say much, and smiled to let Luo Mu sit down. Salama also didn't look at the strength of Luo Mu's dragon god. There is no need for that. How far can a low-level dragon god cultivate? The power of the dragon god reaching 1000 is already very remarkable. However, Salama felt that this kid was a bit different. Of course, Salama didn't think too much about it, guessing that it might be because of Luo Mu's experience in the human world. This time the 8 dragon gods came to practice, and in the end only one of the most outstanding dragon gods will remain in this world as the real dragon god. If nothing else, Salama thinks it should be Konu. But it's a pity that the accumulation of the power of the dragon god in the first stage of Kanu is a bit small. Or, only his daughter Sui could become the real dragon god. Or, is it Yeazai? Forget it, don't want to. I called you here this time to briefly talk about the experience of the second stage. Salama said with a smile, because Konu is now ready to attack the second stage, so I just took advantage of this time to tell you explain. The second stage. Luo Mu silently glanced at Konu, quite surprised, so fast. Hehe, yes, my dragon god's power is 2300. Konu laughed at himself, it's still incomparable with Lord Salama, who was back when the dragon god's power reached 4000. Entering the second stage. Enter the second stage at 2300. Luo Mu's eyes widened. Konu looked at Luo Mu silently. Surprised? Just be surprised. I am a genius dragon god. You are the inferior dragon god. Your current dragon god power is only 800 in total, right? You'd be surprised if I surpassed you by so much. Chapter 67. 2300 has entered the second stage, which is already very good. Salama nodded slightly and said with a smile, I will briefly talk about the experience of the second stage here. Luo Mu listened attentively. It's good for him to listen to the second stage of experience. You can't wait for yourself to reach the second stage, and then feel dark again, right? According to Luo Mu's understanding, the second stage of experience is mainly to make achievements in the universe he has experienced. This condition is too general. As for what to achieve, Luo Mu is not very clear. The second stage of training. Because in the second stage, after the Dragon Ball realizes the wish, the effect of the increase of the Dragon God's power will also be reduced. If you want to increase the Dragon God's power as before, you can use the Dragon Ball to realize your wish. The possibility is not very great. Salama explained, so, you need to add achievements to the universe you have experienced. What is this achievement? The four dragon gods including Luo Mu pricked up their ears again. It's very simple. In one sentence, it is the comprehensive strength of universe. Salama smiled slightly. Comprehensive strength of the universe. Kanu was slightly taken aback, and asked, Lord Salama, all the major universes have comprehensive ratings for the universe, except for the first universe, the fifth universe, the eighth universe and the 12th universe. In addition, the comprehensive scores of the 8 universes that our Dragon God has experienced are relatively low. Does the comprehensive score of the universe here mean the comprehensive strength of the universe? The two have little to do with each other. Salama shook his head lightly, explaining, the comprehensive rating of the universe was created by those guys from the God realm, and it mainly refers to the rating of civilization in the universe. The level of civilization in the universe? Can you tell me more about it, Lord Salama? Yes, I asked. The degree of civilization of the universe is simply the number of planets with life born in the universe and the amount of resources. Salama explained, if the number of planets with life is simply increased, if the resources are not enough, the comprehensive score of the universe will not be too high. This is also the reason why Supreme Kai and Gods of Destruction appear in a universe. Supreme Kai is responsible for the cultivation of life, and Gods of Destruction is needed to maintain balance. Luo Mu basically understood. The universe comprehensive score that Salama said should be similar to what Grand Priest said. It's just that, according to Salama, there is little correlation between the universe's comprehensive score and the second stage. The comprehensive strength of the universe we are talking about here mainly refers to the strength of human beings in the universe that you have experienced. Salama continued. Human strength. Yao Zi's eyes moved slightly. In our 11th universe, there is a human whose strength is infinitely close to Gods of Destruction. By the way, his name is Jiren. In other words, I will have a great advantage in the second stage of training. It's the strength of human beings, right? For example, if the humans in our universe can beat the humans in the Sui universe, and beat up their humans, then our universe's overall strength will be higher. I understand that, right? Luo Mu interjected. There are some questions that should be asked. Don't be ashamed to ask questions you don't understand. It's shameful to pretend to understand if you don't understand. Sui didn't want to talk anymore. You are so rude. What does it mean to beat up the humans in our universe? We are dragon gods. We are not fighters. Sui seems to have forgotten the scene of torturing Kampa by herself. Luo Mu is right, that's what he meant. Salama nodded, so, in the second stage, what you have to do is to cultivate the human beings in your universe, so that their strength can be improved as soon as possible. Luo Mu was secretly delighted. I'll go, I'm good at this. Don't talk about others, just talk about Son Goku, he is the protagonist of Dragon Ball. Even if you close your eyes and ignore him, he will grow to a very high height. It's not easy to improve their strength. Infuse the power of the Dragon God into their bodies, or fulfill their wishes through the Dragon Ball to make them stronger, and their strength will also increase. Shui thought it was strange. Strange, said his own thoughts. I'm afraid it's impossible to do this. Yao Ziyi interjected, if you realize your desire to become stronger through Shenron, it's also an act of cheating like the first stage, right? Yes, what Yao Ziyi said is right, you can't use the Dragon Ball to fulfill your wish to transform the human body, otherwise, it's cheating, and you should be very clear about the consequences of cheating. It won't increase the power of the Dragon God, and the growth is also false. Sarama nodded slightly, remember, the accumulation of the power of the Dragon God in the second stage will greatly increase the power of the Dragon God until it reaches a level where it cannot be further improved, and then it will enter the second stage. Phase 3. Chapter 68. Luo Mu thought about it carefully. Fortunately, so many years have passed, neither Son Goku nor Vegeta have realized their desire to enhance their bodies through Dragon Ball. If this made Vegeta wish to be immortal, then Vegeta would be considered abolished. In other words, the improvement of Vegeta's ability will no longer have any connection with the increase of Luo Mu's Dragon God power. So far so good. Now that Dragon Ball has just fulfilled his wish, even if they want to fulfill their wish of immortality, they cannot do it. Also, the accumulation of the power of the Dragon God in the second stage cannot interfere with the wishing of humans. Salama emphasized again, for example, you think this human being is very powerful, and you have had contact with him, and suddenly one day he gathered the Dragon Ball, he wants to realize his wish to make himself stronger, you can't stop him, and you can't make him change his wish in other ways. If you do that, it's almost the same as cheating. Cheating, no, to increase the power of the Dragon God. That's not okay. Yao Zi's face changed slightly. If only Jiren's wish had come true with the Dragon Ball. Yao Zi suddenly felt that this second stage was a bit tricky. Lord Salama, if we really encounter this situation, what should we do? Can we just watch from the sidelines? Konu asked respectfully. Before he gathers the Dragon Ball, you can ask him on the sidelines in advance to see what wish he intends to make. If you want to make the wish stronger through the Dragon Ball, you need to guide him. Sarama smiled slightly, as for how to guide him, that is also the purpose of your training. Just slap him unconscious, and make him miss the Dragon Ball to make a wish. Luo Mu smiled. Salama. Sui. Yao Zi. Kanu. Is this possible? Luo Mu asked. Salama thought about it seriously. It seems that this method will not affect the power of the Dragon God. Salama could only nod slightly. What Luo Mu said is also a method, but it is not very desirable. You can figure out how to achieve better results. Salama smiled slightly and stood up. Okay, this let me say so much at once, I should go back. In addition, Feng and the others, I think they are still far away from the second stage, so I won't tell them these things for now. Father, are you going back now? Sui asked. Go back, you all work hard. Salama nodded and glanced at Luo Mu, you are the same. As for geniuses and inferiors, don't worry about Luo Mu. Yeah, I understand that even an inferior dragon god can surpass a genius dragon god through his own efforts. Luo Mu nodded seriously. This sentence was said by Son Goku to Vegeta. Now, Luo Mu borrows a bit here. Son Goku is an inferior fighter. Son Goku was born with a combat power of only 2. Vegeta, on the other hand, is a genius fighter, with a combat power of 600 at birth. Combat power 600. It can be said that Son Goku already has sons, but his combat effectiveness has not yet reached this level. But what about the future? Son Goku seemed to be on the hook, his own strength soared all the way, leaving Vegeta far behind. This is why Luo Mu kept Burdock Engine by his side. Luo Mu sometimes feels that although he is a god, his fate seems to be not much different from that of Son Goku. Although I am an inferior dragon god, I can surpass the genius dragon god through hard work. No, I'm not the same as Son Goku. Perhaps, I was originally a genius dragon god. I'm just progressing a bit slowly in the early stages. Hearing Luo Mu's words, Sui showed disdain. Inferior dragon god, do you want to surpass the genius dragon god after hard work? Dreaming. You work hard. Don't our genius dragon gods work hard? Moreover, when we were in Dragon Realm in the early stage, we all carefully sculpted our own Shenron. But you, what did you carve Shenron into? Is that what you call hard work? Sui snorted, expressing her disdain. Come on, Luo Mu, you can do it. Yao Zi smiled at Luo Mu. Luo Mu, you can do it. Kay smiled angrily, feeling a little disdainful in his heart. Can it work? No wonder it works. If you can do it, the pigs will climb the tree. Salama also laughed. However, Salama was a little surprised. Luo Mu could say such words unexpectedly. Before leaving, Salama couldn't help sensing Luo Mu's dragon god power. After feeling the power of Luo Mu's dragon god, Salama staggered and nearly fell to the ground. Chapter 69. Luo Mu and others were confused at that time. You are dragon god. You are the real dragon god. How does it feel to us? You almost tripped just now. What a joke. Salama's eyes widened, and she looked at Luo Mu in astonishment. Real or fake? Am I right? This kid's dragon god power. Why so high? Hallucination? No no no. I am the true dragon god. Can I hallucinate? Salama suddenly remembered. No wonder from the moment Luo Mu appeared, he felt that he was a bit extraordinary. It turns out that his dragon god power is so high? 3,500. It is 1,200 higher than Konu. Could it be that this kid is my successor? Ahem, Luo Mu, you've worked so hard these years, well, it's commendable. Salama took a deep breath, stepped forward and patted Luo Mu on the shoulder. Shui Yi was a little confused. Why did father suddenly start to praise Luo Mu? Yaezai was also a little dazed. Lord Salama, what do you mean by this? Effort? Who doesn't work hard? Kanu silently glanced at Luo Mu, then at Salama. Konu felt that Lord Salama was making a fuss out of a molehill. However, Konu then thought that maybe Lord Salama just wanted to encourage Luo Mu. After all, if he is put together with the genius dragon gods, if he is not encouraged, he might doubt his life. No, it's Longsheng. You all study hard with Luo Mu. Salama said loudly. Shui Yi and the others were once again confused. Learn from Luo Mu? What to study? As Luo Mu said, an inferior dragon god can surpass a genius dragon god through his own efforts. Salama laughed. Luo Mu, he did it. Shui Yi was stunned. Yao Zi's eyes also flickered. Konu was a little dazed. Luo Mu? Done? What do you mean? Do you know how much Luo Mu's dragon god power has reached? Salama asked with a smile. No one spoke. This is a question and answer. Luo Mu, tell me. Salama looked at Luo Mu and said. It's only 3,500 points. Luo Mu sighed. Sui and the other three immediately pricked up their ears, thinking they had heard wrong. How much did you say? Kainu's eyes widened with disbelief. 3,500? Did I hear correctly? Yao Zi's face changed color. Humph, are you kidding me? 3,500? Are you sure you're not bragging? Shui Yi was not very calm. I'm only 2,100, okay? Are you really 3,500? Impossible. This is impossible. I am a genius dragon girl. Yes, you heard me right, Luo Mu's dragon god power has reached a height of 3,500. Salama announced. Sui was dumbfounded. Kainu is still in a daze. Yaezai was even more confused. Inferior dragon god, are you going to counterattack? How many are you? By the way, I remember that Kainu is 2,300. It's amazing. You've already entered the second level. Luo Mu bared his teeth. Kainu. Are you slapping your face? Sui blushed, but said nothing. I don't have Konugo yet. Yaezai was also silent. It's nothing more than being surpassed by a genius. Now, the three genius dragon gods were surpassed by an inferior dragon god. It's just horrible. Luo Mu, keep going. Salama patted Luo Mu's shoulder again, and leaned into his ear, whispering something. After hearing the words, Luo Mu trembled all over, and his face turned pale for a moment. Think about it carefully. Salama gave Luo Mu a strange look. Such a good thing, as for such a big reaction. Salama shook her head, turned into a golden glow, broke through the void, and disappeared in a flash. Kainu and the other three all noticed Salama's action towards Luo Mu just now. However, as for what Salama said, they don't know. Anyway, seeing Luo Mu's reaction was great. Luo Mu took a deep breath and came back to his senses. Salama, can you stop joking? You said you want to betroth your daughter to me? She is not my favorite dish. I don't like a woman looking at me with contempt all day long. This is also the reason why Luo Mu was taken aback just now. I should go too. The lead in the first stage is nothing. The experience is divided into 3 stages. Let's work hard together. Luo Mu bared his teeth and waved to the 3 of them. Call out. Immediately afterwards, Luo Mu turned into a golden glow, quickly pierced through the void, and disappeared without a trace. The 3 of Konu looked at me and I looked at you, and were speechless for a while. Now they can't believe that Luo Mu's dragon god power can reach this height. Do you believe it? Kainu quietly asked the 2 talented dragon girls. Chapter 70. Sui shook her head. Yaezai shook her head vigorously. Do not believe. Who would believe it? I don't believe it either. Kainu nodded affirmatively. Even if he works hard, it's impossible for him to surpass us by so much. Shui Yi felt annoyed. Besides, why don't we work hard? Shui Yi is right, we are working very hard. Kainu nodded slightly, and suddenly thought of something. By the way, did you 2 notice just now? Lord Salama whispered to Luo Mu. The 2 dragon girls nodded their foreheads. Luo Mu turned pale when he heard that. Kay smiled angrily. Sui and Yaezai thought about it, and it was true. Luo Mu was indeed frightened after hearing Salama's words. What are you going to say? You're so scared. Shui Yi frowned. I'm thinking, there's a high possibility that Luo Mu cheated, let Lord Salama see it, and see through it. Konu expressed his thoughts. Sui's eyes brightened. Yao Zi also had a face full of enlightenment. Yes, if you cheat, it is normal for Luo Mu's dragon god power to increase so quickly. You are the dragon god and you know the exact location of the dragon ball. As long as you collect Dragon Ball every time through the power of Dragon God, you can easily realize your wish. If you do this, the power of the Dragon God will increase, but it will be empty. In the third stage, the refinement of the Dragon God's power can be seen. The seemingly high power of the Dragon God, once refined, there are only a few points left. There have been similar cases of this kind of thing before. With Luo Mu's character, it's normal to do such a thing. Since it's cheating, why didn't Master Salama say it? Yaezai asked. It's normal, if you say it in front of us, it will embarrass Luo Mu. Kay smiled angrily. Also, Lord Salama did this to motivate us and make us work harder. Sui nodded slightly. There is nothing wrong with Kainu's explanation. Yaezai also agrees with Kainu's words. Yes, why did Lord Salama tell us that Luo Mu cheated in front of us? Doing that would only embarrass Luo Mu. Not any good. If not spoken, it can motivate us to keep trying. Of course, in the end Salama warned Luo Mu alone. Otherwise, why would Luo Mu turn pale with fright? What the three of Kainu didn't know was that the reason why Luo Mu turned pale was because Salama wanted to betroth Shui to him. This iceberg beauty, if you get too close to her, it will be very cold, okay? I don't want it. Sometimes Luo Mu even thinks that if Feng has the appearance of Sui or Yaezai, it will be perfect. Let's work hard together, and by the way, let's despise Luo Mu, a cheating dragon god. Kainu laughed. Sui didn't say a word. Even if you want to despise Luo Mu, that's for me to despise, so I won't despise him with you. Well, come on. Yaezai nodded slightly. I should go back too. Kainu greeted. Sui didn't respond. If you want to go back, go back. Call out. Seeing Shui's icy attitude, Kainu didn't stop there, and turned into a golden light and disappeared quickly. Sui, I'm leaving too. Yaezai pulled Sui's hand. I will surpass you. Shui said while looking at Yao Zi. I won't give you this chance. Yaezai giggled like a fairy. I will surpass you. Sui said stubbornly again. Flames sparkled in the eyes of the two genius dragon girls. Snort. Immediately afterwards, the two dragon girls turned away and ignored each other. Call out. The next moment, Yaezai turned into a golden glow, soaring into the sky, and disappeared into the starry sky. Sui looked at the direction where Yaezai disappeared, but didn't say a word. I was surpassed by Yaezai. No. I have to work hard. Regarding the matter of Luo Mu's dragon god power, since it is considered cheating by the three of Kainu. That would be considered cheating. What the genius dragon god and genius dragon girl think is right. You cheated. That's why your dragon god power is so high. This is inflated. It doesn't count. Several dragon gods who have experienced in several other universes have also heard about this to some extent. All of a sudden, many dragon gods expressed their disdain for Luo Mu. Is the power of the dragon god obtained by cheating interesting? Does that false name make sense? It has to be said that the news spread among the dragon gods is still very fast. Just when Luo Mu just returned to the earth, all the dragon gods knew about it. Luo Mu had just returned to the Temple of True God when he received a call from Feng. Luo Mu, they say that your dragon god's power far surpasses Kainu's, reaching a height of 3,500, is that true? Feng asked. What do you think? Luo Mu smiled. Chapter 71. They said you cheated. Feng smiled. Whatever they say, it doesn't matter. Luo Mu smiled. Luo Mu didn't want to explain this kind of thing. Explain? Interesting? Will they believe it? Also, let them believe, what will happen? It's better to wait until the power of the dragon god has really reached the level of crushing them, and then slap them in the face severely. I don't think you can cheat, Luo Mu. Feng smiled. Arjia Feng is more knowledgeable. Luo Mu smiled. Go, who belongs to your family? Feng stared. Unfortunately, if you grow slimmer, I will make you my woman. Luo Mu joked. What do you mean? You despise me for being fat. Feng looked annoyed. Do you know that in this universe, being fat is also a kind of beauty? I don't know. Luo Mu shook his head. Especially in the second universe, it is said that there is a person known as the most beautiful woman in the whole universe. She is fat. Feng said very proudly. Who is it? Luo Mu vaguely remembered such a woman. This woman also participated in the All-Universe Power Tournament. It seems to be called Brian. It seemed that many of the gods who were present at that time turned rosy when they saw her. Luo Mu shuddered and hung up the phone hastily. That kind of woman, forget it. I still prefer to be slimmer. Skinny beauty. Understand? Feng, you can take care of yourself. Feng was speechless for a while. What do you mean by shivering? Do you despise me for being fat? Luo Mu no longer paid attention to these dragon gods. Whatever they are. Luo Mu is thinking, should I find a few people to train well from now on? Master Dragon God, are you back? Burdock said hastily and respectfully. Kakarot is just about to fight Vegeta. Jin was a little excited. Radith's face was dark, his body trembling slightly, and his face became more and more ugly. Just now, Raditz heard from his parents that Kakarot easily defeated Nappa. Nappa, that's an elite fighter, with a fighting power of at least 5,000. As a result, Kakarot just took 2 or 3 moves and brought Nappa down. Is this kid really Kakarot? Why has it become so powerful? Luo Mu nodded slightly and looked down. Below. Tian Xinyan was dead, and Dumpling blew himself up. To save Gohan, Piccolo was also killed. Nappa was even thrown into the sky by Vegeta, a warm-up exercise that directly turned him into scum. Today, Son Goku and Vegeta face each other. Vegeta's hair is flowing, and there is boundless confidence on his face. Son Goku looked serious, but his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Kakarot, you should feel honored, because I am a genius fighter, and you are just an inferior fighter. Vegeta smiled all over his face. As an inferior fighter, I am qualified to fight against a genius fighter, and I don't know why in which life did you cultivate the blessings. Really? I really should thank you very much. Son Goku smiled slightly. Very good, I'll let you feel the difference right now, the difference between a lowly fighter and a genius. Vegeta snorted. Even low-level fighters, after hard work, will surpass genius fighters. Son Goku smiled. Oh? Then, let me show you that no matter how hard you try, low-level fighters will never be able to surpass geniuses. Vegeta snorted coldly, with a look of disdain on his face. Bang bang bang! The two soon had a fierce confrontation in this area. Vegeta's speed is too fast, and his energy has surpassed Son Goku by a lot, almost suppressing Son Goku to fight. For a while, Son Goku was in a beaten situation. It still doesn't work. There's still a big gap between Kakarot and Vegeta. Burdock sighed. He's a prince, known as the most talented fighter in Sion. Jin nodded slightly, but there was nothing to be disappointed about. It's amazing that my son has grown to this level. After all, Kakarot can still fight the talented fighter Vegeta for a while. Raditz was relieved. It's okay, brother didn't beat Vegeta. If Kakarot beats Vegeta, it will be unreasonable. How embarrassing do you make me, a brother? My combat power is only over 1000, okay? It seems that my combat power has increased a lot this year, right? Forget it, don't worry about it. Kakarot, use the move you used to defeat Nappa, aren't you very powerful? Vegeta said, speeding up the attack and increasing the strength a lot. Chapter 72. Boom! Vegeta's fist hit Son Goku hard in the face. Son Goku leans back. Boom! With a flying kick, Vegeta kicked Son Goku several times in the air. The next moment, Son Goku held the ground with one hand and almost fell to the ground. Vegeta didn't attack again, stood on a hill, folded his arms, and looked at Son Goku with contempt. How? Kakarot, can't you surpass me, a genius fighter? Where's your confidence just now? Vegeta looked down at Son Goku with interest. Son Goku's expression became more and more serious. Cannot be done. Time to use the Kaioken. Kaioken. A layer of red flame emerged from Son Goku's body. Double Kaioken. Oh? That's the way to beat Nappa, right? Vegeta smiled. Call out. Son Goku cranked up his speed and landed a hard punch in Vegeta's face. Boom. Immediately afterwards, Son Goku kicked out and hit Vegeta in the chest. Vegeta rolled a few times in the air before landing on the ground safely. Vegeta smiled contemptuously, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Son Goku with a smile. Son Goku's face changed color slightly. Disappointed, isn't it? That's all. Vegeta chuckled. Son Goku clenched his fists. Very good, then I'll let you see how powerful I am, a genius fighter. Vegeta smiled. Boom. Extremely powerful energy bloomed from Vegeta's body. After feeling Vegeta's energy, Son Goku's face became more serious. Call out. Vegeta flew towards Son Goku. Son Goku quickly flew to avoid it. Vegeta grinned, waved his hand, and an energy bomb rushed towards Son Goku's body. Shocked, Son Goku hastily cast double Kaioken again, barely dodging Vegeta's attack. When he looked again, Son Goku was astonished to find that his clothes had already been shattered by that energy attack on the spot. How is it? Kakarot? Where's your confidence just now? Vegeta chuckled. Son Goku smiled and ripped off his shirt, revealing his strong muscles. Triple Kaioken. Son Goku let out a loud cry, and the energy on his body burst out. Boom! Son Goku cranked up his speed to the limit and landed a punch on Vegeta's body. Puff! Vegeta spat out a mouthful of blood at that time, and his face became extremely pale. Boom! Son Goku kicked out and hit Vegeta in the chest. Vegeta flew backwards. Shua! Son Goku quickly appeared behind Vegeta, punched hard, and hit Vegeta's body heavily. Vegeta fell to his knees, shock written in his pupils. Hoo! Son Goku was also very tired. Triple Kaioken is already beyond Son Goku's tolerance. It still doesn't work. Triple Kaioken, the body really can't bear it. Son Goku whispered to himself. Damn! Vegeta trembled all over, his pupils were bloodshot, his forehead was bulging with veins, his teeth were bared, and blood was flowing from his mouth. That noble image had completely collapsed. Excitement was written all over Jin's face. Bardock also smiled and nodded in satisfaction. Hey, what happened down there? Raditz asked quickly. Tell me. I can't see it. Raditz, go down and see for yourself. Luo Mu said lightly. Really? Can I go down and take a look? That's great. Raditz was overjoyed, and flew down in a hurry, flying towards the battle scene. After a year of practice, Raditz can now somewhat sense the presence of breath. So Raditz was able to find Son Goku and Vegeta without using the detectors. A-hole! His combat power is actually better than mine. Vegeta looked at Son Goku in disbelief. This guy is really powerful. It's still very dangerous if we don't deal with him as soon as possible. Son Goku gritted his teeth and smiled, but a lot of sweat broke out on his body. This kind of thing is absolutely intolerable. Vegeta's eyes were tearing. I am a genius fighter, and I will never allow an inferior fighter like you to defeat me. My whole body hurts. Triple Kaioken, really shouldn't be used lightly. Son Goku sighed in his heart, if I'm not careful, I will die first. I can't spare you. I can't spare you. Vegeta was furious, I'm going to blow you and this planet to pieces. As he said that, amazing energy burst out from Vegeta's body. Call out. Vegeta soared into the sky. Chapter 73. Dodge if you can. Vegeta shouted loudly, even if you are saved, the earth will be destroyed. Don't even think about it. Son Goku gritted his teeth. Is Vegeta crazy? The planet is destroyed, and he can't live. Jin said hastily. He controlled the energy very well, so that even if it bombards the earth will not disappear immediately, and he has enough time to leave in the universe spaceship. Bardock explained lightly. That's it. Jin understood, and hurriedly looked at Luo Mu, Master Dragon God, can we help? Don't worry, just leave it to Goku. Luo Mu smiled. Go to hell. Kakarot. Vegeta shouted loudly, and the energy in his hand slammed down towards Son Goku below. Triple Kaioken's Ki Blast. Son Goku gritted his teeth, energy surged in his hands. Ha ha ha, my afterburner is so powerful, the earth will become dust in the universe. Vegeta laughed. Boom. The energies released by the two met in the air, and an endless breath burst out. At this moment, the sky and the earth seemed to be connected together. The whole world fell silent at this moment. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling light burst out from the two different energies. What's the situation? Why is it so similar to my afterburner? Vegeta was stunned. Yet, Son Goku increased his energy output. Vegeta's pupil shrank, his face changed suddenly, and he hastily increased the force of his attack. 4 times. Son Goku gritted his teeth and overdrawn his energy to the limit. Boom. The next moment, Son Goku's energy rushed to the sky with a force of destruction. What? It was bounced back. Vegeta was stunned. At the critical moment, it was too late for Vegeta to resist. Boom. Vegeta was hit on the spot by the rebounded energy, flew high into the sky, and rushed above the clouds. Hoo-hoo. Son Goku also felt his body to the extreme. The whole body is indescribably uncomfortable. Goku, that's great. At this moment, Yakirob ran out from his hiding place with a happy expression on his face. You kid, why don't you display such a powerful energy as soon as possible? You scared me to death. Yakirob said, stepping forward to pat Son Goku on the back. Not bad, you put that guy was blown away. Ah! Son Goku screamed. It hurts so much. What's the matter? How are you? Yakirob was stunned. I used a trick that my body couldn't bear. Son Goku gritted his teeth. So that's not an ordinary boxing technique. Yakirobe suddenly realized. I said, Yakirob, you'd better get out of here quickly. Son Goku said. What do you mean? Yakirobe was puzzled, as if thinking of something, his face changed color. What did you say? Could it be? That guy is still alive, if it fell so easily, it wouldn't be so hard. Son Goku said with a smile. But, it's okay, you are stronger than him. Yakirobe felt that the whole person was not well. As I said just now, the body can't bear the trick just now, maybe it's close to the limit. Son Goku looked up at the sky and smiled slightly. Ah? Really? Yakirobe's face changed again. After a brief silence. Then I'm leaving, let's do it. Yakirobe waved his hand and ran away quickly. So, Kakarot learned a boxing technique beyond his own limits. Bardock also understood now, and whispered something. Bardock, I'm already very satisfied. I didn't expect Kakarot to improve the fighting power to this level. Jin was overjoyed. Don't get too excited, that Vegeta is still alive, Burdock said in a deep voice. By the way, Burdock, don't you have a detector? See how much Kakarot's combat power is? Jin asked quickly. 8,000 Luo Mu said from the side, his basic combat power is only 8,000, double Kaioken is 16,000, triple it, do the math yourself. 28,000. Is it so high? Jin was very surprised. Your math was taught by the physical education teacher. Luo Mu wiped his sweat. Burdock was also speechless for a moment. What do you mean? Jin looked confused. Above the clouds, Vegeta gritted his teeth and avoided the impact of Ki Blast. Vegeta's nose was crooked with anger. BD! Vegeta yelled angrily, shaking all over his body, why? Why can Kakarot surpass me in combat power? Unforgivable! I am the strongest fighter in Sion. I am a prince. I am a genius. Chapter 74. Phew phew phew. Vegeta vented for a moment, and the corner of his mouth curved into an evil arc. Hum hum. I'm going to become a giant ape. Even though it's detrimental to the image. However, after I become a giant ape, my fighting power will double. Vegeta looks around for the moon. What the hell? In order to wipe out the people on this planet as soon as possible, I deliberately chose the day of the full moon, but Vegeta didn't find the moon. Where is the moon? Why is it gone? What annoyance! After turning around several times, Vegeta couldn't find the moon. Vegeta, don't look for it anymore. Just then, a voice came from nearby. Vegeta was slightly taken aback, and looked in the direction of the sound. Raditz. Vegeta's eyes widened and he saw a familiar face. It was me. Raditz smiled. The moon was shattered by that Namek. Vegeta. This is amazing. Now the moon is not the key issue, okay? The question is, how the FK are you still alive? Raditz, am I right? Is it really you? Vegeta silently looked at Raditz. Yes, of course it's me, or what do you think? Raditz smiled, surprised, isn't it? I'm resurrected, ha 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 ha. Vegeta fell silent. So Dragon Ball not only brought Kakarot back to life, but Raditz too? The two of them resurrected together? That's where it gets interesting. Nappa is dead, very good, since you have been resurrected, follow me from now on. Vegeta pondered. By the way, can you deal with that Kakarot guy? Raditz asked with a smile. What? Did you see it just now? Vegeta's face darkened instantly. I didn't see it clearly, but I can vaguely feel that that kid Kakarot has become very strong. Raditz smiled. Humph, I'm going to turn into a great ape, and I'm going to make Kakarot show a frightened face. Vegeta laughed. Call out. Vegeta ignored Raditz and flew down. It's coming down. Son Goku's face was full of solemnity. What did this guy do just now? Wandering in the sky what? Snapped. Vegeta fell from the sky and landed opposite Son Goku. Son Goku looked calm. It seems that the only way to defeat him is to use the spirit bomb. I have to be very focused. Do you think everything will be fine if you wipe out the moon? Vegeta shouted. Son Goku looked confused. Moon? What do you mean? Why can't I understand? Vegeta glanced up at the sky. Where's that kid from Raditz? Did you lose track? The idiot. Forget it. Leave him alone. Anyway, he's just a piece of trash. Moon, what's going on? What are you talking about? Son Goku asked. Humph, don't pretend you don't know. Vegeta snorted coldly. Kakarot, this BD, is really good at pretending. Let me tell you the mystery of why you transform when you see the full moon. Vegeta's right palm was facing upwards. Transform. Son Goku was even more confused. What transformation? I can't seem to understand what he's saying. You know that moonlight is the result of the sun reflecting on the moon. There is also an electromagnetic wave when the sun shines on the moon. This electromagnetic wave can reach 17 million Hz when the moon is full. The eyes absorb the current above 17 million Hz and broadcast it. It started to transform when it reacted to the tail. There are many moons around some planets in the universe, no matter how big or small, they can only emit electromagnetic waves exceeding 17 million Hz when the moon is full. When Vegeta said this, his voice suddenly changed a little bigger, and suddenly a golden ball of light condensed in his hand. Only Sion can create more than 17 million joint venture artificial small round moons, as long as the oxygen on this planet is mixed in this energy ball. Gone. Son Goku's eyes widened. I've kept you waiting, Kakarot. Your time of death has finally come. Vegeta laughed wildly, panting heavily. I, a genius fighter, shouldn't have challenged an inferior fighter like you. Ha 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 ha. Oh, while he was throwing that ball of light, his breath was also weakening. I still don't understand what he was trying to do. Son Goku was still confused. Silly brother, why don't you understand that he is going to transform into a giant ape? Raditz was in the air, but he could see it clearly, and couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. However, Raditz did not show up. Vegeta is going to transform. Kakarot is in danger. Jin clenched his fists, his expression nervous. Bardock was also sweating coldly on his face. Ultimately, though, Bardock didn't say much. Since Lord Dragon God said that he will be fine, there must be no problem. Even if there is a problem, isn't there a Dragon Ball? Call out. The artificial full moon in Vegeta's hand was suddenly thrown into the sky. What does he want? Son Goku looked up to the sky. Use your energy. Vegeta raised his hand and clenched his fist suddenly. The man-made full moon related to him immediately burst into dazzling light. In an instant, there was a golden full moon in the sky. Hoo. Vegeta was very tired, and his panting became more intense. You should regret not having a tail. Vegeta smiled triumphantly, and looked up at the full moon in the sky. Son Goku's face changed color slightly, as if realizing something. Card. Suddenly, two sharp fangs grew out of Vegeta's mouth. At the same time, Vegeta's pupils also suddenly turned red. Not only that, but a layer of black hair appeared on Vegeta's skin. Son Goku's face changed color. Yet, Vegeta's body continued to swell and grow bigger, the veins on his forehead protruded, and his mouth protruded forward, revealing sharp fangs. Ah! Vegeta transformed into a giant ape. As if, a big mountain. Cold sweat broke out on Son Goku's face. Ha ha ha! What's up? Kakarot? Now you're screwed. Vegeta laughed. How did it become like this? Son Goku leaned back, his face changed again and again, and said in a deep voice, why do you look a little like Shenron? Vegeta was stunned for a few seconds. Shenron? It seems that I have heard before that the Dragon Ball summons a gorilla. Golden gorilla. Forget it, it doesn't matter. The most important thing now is to repair this kid Kakarot. Humph, by the way, let me tell you some good news. Vegeta condescendingly said, Sion, who has turned into a giant ape, is 10 times stronger than usual. Chapter 75. Great Ape Monster. Son Goku's pupils shrank, and he suddenly thought of something. At the same time, several images also appeared in Son Goku's mind. Goku, there are giant ape monsters appearing on the night of the full moon, you must not go outside, it is safest to sleep at home. Old Son Gohan warned. I will make your tail never grow again from today, because it will bring you a lot of trouble in the future. The god said so. Son Goku suddenly realized. I finally understand. Son Goku's face was endlessly apologetic. What a terrible thing, I stomped my grandfather to death. I was the one who made a big fuss about the world's #1 martial arts tournament. Grandpa, I'm sorry. Vegeta, this guy, is so powerful. If I die, I will go to another world and apologize to Grandpa. What is that, is he that scion? Yakirob hid behind with a look of shock on his face. It seems that the only way to do this is to use the spirit bomb. Son Goku gritted his teeth. Boom! Vegeta started to attack, smashing the place where Son Goku was with one punch. Son Goku also reacted quickly, jumped up hastily, and dodged to the side. Boom! Vegeta was faster and kicked Son Goku in the air. Son Goku's body bounced a few times on the ground, and he fell to the ground, unable to move. Ha 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 ha! Vegeta laughed wildly, like a mountain pressing down. Kaioken! Son Goku shouted loudly, turning into a red flame and soaring into the sky. Boom! With a flick of Vegeta's tail, it landed on Son Goku's body. Son Goku's body lost his balance, and he kept spinning in the air. After Son Goku's body stabilized, he grinned in pain. Ha 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 ha! How is it? Kakarot? You can't escape from my palm. Vegeta came quickly. This guy is big, but very flexible. I don't have time to concentrate on releasing the spirit bomb. Son Goku gritted his teeth and looked at Vegeta who was rushing towards him. 5 times Kaioken may not be useful to him. Concentrate on building the spirit bomb. Just 10 seconds is enough. What to do? Have solar flare. With an idea, Son Goku stretched out his hands and 5 fingers, and put them next to his cheeks. Immediately, a dazzling light centered on Son Goku's head and bloomed in all directions. Ah! My eyes! Vegeta's pupils turned white. Son Goku took the opportunity to flee the scene quickly and landed on a rock. Earth, sea, all living things, please give me some of your vitality. Son Goku was already exhausted, raised his hands, and began to condense the spirit bomb. BD! Vegeta's eyes also regained their sight. Vegeta looks around for Son Goku. And after finding Son Goku, Vegeta opened his mouth wide, and a huge energy spurted out from his mouth. Boom! Son Goku was blown right then and there. Fortunately, he dodged in time, otherwise he would be killed on the spot. Son Goku's face became ugly. Snapped! Vegeta landed on the opposite side of Son Goku like a big mountain, and the trembling ground shook for a while. Tough guy, you're close to the limit, I know. Vegeta smiled smugly. No, there is no hope of victory this time. Son Goku almost lost the strength to open his eyes, the spirit bomb just now has exhausted my body. Ha ha ha, I'm going to trample you to death. Vegeta raised his big foot and stepped on Son Goku. Son Goku was shocked, and flew away in a hurry. Boom! With a wave of his hand, Vegeta sent Son Goku up the mountain like a fly swatter. Son Goku tumbled down the mountain. Crack! Vegeta fell from the sky and crushed Son Goku's calf. Sorry, I accidentally crushed your calf. Vegeta smiled. Son Goku let out a miserable cry. Jin gripped Burdok's arm tightly, on the verge of tears. Lord Dragon God, is Kakarot all right? It was beaten like this by that guy Vegeta. Burdok also looked a little ugly. According to this situation, Kakarot may die. Luo Mu looked calm. What will happen next, Luo Mu knows better than anyone. Luo Mu knows that now is not the time to save Son Goku. After Son Goku goes and Namek comes back, let's train him well. Oh, and Vegeta. If you interfere too much now, it's not bad either. The problem is, if it interferes, I won't be able to watch the play. How fun it is to watch a play like this now. Also, I haven't reached the second stage yet. Fight well. At the end of the battle, the Dragon Ball is still needed to solve the problem. I don't know how much my dragon god's power will reach in the first stage. Salama reached 4000 in the first stage. And me? Will it surpass him? Luo Mu had a little expectation. Humph, this time I'm going to break your heart. Vegeta stretched out a finger with an endless smile on his face. Kakarot, you're finished. Even if you can be resurrected, but at that time Earth no longer exists. Saying that, Vegeta poked his finger towards Son Goku's heart. I failed completely. The gap between me and you is too great. Son Goku smiled bitterly. I am very happy that someone is stronger than me, but just died like this. I am not reconciled. Call out. Son Goku suddenly raised his hand, and a burst of energy flame shot out. Boom! The energy hit Vegeta's eyes right then and there. Ah! Vegeta covered his eyes and yelled loudly. Hey, this is my last move, now I don't even have the energy to wipe off my sweat, it's up to you. Son Goku lay on the ground, unable to move anymore. Good Kakarot, you dare to paint my face, I will crush you to death. Vegeta roared angrily, grabbed Son Goku from the ground, and held him in his hands. Crack! Only a crisp sound was heard. Son Goku tilted his head and his expression became blurred. When I look at it again, Son Goku is no longer alive. Hey! Vegeta was taken aback. Died? This is dead? Hey! Kakarot, don't die! Vegeta patted Son Goku's head lightly. Son Goku didn't respond. It's dead? I haven't played enough. Vegeta sighed. True temple. Bardock looked stunned. Jin's eyes widened even more, a little shocked. The next moment, the two looked at Luo Mu together. Luo Mu. Son Goku, dead? Chapter 76. Luo Mu was really speechless. How did this happen? Why don't you play your cards according to common sense? Ordinarily the next story should be that Son Goku was pinched by Vegeta and shouted loudly. Then, Son Gohan and Kling came on the scene, and Yaki Lobe cut off Vegeta's tail with a single knife. Then, Son Gohan turned into a giant ape and beat Vegeta. In the end, Vegeta was so badly injured that he climbed onto the universe ship. Krillin wanted to kill Vegeta, but was stopped by Son Goku. Vegeta left Earth. So far, the story has a perfect ending. How? Goku is dead now? This caught me a little off guard. Bardock, go teach him a lesson. Luo Mu said with a dark face. Me? Bardock was startled slightly. Go ahead, you will be Kakarot's clone. Luo Mu smiled and pointed at Bardock. Crack! 587. Immediately, Bardock's clothes changed to Son Goku's orange-yellow martial arts uniform. You said that after you went. Luo Mu urged. Bardock. Bardock didn't dare to neglect, and hastily turned into a white on, and flew towards the battle area quickly. Of course, Bardock couldn't wait to fight Vegeta. I will avenge Kakarot. Is Kakarot dead? Raditz also saw it from a high altitude at this time, and couldn't help being stunned. Hey, Kakarot, wake me up. Vegeta patted Son Goku on the head again. Still no response. Hey? There seems to be someone nearby. Vegeta was stunned for a moment, and asked loudly, who is it? Get out. It's me. Let go of my father. Son Gohan shouted tremblingly when he appeared in Vegeta's vision. Oh? Little guy, so it's you. Vegeta smiled lightly, and threw Son Goku to the ground casually. Boom! Son Goku smacked the ground. Still nothing. Father! Son Gohan also realized that something might be wrong, so he hurried over. Immediately afterwards, Son Gohan's face turned pale. Dad! Why isn't Dad breathing? Is Daddy dead? Son Gohan's eyes widened, and he looked at his father lying in front of him in disbelief. Little ghost, you came at a really bad time, your father is already dead. Vegeta smiled all over his face. What? Goku is dead? Klin, who was preparing for the Chi Yuan slash, was also extremely shocked. Oh? I knew you had accomplices, why? Want to use this thing to cut off my tail? Vegeta smiled lightly. Boom. Vegeta just poked lightly with his finger, and the Chi Yuan slash was wiped out. Boom. Vegeta slapped Kling away with a casual slap. Go to hell. Vegeta casually threw an energy bomb at Kling. It is believed that this energy bomb hit Klin's body, and Klin might die on the spot. Kellen looked at the rapidly approaching energy bombs, and was powerless to avoid them. Being photographed by the giant ape Vegeta, and not dying on the spot, is already very rare. Damn. I don't have a girlfriend yet. Clint looked unwilling. Shua. At this critical moment, an orange-red figure flashed and appeared in front of Kellen. Boom. With a wave of Burdok's hand, the ball was blown away at that moment. Goku? Aren't you dead? Kellen was very pleasantly surprised. It's Goku. Goku is alive. Vegeta was stunned when he saw Burdok appearing on the scene. Vegeta rubbed his eyes vigorously. What are you kidding? Kakarot revived? How can it be? Vegeta hurriedly looked in the direction of Kakarot, who had just died. Kakarot is still lying on the ground. Isn't it dead? So, who is this guy? Never mind, the one you killed was just my clone. Burdok said flatly. Vegeta. Clint? Archie-Lobe? Doppelganger? What are you kidding? Son Gohan also found Burdok, who appeared on the scene at this time. Son Gohan looked from Burdok to his father. Doppelganger? Did Dad practice Avatar? What? Clone? Vegeta looked disbelieving. That's right, he's just my double. When Burdok said this, cold sweat rolled down his face. Lord Dragon God, you are so pitiful. Why do you want me to impersonate Kakarot's clone? Forget it, it doesn't matter anymore. Give Vegeta a hard time first. I don't know if I have practiced on Earth for so many years, can I defeat Vegeta? What did you say? You said he is your clone. Vegeta felt that the whole person was not very calm. Yes. Burdok nodded. Ha ha ha, stop joking. Vegeta didn't believe it. I used so much strength, I finally beat this kid to death. Although, it's a bit early to die now. But, what the hell are you saying, he's just your clone. I see what you mean. Do I have to call again? You have to be clear, the main body is generally much stronger than the avatar. Burdok snorted coldly, and the energy on his body suddenly increased. Boom. Burdok's elbow banged hard on Vegeta's chest. Vegeta spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. Boom. Burdok quickly flew behind Vegeta and kicked Vegeta's knee. Ah! Vegeta let out a scream and knelt on the ground on one knee. Boom. Burdok kicked Vegeta hard on the other knee again. Vegeta dropped to his knees. Crack! Burdok hugged Vegeta's tail and snapped it off. Shua! Vegeta's body shrank rapidly and returned to normal. Hoo-hoo! Vegeta's complexion became extremely ugly. How can it be? How did Kakarot become so powerful? Strong enough to defeat even my giant ape state? Damn! 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 Vegeta was furious, shaking violently. You're screwed, Veggie 3.4 Tower, Burdok snorted. I'm going to kill you. Just like killing your clone. Vegeta yelled, the energy in his hand surged towards Burdok. Boom! Burdok waved his hand lightly, patting the energy. Call out! The energy emitted by Vegeta was just like that, blown away. A look of despair appeared on Vegeta's face. Terrible! This guy is horrible. Goku, has become so powerful. Kellen was stunned, his eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Daddy! Son Gohan raised his arms excitedly. However, after Son Gohan saw his father lying on the ground, he was a little dazed again. Is it really a clone? How do you feel that that person is a bit different from Dad in terms of personality? Boom! Bardock kicked Vegeta up a notch. Chapter 77. Shua. Bardock quickly appeared directly over Vegeta. Boom! Bardock kicked Vegeta in the back with an upside-down golden hook. Boom! Vegeta hit the ground heavily like a cannonball. Puff! Coughing blood in his mouth, Vegeta reluctantly stood up from the ground. What tricks do you have? Just use them. Bardock said lightly. Vegeta bared his teeth. You seem to be dying, I'm watching you. Bardock smiled. Ah! At this moment, Son Goku, who was already dead, suddenly yelled. Bardock was taken aback. Son Gohan was also a little stunned. Kellen's eyes widened even more. Vegeta looked confused. Who? Son Goku panted heavily. You're so weak, let my avatar play with you. You're not worth my shot. After Bardock finished speaking, he turned into a phantom and disappeared in a flash. 02. Bardock was surprised and delighted. Kakarot, still alive. It's just, aren't you all dead? Looks like it's been 5 or 6 minutes since he died, right? Then, you revived again? What are you kidding? Bardock really wanted to stay and take a look. It's just that Lord Dragon God came over via voice transmission just now and told him to go back. Bardock had no choice but to leave the scene. Above the sky. Raditz, number. Am I not mistaken? That kid Kakarot is alive again? As for the Bardock who just appeared, others couldn't see it. Raditz, who has lived with Bardock for nearly a year, recognized him immediately. What a tenacious vitality! Raditz muttered. Goku. Kellen gritted his teeth and walked over from a distance. Father. Son Gohan also looked worried. Krillin, Gohan, I passed out just now. Son Goku said weakly. Goku, don't take your body away, Vegeta is not dead yet. Kellen was speechless for a while. Even if you want to let the main body leave, you should at least kill Vegeta. Father, your body is really weak. Son Gohan also looked excited. Son Goku was a little confused. What's the meaning? What is ontology? Why can't I understand what you are talking about? By the way, Vegeta. Son Goku turned to Vegeta. Damn it! Vegeta was already powerless to fight. Being abused by Bardock, Vegeta felt great despair. This guy is simply horrible. What the hell? You still play avatars? I don't play anymore. I gotta go. Vegeta struggled to pull out a remote control from his chest, and pressed the button on it. Call out. All of a sudden, a spherical spaceship of universe came at high speed and stopped beside Vegeta. Crunch! The hatch of the universe spaceship opens. Vegeta struggled to climb towards the universe ship. He wants to run away. Kellen was stunned for a moment. Damn it, I won't let you run away. As he spoke, he chased after Vegeta. Hey, bald head, here's this for you. Yaki Rob poked his head out from behind the mountain, and threw the long knife in his hand to Klin's feet. Kellen was slightly taken aback, bent down to pick up the long knife, and walked towards Vegeta. Go to hell! Kellen raised his long knife and pointed it at Vegeta's back. Hateful! Despair was written all over Vegeta's face. Am I dying? Am I actually killed by this bald earthling? I cannot be reconciled. Wait a moment. Just when Klin was about to kill Vegeta here, a voice came into Klin's heart. Goku? Is that you? Krillin turned to Son Goku. Ahem, it's me, Krillin. Son Goku replied, I can't speak loudly, I'm talking to you telepathically, let him go, Krillin. Goku, they killed our friends, and even attempted to kill all the people on this planet. Krillin gritted his teeth, if you don't have the heart to deal with him, just let me do it. I know, but I always feel that it's a pity that he is dead now. Son Goku said in a deep voice. You have been soft on Piccolo before, but this time it is wrong to do so. Krillin gritted his teeth, he is not a person like Piccolo, nor does he have any feelings, you should understand this. In fact, with your body his strength can easily destroy him. Son Goku was stunned for a second. What ontology? Am I hallucinating? I know. Vegeta has incomparable strength, but I can't tell. Anyway, it's a pity to let him die now. Son Goku said. You think it's a pity? Krillin didn't know how to answer. I practiced with Kai Wang, and I feel that I have reached my limit. Son Goku continued, however, Vegeta is several times stronger than me. Frankly speaking, I have completely lost. Cling. You lose? Your body just now clearly abused Vegeta, okay? You call it a loser? A light flashed in Klin's mind. Could it be that? Is Goku honing his doppelganger? Goku's main body is powerful, but his avatar is not as good as Vegeta. Is it because the avatar surpasses Vegeta, and when combined with the main body fusion, it becomes even more powerful? Krillin thought about it carefully, and there really was such a possibility. Or, let Vegeta go? While Krillin was hesitating, Vegeta had climbed aboard the spherical universe ship. Krillin trembled all over, and dropped the long knife in 510's hand. Let it go. It was too late to stop it. I understand, Goku, you have the right to be willful. Now the Earth is saved by Goku. Krillin turned to look at Goku, but next time you meet him, you must destroy him. Exterminate him with this body. Son Goku nodded slightly. Only, Son Goku doesn't quite understand. Use this body to destroy him? What do you mean again? Clint, what you said today is so profound. However, I can't hold on anymore, and I still don't think about it so much. Remember me well, there won't be any miracles next time. I'll kill you all. Vegeta snorted coldly and pressed the start button. The universe spaceship soared into the sky, and disappeared without a trace in a flash. Oh? Let's go? This guy Vegeta, he suffered a lot of setbacks this time. Raditz looked up at the sky, then clenched his fists. I didn't expect Dad to become so powerful. It's not him who turned Vegeta into a giant ape opponent. After a brief silence, Raditz returns to the True Temple. At this time, Bulma and others also controlled a large hovering helicopter and appeared at the battle scene. Snapped. After the helicopter landed, the hatch opened. Shishi rushed out first, past Son Goku, and galloped in the direction of Son Gohan. Chapter 78. Gohan, are you okay? Shishi asked with concern. Hey? Mom? I'm fine, I'm fine. Son Gohan nodded. My poor Gohan, you are only 5 years old, and you follow them into such a harsh battle. Shishi cried. Son Gohan scratched his head. The rest of the people carried Son Goku onto the stretcher. Immortal Jialan said that the fairy beans have been used up, and the output has been very low recently. Therefore, the best way at present is to send Son Goku to the hospital first, and wait until the fairy beans grow in a month. Everyone in the airship silently looked at the seriously injured Son Goku. At the same time, Krillin also briefly talked about the course of the battle. Shishi hugged Gohan, reluctant to let go. Mom, I'm fine. Son Gohan was a little embarrassed. Yet, you should care about Goku. Goku was injured so badly that he almost died. Krillin sighed, although it's just a clone. What do you know? It's all Goku's fault, Gohan got involved in this fight. He's only 5 years old. Shishi looked unhappy. As for the avatar or something, it has been ignored by Shishi. Now in Shishi's eyes, there is no outsider except his own son Gohan. Goku, can I beat him up? Yakirobe rubbed his fists. Tien Shinyan, Dumplings, and Piccolo are all dead, but there seems to be no major problem. The Dragon Ball will recover in 3 months. Just ask Shenron to revive them. Bulma smiled slightly. That's true. Kellen nodded slightly. It seems that, have you forgotten someone? Yakirobe held his chin and muttered, forget it, it's not important. By the way, Kellen, you just said that Goku's body came and beat that scion named Vegeta? Is it true or not? Bulma asked curiously. It's true, Gohan and I saw it with our own eyes. Kellen nodded. Yeah, Dad is amazing. Son Gohan also said excitedly. Everyone present looked at Son Goku together. Son Goku. What are you looking at me for? I do not understand. What ontology? Son Goku looked confused. Goku, tell me, where is that main body? Kellen asked hastily, you guy, you are really hiding deep enough. What? Krillin, I don't understand what you're talking about. What body? What avatar? Son Goku asked with a wry smile. Ah? You said you didn't know. Kellen was surprised. Okay Klin, don't ask for now. Master Roshi shook his head, Goku's consciousness is a bit confused now, let's talk about it when he wakes up. Clint nodded solemnly. Has Immortal Jialin heard of the clone technique? Master Roshi turned to ask Immortal Jialin. I've heard it a little bit. Immortal Jialin nodded lightly, and muttered in a low voice, this kind of avatar technique is actually not a very advanced ability. Do you still remember that Tien Shinyan used this skill at the world's #1 martial arts conference? Ability. However, Tien Shinyan's clone technique is divided into 4 people, and there should be a time limit. Master Roshi nodded slightly, from the current situation, Goku's clone technique seems to have no time limit. I don't know if Goku's clone technique has a time limit, but I really want to have no time limit for the clone technique, and it's not impossible. Immortal Jialin smiled, looked at Master Roshi and asked, why? What do you want? Study. Yeah, after learning, I can also hone myself. Master Roshi nodded vigorously. Teacher Wu Tian wants to learn body splitting technique? There is no other purpose, right? Kellen was stunned for a moment. It's none of your business, shut up. Master Roshi stared. Clint fell silent. Master Roshi, however, was delighted in his heart. If I have learned the avatar technique, I can consider taking in a beautiful female disciple and let her study hard. Master Roshi's saliva was almost drooling. Clint. Immortal Jialin. By the way, I said that Goku's soul snatched the Dragon Ball last time, you don't believe me. Master Roshi remembered this and said hastily, now that I think about it, it should be Goku's body that came and snatched it away. Bar. That's impossible. If Goku learns the avatar technique, it seems that he learned it from Lord Kai. Immortal Jialin was slightly taken aback. It seems to be the same. Let's talk about it when Goku wakes up. Master Roshi scratched his head. Everyone sent Son Goku to the hospital first. The doctor injected Goku with medicine. Goku became slightly more conscious now. Goku, don't worry, the fairy beans will grow in a month, just wait patiently. Immortal Jialin smiled and comforted him. Okay. Son Goku nodded. Kellen was going to ask Son Goku about the avatar, but was stopped by Immortal Jialin with his eyes. Do not worry. It's not too late to ask after Goku is ready. Kellen thought about it too, but didn't ask any more. Everything seems to have calmed down for the time being. Starry Sky, Frisia's universe ship. So, the scion named Kakarot is indeed revived. Frisia smiled, that is to say, there really is a Dragon Ball on Earth. But what Vegeta said is that the one who made the Dragon Ball should be the Namek people, not the guy we saw. Dodoria pondered. People from Namek. Frisia was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, "That's fine, then go to Namek first. If there is a Dragon Ball, let the Dragon Ball give me an immortal body first. Dragon God, right? You can't think of it. I go to Namek to make my wish come true. Then, I will go to the earth to find you. Of course, the premise is that you are still alive. Perhaps, you died in the explosion on planet Vegeta. Go to Namek." Frisia ordered. "Hey, hello from Lee." Frisia's universe spaceship drew an arc in the air and flew towards Namek. "Boy Vegeta, you broke the detector during the battle. I don't know what's going on now." Dodoria pressed the detector, but there was no signal from Vegeta on it. "Perhaps, he is deliberately guarding against me." Frisia smiled lightly, "Leave him alone, we will find him sooner or later. As for the battle between Vegeta and Kakarot, who will win Sunday?" Frisia wasn't in the mood to care at all. It's just two little ants fighting. Earth, the true temple. Lord Dragon God, I just received the news from Frisia that they are going. Bardock heard Frisia's conversation silently through the detector. Go to Namek, right? Luo Mu healed slightly. Chapter 79. Master Dragon God, you know everything. Bardock raised his head. There is nothing I don't know. Luo Mu smiled. Then. Bardock asked. Raditz, stay and guard the temple well. Luo Mu ordered. Hey? Then, how about you? Raditz was stunned and asked. Your parents and I will go to Namek to witness your brother becoming a Super Saiyan. Luo Mu smiled. What? Super Saiyan? The legend. Raditz's eyes widened. Kakarot, is he going to be Super Saiyan? Real or fake? Kakarot, will become Super Saiyan. Bardock was also shocked. Is it true? Lord Dragon God. Jin was also very pleasantly surprised. You'll know when you go. Luo Mu smiled. Lord Dragon God, when are we leaving? Bardock asked hastily. A month later. Luo Mu smiled slightly. In a month. Bardock fell silent. It's been a long time. But Bardock thought about it carefully. Apparently, Kakarot will recover after a month, right? Now the fairy beans are all used up. You go and tell Son Goku them, about the things on Namek, you just need to say this, well, they should go to Namek. Luo Mu told Bardock. You mean, let me and my aunt, and Kakarot meet 860. Bardock felt excited. It's time to meet each other. Luo Mu nodded slightly. Thank you, Lord Dragon God. Jin was about to shed tears. Very good. We can finally meet Kakarot. Go. Luo Mu waved his hand. Bardock and Jin looked forward to it. Immediately, the two bowed to Luo Mu. Whoa! Whoa! The two of them turned into two white lights, and flew towards the hospital below. Raditz! I am also your son. Why do you only see that kid Kakarot? Hospital. After more than an hour of treatment, Son Goku has become quite sober. After 3 months, the Earth's Dragon Ball will be restored, and we will be able to resurrect our dead companions. Bulma said with a smile. I don't know if that Saiyan named Vegeta will come? If he is cured, maybe he will come. Kellen pondered. While talking, Kellen suddenly felt something was wrong behind him. Kellen mechanically looked behind him. Seeing this, Kellen's face changed color. It was Bardock and Jin who appeared outside the window. However, Bardock has already changed into his battle suit. You are Goku's body. Krillin was stunned. Everyone in the room was also stunned. Goku's body is here? Son Goku also glanced in this direction. Who? This person. Correct. Didn't this person appear when I was dying? The guy who is very similar to Raditz. Shua. Burdock and Jin flew in from where the window was. Gaku, UBD. There is such a beautiful girl next to your main body. Kellen looked envious and jealous. Gaku, too much. Girl, you introduced Gea. Why do you still have one clone and one body? How shameless. Krillin, I'm here, who are you talking to? Son Goku looked puzzled. Gaku, stop joking with me, isn't he your body? Kellen asked quickly. Master Roshi, Bulma, Son Gohan did not speak. She went down to buy food and was not in the ward. Krillin, you've been talking about avatars and main bodies since before, what do you mean? Son Goku asked curiously. Cling. Master Roshi. Bulma. Son Goku, don't you know? This is embarrassing. But having said that, this guy looks uncannily similar to Raditz. Son Goku said with a smile. Clint's eyes widened. Bulma clutched his forehead. Son Gohan scratched his head and smiled wryly. Turtle, a cough, very dry cough. How did this child grow his eyes? This person looks exactly like you. What are you doing with Raditz? But think about it, Gaku doesn't usually look in the mirror, does he? No wonder he thinks so. Kakarot, Mom and Dad are here to see you. Jin had tears in his eyes and looked at Son Goku excitedly. Father? Mom? Son Goku was taken aback. Everyone present was also stunned. Well, I'm your mother, my name is Jin, and he's your father Burdock, Jin said. Son Goku. Real or fake? Kakarot, you've grown up. Burdock stepped forward and touched Son Goku's forehead with a smile. Son Goku looked at Burdock silently. Kakarot. Jin rubbed Son Goku's head. Ouch, ooh, ooh. Son Goku yelled. Bulma and others continued to be confused. How did this happen? Goku's father and mother are here? Didn't Goku's brother say that his parents are dead? Are you, really my mom and dad? Son Goku looked at Burdock and Jin again. Goku, don't say anything else, just look at your appearance, you and your father are exactly the same. Kellen said hastily. Ah? Really? I said he looks so similar to Raditz. Son Goku exclaimed. Burdock. Jin. The atmosphere was a little awkward. There was a brief silence. Wait a minute. Since you are Goku's parents, don't you also want Goku to kill us Earthlings and then rule other planets? Bulma asked nervously. Don't worry, we won't do that. Burdock smiled. Are you Bulma? Jin greeted. Am I so famous? Bulma was taken aback for a moment, and whispered, that's right, I'm a genius girl, and I'm so pretty, so it's normal to be famous in the universe. Ahem. Bulma, you are not a girl now, are you? Are you almost 30? Kellen corrected. Bulma knocked Kling down with one punch. Humph, it's impolite to talk about a girl's age. Bulma said angrily with her arms akimbo. Clint scratched his head. Girl? The question is, are you still a girl? Clint, I finally understand why you don't have a girlfriend anymore. Bulma sighed. Clint looked confused. Why? You said it. Burdock's face darkened. You guys can really change the subject. I can't even talk. So, you are not Goku's real body. Kellen suddenly responded. Chapter 80. Good. Burdock nodded. Then, the person who defeated Vegeta, is that you? Kellen asked hastily. It was me, Burdock admitted. Ah? It was you who defeated Vegeta. Son Goku's eyes twinkled bright. Kakarot, as long as you practice hard, you will become as strong as Dad. Bardock smiled. Great, I will work hard. Son Goku's eyes showed a strong fighting spirit. I'm not here to talk to you, Bardock said. There's something extremely important that I need to tell you. Son Goku and others all pricked up their ears. Once upon a time, we Saiyan were in the service of a powerful alien named Kurd, Bardock explained. Kurdish? Bulma and the others looked blank. Where have they heard of this man? Is he strong? Son Goku asked. Yes, very strong. Bardock nodded. He calls himself the Emperor of the Universe. The Emperor of the Universe, such a resounding reputation. Master Roshi was speechless. Universe, the Emperor of the Universe, does such a guy really exist? Kellen's body trembled. Saiyan has been serving King Cold, mainly to invade other planets, and then sell this planet to the Kurdish Legion. Bardock explained, although it seems like a business, but to put it bluntly, Saiyan is equivalent to the vanguard of the Kurdish Legion force. Son Goku and others nodded together. Then one day Kurd announced his retirement and his son Frieza took over as the Legion, which was renamed the Frieza Legion. Bardock continued. Frieza. Son Goku muttered the man's name. Although Frieza is young, he is a man with greater ambitions, more evil, and more powerful than his father. Bardock said in a deep voice, originally, we have always lived in peace with Frieza, but one day, Frieza heard said one thing. Thus, a huge conspiracy began. What conspiracy? Son Goku asked. Frieza called back all the Saiyans who were performing missions outside, saying that they found a superstar, and it would take a lot of people to attack it. Bardock clenched his fists and said, although we are dubious, we also accept Frieza's order. Not good. Hearing this, Son Goku also had a bad feeling. When almost all the Saiyan came back, Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta with his own hands, Bardock said. Son Goku. So, planet Vegeta wasn't destroyed by a meteorite impact? Destroyed by Frieza? What a scary guy. Bulma lost his voice, destroying other people's planets. What did Frieza hear? Son Goku asked. That's because Frieza is worried that among our Saiyans, there will be a legendary warrior called Super Saiyan. Bardock said. Super Saiyan. Son Goku was slightly taken aback. That's right, Super Saiyan, who claims to be the most powerful warrior in the entire universe. Even Frieza, if he meets Super Saiyan, he will only be abused. Bardock nodded slightly. Although this was just a legend, at the time, Frieza believed it to be true of. Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta in order to prevent future troubles. I see, that's the way it is. Son Goku nodded slightly. According to the latest news I got, Frieza has gone to Namek at present. Bardock pondered. Namek. Son Goku was taken aback. Why does it sound familiar? Goku is Piccolo's hometown. Kellen explained. Piccolo's hometown. Son Goku understood, but was a little puzzled, but why did Frieza go to Piccolo's hometown? The reason is very simple. It is because the Namek people have the magical ability to make Dragon Balls. Bardock said, when you were fighting Vegeta, Frieza eavesdropped on the conversation between Vegeta and you. Therefore, Frieza intends to go to Namek, gathers the Dragon Ball and grants his wish of immortality. Immortal. Son Goku was taken aback. If that's the case, I'm afraid there is no one in this universe who is his opponent. Bardock's face became serious, even Super Saiyan is probably. In other words, we must go to Namek as soon as possible. Son Goku's expression became serious. Zero, asking for flowers. Yes, that's what it means. Bardock nodded. But, my injury hasn't healed yet. Son Goku gritted his teeth, I want to see how powerful this universe emperor is. Kakarot, don't be careless. Even me, compared with Frieza, there is still a big gap. Bardock said in a deep voice, even Lord Dragon God is probably not Frieza's opponent. In saying so, Bardock is speculating. Burdock thought about it. If Lord Dragon can defeat Frisia, why not kill him on planet Vegeta? Frisia is still alive and kicking. However, Lord Dragon God has run to the earth. Explain what? Does it mean that Dragon God is avoiding Frisia? Dragon God? Bulma was slightly taken aback. Do you know brother Luo Mu? Burdock nodded. I finally know why you know me. Bulma suddenly understood. Dragon God? The god who made the Dragon Ball, right? Kellen asked. Yes. Burdock nodded. Since Frisia is so powerful, we might as well collect the Dragon Balls and ask Shenron to destroy Frisia. Kellen suggested. Master Dragon God said, I'm afraid this wish will not come true. Burdock shook his head. Hey? Why? Bulma asked. Wishes that exceed the abilities of Lord Dragon God cannot be fulfilled, Burdock said. Everyone fell silent. Bobo, come here. Burdock greeted outside the window. Shua. After the voice fell, Mr. Popo appeared outside the window on a flying carpet. Yes, is it Mr. Popo? Do you know each other? Kellen was surprised. Mr. Popo smiled and nodded. We've known each other for a long time, don't you know? Mr. Popo will take you to find a universe spaceship, and then, I will go to Namek with you. Burdock pondered. Kakarot stays to recuperate, and when he recovers, he will use the universe spaceship he used when he came to Earth when he was a child. Hurry over and enter immediately. Chapter 81. Bulma, please ask your father to help me transform that universe spaceship. It is best to add a gravity chamber, which can have 100 times the Earth's gravity. Son Goku thought for a while and said to Bulma. Okay, no problem. Bulma nodded. The first batch of candidates to go to Namek. Kling, Gohan, and Bulma, and me and Jin, are you three okay? Burdock looked at the three of Bulma. Bulma. Why take me? I'm just an ordinary person. Hey, are you kidding? Am I going to die? Bulma asked angrily. Don't worry, Namek is so huge that you don't need to fight. Burdock said, you are allowed to go because we will go to Namek on the spaceship of the universe of the gods. If there is a problem with that spaceship in the universe, we can only you go fix it. Are you sure there's no danger from 657? Bulma asked. Since the Frisia mentioned is so powerful, why did we go to Namek to die? Kellen also felt dizzy. Shall we hide? We need to find all the Dragon Balls before Frisia has all the Dragon Balls, because we have the Dragon Ball radar, Burdock explained. As long as we have all the Dragon Balls, or hide one of the Dragon Balls, there will be no Frisia what happened. In this way, his wish of immortality will not be fulfilled. Bulma and others understood. This is to snatch the Dragon Ball with Frisia. Without further delay, split up. Burdock ordered. An hour later, Burdock and Jin returned to the True Temple. Lord Dragon God, the matter has been settled. Burdock bowed and saluted. Very good. Luo Mu nodded slightly. Is the Lord Dragon God going to Namek with us? Burdock asked. My majestic Dragon God, how could it be possible to ride such a low-level thing as a universe spaceship? Luo Mu smiled slightly. Burdock. Universe spaceships are low-level gadgets? You guys go, I will go there. Luo Mu smiled. Clear. 3 days later. Burdock, Jin, Bulma, Kling, and Son Gohan step aboard the universe ship. Gohan, remember to brush your teeth every day when you go on a trip this time. Shishi told Son Gohan, then looked at Burdock and Jin and said, Father-in-law and mother-in-law, take care of your grandson. Don't worry. Jin smiled. Shishi naively thought that this time Son Gohan was traveling to an alien planet. For the sudden appearance of Son Goku's parents, Shishi still feels very kind. Call out. The universe spaceship soared into the sky, heading towards Namek at high speed. The universe ship needs to travel 20 days in the universe to reach Namek. Luo Mu wouldn't spend 20 days navigating the universe. At Luo Mu's current speed, he can reach Namek in a few minutes. Fly over, save trouble. Time passed day by day. 6th Universe. Planet Sherida, Palace of the Goddess. Sui Ai's luck was relatively good, and it was relatively easy to get all the Dragon Balls together these 2 times. Sui Ai's Dragon God power has also grown to a height of 2150. It is only 50 points away from Yaezai. Just now, Sui Ai called Yaezai and asked about her recent situation. Of course, the main purpose is to see if Yaezai's Dragon God power has increased. Yaezai's Dragon God power has not increased. For nearly a year, Yaezai's Dragon Ball was also stuck somewhere on the planet, and it was not easy to find it. For Dragon God, this is a very normal phenomenon. In the words of Salama, this is called tempering your heart. Dragon Ball is not stuck, and has always been so smooth, which is not a good thing for Dragon God's experience. There is a saying that goes well, good things take time. The stuck Dragon Ball can't be put together for a long time, that's called tempering the heart. I'll surpass you soon, Yaoto. The member said with a smile on his face. Humph, let's talk more than me. Yao Zi snorted. Humph. Sui Ai snorted coldly. Let's go beyond Luo Mu. Yao Zi added. Snow meaning. What do you mean? What does it mean to surpass Luo Mu? Luo Mu is cheating. Don't you know? Shui Yi, do you know? Luo Mu may not be cheating, he is the most talented dragon god. Yao Zi smiled mysteriously. What did you say? Sui Ai's face changed slightly. Yaezai didn't answer, her expression was somewhat mysterious. He, let Shui Yi get entangled. If I fool around casually, maybe she will take it seriously. Sure enough, after seeing Yao Zi's smiling expression, Shui Yi became somewhat suspicious. Sui Ai has been unable to figure out a question. It has been more than 20 years since I came to the human world. If the Dragon Ball is collected once every 3 months, it will be collected 4 times a year. In 20 years, only 80 times. Luo Mu is a low-level dragon god, every time he gathers all the Dragon Balls, the power of the Dragon God will only increase by 1 point. Calculated in this way, the group has grown to 80 points. But now, Luo Mu's Dragon God power has reached a height of 3,500. Almost an increase of nearly 3,000 points. How does Luo Mu cheat? Could it be that a wish is fulfilled once a month? Calculated in this way, there are 12 high hopes every day. 20 years is only 240 points. Could it be that a wish is fulfilled once every 2 or 3 days? Nearly 200 wishes are made a year. In 20 years, more than 4,000 Dragon God powers. It seems that this is the only way to reach the current point. How free is he? Don't do anything every day, just keep making wishes? Shui Yi always felt that something was wrong. How could Dragon God be so boring? Is it interesting to brush the power of the virtual Dragon God? Snapped. Shui Yi directly hung up the phone. Yaezai. Shui Yi, your 2.7 is really rude. Hang up on me again. Sui Ai thought about it carefully. No, I have to check out the 7th universe. If Luo Mu really wished like that, why don't you go to the planet where he practiced and ask? Call out. The snow turned into a golden light and flew towards the 7th universe. Just when Burdock and others were about to arrive on Namek, Shui Yi also appeared in the starry sky of the 7th universe. Sui Ai is all white, like an ice goddess. Forgot to ask. Where did Luo Mu practice? Shui Yi looked around. Immediately afterwards, Sui Ai closed her eyes to sense the location of Luo Mu. Over there. The Milky Way. Shui Yi looked in the direction of the Milky Way. Call out. The snow turned into a golden glow and flew towards the earth. Chapter 82. In the process of walking, Sui suddenly felt that she just appeared on the planet where Luo Mu experienced, and let Luo Mu find out how embarrassing it is. Luo Mu will definitely ask, what am I doing here on Earth? How do I answer? Let me see if you cheated? No no no. I am a genius dragon girl, how could I let him give it to me? Shua. Sui hid her dragon god power and slowed down her flying speed. About an hour later, Sui finally appeared on the earth. How did Sui know that when she sensed Luo Mu's dragon god power, Luo Mu also sensed her existence? After all, Luo Mu's dragon god power is much higher than Shui Yi's. Sui naively thought that Luo Mu's dragon god power was inflated, but it was actually much, much lower than her. Sui silently looked at the earthling's attire. Shua. Sui transformed into an ordinary earthling and appeared in a city. Hey, let me ask you, have you heard of Dragon Ball? Sui stopped a passerby and asked directly. The passerby gave Sui a supercilious look. Who the hell are you? Are you polite? Who are you calling hi? 02 Even if you look good, you don't look at me through your nostrils, do you? Passersby looked scornful, and walked away without paying attention to Sui. Crazy. Is it amazing to be a beautiful woman? You think your face is covered with a layer of powder and putty, so I can't see it? Passersby adjusted their glasses, expressing disdain. Snow meaning. Should I kill him? If I talk to him like a dragon god, he should bow down immediately. In the end, this person actually expressed disdain for me? Sui took a deep breath. Forget it, keep a low profile. Afterwards, Sui grabbed another person and asked about the Dragon Ball arrogantly. Little beauty, have fun with me, and I'll tell you. Seeing that Shui Yi looks so good looking, the man almost drools. Shui Yi's face turned cold, and she pointed her finger at the man with a little emptiness. Snapped. The man turned into an ice sculpture at that time, so dead that he couldn't die anymore. Blame the dragon god, die. Sui snorted coldly. Sui turned people into ice sculptures in the busy city, which immediately attracted the attention of many people, and they all came to watch. Hey, who knows about Dragon Ball? Tell me. Sui snorted. These earthlings are so rude. The people on planet Sherida are much better than the humans here. That's not what you asked. While talking, Sui heard a voice from behind. Shui Yi froze for a moment, then turned her head to look behind her. Luo Mu. Sui's eyes widened. When did he appear behind me? Why I don't feel it? Yes, I must be PD off by these humans. So it's normal that I didn't sense it. Sui, why are you free to come to the planet where I practiced? Luo Mu said with a smile. Humph, I'm passing by, can't I? Shui Yi hummed. How did I hear you asking about Dragon Ball? Luo Mu smiled slightly. I'll just ask, can't I? Sui said, returning to her original appearance. After seeing Sui's true appearance, many viewers were stunned. Even women are attracted by the serious appearance. There was even a man who saw the snow, forgot to look ahead when he was walking, and bumped his head against the electric pole. In this world, there is such a beautiful woman. Although, she looks a little cold. But, it's really beautiful. Since you're here, let me sit down. Luo Mu smiled. Whatever. Sui replied. Call out. Luo Mu turned into a golden light, which disappeared in a flash. Sui also immediately chased after her. Almost at the same time, Luo Mu landed in the Temple of True God with serious intentions. How does my real temple compare to your goddess palace? Luo Mu smiled slightly and pointed to his own temple. It's nothing but big, nothing else. Sui snorted. Isn't Dragon Realm big enough? Does it make sense for you to have such a big palace? Sui's goddess palace is not very big, it is equivalent to the area of a villa. Raditz, who was cleaning, glanced towards Sui. Who is this woman? Could it be, is Lord Dragon God's best friend? Sion doesn't have much feeling for beautiful women. So Raditz didn't find the woman attractive. Sui, I'm so happy that you can come. Luo Mu said with a smile, it doesn't matter what your purpose is, but it doesn't matter. Sui didn't say a word. Does he know what my purpose is? But Sui thought about it carefully, and it seemed that it was normal for Luo Mu to know. All the dragon gods are saying he is cheating. Luo Mu will not be unaware. Shui, do you have powerful humans in your universe? Luo Mu asked. Of course. The Sharada planet I practiced is the planet of the fighting nation Sion, and the humans on it are born with great strength. Sui suddenly became proud, only the humans on your planet, and me compared with the people on that planet. Let me put it this way, just find a newborn baby, and you can wipe out your planet. Raditz pricked up his ears. Planet Sharada? Sion? Is this woman out of her mind? Sion is all from planet Vegeta. Unfortunately, planet Vegeta no longer exists. So strong. Luo Mu feigned surprise. Sui nodded as a matter of course. Shui, I'm not bragging, our universe also has many powerful humans. Luo Mu said confidently, and greeted Raditz, come here. Yes, Lord Dragon God. Raditz quickly replied, galloped over, and stood opposite Luo Mu. Burst out your energy. Luo Mu ordered. Yes. Raditz nodded. Boom. 050. Raditz exploded with powerful energy. Sui, do you think it's okay? Luo Mu said confidently. Sui. This is called okay? Is this too weak? Forget it, what do I care about with an inferior dragon god? Is this the most powerful human in your universe? Shui asked. It's okay. Luo Mu nodded, so I'll take it in now and train it well. Luo Mu, I'm afraid you don't know the limits of human beings, do you? Zhongyi sighed. The limit of human beings? This guy can easily destroy a planet as big as the Earth now, isn't this the limit? Luo Mu asked quickly. Shui looked disdainful. But Sui thought about it. I still don't know how many times human beings on Earth have fulfilled their wishes. Humph. If I had known that Luo Mu had discovered me, I should have read their memories directly below. Now if you read the memory of the people on Earth, Luo Mu will definitely find it. I am a genius dragon girl, I was discovered by Luo Mu, I will lose face. Isn't Luo Mu now ignorant of the limits of human beings? I can bring the most powerful human being from our universe here, so that he can see what the most powerful human being is. Then, I will find another opportunity to check Dick Iren's memory. Yes, just do it. Shui realized this and shook her head indifferently. Luo Mu, you know too little. Sui sighed. Chapter 83. What do you mean? Luo Mu looked confused. Well, I'll go back and bring you the most powerful human in our universe, so that you can see what the limit of human beings is. Sui snorted, very proud, of course, he is not the limit now, but in your universe, I dare not say anything else, I can definitely walk sideways. What? There is such a powerful human existence? Luo Mu lost his voice. Wait, I'll be back soon. Shui raised her proud head. Call out. Immediately afterwards, the snow turned into a golden glow, and the day wish disappeared. Raditz was a little confused. Who is this woman? It seems that they belong to the same family as Lord Dragon God. Is it also a dragon god? She said they are universe? What do you mean? Aren't we still in the same universe? Raditz had a question mark on his face. However, Luo Mu didn't say anything, and Raditz didn't dare to ask more. Raditz was also curious. I have become a lot stronger. I want to see how powerful humans that woman can bring over. 10 minutes later. Sui landed on the Earth's temple with a person. Greetings to Lord Dragon God. The other party quickly bowed and saluted. Luo Mu recognized it at a glance. The person who came was the number 1 killer of Universe Hit. Hit has purple skin, wears a coat, and puts his hands in his pockets habitually. His name is Hit, and he is the most powerful human being in our 6th universe. Sui explained lightly, and asked Hit, "Can you see Jupiter from here?" "Yes. It was that planet." Hit nodded slightly. "Destroy it," Sui ordered. "Yes, Lord Sui." Hit nodded slightly. Boom. Immediately afterwards, Hit punched out. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Jupiter turned into slag on the spot. Raditz looked confused. "Jupiter? Where? I didn't see it." If possible, his ability can destroy a galaxy. Shui Yi smiled. "So strong." Luo Mu feigned surprise. "Do you know the gap now?" Shui Yi became proud. "I really didn't expect that in your universe, human beings can be so powerful." Luo Mu was filled with emotion. It really is the limit of human beings. "So, you have too much to learn," he said lightly. "An inferior dragon god is an inferior dragon god. I really don't know. As for you human beings in the universe, if you let Hit go, won't you be wiped out?" "Haha, yes." Luo Mu nodded seriously. "Let me tell you this, Luo Mu." Sui smiled lightly. "Aside from other things, all the humans in your 7th universe combined are no match for Hit." "It seems, you are right." Luo Mu wiped his sweat. "Raditz. What do you mean? It's like we're so miserable." "Master Dragon God, can he beat Frisia?" Raditz gritted his teeth and couldn't help asking. "Go. What do you know?" Luo Mu yelled. "A little Frisia is also qualified to challenge Hit." Raditz quickly shut up. "Frisia? The 7th universe is known as the existence of the Emperor of the Universe, right?" Shui Yi chuckled. When Sui brought Hit to the 7th universe, she also conducted a simple investigation on the 7th universe. Frisia is indeed very good, but compared with Hit, it is a world. In this way, let Hit stay here, and let your humans study hard with him. Shui Yi suggested. "Really? Can Hit stay?" Luo Mu asked in surprise. "Of course, as long as I say yes." Sui nodded seriously. "Thank you so much, I will definitely let our humans learn from Hittite." Luo Mu responded quickly. "Okay, I'll go back first, let Hit stay for 3 days, okay?" Sui raised her head and looked at Luo Mu. "Yes, of course no problem." Luo Mu thanked. "Let's go." After Sui finished speaking, she turned into a golden light, pierced the void, and disappeared in a flash. After Sui left, Hit also immediately turned to look at Luo Mu. "Hello, Dragon God Luo Mu, may I challenge you?" Hit asked respectfully. "Oh? You want to challenge me?" Luo Mu smiled and looked at Hit. "I want to test the gap between me and Luo Mu Dragon God." Hit replied, "I hope Luo Mu Dragon God will show mercy." This was arranged by Snow Dragon God. Let Hit challenge Luo Mu. Then, Sui took this opportunity and quickly went to the earth to check the memories of the people on earth. There was a smile on Luo Mu's face. Luo Mu naturally couldn't understand what Hit meant. Luo Mu was also keenly aware that Sui had already landed on the earth. "There is no way, who made my dragon god power so high? I can sense your existence, but you can't sense my existence, right?" Shua. With a light wave of Luo Mu's hand, invisible dragon god powers erupted, instantly covering the area where the snow fell. "Okay, of course no problem." Luo Mu smiled at Hit and waved, attack with all your strength. Okay. Hit nodded, his expression became serious. Boom. However, just when Hit was about to attack Luo Mu, he felt his body sink. Snapped. Hit's body was lying on the ground at that time. Can no longer move. Just because you are a small human being? Do you want to challenge me, Dragon God? Luo Mu smiled lightly, stepped forward and stepped on Hit's head. Hitter. How about showing mercy? For real? Boom. Luo Mu exerted a little force on his feet. Hit's head fell directly into the ground king of the temple. Destroy the temple, tell me what to do. Luo Mu asked with a dark face. I didn't damage it. You made it. What? How dare you talk back? Luo Mu stepped on it again. Crack. Heat felt as if several of his bones, lees, had been broken. Terrible. Is this the Dragon God? Fortunately, I was more respectful to him just now. Otherwise I will die. Raditz was stunned from the sidelines. The guy known as the #1 killer in the whole universe was abused by Lord Dragon God just like that? Is this purple-skinned guy really strong? It seems that that's the case. Below. Sui immediately read the memories of the three people. Shui Yi fell silent, with disdain written all over her face. Sure enough. Luo Mu is brushing the power of the Dragon God. Resurrect the Dragon Ball once every 1 to 5 days, and then make some human wishes come true. Humph, boring. Shui Yi breathed a sigh of relief. The inferior Dragon God is indeed the inferior Dragon God. Just know how to do this kind of boring thing. Forget it, leave him alone. Call out. Sui disdainfully turned into a golden glow, which quickly disappeared. Chapter 84. True Temple. How do you feel? Hittite. Luo Mu asked with a smile. Hit didn't want to talk anymore. I can't beat you, okay? You are God. Are you and I a human being so serious? Hit was found by Shui Yi, so he knew the power of Dragon God. Okay, get up. Luo Mu ordered. Hit lay on the ground, feeling that several bones were broken. Stand up? The problem is, I can't get up. Master Dragon God told you to get up, you didn't hear that. Raditz stepped forward and kicked Hit. Hitter shot Raditz a glare. Boy, I remember you. I can't beat Lord Dragon God, and I can't beat you? But in front of the Dragon God, Hit dared not beat Raditz. You still dare to stare at me? Raditz snorted coldly, kicking Hit to a higher level. Boom. Raditz flew up, a beautiful upside-down golden hook. Boom. Hit slammed heavily on the ground of the true temple. However, with Raditz's strength, he didn't leave any traces on the ground. Whoa, me. Raditz. I abused the #1 killer in the universe. Raditz laughed. Raditz, remember, you have reached the peak of your life. Luo Mu smiled. Hey? Really? Raditz scratched his head. What do you mean? Shua. Luo Mu waved his hand, and a healing flame hit 527 Hit's body. Immediately, Hit's injury completely healed. Hit quickly stood up from the ground, and looked at Luo Mu vigilantly. Luo Mu didn't speak, just admiring Hit with a smile. Hit was horrified, and hurriedly bowed to salute. Hit, you are indeed very powerful, but you are far behind me. Luo Mu sighed. Hit fell silent. You are God and I am human, is there any comparison? Everyone has their own shortcomings. What are your shortcomings? Do you know? Luo Mu asked Hit. I also ask Luo Mu Dragon God for advice. Hit responded quickly. Body. Your body is too weak. You have a very strong offensive ability, but your body is your biggest weakness. Luo Mu said, simply put, your defense is too weak. Hit nodded silently. Isn't this nonsense? I am a killer. I'm always willing to kill. As soon as I can't kill my opponent, I just run away. Why do I need such a high defense? If you don't overcome your shortcomings, let alone me, in the future of our universe, your strength may not be able to surpass these two. Luo Mu smiled lightly. The future. Xi, academic, froze for a moment. Hitter, you have to take a long-term view, don't be limited to the present and the past. Luo Mu smiled, not to mention, how many years have you lived? How many years have you practiced? If you are not strong enough, do you feel worthy of yourself? Heather was silent. Apparently, I heard that the dragon god has lived for hundreds of millions of years. Do you find it interesting to say that about me? Hit was dissatisfied. Of course, Hit didn't dare to say it. Having said that, there must be a beating. The future. Hit muttered. Do you understand the principle of gaining insight into the past, predicting the future, and grasping the present? Luo Mu asked. Hit said nothing. Raditz nodded thoughtfully from the sidelines. Look, my servant understands. Luo Mu sighed. In the future, in this universe, can anyone really surpass me? Hit was a little unconvinced. It's normal not to believe it. Luo Mu smiled and waved his big hand lightly. Snapped. In the void, a picture suddenly appeared. This picture was condensed by Luo Mu through the power of the dragon god. There are two people in the picture, one is Hit and the other is Son Goku. At this time, Son Goku has turned into Super Saiyan blue color. That person looks very similar to Kakarot. Is it Kakarot? Raditz looked confused, his eyes widened. Blue hair? When will Kakarot be dyed? Yet. Hit was also slightly taken aback. In the picture, Hit is fighting Son Goku. Hit obviously used the flash time. It's just that Son Goku's strength is even stronger actually caught his flash time. Boom. Immediately afterwards, Son Goku punched Hit on the forehead, and Hit fell to the ground. Snapped. The screen disappears. After seeing this picture, Hit's face changed again and again. I actually lost? Real or fake? You don't have to believe it, this is just an image of a parallel time and space in the future. Luo Mu smiled. Hit said nothing. There was a brief silence. Where is the person who fought me now? Hit asked. You don't need to worry about that. Luo Mu said lightly. With that said, Luo Mu directly opened Sui Ai's connection. Sui Ai quickly opened the video with the power of the dragon god, and looked at Luo Mu with disdain. Luo Mu, you really cheated. You keep brushing your wishes. You are bored to death. Shui Yi, take Hit back. Luo Mu ordered. Send it back to me. Sui Ai snorted. I am a genius dragon girl. You are ordering me. I lent you someone, you asked me to pick it up? Hello, no manners. You mean, you don't need this person anymore? Luo Mu pondered. What's not necessary? Sui Ai was stunned. Since you don't need it, just destroy it. Luo Mu said, releasing the coercion. Snapped. Hit was crushed to the ground at that time. Crack. Immediately afterwards, Hit groaned, and his body was embedded in the ground of the true temple. Raditz looked terrified. So brutal. The universe's #1 killer was abused by Lord Dragon God again. Just when Raditz was thinking this way, he saw Luo Mu winking at him. Raditz was quick to respond. Boom. Raditz stepped forward and stepped on Hit. While stepping on it, he said, aren't you the #1 killer in universe? What? Stand up if you have the ability. Hit. Luo Mu. You're going too far. Sui Ai's face changed color and she scolded. Thank you for the compliment. Luo Mu grinned. Killing is wrong. Shui Yi said with a dark face. Don't worry, I won't kill him, I just feel bored and abuse him. Luo Mu smiled slightly. You let him go, I'll go right away. Sui Ai seemed to realize something, and her heart skipped a beat. Call out. Immediately afterwards, Shui Yi didn't dare to have the slightest carelessness, turned into a golden light, and rushed towards the seventh universe. Hit can't die. Even if you are dead, you can make a wish to be resurrected through the Dragon Ball. The problem is, this wish cannot be participated in by oneself. It would be a tragedy if no one revived Hit. If the strongest human being in our sixth universe dies like this, do I want to continue my second stage of training? If Hit dies, my second stage will definitely be left far behind by Yaezai. Chapter 85. Sui Ai knew clearly that in the 11th universe, there was a monstrous human being called Jiren, whose strength had already surpassed gods of destruction in their universe. The only person with any hope of overtaking that Jiren right now is Hit. Shui Yi raised the speed to the extreme. Soon, Shui Yi appeared on Luo Mu's True God Temple angrily. Shui Yi didn't even greet Luo Mu, and used the power of the Dragon God to sweep Hit away, and treated him on the way, and quickly returned to the Goddess Palace of the 6th universe. However, when Sui Ai saw Hit's expression, she couldn't help frowning. Hit looked a little dazed. Sui Ai thought for a while, it was normal for Hit to have this expression. Hit, that person is just so boring, you don't have to worry about it. Sui Ai comforted said. Hit raised his head, looked at Sui Ai silently, and nodded slightly. Still in a trance. Hit, you are a killer, it's normal to suffer such a little setback. Sui Ai shouted softly. Hit glanced at Sui Ai again. Is this a bit of a setback? In front of that person, I have no power to resist, okay? Our dragon god will also suffer similar setbacks. Although you are powerful, you are limited to humans. He is a god, so you don't need to be too entangled. Zhongai continued. Hitter. Are you trying to comfort me? But Hit thought about it carefully. Yes, people are real gods. I still want to open some. Wrong. That image. He opened up a parallel time and space in the future, and the person I was fighting with defeated me with one punch. Hit said truthfully. What? What? What did you say? Sui Ai was stunned. Luo Mu opened a parallel time and space? To be precise, it should be an image of parallel time and space. Hit replied. What's on the image? Sui Ai asked. I fought a human with blue hair, and I was defeated, Hit replied. He said that man was from their 7th universe. He's lying. Shui Yi smiled, don't worry, those humans in the 7th universe are absolutely impossible to be your opponent. Although Shui Yi said so, she was thinking in her heart. Maybe in 1,000 or 10,000 years, you might be beaten by humans from the 7th universe. But at that time, I had already completed my experience. Then it has nothing to do with me. Hit lowered his head and remained silent. Sui Ai discovered that the reason why Hit was in a trance was most likely caused by the image of a certain parallel time and space in the future. Luo Mu, you are too shameless. Hit, there are many parallel time spaces. For example, I took you to the 7th universe today, and there are also parallel time spaces where you have not been to the 7th universe, so you really don't need to worry about that image. Shui Yi persuaded. The first human being in the 6th universe, but he needs to be taught well. It's also good to prepare for the second stage of the Dragon God's power experience. If it was someone else, with Shui Yi's arrogant attitude, he would have been slapped away long ago. Persuade for a while. Sui Ai could see that Hit still hadn't untied the knot in his heart. Shui Yi was a little speechless. Hit had only been by Luo Mu's side for an hour. Luo Mu, you are too much. Especially the image of a parallel time and space in the future, plus he was abused by Luo Mu. It seems that even the number one killer of the universe will have a broken heart. How about this? I'll show you the seventh universe. Look at the humans over there, and you'll know it in your heart. Sui thought for a while, and suddenly thought of such a way. Let Hit go to the seventh universe to see for himself, isn't it all right? What a simple thing. Hit nodded in a trance. Sui stopped talking, and used the power of the dragon god to roll up Hit, and flew towards the direction of the seventh universe. Let's go and see how powerful the human being who is known as the Emperor of the Universe in the seventh universe is. Sui said to Hit. Is he the most powerful human in the seventh universe? Hit asked. I'm already known as the Emperor of the Universe, can't I be the most powerful human being? Shui found out that after Hit came back, his IQ also dropped. What the hell did you do to Hit? Shui sincerely regretted it. In order to see if Luo Mu was cheating, Hit was almost involved. If Hit is ruined, I will be very passive in the second stage of experience. 0. Asking for flowers. 7th Universe. Namek. Burdock and others have already landed on this planet. Just after landing, 2 patrolling Frisia boys found this place. Call out. The 2 muttered a word, without talking nonsense, and destroyed the universe spaceship with one shot. Boom. One punch at a time, Burdock quickly killed the 2 little brothers. You still said there was no danger? They all came to the door automatically. Bulma was about to cry, the spaceship of the universe, has been completely scrapped. Woo woo woo, I can't return went. Jin, you take Bulma to find a safe place to hide, and Gohan and Kling and I go find Dragon Ball. Burdock ordered. Yeah. Jin nodded. Bulma took out the Dragon Ball radar and pressed the button. Sure enough, several dots shining with golden light were displayed on the Dragon Ball radar. There really is a Dragon Ball. Bulma nodded, and handed the Dragon Ball radar to Kling. There are 3 Dragon Balls gathered here. Kellen pointed to the Dragon Ball radar, it means that Frisia has collected 3 Dragon Balls, right? We have to hurry up. By the way, hide the breath, they have detectors, it's easy to find us. Burdock suggested. Son Gohan and Kellen nodded solemnly. Let's go. Burdock greeted. Just when the 3 of Burdock were about to leave. Call out. A spherical universe spaceship descended from the sky and landed near where Burdock and others were. Is that Vegeta's universe spaceship? Kellen was stunned. Crunch. The hatch of the universe spaceship opened, and Vegeta stepped out from inside. That's Vegeta, Kling exclaimed. Humph, he better not come to me, or I'll beat him up. Burdock sneered. Haha. I suddenly remembered, Vegeta is not your opponent. Kellen scratched his head. Leave him alone, it's important to find Dragon Ball, Burdock said. Understood. Clint replied. Above the sky. Sui and Hit silently stared down. Is it him? Shui pointed to Burdock and asked Hitter. Chapter 86. No, the face shape is a bit similar, but the hairstyle is different. Hit shook his head. Hairstyle or something, isn't it a kind of transformation? Sui guessed. Hit was in a trance. What transformation? If it's really him, do you think he can be your opponent with his strength? Shui asked. Hit shook his head vigorously. This man, I can poke him to death with one finger. He is too weak. Go and see the Emperor of the Universe, Frisia. Shui greeted. Shua. The next moment, Sui took Hit and appeared in the sky directly above where Frisia was. Frisia is currently in first form, sitting in the flying machine. Hey? This guy looks very similar to Frost. Hit froze for a moment. Yes, they are of the same race as Frost. Shui nodded. 640. Is he the Emperor of the Universe? I don't think he is as powerful as Frost. Hit was a little surprised. This is called Universe Emperor? So weak. Hit's inner world has also relaxed a lot. You said, if he was allowed to practice for 100 years, would he be able to beat you? Shui Yi asked. No, I'm still very clear about Frost's level. Confidence gradually appeared on Hit's face. That's right. Shui Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Sui Dragon God. Hit saluted, feeling that his heart knot had almost been untied, then he took a closer look and saw the Dragon Ball below, that is. Dragon Ball? What? Dragon Ball? Sui didn't pay attention to it at first, but when Hit reminded her, she immediately looked over. It really is Dragon Ball. How could there be a Dragon Ball here? Shui Yi was a little confused. Didn't Luo Mu practice on Earth? The Earth is very far away from this planet. Could it be that the planet he really experienced was Namek? Wrong. There is something wrong with these Dragon Balls. Sui immediately took a closer look at the Dragon Ball through the power of the Dragon God. That's right. It turned out to be the Dragon Ball made by the Namek people. I said that the power of the Dragon God on it is almost zero. Shui Yi understood. It was the Namek who looted the fragments of the Super Dragon Ball made by my father and developed this replica Dragon Ball with limited wishes. We have Namek people in our 6th universe too. Hit asked. The 6th universe and the 7th universe are accompanying universes. Generally speaking, the 7th universe has them, and the 6th universe basically has them too. Sui replied. Hit nodded and said nothing more. What wish do they want to fulfill by collecting Dragon Balls? Sui tried to read Frisia's inner world. Shui Yi felt her eyes brighten. Frisia's inner world is full of hatred for Luo Mu. It turned out that Luo Mu gave Frisia 20 years ago. That's where it gets interesting. Oh? Frisia wants to fulfill his wish of immortality, and then go to Earth to seek revenge from Luo Mu. Sui already understood. What? He wants to seek revenge from Luo Mu Dragon God. Hit trembled, is he seeking his own death? Isn't it? Sui snorted, our Dragon God is extremely powerful, how can a small human being be our opponent? In this case, the heavy meaning is still the capital of being proud of one's own race. He didn't laugh at Luo Mu because of this. Even in Sui's eyes, Luo Mu is just a low-level dragon god, but he is still a member of our clan. Moreover, with the level of the Dragon Ball made by the Namek people, it is impossible to achieve immortality at all. At best, they can have a simple regenerative ability. Sui smiled contemptuously. So, even if Frisia collects the Dragon Ball, the wish that can be fulfilled will disappoint him. Hit felt a little sympathetic to Frisia. No, he may not be able to fulfill his wish. Rich willing. Why? Hit didn't understand. The Dragon Ball on this planet was encrypted by the Namek people. You must use the Namek language to summon Shenron, and you need to use the Namek language to realize your wish. At present, Frisia is killing innocent Namek people. It is estimated that when people are almost dead, he should cool down too. Shui Yi lowered her head and looked down, her expression was calm. Encrypted? That guy named Frisia is unlucky enough. Hit was a little bit emotional, and a little gloating. Shui Yi glanced at Hit. Well, it's a good thing you think so. At least the knot will be untied. Originally, Sui wanted to return to the 6th universe immediately. But after thinking about it carefully, letting Hit see the tragedy of Frisia's failure to realize his wish here seems to completely untie his knot. This is a good thing. In order to avoid Hit's slump, after he reached the 2nd stage, Long Dizhaiwu gained a lot from him. Judging from the current situation, it will take a while for Frisia to get all the Dragon Balls. Shui Yi pondered, do you want to stay and have a look? Hit nodded. Just take a look. There's no point in going back anyway. Shua. Sui waved her hand. Immediately, 2 more rooms appeared above the sky. Go, that's your room. Shui Yi greeted. Thank you Sui I Dragon Snake. Hit bowed and saluted. After Sui I finished speaking, she entered another room. Sui I intends to stay and watch Hit. There can be no more surprises. Moreover, Sui I vaguely noticed that the man named Burdock had a slight fluctuation of the power of the dragon god on his body. Also, it looks a bit similar to the servant in the Luo Mu temple. Explain what? It means that Burdock is probably also Luo Mu's servant. Since Burdock is on Namek, if Frisia wipes out Burdock, can Luo Mu not come to Frisia to settle the score? Maybe Luo Mu shot Frisia to death in a fit of rage. In this way, the 7th universe. That would be completely useless. Even the Emperor of the universe is dead. The 7th universe is completely dead. 2.7. Sui I suddenly felt that she could enjoy a good show. Who told you to torture the strongest human being in our 6th universe? I want to see you kill Frisia yourself. However, contrary to Shui Yi's expectations, the man named Burdock did not meet Frisia, but secretly found a universe spaceship and flew away with his wife Jin the next day. For this reason, Shui Yi was very surprised. However, after a few days, Luo Mu still came. Sui I thought about it carefully, and it was normal for Luo Mu to come. I guess I'm bored, let's watch the fun, shall we? Is Luo Mu going to kill Frisia? Shui Yi looked expectant. Luo Mu, you should kill Frisia immediately. In this way, your 7th universe will be abolished. Chapter 87. At this moment, Luo Mu was suspended above the sky, watching the battle scene silently. Over the past few days, the progress of things is almost not very different from the original Dragon Ball. First, Vegeta killed Chu Yi who was following him. Then it was Gohan and Kling who rescued Namek Dende from Frisia. Subsequently, Vegeta destroyed Dodoria. Under the arrangement of Dende, Son Gohan and Kellen went to the residence of the Great Elder and obtained a Dragon Ball. When Krillin came back with the Dragon Ball, he encountered Vegeta. Vegeta snatches Kling's Dragon Ball. Son Gohan used the Dragon Ball radar to find the Dragon Ball that Vegeta was hiding in the water. Not long after, Son Gohan and Vegeta met. Son Gohan hides the Dragon Ball, Vegeta is cheated. Next, Son Gohan and Kellen met, hid their breath, and went to the location where the Great Elder was. Vegeta was discovered by Sabo, and Sabo tortured him and nearly killed him. Vegeta was caught in the treatment machine for treatment. After recovering from the injury, Vegeta snatched Frisia's Dragon Ball. 02. Sabo was furious and went to track Vegeta, but was killed by Vegeta. Vegeta calmed down and searched for the breath of the two. Finally, Son Gohan and Kellen revealed their whereabouts. Vegeta flew away and met the Great Elder of Namek, and Son Gohan who was led out of potential energy by the Great Elder. At this time, Frisia sensed that something was wrong, and called the Jinnu team. Luo Mu came to Namek almost in tandem with the Jinnu team. At this time, under Vegeta's proposal, Kling agreed to let Vegeta realize his wish. Because, Vegeta's wish is better than Frisia's wish, right? At least, Goku's father Burdock can beat Vegeta. The thought of Goku's father, Burdock, made Krillin angry. This shit flicked us to Namek, he and his wife disappeared. How shameless! If the universe ship hadn't been destroyed, Krillin wouldn't be here. However, things have progressed to the present level, and they can only take one step at a time. The next moment, under the leadership of Kellen, they appeared together at Bulma's location, picked up the Dragon Ball, and quickly flew towards the location where Vegeta hid the Dragon Ball. Bulma! Are you leaving me here? Pity me, a girl, alone in Namek. Bulma wanted to cry. And that Son Goku's father and mother. You two are too much. The 7 Dragon Balls were quickly assembled. It's just that the Jinnu team was faster and appeared opposite Vegeta and the other 3. The 5 of them claim to be Frisia's strongest army. Shui Yi explained to hit high above the sky. This level is considered the strongest legion. Hit looked disdainful. After these 7 days or so of rest, Hit's state of mind is much better. Humans on this planet, too weak. Moreover, Hit also listened to Sui I. Currently gathered here are the most powerful humans in the 7th universe. That's it. I can poke them all to death with one finger. Hit shook his head. Sui I? Why are you here? Just as Sui I and Hit watched Jinyu and the others fight Vegeta below, a voice came from nearby. Sui I wasn't surprised at all, she knew that Luo Mu was here. Hit shivered for a moment, and his face instantly turned pale. Here comes the fearsome dragon god. Sui I turned her head and glared at Luo Mu. You still have the nerve to say it? If you didn't torture Hit, would I be able to come here? Sui I passed by voice transmission. What you said? Human beings disrespect gods. For your sake, I'm showing mercy by not killing him. Luo Mu shook his head. Why did he disrespect you? Sui I asked. Sui I was puzzled. I also specifically told Hit that he must respect Luo Mu. Although, Luo Mu is just an inferior dragon god. But he is God after all. You, a small human being, cannot be disrespectful to the dragon god. He said he wanted to challenge me, so I asked you, are you disrespecting me? Luo Mu also sent a voice transmission to Shui Yi. Sui I fell silent. I was the one who asked Hit to challenge Luo Mu. Wrong. I'm not asking Hitter to challenge Luo Mu either. I just asked Hit to ask Luo Mu for pointers. This thing got. Forget it, there must be a problem with the comprehension of the inferior dragon god. Hit, long time no see. Luo turned to the doctor Hit. Hit shuddered. Terrible. It is this demon. The last time I smiled so brightly. Then, I was hooked. Luo Mu, you are going too far, this is a human from our universe. Shui Yi hurriedly protected Hit, for fear that Hit would die, and she would not have the power of the dragon god on him. Don't worry, I don't have that much free time, how can I have trouble with a human being? Luo Mu smiled. Humph. Shui Yi stared. That's what you said the last time you had a hard time with Hit. By the way, Shui Yi, what does your coming here have to do with me giving Hit a meal? Luo Mu asked. Hit began to tremble again. I don't want to be in the 7th universe anymore. I want to go back. Can you tell me through voice transmission? Sui I rolled her eyes. You see, you scare Hit. Transzion has to consume the power of the dragon god in 060, which is not worthwhile. Luo Mu shook his head. Shui glared at Luo Mu angrily. Call out. Immediately afterwards, Sui I pulled Luo Mu, soaring into the sky, flying high, and separated the distance from Hitler. Okay, if you have any questions, tell me quickly. Yi said. No problem. Luo Mu shook his head. You. Shui Yi was so angry that her liver hurt. Go back early. Staying here may not be a good thing. Luo Mu sighed. What do you mean? Do you still want to attack Hit? Sui I asked angrily. How come? He hasn't provoked me now, do I have that much free time? Lu Mu smiled. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud noise from below. The snow swept downwards. Luo Mu also took a look. I saw Sun Gohan releasing a huge energy bomb, but was slapped away by Likum. The energy bomb hit the lake water in the distance, and the lake water rose to a height of 10,000 feet, causing a loud noise. Boom! Immediately afterwards, Likum flew forward and kicked Sun Gohan's neck and dislocated it. That child is about to die. Sui I looked down and said to Luo Mu, aren't you going to save him? From what I've observed in the past few days, this child named Sun Gohan is worth cultivating. If you have reached the second stage, this Son Gohan may be able to increase the power of the Dragon God a lot. Chapter 88. Sui Ai, it's really difficult. Luo Mu patted Sui Ai's shoulder. Shui Yi looked confused. What's the meaning? Before, you seldom talked to me. Luo Mu smiled. Sui Ai didn't say a word, but rolled her eyes. I didn't need to protect anyone before. Now I have to protect Hit. If you weren't shameless, I wouldn't talk to an inferior dragon god. But you're right, this kid named Son Gohan is really worth cultivating. Luo Mu nodded. If you train carefully, it is still possible to surpass Hit. Sui Ai hummed, and stopped talking. More than Hit? Where are you dreaming? Let's get past that Likum guy first. No, let's save my life for now. Sui Ai naturally wouldn't go to rescue Son Gohan, there was no need for that. This is the 7th universe. You practiced in the 7th universe, and if you didn't save him, I certainly couldn't save him either. As a dragon god, it is naturally impossible to sympathize with an irrelevant human being. Would you sympathize with the dying struggle of a little ant? He's going to die. Bald head, let me ask you one last time, is Kakarot's body really not here? Vegeta was also seriously injured, and asked Kellen with a dark face. Green. That's not Goku's body. That's Goku's father. Forget it, I still don't explain it. Call out. At this moment, a universe spaceship drew a white arc across the sky. Is it the universe spaceship? Sui Ai was slightly startled, and looked in the direction of the universe spaceship. Snapped. The next moment, the universe spacecraft landed. Son Goku stepped out of the universe ship. Namek, here I come. Son Goku took a deep breath. Immediately afterwards, Son Goku's face changed color. No, Gohan is in danger. Son Goku said in a deep voice. Shua. Son Goku appeared at the scene of the battle at an extremely fast speed, and rescued Son Gohan directly from Likum's feet. Immediately afterwards, Son Goku took out the last 3 fairy beans and gave them to Son Gohan, Kling, and Vegeta to eat respectively. This man is... Sui Ai was stunned, her eyes flickered, and she asked, is he the son of your servant named Burdock? He is also the father of Son Gohan. Yes. Luo Mu nodded. The strength is not weak. With the energy intensity in his body, it is not a big problem to defeat the Jinnu team. Sui Ai nodded slightly and commented. It's okay. Luo Mu smiled. After Vegeta and the others ate the fairy beans, their injuries immediately healed, and their strength also returned to their peak. Hit also silently looked at Son Goku. Does this guy look familiar? Very similar to the guy who beat me in that video. But the hairstyle is different. But the styles of clothes are similar. Let's see. Hit can also sense that this person's strength is just, so-so. I could still poke him to death with one finger. Too weak. Well, probably not the guy in the video. Oh? Who is this guy? So fast. Likum smiled slightly and looked at Son Goku with contempt. Bart, what do you think of his speed? Keith asked without looking back. What do you think? My speed is number 1 in universe, can he compare with me? Bart dismissed. Jinyu smiled lightly and watched with cold eyes. Arrogant guy, let me deal with him. Likum snorted coldly, and punched Son Goku fiercely. Snapped. Son Goku blocked Likum's attack with his left hand. Boom. Immediately afterwards, Son Goku's right elbow hit Likum's chest. Likum's face turned pale, his body trembled violently, he fell limply to the ground, and passed out on the spot. Son Gohan's eyes widened. Clint looked stunned. The two were surprised and delighted. Vegeta was also stunned. Is this Kakarot? Is this guy the Kakarot I almost killed? Could it be that Kakarot's body came out this time? Well, there is a possibility. Shameless cockroach, playing with a clone. Son Goku raised Likum and threw it to Jinyu and the others. He is dying, you take him and leave quickly. Son Goku said lightly. What? This arrogant guy. Don't be proud of me there. Bart bared his teeth. Damn. It's amazing, isn't it? Geese also clenched his fists. Shua. Son Goku's figure flickered, and quickly appeared behind Bart and Geese. The two were startled, and their expressions changed again and again. He. When did he run behind us? Keith's whole body was trembling. Bart was sweating even more on his face. My speed is number 1 in universe. He can't surpass me. Immediately afterwards, Keith and Bart looked at each other and attacked Son Goku together. Shua. Son Goku dodged again with great speed. Damn it, why can't I hit him? How could this guy be so fast? The two went a little crazy. Jinyu was silent. Vegeta was even more silent. I don't just have speed. Son Goku shouted loudly, and the breath on his body exploded. The strong air current shook Geese and Bart around them to fly backwards. What? How is it possible? What did this guy do? Geese pressed the detector. Damn it, his combat power is only 5,000. Use your detectors to see my combat power. Son Goku's expression became serious. Boom. Immediately afterwards, powerful energy surged from Son Goku's body. Beep. The number on the detector is also constantly beating. And after seeing the final combat power value, Jinyu, Geese, and Bart's faces became more and more ugly, the kings, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Combat power. 180,000. Jinyu was stunned. How is it possible? He's just a scion. His combat power will be 180,000. Geese lost his voice. 180,000. Higher than the captain. Cold sweat rolled down Bart's face. Humph, it's normal. Jinyu squinted his eyes, it may be the result of racial mutation, just like us. Keith fell silent. Bart was also silent. Vegeta snorted coldly and didn't say anything more. However, Sigita was shocked in his heart. Kakarote's combat power is 180,000? Are you kidding me? My current combat power seems to be only 60,000, right? He is Scion. Sway I heard the conversation of Jinyu and others. As for Scion, Beiyi wasn't surprised at all. After all, there is Scion in the 6th universe, and there is also in the 7th universe, what a normal phenomenon. Chapter 89. Yes. Luo Mu nodded. Scion is so powerful? Compared with Scion in our universe, it's not a little bit worse. Sway I began to look at people with her nostrils again. Oh? Is the Scion of your universe very powerful? Luo Mu feigned surprise. Let me put it this way, a girl Scion who was just born in our universe can easily beat this Scion named Son Goku. Sway I said with a proud face. Female Scion. Luo Mu scratched his head. Her name is Caulifla. Shui Yi chuckled, when she grows up, if you are interested, you can come and have a look. Okay. Luo Mu nodded. Caulifla? Born? The talent of that little girl is indeed remarkable. Caulifla can easily transform into the 2nd tier of Super Saiyan. Of course, the premise is that she knows how to transform. If you don't know, then it's nonsense. Shua. Son Goku instantly appeared behind Bart after boosting his energy to the extreme. Boom. Son Goku hits hard. Bart fainted. Ha, it's getting more and more interesting. Jinyu laughed loudly, and took off the detectors on his eyes. Geth, hold it for me, I'll deal with him. 880. Captain, what are you wanting? Geese understood instantly, and hurriedly took the detector over. Boom. Jinyu's heavy punch directly penetrated his chest, bringing out a pool of blue blood. What does he want to do? Shui Yi was slightly taken aback. Why are you still playing self-mutilation? If you can't beat it, you can't beat it, so run quickly. That scion named Son Goku is not a person who likes to kill. Son Goku also looked at Jinyu a little confused. Exchange. Jinyu laughed and stretched out his arms. Call out. A ray of light rushed towards Son Goku's body quickly. Shocked, Son Goku raised his arms subconsciously, trying to resist Jinyu's attack. Son Goku felt that the opponent's tactic was not very powerful. However, when Son Goku felt this energy rushing over his body, he secretly screamed in his heart. Suddenly, Son Goku found that his soul. Well, is it a spirit? Yes, that's right. The soul is trembling. At the same time, the soul seems to be split. Terrible. What skill is this? Then, Son Goku kindly felt that the soul had left the body. But fortunately, in the blink of an eye, the soul returned to the body. Son Goku was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but a sharp pain came from his chest. Son Goku looked intently. My body. How did my body become like this? Son Goku raised his head and looked across again. Son Goku. Why does this guy look like me? Captain. Geese flew up and handed the probe to Jinyu, who was replaced by Son Goku's body. Jinyu took the detector with a smile, evil and confidence written all over his face. Humph. I now have a body with a fighting capacity of 180,000. Jinyu smiled. This is terrible. Kellen's face changed color. Dad, swapped bodies with that monster. Son Gohan trembled all over. Mom will be angry if she finds out. Cut. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Above the sky. It's a pity. I almost won, but in the end, someone changed my body. Sui I commented. Luo Mu ignored Shui Yi, but flew down and landed near Hit. Heather was taken aback. Don't look at me. What do you see me doing? Also, you suddenly ran to my side, I was very scared. Sui I gritted her white teeth. I was actually ignored by an inferior dragon god. Luo Mu, you are so rude. But then, Sui I seemed to think of something, her face turned pale, and she hurriedly chased after her. Sui I is very worried now, for fear that Luo Mu will slap Hit to death. This is the most powerful human being in our universe. If he is dead, Aka, do I still have to practice my dragon god power in the second stage? Hit, do you want to go down and coerce them to change their bodies? Luo Mu asked Hit. Hit hurriedly looked at Sui I. Or? Sui I nodded her forehead lightly. Okay, dragon god Luo Mu, I'll go down and teach that man named Jinyu a lesson. Hit nodded slightly and was about to go down. Forget it, let them solve it by themselves. Luo Mu replied. Hit. Snow meaning. You change so fast. Sui I really wanted to leave the 7th universe with Hit immediately. However, when Sui I looked at Hit again, she found that this guy's knot had appeared again. Shui Yi was a little confused. If you want to bring Hit back now, Hit finally untied almost the knot in his heart, and it ended like this. No, I can't go back yet. Moreover, I don't want Luo Mu to kill Frieza, the strongest human being in the 7th universe. If this is gone, I won't be able to appreciate that wonderful scene. Sui I also knew that when Luo Mu was by Hit's side, Hit would be afraid. Think about it. By the way, Luo Mu, there is a human being in Yaezai's universe. His name is Jiren, and he is very powerful. Sui I decided to divert Luo Mu's attention. You go shoot Jiren to death. Heather of our universe is tormented. Oh? How powerful? Luo Mu asked curiously. It is said that his strength has already surpassed gods of destruction. Shui Yi said. Yeah, Come on. Luo Mu nodded. Snow meaning. You say that, how can I pick it up? Are you not surprised at all? Shui Yi glared at Luo Mu. I thought I surpassed angel, and only surpassed gods of destruction. I'm so disappointed. Luo Mu sighed. Beyond angel? Don't even think about it, I'm afraid no matter how hard humans try, they will never be able to surpass angel. Fui snorted coldly. If you surpass angel, wouldn't you surpass dragon god? Dragon god and angel are similar in strength. Then there's nothing strange about it. Luo Mu shook his head, not interested in what Shui Yi said. Luo Mu, Ye's I will have a great advantage in the second stage of training. Sui Yi added. How about going to abolish him? Lu pondered. Sui Yi fell silent. Go now. I'm waiting for your words. Forget it, just kidding, how could I abolish the strongest human being in the 11th universe? Luo Mu smiled, do you think I am that kind of person? Besides, it's just a Jiren who has something to do with me what? Snow meaning. That's right, you are an inferior dragon god. Apparently, it has nothing to do with you. Below. The two sides fought again. With his powerful strength, Vegeta abused geese. Although Jinyu has exchanged bodies with Son Goku, it is a pity that he is not familiar with this body, and his combat power is only a little over 20,000. Son Gohan and Kellen teamed up to beat Jinyu to the point of doubting his life. Chapter 90. Damn it, Vegeta! How is this possible? You can't beat me! Geese bared his teeth while fighting, with a puzzled expression on his face. Humph, you don't know us Scion. Vegeta smiled lightly. What do you mean? Keith asked, stunned. After recovering from the brink of death, Scion doubled his combat power. Vegeta smiled, my current combat power is already far surpassing yours. What did you say? Keith's face changed color. Boom. The next moment, Vegeta's hands bloomed with energy, swallowing geese inside. Guys, pawn. What? Vegeta, you killed geese. Jinyu's expression became less calm. Humph. Vegeta smiled lightly, and with a flick of his hand, an energy bomb flew into the distance. Boom. Bart, who was in a coma, also died on the spot. The next one is you, Jinyu. Vegeta sneered, and flew towards Jinyu, and shouted at Son Gohan and Kellen, you two guys who are in the way, get out of here. Kling and Son Gohan dodged quickly. Boom. Vegeta punched heavily, hitting Jinyu's chest heavily. Puff. Jinyu spurted blood from his mouth. Bang bang bang. Vegeta gave Jinyu a beating. Jinyu fell to the ground, looking at Vegeta swooping down from the sky, the corner of his mouth raised an evil arc. Could it be, he wants? Son Goku was surprised and delighted. So, you can go back to your own body? Shua. Son Goku flew quickly towards the opposite side of Jinyu. Exchange. Jinyu yelled loudly, and the exchange energy was released. Snapped. Immediately, the bodies of Son Goku and Jinyu were exchanged again. Damn guy! Your ability to imitate is quite strong. Jinyu looked at Son Goku with a dark face. Hey, I finally got back. Although the injury is serious, my body is still comfortable. Son Goku grinned. Exchange. Jinyu ignored Son Goku, but pointed his body at Vegeta, exchanging energy and releasing it again. Shua. Son Goku grabbed a frog and threw it in front of Vegeta. What has changed this time? Vegeta was also taken aback. Gah! Jinyu called out. And the frog that turned into Jinyu's body also looked bewildered. After a brief silence, Jinyu's body landed on all fours, and fell into the water with a jump. What's going on? Vegeta asked. Jinyu and the frog switched bodies. Son Goku smiled. So, this frog is Jinyu. Vegeta smiled, forget it, I won't kill you, thinking about your future life is miserable enough. Quack. Jinyu cried and jumped away. There is such a thing. I didn't know how to say it. Next, under the arrangement of Vegeta, he took Son Goku into the treatment device of Frisia's universe spaceship for treatment. At the same time, Vegeta also changed into battle suits for Son Gohan and Krillin. Vegeta ran to the side and sat down, pretending to be asleep, but secretly observed Krillin and Son Gohan's every move. Kling and Son Gohan quietly assembled the Dragon Ball using the Dragon Ball radar. What? The Dragon Ball is here. Vegeta glanced at the two of them sideways, and had a plan in mind. When they fulfill their wishes, I will destroy them. The Dragon Ball is finally assembled. What to do? Uncle Krillin? Are we going to make wishes come true? Son Gohan asked. Of course, just like what we told the Great Elder at the time, let's resurrect the dead companion. Krillin suggested. Anyway, the Dragon Ball on Earth still has some time to come back to life, so we use Namex Dragon Ball. That guy Frieza and Vegeta is unusable. Okay. Son Gohan nodded. Vegeta hid in the dark, ready to gather energy and kill the two of them. Infinite Heaven, the Dragon God has descended, let Shenron come out and fulfill your wish. Krillin said loudly. Dragon Ball didn't respond at all. Strange, why is there no response? What happened? Krillin was stunned. Could it be that the spell that summoned Shenron went wrong? Son Gohan asked. No. Krillin scratched his head. Uncle Kling, what should we do now? Son Gohan was completely out of ideas. Think of a way. Krillin rested his chin in thought. Vegeta. Why don't wishes come true? Vegeta thought about it, and guessed that these two little guys didn't know how to realize their wishes. Zero looking for flowers. Apparently, Namex Dragon Ball is different from Earth's. Seeing that the two of them could not fulfill their wishes, Vegeta restrained his killing intent. Vegeta was really dozing off. It has been many days since I came to Namek, and Vegeta has not closed his eyes. Vegeta dozed off and fell asleep. Just when Vegeta had just fallen asleep, Krillin and Son Gohan suddenly sensed a breath approaching. It seems to be Dende. I'll pick him up, don't let Vegeta find out. Krillin made a decisive decision. Gohan, we'll take the Dragon Ball to that small island over there later, so that even if Vegeta wakes up and wants to, it will take time to find out. Understood. Son Gohan nodded. 0. Krillin immediately stepped forward and stopped Dende, making him hold his breath. Afterwards, the three quietly transferred the Dragon Ball to a small island in the distance. To summon Shenron, you need to use the Namek language. I said we can't fulfill our wishes. Krillin suddenly realized. Uncle Krillin, a powerful aura is approaching. Son Gohan pointed to his side. Yeah, it's Frieza. Krillin's face changed color. What? Frieza, he's coming. Dende's face paled. Quick, Dende. Summon Shenron to make a wish. Krillin said hastily. Come out, Shenron, and grant our wishes. Dende summoned Shenron in Namek. In the blink of an eye, the sky turned black. Call out. A golden light shot up into the sky, turned into a giant dragon, and hovered in the night sky of Namek. The imitation is pretty good. Those who didn't know thought it was the dragon god who made the Dragon Ball. Sway glanced at Shenron and commented, it's a pity that Shenron's strength is a little weak, and I guess he can't stop it. That Frieza attack. Luo Mu didn't say anything. Frieza is coming soon, it's getting more and more interesting. Shui Yi continued. So, people like Vegeta, I'm afraid they will be beaten to death by Frieza. Hit continued, I don't know who arranged for them to come to this planet. How good it is to stay on the Earth. Honestly, people who make such an arrangement don't have a brain. I arranged it. Luo Mu said lightly. Chapter 91. Hit's face turned pale at that moment. The next moment, Hit's body trembled violently. I'm so dumb. What am I talking about? Luo Mu Dragon God, I don't mean that, I mean. Hit knelt down in the air at that time. Oh? What do you mean? Luo Mu smiled. I still won't explain. You can punish me any way you want. Hit said in a deep voice with a sad face. Slap yourself in the mouth. Luo Mu ordered. Yes. Hit didn't dare to neglect, and hurriedly followed suit. Sui I didn't say a word. When this kind of thing happened, she couldn't say much. Who made Hit disrespectful to God? After beating for a while, Hit's mouth was swollen. Okay, let's do this first. Sui I couldn't stand it any longer, and ordered, be careful when you speak next time. Hit looked at Luo Mu. Luo Mu pretended not to see it. 667. Hit felt hopeless. I am so tragic. Luo Mu. Shui Yi stared. Well, for Shui Yi's sake, let's forget it this time. Luo Mu was silent for a minute before turning to Hit. Yes. Heather replied. Sui I took a deep breath. I am not angry. I am not angry. Those who gather the Dragon Ball, say your wish, and I can grant any 3 wishes. Said Shenron Polenga of Namek. Can 3 wishes come true? Namek's Shenron is really generous. Kellen nodded in satisfaction. Quickly say wishes. Frisia is coming. Dende urged. Resurrect Uncle Piccolo first? Is that okay? Son Gohan suggested. Okay, of course no problem. Kellen nodded. Gohan, the second wish, let me transfer to Namek, and I will also meet that guy named Frisia. I want to get rid of him in my hometown. Piccolo sent Son Gohan through the sound transmission of Kai Wang. Uncle Piccolo? Really? Great. I understand. Son Gohan was excited. The first wish came true soon. Second wish, let Piccolo come to Namek. However, the second wish came true, but there was no sign of Piccolo. Why don't you see anyone? Kellen was stunned. Oops, we only told him to come to Namek, not here, let him come here immediately. Dende asked. This. Son Gohan ran out of ideas. This, how about, reviving Tien Shinyan or Dumpling? Kellen suggested. 3 wishes are wasted on Piccolo's body, it's not worth it. How about bringing Tien Shinyan and Dumplings back to life? You bastards! Vegeta gritted his teeth and rushed forward. How dare you grant my wish while I'm asleep? Hey? Vegeta! The faces of the 3 of them changed color. That, and one more wish. Son Gohan said hastily, terrified. Stupid, don't say it. Kling shouted. Great, I have another wish. Hurry up and make a wish, so that I, Vegeta, will have an immortal body. Vegeta stepped forward and grabbed Dende, lifting him from the ground. You are dreaming. You killed my compatriots, and I will not let your wish come true. Dende shouted angrily. What did you say? Do you want to be killed by Frisia? Vegeta raged. Dende said nothing. Dende, let him realize his wish. Although Vegeta is bad, he is better than Frisia. Kellen said solemnly, if Frisia's wish is really granted, the entire universe will be over. Dende nodded resignedly. Let me just say it first, Vegeta, you can't kill us after fulfilling your wish. Kellen said solemnly. Don't worry, you guys, why would I kill you? Vegeta was excited. Frisia. Wait. When I, Vegeta, fulfills my wish of immortality, I may become a supervillain. When I become a Super Saiyan, it will be your death date. The third wish. Make Vegeta immortal. Dende reluctantly made a wish to Shenron Polenga. However, just as Dende's voice fell, Shenron disappeared with a snap. The sky regained its brightness. Bang bang bang! Immediately afterwards, the Dragon Ball turned into 7 stones and hit the ground. What's going on? Vegeta was taken aback. The Great Elder. The Great Elder passed away. Dende lowered his head. What? What about my wish? Vegeta's eyes widened. What the hell are you playing with me? However, Vegeta narrowed his pupils again and saw Frieza appearing in the distance. Frieza! Vegeta gasped. Humph, that's really unexpected. Frieza stood on the highest point nearby with a dark face, and said coldly, in this most exciting one, the Dragon Ball turned into stone, and Vegeta's wish became disappointed. This is really a huge irony. Oh! Snapped. Frieza fell from the sky. Kellen, Son Gohan, and Dende hurried to the side. Humph, Frieza! Don't be complacent! Vegeta gritted his teeth and shouted angrily at Frieza. Vegeta, are you brave? I don't know who gave you confidence. Frieza sneered. Do you think you can beat me? I may not lose to you. Vegeta gritted his teeth, looked at Frieza and said. Really? Frieza looked at Vegeta contemptuously. As long as the two of them cooperate with me, you're dead. Vegeta clenched his fists. Oh? Interesting. Frieza sneered and rushed forward. Snapped. Vegeta's hands immediately joined Frieza's. Immediately, the energy on the two of them exploded, blooming endless energy zones. Snapped. The detector Frieza wore in his eye exploded with a puff of smoke. What? Frieza's face changed slightly. Vegeta is right, we can win. Clinton came with confidence. Yet. Son Gohan nodded vigorously. Above the sky. Shui Yi silently glanced at Luo Mu, but found that Luo Mu's eyes were as calm as water. Shui Yi was a little restless. Luo Mu, you should hurry up and shoot Frieza to death. How can you be indifferent? It's a bit boring. I'll go to sleep first, remember to call me when Son Goku's injury is healed. Luo Mu told Sui Ai. 2.4 After saying this, Luo Mu directly entered Sui Ai's room. Hey, that's my room. Yi stared. Luo Mu, you are too much. Are you going to sleep in my room? It's just to take a nap. We've lived together for hundreds of millions of years, so why be so stingy? Luo Mu said without looking back. Sui Ai. I don't know how to answer what you said. What does it mean to live together for hundreds of millions of years? We just live on a planet as big as half of the 7th universe. Sui Ai thought about it, and didn't argue too much with Luo Mu. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm afraid that Luo Mu will take out his anger on Hit in a fit of anger. Isn't it just a room for temporary rest? Give him. When Hit's heart knot is untied, I'd better take him back to the 6th universe as soon as possible. Chapter 92. Luo Mu came to Sui Ai's temporary room and immediately dialed the number of 11th universe Yaezai. Big Waist, what are you up to? Luo Mu asked with a smile. Luo Mu. You call me Big Waist again. I'll never end with you. Yao Ziai shouted angrily. By the way, I heard that there is a human being in your universe who has surpassed gods of destruction, bring it here and let me have a look. Luo Mu said with a smile. No. Yao Ziai refused at that time. Really not coming? Don't regret it. Luo Mu smiled mysteriously. Wait a minute, who did you hear that there are such human beings in our universe? Yao Ziai looked at Luo Mu. I can't say. Luo Mu shook his head vigorously. It's Sui Ai, right? Yaezai guessed. The reason for such speculation is also because Sui Ai often goes to Yaezai's 11th universe, and she knows 11th universe quite well. Did Shui Yi go to your place? Yao Ziai asked again. Isn't it? I don't know what she wants to do. It's because our universe refuses to leave. Luo Mu nodded, besides, he brought the strongest human in their universe here. Hit. Yaezai has also been to the 6th universe several times, and knows the existence of this hit. Oh? You know me? Luo Mu nodded slightly. What did she bring hit there for? Yaezai was a little confused. I don't know. Luo Mu replied. Well, let's leave it at that. After Yaezai finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Yaezai thought about it carefully. Could it be that Sui I took hit to the 7th universe for training? Maybe. What chance does the 7th universe have? Otherwise, how could Sui I suddenly go to the 7th universe? No, I'll take Jiren to the 7th universe too. The fighting outside continues. Sui I gave Hit a treatment at random, and healed Hit's injury. As the battle continued and Luo Mu went to rest, Hit's mood improved a lot. Especially seeing the few ants below jumping there, Hit felt more at ease. All of them are too weak. I can kill them with one finger. The 7th universe has no competitiveness. Sui I said to Hit, you don't need to care about the image of Luo Mu, even if there is, it will probably be 1,000 or 10,000 years later. Hit nodded slightly. Now your greatest enemy is Jiren from the 11th universe. Sui I murmured, if you have time, I'll take you to see it. Jiren? Is that the one that Snow Dragon God said surpassed gods of destruction? Hit asked. Yes. Sui I nodded. Snowy Dragon God, how far is the gap between me and gods of destruction? Hit asked. The gap is not small, but don't worry, under my training, you will grow up as soon as possible. Zhongyi smiled. Yes. Hit nodded solemnly. The battle below continues. Frisia had already transformed into the 4th form at this time, and extinguished Dende, the healer, with a flash of light. Immediately afterwards, Frisia kicked up again and kicked away Vegeta's ki blast, which was released with all its strength. Vegeta lost his fighting spirit, trembling all over his body, even tears streaming down his face. Vegeta was completely desperate. Vegeta finally knew how big the gap was between himself and Frisia. In the next period of time, Frisia abused Vegeta. Piccolo, Kling, and Son Gohan were too scared to attack. Boom! Frisia tossed Vegeta aside with a flick of his tail. Vegeta coughed up blood, his face was pale, and his eyes were a little blurred. Humph, Vegeta, where's your courage just now? Frisia looked at Vegeta with a smile. Vegeta didn't speak. Shua! At this moment, an orange-red figure came quickly and appeared on the scene. He has recovered, go call Luo Mu Dragon God. Shui Yi told Hit. Hit shuddered. You let me go. I'll go by myself. Shui Yi thought about it. Let Hit go, isn't it looking for abuse? Just as Shui Yi was about to call Luo Mu, she suddenly sensed the power of a dragon god, coming towards him at high speed. Is it Yaezai? How did she come to the 7th universe? Call out. Just as he was thinking like this, he saw a golden light falling rapidly towards this side in the distance. Yao Ziai. Shui Yi glanced at the beautiful girl opposite. Good snow. Yaezai bowed and saluted. Sui I didn't pay attention to Yaezai, but looked at the human beside Yaezai. This person. Isn't this person Jiren? How did Yaezai bring him here? Are you here to show off? Yao Ziai is here. At this moment, Luo Mu stretched his waist and walked out of Sui I's room. What's the situation? Yaezai looked at Luo Mu, then at Sui I. Yaezai knew very well that it was a temporary room built by Sui I, and there was Sui I's aura in it. But why did Luo Mu come out of her room? Here's the problem. You two. When did you get together? Tell me the truth. Yao Ziai giggled. No. Absolutely not. Big waste, you are overthinking. Luo Mu quickly denied, we just took a nap. Ah? All. Yao Zi's beautiful eyes widened. Sui wiped her sweat. Why do you paint more and more black? No, I simply borrowed her room and took a nap. 640 Wrong Mu added again. So boring. I thought you two were together. Yao Ziyi looked disappointed. There is nothing interesting recently, so I thought I could have some gossip. Sui rolled her eyes. If you want to be together, why don't you be with Luo Mu? I will not be with the inferior dragon god. Snort. I am a genius dragon girl. I can feel that this human being has extremely powerful energy, which is not easy. Luo Mu looked at Jiren and commented. His name is Jiren, and he is the most powerful human being in our universe. Yaezai giggled, honestly speaking, I depend on him for the second stage of my training. Jiren bowed to Luo Mu, Yao Ziyi, and Shui Yi respectively. Before coming here, Ziyi had explained it. Be polite to the dragon god. Sui, your hit is not good. Compared with this Jiren in terms of pure energy, it's not a little bit worse. Luo Mu told the truth. Shui Yi frowned. Heartbroken. Can you not tell the truth? Hit, who was not far away, also heard such words, and glanced at Jiren over here. Is this the strongest human being in the 11th universe? Sure enough, it gives people an unfathomable feeling. However, if assassination is possible, maybe I can really kill him. Chapter 93. After Yaezai came here, she carefully looked at the surrounding environment. Except for a few ants fighting on the ground, there seems to be no special opportunity. Yaezai was a little confused. Shui Yi, what did you bring Hit here for? Yaezai decided to observe again. Below. The battle between Son Goku and Frisia has officially begun. For a while, the two were evenly divided. Hit shook his head secretly. Really too weak. Human beings in the 7th universe are just like that. The strongest one is Frisia, who is of the same race as Frost. It seems that it is not as strong as Frost. It's about time for you to come, and I just have something I want to tell you. Luo Mu glanced down, whether it's Hit or Jiren from your universe, that's actually the case. Sui glanced at Luo Mu, but said nothing. Yes, for us dragon gods, their strength is indeed incomparable to ours. Yao Ziyi nodded slightly. I'm not talking about comparing with us. Luo Mu smiled. Isn't it compared with us? What do you mean? Are there any human beings who surpass Hit? Yaezai asked curiously. Sui rolled her eyes. Why don't you just ask the humans beyond Jiren? The human being who beat Hit has been born. Luo Mu smiled mysteriously. What did you say? Where is that person? Sui asked with a cold face. It's far away in the sky, but it's close in front of you. Luo Mu smiled and pointed down. You mean Frisia, the emperor of your universe? Shui Yi asked. Luo Mu shook his head lightly, darkening Son Goku who was fighting Frisia. At this time, Frisia has already shown half of his strength, and is slamming Son Goku. Son Goku was in a panic. After seeing this scene, Shui Yi was speechless. This guy can't even beat Frisia, and he says he can beat Hit? Luo Mu, I will convince you to open your eyes and talk big. Then, can he beat Jiren? Yao Ziyi also looked at Son Goku who was being abused with interest. So weak. Can this human being beat Hit? Hit can kill him with a single finger? Let alone Jiren. Sure enough, Luo Mu's words were not credible. Able. Luo Mu nodded seriously. Okay. Yaezai smiled wryly. You can do it if you say you can. Is there any point in arguing about this? Look, I'm telling the truth, but you just don't believe me. Luo Mu sighed. Luo Mu, it's not that I don't believe you, it's that what you said must be true, right? Yao Ziyi sighed, it's very simple, just let him fight Jiren, don't, let him win. Say it again, Hittite. Yes, as long as you can make him beat Hit, anything will do. Sui followed Yaezai and nodded. I have always had a big wish. Luo Mu sighed. Well, talk about it, as long as you can make that man named Son Goku win hit whatever your wish is, we both will find a way to satisfy you. Seriously, Dian Ziu. I'm not young anymore, I want to marry a wife. Luo Mu replied directly, how about booking the two of you? Snow meaning. Yaezai. How shameless. How dare you make such a request? Yaezai winked at Sui. Although this request is excessive. But do you think it's possible? Sui silently glanced at Son Goku who was fighting Frieza. Yes. Just promise him. With the two brushes of Son Goku, can they beat hit? He can't even beat Frieza, okay? Sui nodded slightly to Yaezai. Okay, I promise you. If Son Goku can defeat Hit, Shui and I will be your wives from now on. Yao Zi gritted her teeth. Sui, what about you? You just need to confess to me. Luo Mu looked at Sui. Shui's face darkened instantly. What does it mean to confess to you? Aren't we confessing, okay? I agree. Sui thought for a while, and finally nodded in agreement. Both of you followed me, who is older and who is younger? Luo Mu was a little embarrassed, it's so tangled. Snow meaning. Yaezai. Who followed you? Haven't started yet. Besides, are you sure you can win? Luo Mu, don't worry, you won, we will become your wives, there is nothing to talk about. Yaezai smiled and said, the problem is, if you lose, what can you give us? If I lose, I will withdraw from the competition. Luo Mu smiled. You are at the bottom, it doesn't matter if you retreat or not. Sui snorted. Oh? What? Do you really think that my dragon god power is false? Luo Mu smiled. Otherwise. Shui snorted. Forget it, you can think whatever you want. Luo Mu smiled, I said I can withdraw from the competition, but you don't want to. Do you agree to let me pull Kanu down? Okay, it's a deal. Yao Zi made a decision on the spot. Yes. Shui nodded and agreed. I just said it offhand. Poor Konu. Are you lying on the gun? But it's normal to think about it. For Sui and Yaezai, the biggest competitor is K. Konu has entered the second stage. If there is no accident, he is the most hopeful to succeed Salama and become the latest dragon god. Of course, there are still accidents. Except for Salama, all the dragon gods thought that Luo Mu's power of the dragon god was obtained by cheating. Does Luo Mu need to deliberately explain this kind of thing? No need. Well, if I lose, I will go to the universe where Konu practiced, and destroy all the most powerful humans in their universe, how about that? Luo Mu asked with a smile. The two beautiful dragon girls nodded together. Start now. Yaezai suddenly became interested. Not now, you have to give Son Goku space and time to grow, right? Luo Mu shook his head. Luo Mu, you're messing around again. Yao Zi stared, just tell me, how long will it take? It must have been around 1,000 years. Luo Mu pondered. You might as well say 10,000 years later. Shui was so angry that her liver hurt. 1,000 years? After 1,000 years, forget Zhao, our experience has long since ended, okay? Does it make sense? At that time, I didn't care how far Son Goku of your universe had grown. Also, can Sion live that long? Doesn't seem to work. How about 100 years? Luo Mu pondered. Humph, up to 20 years. Sui snorted. Yes, up to 20 years. Yao Zi also snorted. The two beautiful female dragon gods also counted the time. After 20 years, our second stage of experience should be almost coming to an end. At this time, it was just right. Also, that man named Son Goku is too weak. Even if he grew up under Luo Mu's training, that's all. For a small human being, the space for growth cannot be infinite. At best, it can surpass Frieza, right? Well, that's about it. Everyone is a dragon god, and we can still see the limit of Son Goku's growth in the future. Chapter 94. Okay, after 20 years, you two will be my wives. Luo Mu was very happy. Snow meaning. Yes, I. Say what? Who is your wife? It just so happens that in the past 20 years, you have also discussed carefully, whoever should be the big one should be the small one. Luo Mu said with a smile. Go, do you really think you will win? Yao Zi rolled her eyes. Self-righteous. Shui Yi snorted. For Luo Mu's seemingly joke, the two dragon girls are actually used to it. When he was in Dragon Realm, Luo Mu once told two beautiful dragon girls that he wanted to marry them. Of course, at that time, Shui Yi didn't take care of Luo Mu. You should feel happy. I am the most handsome dragon god, and also the most talented dragon god. Luo Mu had a smile on his face. Handsome is pretty handsome, but you say you are a genius dragon god, that's too much. Ye as I sighed. I've made up my mind. When I surpass Salama, I will not only make you two my wives, but I will also take 3 beautiful angels into my banner. Luo Mu murmured in a low voice, it's a pity, Feng is a bit fat 447. Otherwise, it can also be considered. Sui I fell silent. Yaezai also rolled her eyes. How dare you think? You even miss Angel. Angel, who is there? Yaezai asked curiously. Snow meaning. Yaezai, what are you asking him for? Shui Yi stared. Vados, Makarita, and Kessie. Luo Mu smiled. I heard that the angel of the 12th universe is the most beautiful in the aesthetics of the god realm. Otherwise, you should marry her too. Yao Zi giggled. Luo Mu's face turned black instantly. The angel of the 12th universe is called Martinu, and she is a fat woman. Not Luo Mu's favorite dish. He. Yaezai covered her mouth, overjoyed. Sui wiped her sweat. Yao Zi, you are really enough, are you making such a joke with Luo Mu? Are you bored? However, we have agreed in advance that it is possible to let Son Goku and Hit compete, but there is a premise that we cannot use the Dragon Ball to make a wish to become stronger. Yaezai added, fearing that Luo Mu would cheat. If that is the case, it also goes against our original intention of coming to the human world to practice. Yes, the cheating party will be considered, academic, lost. Shui Yi said with her head held high. Okay, no problem. Luo Mu readily agreed. When the 3 of them spoke, a barrier was opened, and Hit and Jiren didn't know it. The two only saw 3 people communicating, and they didn't know what it was. Things are basically finalized like this. 20 years later, Son Goku and Hit fight. Without borrowing the Dragon Ball, if Son Goku can defeat Hit, then Sui and Yaezai will become Luo Mu's wives. If Son Goku loses to Hit, Luo Mu is going to make trouble in the universe where Konu experienced. Remember, if you lose, it is your own idea that you go to Koru's universe, it has nothing to do with us. Yao Po said. Don't worry, I won't betray you. Luo Mu nodded seriously. By the way, destroy Sui's universe, I can open a small fire for you alone. Yao Zi lowered her voice, winking at Luo Mu. What do you mean by opening a small stove? Make it clear. Luo Mu asked. Yaezai rolled her eyes. Sure enough, the road is not flat. Forget it, let's talk about it later. Below, the battle between Son Goku and Frieza is drawing to a close. Son Goku played 20 times Kaioken, still no match for Frieza. Not to mention, this human named Son Goku has great potential. Yaezai smiled, it's a pity that the Kaioken just now made his body unbearable, right? He is still persisting. Sui commented, however, this kind of fighting spirit is worthy of praise. Hit was a little aggrieved. Fighting spirit? It's like I don't have the same. Jiren looked over silently, with disdain written all over his face. Too weak. The strength of these two people is simply too weak to explode. Jiren shook his head slightly. What did he do? How did he gather such a powerful energy? Hit froze for a moment, looking at Son Goku below, a little surprised. I saw Son Goku raised his hands. Chujing is a large energy bullet. It seems to be spirit bomb, it is the vitality of this planet and nearby planets, not his own energy. Shui Yi explained. That spirit bomb contains a lot of energy. Hit nodded slightly. Unfortunately, with this level of spirit bomb, it is still a little too late to kill that Frieza. Yao Zi commented. Call out. Just when Yao Zi and others were evaluating, the spirit bomb condensed by Son Goku also fell from the sky and covered Frieza's body. Frieza was shocked, with horror written all over her face. What is this? Frieza hastily blocked the spirit bomb's fall with both hands. And the moment Frieza came into contact with the spirit bomb, Frieza's face changed again and again, and his pupils shrank together. I didn't expect it to be this kind of thing. Frieza bared her teeth, her body sinking continuously. No more. Is my Frieza going to be wiped out by this thing? This is impossible. Boom. Spirit bomb took Frieza and smashed on the ground of the planet. A blue flame burst out from the entire planet. The earth seemed to be blown to pieces at this moment. Luo Mu lightly waved his hand, offsetting the rushing energy. Bang bang bang. On the ground, there is a bottomless circular pit. The diameter of the pit is hundreds of meters. The surrounding water rushed towards the big pit. The next moment, Kellen showed his bald head. Son Gohan flew forward and pulled Kellen out. The two looked into the distance with worried faces, fearing that Son Goku would also be involved. It didn't take long before the two saw Piccolo pulling Son Goku and emerging from the water. Dad! Son Gohan was overjoyed. Goku! Kellen also stepped forward to greet him. Piccolo smiled and went forward to rub Son Gohan's hair. The earth gradually calmed down. Let's go, take my universe spaceship, and we can reach the earth in a day, Son Goku said. Ah! Kellen exclaimed. What's wrong? Krillin. Son Goku was taken aback. Miss Bulma is still here, I forgot. Kellen wiped his sweat. Scared me, I thought Frieza came again. Son Goku smiled. Ha ha ha, in a sense, Miss Zerma is more terrifying than Frieza. Kellen said seriously. Ha ha ha. Son Goku laughed, don't make me laugh, my body hurts. Chapter 95. Above the sky. These people are still in the mood to laugh there. Yaezai sighed, that Frieza is still alive and has come out. Luo Mu, you said that if Son Goku is beaten to death, how about the match between him and Hittite? Shui Yi asked, looking at Luo Mu. I lose. Luo Mu nodded. Shui Yi didn't say anything more. Looking at the current situation, if Frieza doesn't kill Son Goku, that's not his style. These three people must die. The three of them are in danger. Yaezai smiled, Luo Mu, just call me good sister, and I'll let Jiren go down to rescue them. Good wife. Luo Mu said immediately. Yaezai stared. Who is your wife? Shameless. Below. By the way, where are my father and mother? Are they with Bulma? After Son Goku came, there was no time to ask. When Son Goku said this, Kellen's face immediately turned black. Goku, your parents are so stupid. Kellen wiped his sweat and said in a deep voice, they came to this planet, stayed for less than an hour, and then disappeared. Disappeared? Where did you go? Son Goku asked blankly. I don't know where to go, but Gohan seems to have seen them snatch a universe spaceship and leave. Kellen gritted his teeth. Is there something to leave? Son Goku scratched his head. The question is, you have something to do, what do you mean by saying hello to us and leaving quietly? Kellen became angrier and complained for a while. Forget it, anyway, Frieza is dead, and the great elder of Namek can also rest in peace. Piccolo looked up at the sky and the ground, and sighed. Son Goku's parents? Let them go. Hey? How do you know about the great elder? Kellen turned to look at Piccolo. However, upon seeing this, endless fear suddenly appeared in Kellen's pupils. Kellen's whole body began to shake violently. What's wrong? Krillin. Son Goku asked hastily. That is Frieza. Son Goku and others took a closer look. I saw Frieza standing on the mountain in the distance. Other than a small piece of the tail being broken off and a bruise to one eye, there was nothing serious about the body. Terrible guy. Spirit bomb didn't kill him. Call out. Just when Son Goku and others were shocked, a crimson flame penetrated Piccolo's chest in an instant. Piccolo crashed to the ground. Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan was trembling all over, cold sweat slid down his face. Son Goku's eyes were tearing apart, but he couldn't do anything about Frieza. All tricks are used. Frieza is still safe and sound. What to do? Daddy, are you there? If you are here, can you tell me how I can defeat him? Son Goku clenched his fists. Do you think I'm dead? Frieza, will not die. Frieza said coldly. Above the sky. Shua. Burdock and Jin appeared next to Luo Mu, and bowed in salute. For the appearance of these two humans, Sui and Yaezai are not surprised at all. The two dragon girls could tell that they should be Luo Mu's servants. How normal is it that the dragon god has his own servants? As for the relationship between Son Goku fighting below and these two servants, it doesn't matter. The moment Burdock appeared, he looked at Jiren and hit warily. Who are these two people? How did I feel the unprecedented crisis? Terrible. Burdock, do you think that after 20 years, I will let Kakarot challenge the two of them? Is there any hope of winning? Luo Mu smiled. Burdock wiped his sweat. 20 years? Can it work? Luo Mu smiled. I'm afraid in this period, no one knows Son Goku's potential, right? Even if it is Grand Priest, it is estimated that it is impossible to know how far Son Goku will grow in the future. It's a pity, if only those 3 beautiful angels were fooled around to have fun. You can marry 5 wives at once. Luo Mu felt excited just thinking about it. However, the angels seem to be avoiding us at the moment. Don't know what they think. Let's talk about it later. There is no hope. Yao Ziyi shook her head. Are you still watching? Shui, why don't you go back? Sui shook her head lightly. Go back? It's been so long since I've seen it, how bad would it be to go back? You have to watch it anyway, right? This man named Son Goku, if nothing else happens, he will be killed by Frieza. If no one revives him, he will automatically abstain from the fight with Hit. Of course, it is not ruled out that Rong Zhuang will rescue Son Goku. 0. Asking for flowers. Get out of here immediately, go find my universe spaceship, take Bulma, and leave this planet. Son Goku shouted to Krillin and Son Gohan. What are you talking about? What do you want to do? Goku. Can't do this. Kellen said in a deep voice. Go. Don't get in the way. Do you want to die together? Son Goku snapped. Do you think I'll forgive you all? Don't let any of you go. Frieza grinned and stretched her arms forward to blow you to pieces. Call out. Frieza used her own powerful energy to control Kling's body to hang in the air. Kellen was shocked and found that his body was completely out of control. Shua. Kling was controlled by Frisia and flew into the sky. Krillin. Son Goku was startled and shouted angrily, "Stop! Frisia! Zero! Humph!" Frisia smiled disdainfully. "Stop? Don't be naive. You made me lose face, Frisia, will I forgive you? I'm going to kill all your friends and sons in front of your face." Goku. Krillin called out Son Goku's name. Boom! Just after Kellen's voice fell, a cloud of blood mist suddenly burst out in the sky. Klin turned into slag at that time, slowly falling from the air. Son Goku's pupils turned white. The corner of Frisia's mouth also showed a hint of pleasure. Son Goku turned his head and closed his eyes. "Humph, that kid will be next." Frisia smiled. Crack! Son Goku's body was shaking violently, and the bones on his body made a crisp sound. "I can't spare you. You are so vicious." Son Goku clenched his fists. Boom! Suddenly, Son Goku's hair suddenly turned golden yellow and stood tall. Except for Luo Mu, everyone present was stunned. Frisia looked even more confused. Especially Hit, his eyes widened at the moment, his face full of alarm and uneasiness. FHHHH. The color of this guy's hair. This guy named Son Goku, if he changed his hair color to blue, wouldn't he be the same as the guy in that video? It's him? The person who beat me up in the video is him. How can it be? Hit's whole person is not very calm. The self-confidence that had been brought up with great difficulty disappeared at this moment. Chapter 96. Transform. Yao Zi widened her beautiful eyes and looked down with surprise. What are you kidding? This is transformation? The improvement before and after this is too big, right? How can there be such a race? At least, increased by nearly 50 times. Sui frowned. Ya's eye was sweating even more on her face. 50 times. What concept? The improvement of general human strength is basically calculated by percentage. For example, an increase of 30% or 80% and so on. Of course, there are also many humans who can improve by 2 times, or 6 times. But, you're improving 50 times at once. You are going a little too far. Fortunately, Ya's eye looked carefully. Even if this man named Son Goku has transformed, he is still far behind Hit. It's just that Ya's eyes 490 suddenly had a bad premonition. Could it be that this man named Son Goku will defeat Hit? Can't you? Let me do the math first. Ya's eye began to calculate silently in her heart. How many times is the gap between Son Goku's transformation and Hit at present? There are 1000 times. 20 years, give Son Goku room to grow. Can he improve 1000 times? Cannot. Ya's eye thinks it can't. Just kidding. Could Son Goku be 1000 times better? Is that still human? Unless, Son Goku Dragon Ball improves its own strength. But if you use Dragon Ball to improve, it is considered cheating, which is equivalent to taking the initiative to admit defeat. With the result of this calculation, Yao Zi breathed a sigh of relief. Hey! Ya's eye breathed out the fragrance. I noticed that you seem a little worried. Sui lowered her voice and said to Ya's eye. Yes, Son Goku's transformation really surprised me. Ya's eye nodded in admission, but I've done the math, his current state is 1000 times worse than Hit's. Do you think he can catch up if he is given 20 years? Sui shook her head. Yet, how is it possible? The current transformation has increased his strength by 50 times. Do you want to improve on this basis by 1000 times? Are you going against the sky? Don't worry, we can win. Ya's eye smiled. Sui nodded slightly. Jiren also looked down at Son Goku. After seeing the golden flames blooming from his body, he was stunned for a moment. But soon, Gillian returned to calm. Transform? Even if the improved strength is considerable, but is it related to me? Too weak. Really too weak. This is the 7th universe? By the way, I heard that gods of destruction in the 7th universe is the most powerful. If you have a chance, you can meet him. Kokoro transformed? Burdock, did you see that? Jin looked excited. Burdock nodded slightly. Could it be a super subhuman? Jin asked hastily. It should be. Burdock looked at Luo Mu. Not bad, Super Saiyan. Luo Mu smiled slightly. My son, is it Super Saiyan? Jin was so excited, little stars twinkled in his eyes. Burdock. Why do I feel that this kid's strength has surpassed mine? How embarrassing. After hearing Luo Mu's words, Sui and Yaezai couldn't help but looked at each other. How do you feel? Luo Mu seems to already know about Son Goku's transformation? Yao Zi, let's split up and find out whether Luo Mu has broken through time and space to check the progress in the future. Sui suddenly thought of something, and sent a voice transmission to Yao Zi. Dragon God's unauthorized manipulation of time and space will have a huge impact on experience. Will he do this? Yao Zi was slightly taken aback. Humph, he doesn't have any possibility of competition, isn't it normal to do this? Sui snorted. Yaezai thinks about it too. I'll check it out, cover it up for me, don't let Luo Mu see it. Shui suggested, although it's nothing, I don't want him to despise you. Don't worry. Yao Zi nodded lightly, but his dragon god power is very high, I'm afraid he can't hide anything. It's just false heights, it's just an illusion. Shui smiled. Yeah. Yaezai responded. Immediately, the power of Yaezai dragon god bloomed, covering both herself and Shui. Sui spread her dragon god power into time and space, to see if this time and space has been opened by anyone. Luo Mu was slightly taken aback. What are they two doing? Luo Mu's dragon god power is relatively strong, what the two of them are doing, after a little inspection, they can really see. They think I've been to the future. Luo Mu was overjoyed. How can it be? Traveling through time and space without authorization will have a huge impact on experience. How can I do that kind of thing? I'm just familiar with Earth from Dragon Ball's 7th universe. Checked for a moment. Shui withdrew the power of the Dragon God, and shook her head slightly at Yao Zi. Didn't travel through time and space. Yao Zi was stunned. No time travel? Why am I a little unbelievable? Forget it, don't care, at least for now, even if this human named Son Goku transforms, it's nothing special. Yao Zi smiled, besides, let's take a step back. Even if we lose, we'll just be his wives in name, he, what do you think? Shui glanced at Yao Zi. You are shameless. I don't want to associate with you anymore. If you lose. To fulfill the promise. This is called being brave. Sui let out a cold snort and turned her head. Yaezai was confused. What do you mean? Gohan, take Piccolo and go back to Earth quickly, he is still alive. Son Goku ordered to Son Gohan. Hey! Son Gohan was trembling all over, unable to react. Get out of here before I completely lose my sanity 2.9. Son Goku snapped. Son Gohan was taken aback and nodded quickly. Is this the first time Dad got mad at me? Very scary. What does his change mean? Frieza looked up at Son Goku with shock written all over his face. Saiyan can only turn into a giant ape, how is this going on? Hurry up, Gohan. You don't want Piccolo to die, do you? Son Goku urged, leave me alone, I will definitely return to Earth. But, how do you go back? Son Gohan couldn't help asking. I drove the universe ship away. Dad, how about you? There should be other universe ships on this planet. The question is, where? Not easy to find, okay? Stop rambling, do you want to embarrass me? Son Goku scolded. Chapter 97. Son Gohan froze for a moment, stopped talking, stepped forward to pick up the unconscious Piccolo, and flew into the sky. Thank you, Dad. Son Gohan turned back, take care. Whoosh. Son Gohan speeds up the flight. I'm waiting to see my father's strong figure. Son Gohan's tears dripped down, but there was a smile on his face. Ha ha ha, you can't run away. Frieza sneered, and pointed his hands at Son Gohan and Piccolo who were going away, about to kill them. Shua! Suddenly, the figure of Son Goku flashed and appeared in front of Frieza. Frieza was taken aback. Frieza's fourth form is relatively short, at least half a body shorter than Son Goku. At this moment, Frieza seemed to see a giant. A golden giant. Crack! Son Goku's big hand grabbed Frieza's outstretched arm. Startled, Frieza struggled hastily. Ka ka ka. However, no matter how hard Frieza tried, he couldn't break away from Son Goku's big hand. Son Goku's big hand seemed to have infinite energy, which made Frieza feel endless fear. Enough is enough, you shameless BD. Son Goku gritted his teeth, and tightly grasped Frieza's arm. 02, you killed one innocent person after another. Even Kling was not spared. Frieza continued to struggle desperately. Son Goku felt that Son Gohan was gone, and let go of Frieza's arm silently. Frieza backed away hastily. How could he have such great strength? Frieza rubbed his pinched arm and looked at Son Goku in astonishment. Frieza, I'm angry! Son Goku shouted loudly, and the energy in his body surged wildly. Frieza's eyes widened. Boom! Son Goku charged and punched Frieza in the head hard. Boom! Son Goku clenched his fists and hit Frieza hard. Boom! Frieza was like a heavy artillery shell, bombarding the land of Namek. Sparks burst out. Boom! Frieza flew into a rage and raised her arms, shaking the surrounding area to the ground. Shua! Frieza flies into the sky and appears directly opposite Son Goku. Humph! Stop pretending in front of me! Frieza sneered, haven't you killed innocent people before? You said Sion seems like a good person. Have you guys done too many things, Sion? Didn't you still invade other people's planets? Now come out and say this kind of thing. What a joke! Frieza expresses deep disdain for Son Goku. Sion is therefore extinct. Son Goku said coldly. I eliminated it, I don't like Sion. Frieza smiled. Now I'm the one to destroy you. Son Goku said with a cold face. You can't beat me, you want to destroy me Frieza? Dream. Frieza smiled coldly. The corner of Son Goku's mouth curled up in a confident arc. Shua! Frieza twisted abruptly. Hey! A huge energy was released from Frieza's hand, and it devoured towards Son Goku's body. Wow! Frieza's hand desperately released a mass of energy, wishing to swallow the whole earth and Son Goku. Wait until everything returns to calm. The figure of Son Goku appeared unharmed. Frieza was speechless. If you beg for mercy, I will forgive you. Son Goku said coldly. Frieza's face became increasingly ugly. Shua! Son Goku turned his hand on Frieza. Frieza was taken aback. Boom! In Son Goku's hand, an invisible energy suddenly emerged. Frieza was like a spinning top, spinning rapidly in the air. Shua! Frieza gritted her teeth, hurriedly adjusted her body, and stabilized her body. Hoo! Frieza panted heavily, eyes widened, and looked at Son Goku in the distance. Why is this guy so powerful? The next moment, Frieza saw Son Goku's smiling eyes. Son Goku turned into a golden light and quickly appeared opposite Frieza. Snapped! Son Goku's elbow slammed into Frisia's face. Frisia reacted quickly, rolled in the air, and was ready to fight back. Only, Son Goku is faster. Boom! Son Goku hits Frisia in the jaw with an uppercut. Frisia lost her balance and was spinning in the air. Boom! Son Goku hit Frisia's lower back directly with his head. Wow! Frisia let out a scream and hurriedly stabilized her body. Wow! Frisia kicked Son Goku hard. Son Goku raised his arm slightly to block Frisia's attack. Frisia gritted her teeth and intensified her attack. Played for a while. Frisia didn't take advantage and hastily distanced himself from Son Goku. Hateful! Frisia trembled with anger, and shot out a golden glow from his hand. Shua! Son Goku seemed to be changing shape, and easily dodged Frisia's attack. What? He avoided it. It's impossible. Frisia was startled, and shot out 4 consecutive golden light from his hand, divided into 4 different directions, including Son Goku's deadly location. Swish 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 swish. Son Goku's body moved quickly in the air, easily avoiding all the flames. Frisia shivered again. If you get hit, you're going to die. Frisia bared her teeth. Son Goku silently glanced at Frisia. 683. After a brief silence. Try calling again. Son Goku smiled. Frisia was shocked. What do you mean? You still want to try? You mean, you won't avoid it next time? Don't be complacent. I'll make you regret it. Frisia was furious, and the golden flame in his hand roared towards Son Goku's face. Son Goku didn't dodge. Boom! Accompanied by a muffled sound, Son Goku's body trembled slightly, and his head was thrown back. Immediately afterwards, Son Goku calmed down, with a slight smile on his face. Frisia! This is not dead? What are you kidding? Just now, I used a lot of energy. This guy? How is it possible? Who are you? Frisia's body trembled violently, and her voice trembled. Luo Mu and others did not speak either. In the face of this kind of battle from defeat to victory, let alone, it looks quite interesting. Especially this man named Son Goku's counterattack against the Emperor of the Universe is still very interesting. In fact, no matter whether it is Snowy or Yaezai, I hope Son Goku can win. After all, the abuse of Son Goku before was miserable enough. Now the transformation is finally successful. As for Jiren, there was still disdain on his face. Too weak. Really too weak. Chapter 98. Seeing Son Goku's performance, it was somewhat unexpected, but after discovering the opponent's strength, that's all, and his mood gradually returned to calm. Hit guessed. The image of the Luo Mu dragon god should also be Son Goku. Son Goku transformed with blue hair. Perhaps as Shui Yulong said, it may be 1000 years later. The current Son Goku, and himself is 100 times different. I can still poke him with one finger. Don't you know? Son Goku smiled slightly, looked at Frisia and said, I came here from the earth specially to deal with you, Scion. I awakened the legendary warrior because of anger, Super Saiyan Son Goku. Son Goku didn't know that above the battle between him and Frisia, there were so many people watching him. Super Saiyan. It really is Super Saiyan. Jin was very excited. Our son has become a Super Saiyan. The mightiest warrior in the universe. So, Burdock and I can leave the true temple, right? Dragon God is not the opponent of Super Saiyan, is he? Super Saiyan, that was the first battle of universe. Well, let's wait until Kakarot beats Frisia. Hey, did you hear that? He's my son Kakarot, he's Super Saiyan. Jin greeted Jiren and Hit who were watching the show. Jiren didn't bother to talk to Jin. What Super Saiyan? Is it related to me? Too weak. Hit also smiled contemptuously. What is Super Saiyan? I could kill him with one finger. Is it okay for you to yell there? You guys, what kind of eyes are these? Jin looked helpless. How do I feel? My son has become a Super Saiyan, and they still look disdainful. It shouldn't be. Is it the way I speak? It's wired. Could it be that they are jealous of Kakarot? Well, it must be. Frisia was silent. Frisia didn't know what to say. This is amazing. Looks like this guy became Super Saiyan because of me, right? If I don't kill that bald head, he won't transform, right? Heh, that's how it is, but it really looks like Super Saiyan. Frisia sneered. Immediately afterwards, wanting to be with SA just kept humming. Son Goku's eyes were flat. Are you awakened by anger? No wonder Vegeta can't become Super Saiyan no matter how hard he tries. Frisia smiled. You're screwed, Frisia. Son Goku said coldly. Saying that, Son Goku planned to gather energy with his hands and kill Frisia here. If you kill me, I would rather commit suicide. Frisia ran. Son Goku glanced at Frisia. As you like. Son Goku said flatly. But I won't die, it's you who deserves to die. Frisia already had a red energy bomb condensed in his hands, and looked at Son Goku with a smile. I can live in the space of the universe, can a Saiyan do it, hum. Son Goku was shocked. Destroy this planet, Frisia said, flailing his hands downward. Not good. Son Goku shouted loudly. However, it was too late for Son Goku to save him. Ha, disappear. Frisia laughed wildly. Puff. However, just when Frisia felt that he was about to succeed, he suddenly discovered that the red energy bomb he had released collapsed like a balloon. Frisia's eyes widened. What's the situation? Son Goku also looked stunned. Son Goku and Frisia took a closer look, and suddenly found that there was one more person in the direction where the energy bomb disappeared. An alien with purple skin and a coat with his hands in his pockets. It's Hit. What does he want to do? Yea's eye was stunned. Perhaps, he doesn't want Son Goku to die just like that. Shui calmly replied, if Son Goku dies now, Hit won't be able to fight him. Humph, I secretly ordered. Hit must regain his confidence at this time. As for the contest with Son Goku 20 years later, it is just a small game. The thing to do now is to at least untie Hit's knot. If you can't even untie the knot in your heart, Heather is gone. So, Son Goku can't die. Son Goku is dead, how will Hit's heart not be resolved? Luo Mu, you are so calm. None of this is going to save Son Goku. Who is he? Frisia looked at Hit who appeared in the air in surprise. Son Goku also looked over silently. Hit smiled contemptuously, and turned to look at Son Goku. Son Goku's face changed color. Very scary. Who is this guy? Just the look in his eyes gives people an aura of death. He killed Frisia's energy bombs though, is he a good guy? Hey, there is another guy who doesn't want to die. Frisia sneered and sniffed. Boom. Immediately afterwards, Frisia turned around almost without the slightest hesitation, released a huge energy, and covered the past in the direction of Hit. Be careful. Son Goku hastily warned. Boom. Hit waved his hand lightly. Only a muffled sound was heard. The huge energy released by Frisia was slapped away by Hit. What? How is this possible? Frisia was a little skeptical. Shua. Immediately afterwards, Frisia suddenly felt that something was wrong behind him. Frisia turned his head mechanically and looked behind him. Frisia saw a purple face. This guy, when did he, Li Hao, run behind me? The Emperor of the Universe. Hit looked condescendingly, looking at the short Frisia. You, who are you? Frisia trembled all over. The universe's #1 killer, Hittite. Hit said lightly. Humph, stop joking, universe's #1 killer? Why haven't I heard of it? Frisia sneered. I'm not interested in you. After Hit finished speaking, he appeared opposite Son Goku in a blink of an eye. Son Goku frowned, and looked at Naoshi silently. Super Saiyan? The most powerful warrior in the legendary universe. Hit smiled. Ah, you are amazing, you can easily shoot Frisia with such a powerful attack. Son Goku was stunned for a moment, then smiled quickly. Humph, stop talking useless nonsense and try to attack me with all your strength. Hit waved at Son Goku. Son Goku. Attack you with all your might? Chapter 99. Don't have any doubts, I just want to see how big the gap is between you and me. Hit chuckled. Okay, let me give it a try, don't get hurt. Son Goku nodded slightly. Come on. Hit smiled slightly. Injured? Non-existent. Boom. Golden flames emerged from Son Goku's body. Immediately afterwards, Son Goku threw a powerful punch at Hit. Snapped. Hit extended a finger and easily blocked Son Goku's fist. Son Goku's eyes widened. But that's all. Hit smiled lightly. Son Goku was stunned. So strong. This man is too powerful. You practice hard, we will meet again. After Hit finished speaking, he flew upwards. Hit wanted to punch Son Goku. But Hit thought about it carefully. If I punch this person, maybe I will be revenged by that Luo Mu. This is the 7th universe. I still forget it. Hit held back in a daze. It's just that Hit just flew to a high altitude, and suddenly felt a rush of coercion. Hit's face changed color. I didn't attack Son Goku. Why are you attacking me? Boom. Hit was like a cannonball, which fell into the ground at that time, leaving a deep bottomless crater on the ground. Hit's eyes widened and he couldn't stop baring his teeth. Luo Mu. What are you doing? Sway stared. Pretending to be aggressive in front of me, I don't like it, Luo Mu smiled. 1-1. Yes I. Luckily, I didn't let Jiren get away with it. Otherwise, Jiren would be unlucky too. Also, I finally know Shuiyi's purpose for bringing Hit here. That guy named Hit has a heart. It seems to be caused by Luo Mu. Should I give Luo Mu a thumbs up? Call out. The snow turned into a golden light, quickly swept away Hit who was in the big pit, and left quickly. Hit, you don't have to worry about it, he is a dragon god, it's normal that you can't beat him. Sway comforted Hit, at least, now you know the strength of that man named Son Goku, right? Dragon god, is it really invincible? Hit asked after a silence, ignoring Son Goku. Son Goku? Too weak. That's it. What about Super Saiyan? And the first soldier of the universe? That's it. The strength of our dragon god is comparable to angel. Sway replied, unless you are a real god, you are qualified to fight our dragon god. A real god? Hit was taken aback. Don't think so much. Sway comforted. Hit fell silent. You are also the dragon god, I was beaten by that person, and you don't teach him for me? You must be thinking, why didn't I help you to teach him a lesson, right? Shuiyi had already seen Hit's inner thoughts. Heather didn't speak. How to say this kind of thing? I'm a man, I let a woman do it for me. It seems a bit embarrassing. I'm just thinking about it. He can't beat me, but once I attack him, he may kill you on the spot. You are the elite of our 6th universe. If you die, it will be a great loss to our 6th universe. Sway sighed. Hit nodded slightly. Well, I'll send you back first, and then I'll go to her to settle the score. Sway snorted. Hit didn't say a word, it's not easy to answer. You are the one who is going to settle accounts with him, not my instigation. Don't let me be missed by that Luo Mu dragon god, it won't be fun. Kakarot's full blow, was he blocked with one finger? Cold sweat rolled down Jin's face. Who is that guy? Isn't Kakarot Super Saiyan? Isn't Super Saiyan the most powerful warrior in the universe? Bardock said nothing. Terrible guy. Is that purple-skinned person actually so powerful? Even Super Saiyan is no match? Sweat rolled down Bardock's face. Academic. Who is that guy? Missing. Son Goku looked at Hit, who disappeared in the pit with a confused look on his face. As for the moment when Sui Ai took Hit away, Son Goku didn't see it. Too fast. That speed is simply not what the current Son Goku can capture. Frisia's eyes widened too, with a look of shock on his face. Of course, Frisia didn't see that Hit was gone, and naively thought that he was still in that big pit. That person could easily block Son Goku's punch. I can't stop anything, okay? And, where did that person go? Isn't he going to fly? Why are you playing dungeon again? Hateful. There will never be anyone stronger than me. I, Frisia, am the true emperor of the universe. Destroy this planet. Frisia yelled, and another red energy bomb hit the ground of Namek. Not good. Son Goku is still looking for Hit, who knew Frisia would do it again. Oops, it's too late to stop it. Son Goku wanted to destroy the energy bomb, but found that the energy bomb was already close to the ground. If you attack now, you can only speed up the destruction of Namek. Boom. The energy bomb released by Frisia directly hit the pit where Hit fell. Accompanied by an earth-shattering loud noise, the entire planet trembled violently. The earth is pale. Luo Mu found out, this time Frisia is going all out to destroy Namek. But that's all right. Luo Mu only released a little bit of Dragon God's power, but it could prevent Namek from exploding immediately. Son Goku gritted his teeth, looked at the big crater that appeared on the ground, and breathed a sigh of relief. Humph, I didn't expect this planet to be quite strong. Frisia muttered in surprise. None of this was destroyed right away? Do I want to come again? Forget it, let's deal with that Super Saiyan first. By the way, where did that purple guy go? It won't be smashed to death by my energy bomb. It should be. Let your kid play escaping. Are you dead now? Whoa. I, Frisia, am the real emperor of the universe. Are you worried that a big explosion on the planet will involve yourself? Fortunately, you are saved. Son Goku smiled. TCH, what do you know? Although the planet has avoided the Big Bang, the central system of the planet has been destroyed. Do you know what this means? Frisia smiled. Son Goku had a bad feeling. In 5 minutes, Namek will be reduced to the dust of the universe. Frisia held out 5 fingers. What did you say? Son Goku's face changed color. Chapter 100. Is that purple bird man dead too? Anyone who provokes Frisia, I will kill them one by one. Frisia snorted. 5 minutes is enough. Son Goku pondered, if I defeat you, I will return to Earth on my universe spaceship. Don't be kidding, it's impossible for you to defeat me, Frisia. Frisia was trembling with anger, and bared his teeth. I'll let you see, I have 100% energy of Frisia. Why are you only using 100% energy now? Is it because the energy is too strong for your body to bear? Son Goku smiled and shouted, there is no time. Saying that, Son Goku flew towards Frisia. Hey! Frisia shouted angrily, energy surged in his hands, and bombarded Son Goku's body. Boom! Son Goku flew backwards and landed in the lake water in the distance. Son Goku soared into the sky, and his shirt was already torn. Humph, you look down on people too much. Let me tell you, just now it wasn't the full power, it was just 70% of the power of the Emperor. Frisia smiled. Son Goku didn't make a sound, and flew towards Frisia. Now it's the 100% energy you've been waiting for. Frisia clenched her fists, the veins on her forehead bulging. Son Goku had already appeared opposite Frisia at this time, looking over silently. Frisia begins to boost her energy. With 100% of my energy, I will end this battle as soon as possible. Within 1 minute, no, 30 seconds is enough. Frisia's body swelled up, full of muscles. Endless energy blooms from Frisia's body. His aura is still increasing, and he is finally going to use all his energy. Son Goku stopped, but there was a faint smile on his face. Above the sky. What is Kakarot doing? Now is the best time to attack Frisia. Jin was anxious. I don't think he will attack Frisia. Bardock said aside, to challenge Frisia with 100% energy is the only wish of a fighting nation. Jin. It's boring, I should go back too. Yao Zi stretched her waist, yawned again, and greeted Luo Mu. Go, go. Luo Mu waved his hand. Hey, why don't you keep watching? See how Super Saiyan defeated Frisia, the Emperor of the Universe. Jin was in a hurry. Such an exciting scene, you said you want to leave? So disrespectful to my son. Nothing to see. Jiren said flatly, it's just 2 ants. Jin's eyes widened with shock. 2 ants? The 2 of them, one is the Emperor of the Universe, and the other is Super Saiyan, known as the most powerful warrior in the universe. You say they are 2 ants? Let's go. Yao Zi waved to Luo Mu and was about to leave. Luo Mu smiled slightly. Call out. Yao Zi didn't say any more nonsense, she immediately turned into a golden light, and took Jiren away quickly. Master Dragon God, who are they? Jin asked hastily. They come from the 11th universe. The person who spoke to you just now is called Jiren. His strength has far exceeded your imagination. Luo Mu smiled. 11 universe? Is it stronger than Kakarot? Jin asked curiously. The former number 1 killer hit in the universe is at least 1000 times stronger than the current Son Goku. Luo Mu replied. What? 1000 times? Jin's face changed color. Bardock also looked moved. Bardock knew the gap between his son and Hit, but he didn't expect it to be so many times worse. My son Kakarot, that's Super Saiyan. Do you really think that Super Saiyan is an invincible existence in the universe? Luo Mu sighed. The top 10 exists, but it's still far from being the number 1. Master Dragon God said just now, is that person named Jiren from the 11th universe? Jin asked again, what about him? How many times is he Kakarot? Is he 10 times hitter? Luo Mu smiled. What? In other words, has he surpassed Kakarot by 10,000 times? Jin's face changed color. It can be understood in this way. Luo Mu nodded. Master Dragon God, our 7th universe, if Kakarot is not number 1, who is number 1? Bardock asked again. Zero ask for flowers. Broly is the first, and he is also an American. Luo Mu smiled slightly. Broly? I've heard of him. Wasn't he dispatched to a dwarf planet? Bardock mused, aside from Broly, who else could be stronger than Kakarot? Frisia's older brother, Cooler, has a combat power of more than 400 million. Luo Mu said lightly, besides, there is also Majin Buu, but unfortunately, there are some guys who don't come out frequently in the seal, so I won't list them one by one. Go talk. Bardock wiped his sweat. How come there are so many scary guys? Then, Lord Dragon God, is he the most powerful? Bardock asked respectfully. I am a god, how can I compare with you humans? Luo Mu smiled, let me put it this way, no matter how hard you practice, you will never be able to surpass the real god. Bardock. Jin. Is it really that powerful? Spirit World. Grand Priest Palace. Grand Priest looked up at the starry sky. And above the starry sky, golden dots of light also appeared one after another. These small golden light spots are exactly the positions of all dragon gods. In addition, the brightness of these small golden light spots are all different. Among them, the one in the seventh universe is the brightest and most dazzling. Salama wasn't so bright back then. Grand Priest sighed, if there is no accident, the existence beyond Salama is him. After a brief silence, the Grand Priest leaves his palace. Shua. In a flash, the Grand Priest appeared in the palace where Zeno was, and bowed to salute. Grand Priest, come play hide and seek with me. Zeno greeted quickly. Haha, Master Zeno, can we discuss and play hide and seek again? There is one very important thing now. Grand Priest smiled. Are you worrying about those dragon gods? Zeno seemed to know what the Grand Priest meant. That's right. Grand Priest nodded. Over the years, the strength of these 8 dragon gods has surpassed more than half of their angel who experienced the universe. Is it so serious? Zeno was also a little surprised. Chapter 101. The Grand Priest said nothing. It's just that serious. If things go on like this, how can we save face in the god realm? Moreover, it is not convenient for me to do this kind of thing. It's all a contest between juniors. If I participate, Salama will also participate. So, after the dragon god descends, I will tell all the angels not to confront the dragon god head-on, and find opportunities to practice hard. Grand Priest sighed. And then? Zeno asked. I mean, don't confront them head-on. They're all hiding one by one. Grand Priest had a headache. You are really embarrassing to the god realm. Actually, it's better to hide. There is no conflict, no confrontation, who knows who is stronger? Zeno smiled, but he didn't care. Perhaps, in a real competition, the angel family is stronger. It's hard to say. Now it seems that out of the 8 universes, it is not easy to win 512 angel. Because the priest sighed. I didn't expect Dragon God and their strength to grow so fast. Zeno scratched his head, how about erasing them? Grand Priest wipes his sweat. You wiped out the Dragon God. Hasn't Salama destroyed the entire God realm? And, don't you use the Super Dragon Ball to fulfill your wishes in the future? It doesn't seem to work. Zeno also knows that erasing all the dragon gods, this method seems to be unworkable. It seems that these children have been well supervised and supervised. Grand Priest sighed. You didn't live up to your expectations and let the dragon god surpass it. It's hard for me, the Grand Priest, to do well, okay? Yes, why don't we activate the miracle? Zeno suddenly clapped his hands and said excitedly. A miracle? Grand Priest was taken aback for a moment, now. Otherwise? Zeno grinned. Shua. Suddenly, in Zeno's hand, a sphere flashing bright flames suddenly appeared. The sphere, about the size of a football, hovered above Zeno's palm. The sphere rotates slowly, releasing a series of divine myriads outward. Is it really appropriate to turn it on now? Grand Priest asked. How about, wait a little longer? Zeno glanced at Grand Priest. Alright, it's a good thing to activate it. Grand Priest nodded. I've also heard that in some time and space, there is a kind of human named Scion whose strength has surpassed gods of destruction and can even beat gods of destruction, even angel. Scion? Who is it? Zeno suddenly recovered. I don't know who it is, but it is indeed very powerful. Grand Priest mused, it seems that that person has already realized the full power of ZZGE. A human being who has comprehended the full power of ZZGE? It's amazing. Zeno was amazed, then shook his head, and muttered, but that's how you can beat gods of destruction? It seems a bit unreasonable. So, it should be to improve the strength of the god realm as a whole. Grand Priest agrees with Zeno's approach. Let those dragon gods bully it. In some time and space, the 5th level of Super Saiyan and Zizagi run at full power and beat gods of destruction. This is a little too much. God realm, when did it become so weak? What a shame. Well, I'll turn it on then. Zeno nodded. Okay. The Grand Priest bowed. On the side, Zeno's 2 guards also looked excited at this time. Is that a legendary miracle? Is Master Zeno going to activate a miracle? So, has our strength also been greatly improved? Snapped. Zeno put his hands on the radiant orb. The next moment, the ball began to spin slowly. Zeno moved his hand away. Well, it's turned on. Zeno nodded, let's play hide and seek. Okay. Grand Priest glanced at the thing called miracle and nodded slightly to Zeno. Afterwards, the 2 supreme gods ignored the miracle and went to play hide and seek. The 2 guards of Zeno looked at the rapidly spinning miracle without blinking, showing excitement and anticipation. Is this a miracle? It looks very ordinary. What do you know? Once this thing is activated, the overall strength of all the gods in our god realm, from gods of destruction to Lord Zeno, will be greatly improved. Of course I know, I just didn't expect it to be so easy to open. When the light in this miracle disappears, the strength of the 2 of us will also increase. Great. So, the strength of gods of destruction can catch up with the strength of angel before. Of course, this is a miracle. The power of the true God contained in it is the purest, and it will be automatically absorbed by all gods. Of course, Dragon God is not included. Zeno's 2 guards whispered here. And the ball emitting bright flames is also spinning faster and faster. While the ball was spinning, a burst of light flames flew towards the direction of the universe's thoughts at high speed. 6th Universe, Gods of Destruction Realm. Call out. A bright flame sank straight into Kampa's body. Kampa's body trembled, and surprise appeared on his face. What's the matter? The divine power and destructive power in my body have been greatly improved, what's the matter? Kampa's eyes widened. Immediately afterwards, Kampa glanced at Vados who was beside him. At this moment, Kampa suddenly felt that my strength should be comparable to Vados. Oh? Yes. Vados also received the light from the miracle. Vados, look at the trick. Kampa was overjoyed. So, I can slap Vados? With that in mind, Kampa threw a punch at Vados. Boom! Vados dodges and hits Kampa on the head with a scepter. Ah! A big lump suddenly swelled up on Kampa's head. Kampa! How did it happen? My strength has obviously improved significantly, and I have reached the angel level. Why not enough Vados one move? Lord Kampa, are you bored? Vados gave Kampa a blank stare. That. I don't know what's going on with my body just now, I feel that my strength has been greatly improved, and I have clearly reached the level of angel. 2.2 Kampa has a question mark on his face. Normally, it's because Master Zeno activated the miracle. Vados smiled slightly. A miracle? What? Kampa hadn't heard of it. Miracle, the treasure that has been formed independently since the birth of the God realm. Vados raised his head and silently looked at Wykong. What effect will it have? Kampa asked hastily. The overall strength of gods of destruction, angel, Master Grand Priest and Master Zeno has been raised to a huge level. Vados smiled, simply put, it means that the strength of gods of destruction has been raised to the level of angel before. Pay attention, yes, strength is not ability. Chapter 102. Kampa nodded vigorously. Kampa is very clear that what he improves is only the ability to destroy and fight. At the same time, Angel's strength has also been raised to the level of the previous Grand Priest. Vados added. So. Lord Grand Priest. Kampa wiped his sweat. Yes, Master Grand Priest's strength has been doubled several times. Vados nodded slightly. Master Zeno too. Kampa was sweating on his face. Master Zeno is actually improving his defense, he doesn't need to fight. Vados smiled. Is the ability to erase also improved? Kampa asked. You don't need to inquire about such details. Vados glanced at Kampa. What? Master Kampa wants to replace Master Zeno. Kampa was almost scared to pee. Don't make such a joke, okay? I will be wiped out by Master Zeno. It's just that I don't understand why the miracle should be activated all of a sudden. Kampa asked. I don't know. Vados shook his head, however, Master Kampa's current strength should be comparable to that Snow Dragon God. What Snow Dragon God? Kampa was taken aback. Vados. 02 Vados doesn't want to talk anymore. You have been beaten by someone, and you don't even know who the other party is? Forget it, take this matter slowly. 11th Universe. Gods of Destruction Realm. Makarita, why did I suddenly realize that my strength has improved a lot? The clown vermit felt his body, and asked Angel Makarita on the side in surprise. Makarita looked up at the sky. Miracle, is it on? Could it be that our gods really want gods to declare war? Otherwise, why did the miracle suddenly start? It's a good thing to be promoted, Master Vermit, come on. Makarita smiled. The clown was so beautiful that he fell into deep thought. What are you doing? Inexplicably, my strength has increased. Moreover, looking at Makarita's expression, it seemed to be as expected. God, what happened? Has a strong enemy appeared? 7th Universe. Planet Beerus. Call out. An invisible flame directly penetrated into Whis' body. The miracle has been activated. Whis silently sensed it, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Immediately afterwards, Whis looked at Beerus who was sleeping. Beerus was shivering. Master Beerus is really pitiful, he was beaten again in his dream. Whis sighed softly. Whis looked over her silently. This time, it seemed like a real dream. The dragon god named Luo Mu didn't bother Beerus. Dragon god Luo Mu, if you don't come and beat Lord Beerus, I'm afraid you won't have a chance in the future. Whis smiled and muttered in a low voice. Namek. The battle between Son Goku and Frieza continues. Frieza punches and kicks Son Goku after unleashing 100% of his energy. Son Goku didn't fight back. Hoo. Frieza stopped attacking, tired. How? Just now it was a preparation for the final attack. Frieza was out of breath, releasing all the energy, it was indeed a bit difficult for the body to bear. Really? I'm so disappointed. Son Goku raised his head and smiled contemptuously. Frieza's eyes were about to split open, and the veins on his forehead popped out. Before you die, I would like to praise you, you did a great job, a powerful Super Saiyan. Endless anger surged from Frieza's body, and the sky seemed to change color, and he said in a deep voice, if I, Frieza, exist, you are indeed number one in the universe. Chilla. At the same time, electric arcs appeared on the land of Namek. The earth shook wildly. This planet is about to explode, 2 or 3 minutes at most. Frieza gloated, are you in a hurry? Super Saiyan. Son Goku smiled lightly. Frieza suddenly realized something. You're delaying time on purpose to let the little guy escape from here. Frieza understood, that's fine. Even if I escape, I will go to Earth to destroy them in the future. What delay? There is no need for that, you will die here soon. Son Goku looked calm. Frieza's whole person is not very calm. What a big tone, I'll tell you to shut up right away. Frieza let out a loud roar, and rushed towards Son Goku at high speed. Boom! Son Goku grabbed Frieza's arms and hit Frieza's face hard with his head. At the same time, Son Goku grabbed Frieza's right arm again and spun the rim through the air. Call out! Son Goku throws Frieza out. Frieza spun rapidly through the air. Dizzy. Boom. Frieza released a mass of energy in his hands, and stabilized his body through the reaction force. Above the sky. Kakarot, good job. Jin said excitedly. Burdok's expression was serious. Kakarot is so powerful, there is someone stronger than him. That guy named Hitter, surpassed Kakarot by 1,000 times? Real or fake? And that guy named Jiren is even more terrifying. It just doesn't make sense. By the way, Super Saiyan God. I also remember the legend of Super Saiyan God. Master Dragon God, I wonder if you have heard of Super Saiyan God? Bada 640 grams asked. Super Saiyan God is indeed very powerful. Luo Mu nodded and glanced at Burdok. I know what you want to ask. You want to say, who is stronger, Super Saiyan God or Hit? Burdok nodded. I can only say that there is still a big gap between Super Saiyan God and Hittite. Luo Mu smiled. What? Burdok was taken aback. Super Saiyan God, that's comparable to gods of destruction. Comparable to gods of destruction? Who said that? Luo Mu chuckled, did you see it with your own eyes? Or is it recorded in historical materials? Burdok fell silent. He also just listened to other Saiyans. Once passed on to 10 to 100, it becomes Super Saiyan God, comparable to gods of destruction. As for whether it is true, no one knows. Don't be too fancy, even if it surpasses the existence of Super Saiyan God, I'm afraid there is still a certain gap compared with gods of destruction. Luo Mu smiled. What? Burdok was not quite calm. Luo Mu was slightly taken aback. What was that just now? It seemed as if it suddenly passed by my side for a moment. Then, it disappeared all of a sudden. Is there a god watching over me? Luo Mu took a deep breath and looked into the distance. Chapter 103. Immediately afterwards, Luo Mu saw a bright invisible flame. Why is it called the brilliant invisible flame? That's because the flame itself is invisible. It seems to be covered by some powerful divine power. But if Luo Mu observes with the power of the dragon god, he can just catch the existence of this ray of light. Luo Mu discovered that this ray of light was traveling at high speed in the universe, and the speed should not be too fast. Luo Mu admits that if it were him 20 years ago, not only would he not be able to sense the existence of this thing, but even if he sensed it, there would be nothing he could do about it. But it's different now. Now Luo Mu's dragon god power has reached a height of 3,500. Is this little thing going to run away after passing by me? You are too disrespectful to me. I am dragon god. Do you dare to hang around me? Then, you didn't even say hello? Call out. Luo Mu turned into a ray of golden light, and quickly chased after that ray of light. Brilliant flame is fast, but Luo Mu's speed is even faster. In the blink of an eye, Luo Mu had already caught up to that blazing flame. Brilliant Guanjun was also taken aback for a moment, not expecting to be caught up by Luo Mu. Then, bright flame ignored Luo Mu, changed direction and flew in another direction. What the hell are you? You are so rude. You met me, is this your attitude? Luo Mu was very angry. Say hello anyway. Your unreasonable attitude is very similar to Sui Ai. Shua. In a blink of an eye, Luo Mu appeared right in front of the bright flames, blocking the way. The bright flame stopped immediately and hesitated for a moment in mid-air. You won't let me go, I won't let you go. You seem to be able to absorb me? We are not the same type. I will enter your body right now, and let you taste my strength. Call out. The bright flame didn't make any unnecessary movements, and directly threw it into Luo Mu's body. Luo Mu was slightly taken aback. What does this little thing want to do? Shua. Immediately afterwards, Luo Mu used the power of the dragon god to quickly form another self in his body, appearing opposite the radiant flame. "You're so courageous, you dare to break into my body." Luo Mu smiled, "Without any nonsense, he rushed up and hit me." Brilliant flames desperately resisted. "I'll go, you're pretty strong." Luo Mu suddenly discovered that this thing's strength is not weak. He was able to evenly share with himself. For what? Where did it come from? Shua. Luo Mu found that there was only himself in his body, and he couldn't beat this bright flame. But that's all right. Luo Mu directly divided himself into two in the body. One can't beat it, two are enough, right? The battle between the two sides started again. About a minute or so passed. "I'll ask you, are you convinced or not?" Luo Mu turned into a man, holding the bright flame tightly with his big hands. Looking at the bright flames again, it looks a little dim. Not satisfied. Luo Mu frowned. Immediately afterwards, Luo Mu beat up the bright flame again. This time, Luo Mu held it and beat it, and found that the bright flame was getting weaker and weaker. Snapped. The flame went out. Then, nothing. "Is this the end?" Luo Mu shook his head. "So enjoyable. Just don't know where this thing came from." Luo Mu opened his eyes. Strange, how did I find out that my body seems to have become stronger?" Luo Mu quickly checked his dragon god power. No growth. But what Luo Mu can be sure of is that his strength has indeed increased. Moreover, it has not increased by a little bit. Could it be that repairing that mysterious flame just now has improved my strength? 17,513. Look for it, is there any more? Luo Mu closed his eyes, and through the power of the dragon god, he looked around for these invisible bright flames. Not to mention, Luo Mu really found another one. It's just that this one looks darker in color. Luo Mu also discovered that the brighter the color of this thing, the stronger its strength. Without any hesitation, Luo Mu rushed forward. The bright flame was the same as before. After seeing Luo Mu appear, he turned and ran. However, after seeing Luo Mu blocking the way again, he was a little moved. "Call out!" The bright flame penetrated into Luo Mu's body. Luo Mu quickly formed another self in his body, and it was a fat beating for this thing. Punch! 2 punches! 3 punches! Number 983 punch! Luo Mu withdrew his fist. This time, Luo Mu just used one body, without dividing the body, punched 983 times, and knocked out this little thing. Luo Mu quickly felt his body. "I go. Sure enough, my strength has improved again. What's happening here? Good stuff. Where did this thing come from? Is there any more?" Through the power of the dragon god, Luo Mu let go of the induction, and went to look for those hidden bright flames again. 5 minutes later. This is big. This is bright. Luo Mu finally found another such bright flame. And this one is larger than the previous two, with a diameter of 3 centimeters. The diameter of the first one just now was less than 1 centimeter, and the diameter of the second one was about half a centimeter. Length. The length of the first line is 1 meter, and the length of the second line is half a meter. And the length of this radiant flame actually reached 3 times. At the same time, the brightness of this flame is more than twice that of the previous one. Good stuff. Call out. Luo Mu followed the same pattern and blocked Guanjian's way. Guanjun ignored Luo Mu and changed direction to fly. Luo Mu blocked the way again. Guanjun was furious, and directly drilled into Luo Mu's body. This IQ. It's so good to play, Wang Zhao. This ray of light was indeed very powerful. Luo Mu released 2 bodies to destroy this little thing. Luo Mu believed that if he hadn't fought with the 2 little things before, at least 4 of himself would be needed to clean up the 3rd ray of light. It is estimated that it will take half an hour to fight to destroy it. Sure enough, after extinguishing this ray of light, Luo Mu found that his strength had greatly improved again. Luo Mu felt it silently. Well, the improvement is quite a lot. It is estimated that his own strength has increased by 10 times, right? So strong. The problem is that the strength of the dragon god has improved, but the power of the dragon god has not changed. Is there any more? Luo Mu went to look for this glowing little thing again. Sadly, no more. There are only 3 ways. Luo Mu was a little disappointed. Call out. Luo Mu returned to Namek. On Namek, the battle between Son Goku and Frieza continued. Chapter 104. Furious, Frieza threw 2 Kagenjutsus at Son Goku. Kagen slash automatically tracks Son Goku. Son Goku didn't say a word, and flew towards Frieza. Humph, you're always the same old way. Frieza snorted coldly. This trick didn't work for me. You just did that. I can control Chi Yu and Zhan to chase and kill you. Call out. Son Goku fired an energy projectile, which hit the ground. The ground kicked up a cloud of dust. Frieza was taken aback. Why don't you play your cards according to the routine? Wow! Frieza was out of sight. Ash is too big. Not good. At this moment, Frieza felt that Chi Yu and Zhan was coming towards him at high speed. Almost without the slightest hesitation, he immediately soared into the sky. Hi! Son Goku waved to Frieza from above. Frieza looked up, color changing on his face. Boom! Son Goku's elbow, directly hitting Frieza's cap. Ah! Frieza fell from the sky. Damn it! Frieza flew into a rage. Don't stand up! Get down! Get down! Son Goku yelled. Frieza froze for a moment, feeling the breath of death behind him. 423 Frieza turned to look back. It's Chi Yuan slash. Pfft. It was too late for Frieza to react. Chi Yuan Zhan directly cut off his body in half. Why did this happen? Frieza crashed to the ground, spurting blood. Win. Jin raised his arms high and took a deep breath. Bardock was not happy. Super Saiyan, the strength is only 1,000th of that hit? This is too fantastical, right? Snapped. Son Goku landed by Frieza's side. Frieza howled in pain. You brought it on yourself, what a sad end. Son Goku said coldly. BD. Beast. Frieza looked unwilling. I'm going back to Earth. You stay and share your destiny with the planet you destroyed. Son Goku turned and left. Ahem, please, please, help me, help me. Frieza begged for mercy. Son Goku stopped slowly. What is Kakarot trying to do? Is he going to save him? Jin gritted his teeth. Bardock didn't speak. Kakarot is pretty good. Akfi, but, the heart is too kind. That's the murderer who killed your friend. Do you really want to save? Hurry up. There's no time left. Namek is about to explode. Jin was in a hurry, and quickly asked Luo Mu for advice. Can I go down? No rush. Luo Mu smiled. Jin. Is this still urgent? The planet is about to explode. You have a good idea. How many people pleaded with you, but you killed them all? Son Goku snapped. Please, please. Frieza begged. Snapped. Son Goku finally couldn't hold it back anymore, and released a mass of energy from his hands, covering Frieza's body. Crack. Frieza felt that her vitality, which had already disappeared, was rapidly recovering. At the same time, there is an indescribable life history on his body. Give me some of my energy, you can move freely, and do as you like in the future. Son Goku said. Boom. In the distance, the mountains sink and the waves are rough. The earth trembled violently. Although Luo Mu protected Namek, but just like the original book, he only gave Namek 5 minutes to survive. Let the Namek explode, then have them collect the Dragon Ball to revive all the Namek. No? As for Namek's explosion or not, does it have anything to do with me? The half of Frisia's body was suspended in the air. Speaking of which, Frisia is really pathetic. Now Frisia only has his upper body, and his left arm has been cut off. Frisia had bulging veins on his forehead and looked at Son Goku with resentment. I'm amazed at the energy you can give me, Frisia sneered. Can you return to the universe space alive? Son Goku said, get out of here as soon as possible, knowing how to cherish life. Frisia. What the hell are you? What are you preaching to me? Are you slapping your face? Humph. Frisia couldn't help humming. The earth trembled violently again. Namek is about to explode, and it's useless to go anywhere. Frisia sneered, you can't survive in the universe space, you can only wait to die. It's true that I don't even have time to rush back to the universe spaceship. I plan to use your universe spaceship. Son Goku nodded. Ha ha ha, that spaceship has been destroyed by Vegeta, and it can't fly anymore. Frisia gloated, this is really a huge irony. Although you won, you are going to die here, but I was saved. Son Goku said nothing. It's because you gave me energy. Frisia had a smug look on his face. It seems that what you said makes sense. If I don't give you energy, I still have time to return to my universe ship. Forget it, we've come this far. There will be a way. I want to show you. Son Goku soared into the sky after saying this. Looking at Son Goku's shining golden back, Frisia trembled with anger, and the veins on his forehead popped out. I am universe number 1. Therefore, you must die by my hands. I must kill you. Frisia suddenly released a huge amount of energy from his hand, smashing towards Son Goku's body. Son Goku immediately sensed the powerful movement behind him. Son Goku frowned. This guy who will repay his kindness with revenge. A hole. Son Goku let out a roar, and the energy in his hand surged, directly rebounding Frisia's energy back. Ah! Frisia let out a miserable cry, and sank deeply into the ground. Son Goku said no more. There was a brief silence. Son Goku turned and left. This guy who will take revenge. Jin gritted his teeth, wishing he could go up and tear Frisia to pieces. Finally dead, Beerus said. Namek started to explode. Jin said in a deep voice. Boom. On the land of Namek, big explosions occurred in more and more places. On the planet, magma erupts everywhere, and the earth fissions. Go, tell Kakarot that there are a few of Jinyu's universe spaceships over there, and you can leave by taking that one. Luo Mu ordered, the 5 spaceships will land on the planet Yadrit, and you 2 will follow. Let's go together, go to that planet, and practice hard. Yes. Lord Dragon God. Beerus responded hastily. Thank you, Lord Dragon God. Jin thanked. Chapter 105. Call out. Beerus and Jin rushed towards Son Goku quickly. At this point, Son Goku had already appeared in Frisia's universe ship and entered the control room. Start button. Son Goku searched for a while. Okay, I found it, it's similar to the universe spaceship I took when I came here. Crack. Son Goku hit the start button. Woo woo woo. The universe spacecraft made a strange noise, tilted a bit, and stopped working. Boom. The universe spacecraft fell into an abyss that had just fissioned nearby. Son Goku broke through the universe ship and took to the sky, his face changing color. Boom. On the planet, flames of light soared into the sky. Namek, started the Big Bang. Son Goku's face changed color. Kakarot, this way. Just when Son Goku thought he was going to die, he heard someone calling him. Son Goku turned his head to look. Dad? Mom? What time are you guys? Son Goku was stunned. Come here, there's a universe spaceship. Jin greeted. Son Goku took a closer look. Isn't this the kind of universe ship that Raditz rides on? There are 5 in total. However, 2 of them have already fallen into the fissioned earth. There are 3 more. Call out. Son Goku rushed over quickly. This is the button to open the cabin door. After entering, press the blue button to start. The spaceship has already been bound to the next position. Don't worry about it. Let's leave here first. Jin hurriedly explained. Son Goku nodded slightly, and before he had time to say more, he was about to enter the universe spaceship. Just when Son Goku was about to step into the universe ship. No, it's still on Namek. Son Goku's face changed color. Relax, Gohan has already left with Piccolo on your universe ship, Jin explained. As for whether to leave, I don't know. Let's lie to him first. Otherwise, this kid probably won't leave. Really? That's great. Son Goku breathed a sigh of relief and entered the universe spaceship. Dad, Mom, how about you? We're with you. Jin smiled. Saying that, Jin and Bardock also entered the other 2 spaceships. SHH. 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 3 spherical universe spaceships rushed into the sky and disappeared in a flash. Just before the 3 of Son Goku left here, another universe spaceship, carrying Son Gohan and Piccolo, also rushed into the sky. Son Gohan leaned against the window, watching Namek about to explode. How scary! Namek is about to explode. Son Gohan said in a deep voice. After finishing speaking, Son Gohan scratched his head. How do I feel like I forgot something? Strange, what is it? Forget it for now. The most important thing now is to quickly recover my energy and give some of my energy to Uncle Piccolo. So Uncle Piccolo should be fine, right? Son Gohan practiced in a hurry to restore his own energy. Namek. Ah! Bulma let out a scream. Are you kidding me? What's wrong with this planet? Is there an earthquake? Bulma was terrified. While saying this, Bulma looked up. Boulders falling from the sky. No, it was a mountain that fell from the sky. This is the top of Mount Tai. Bulma's face turned pale. I don't want to be crushed. That would be an ugly death. Brother Luo Mu. Help me. Bulma shouted. Shua. Luo Mu quickly appeared beside Bulma, releasing the power of the dragon god on his body. Suddenly, the mountain stopped in mid-air. Really, is it really Brother Luo Mu? Am I right? Bulma looked intently, tears streaming down his face, and threw himself into Luo Mu's arms. Luo Mu did not speak. For the sake of calling me Brother Luo Mu, I will save you this time. Let's go. Luo Mu said, hugging Bulma and turning into a golden glow. I knew that Brother Luo Mu would definitely come to save me at the critical moment. Bulma said, kissing Luo Mu's face. Luo Mu. Shameless woman. Take advantage of me. Luo Mu wiped his face. Bulma. What do you mean? Are you despising me? Bulma stares. Boom. The sound of planetary explosions came and went. What's going on? Is this planet going to be destroyed? Bulma asked in surprise. Yes, catastrophe, there are still 10 seconds left, and the planet will turn into universe dust. Luo Mu nodded. Ask for flowers. Ah? How do we go back? Bulma's body tightened, and he almost peed in fright. Of course I flew back. Luo Mu smiled. Fly back? That's the space of the universe. Not to mention the lack of air, the temperature will be close to absolute zero. I will freeze to death. Bulma shivered. It's okay, just put it in the microwave for a few minutes and it will defrost. Luo Mu smiled. Bulma. You are too much. Do you treat me like frozen meat? Don't worry, even if you die, I will resurrect you. Luo Mu comforted, actually, I don't need to do it specially, your companion will resurrect you through Shenren. Bulma didn't want to talk anymore. Are you so comforting? Help me, help me. 00. At this moment, Luo Mu heard another voice coming from a distance. Luo Mu turned his head and took a look. It's Frisia. Frisia isn't dead yet. Luo Mu smiled and fell from the sky with Bulma in his arms. Who is he? Bulma asked. Universe Emperor Frisia. Luo Mu explained. Bulma had a question mark on his face. Universe Emperor? Is he the Emperor of the universe? How did you get beaten like this? Who did it? Has Son Goku come to Namek? You are that dragon god. Frisia stared wide-eyed, looking at Luo Mu without blinking. Yes, I am dragon god. Luo Mu nodded, we meet again, Lisa. Help me, save me. Frisia begged. Save you? You're thinking too much. Luo Mu said, stepping forward and stepping on Frisia's broken waist. Ah! Ah! Frisia let out a miserable cry. Bulma! So brutal! Boom! Luo Mu kicked a big kick at Frisia. Call out! Immediately, Frisia rushed into the sky like a rubber ball and disappeared. Luo Mu's strength was just right, and it seemed that he had abused Frisia. In fact, Luo Mu kicked Frisia out of the planet to prevent him from being blown to death on the spot. Frisia can't die just yet. Even if you die, you have to be tortured by me. Human beings who fight against the dragon god generally have no good end to enmity. Chapter 106. Let's go. Luo Mu didn't say anything more, and immediately took Bulma into a golden light and rushed into the sky. Is this the universe space? Bulma was surprised to find that he was already in the universe space. But on the outside of his body, there was a layer of faint golden glow. Perhaps, it was this golden glow that kept him from freezing to death or suffocating to death on the spot. It's amazing. Bulma looked up at Luo Mu. It takes 5 minutes at most to reach the earth. Luo Mu said. Hey? 5 minutes? When we came, it took more than 20 days. Bulma's beautiful eyes widened. You said it earlier. I've been bored for so long inside the universe ship. Hey? Brother Luo Mu, look over there, it seems to be our company's universe spaceship. Bulma took a closer look, and suddenly found a universe spaceship that was moving fast. Look at the appearance of the spaceship. 230 is also printed with the logo of Universal Capsule Company. Strange, has Dad developed a new type of universe spaceship? Bulma looked confused. This is the universe spaceship that Son Goku used to go to Earth when he was a child. It was transformed into this by your father. Luo Mu replied. Bulma suddenly realized. No wonder it looks familiar. So, Goku has come to Namek? Bulma asked. Alright, I still have something to do, so I won't go back to Earth, you can go back by spaceship. Luo Mu thought for a while and greeted Bulma. Bulma. Don't. I don't want to waste so much time on the ship. That spaceship is relatively fast, and it can return to Earth in at most 5 days. Luo Mu smiled, took Bulma to catch up with the universe spaceship, and knocked on the door before Inu. Of course, Luo Mu used the power of the dragon god to wrap the universe spacecraft in Bulma, and created breathable oxygen and a certain air pressure. Bulma. I'm so talkative. I'd rather you fly back to Earth in your arms. Inside the universe ship. Son Gohan, who was practicing, jumped up suddenly, and cold sweat rolled down his face. Oops, I forgot Miss Bulma. Son Gohan was about to cry. This is the end. Miss Bulma, I really didn't mean to. I said I really forgot, do you believe it? Daddy will blame me. Son Gohan didn't know what to do. Cannot be done. You have to think of a reason. Otherwise, what should I say? Did I say I forgot? Cannot say. Or should I just say I didn't find it? Yes, do it. Thinking about it, Sun Gohan hesitated again. I am a good boy. I can't lie. Let me be honest. Sun Gohan tangled. Boom boom boom. Just then, Sun Gohan heard a knock on the door. Who is it? Sun Gohan was taken aback, and went up to open the door. Only, after walking to the door, Sun Gohan suddenly realized that this is space. How could there be someone? Boom boom boom. The knock on the door rang again. Sun Gohan was taken aback. Don't scare me. I am afraid. Uncle Piccolo, wake up quickly. I want to go home. Open the door. Hurry up. Bulma's voice came from outside. The reason why it was able to pass in is actually that Luo Mu sent it through the power of the Dragon God. The universe spacecraft is completely enclosed, and, in the starry sky, sound cannot be transmitted. Hey? Miss Bulma? Are you kidding me? Sun Gohan was terrified. Hurry up. What's the ink? Open the door. Bulma shouted angrily. As he spoke, Bulma turned his head and looked behind him. Brother Luo Mu, he can't hear. Bulma. When Bulma said this, he suddenly found that Luo Mu had disappeared without knowing when. Ah! Bulma screamed. Luo Mu. You are too much. Did you leave a cute little girl in space? Bulma wanted to cry. Shua. Just when Bulma was crying, he discovered that his body had penetrated the universe spaceship directly and entered the inside from the outside. What's the situation? Bulma's beautiful eyes widened with disbelief. Can I walk through walls? Has my body become unreal? Or... By the way, it must have been made by Luo Mu. Shua. Bulma went straight from the stars into the universe ship. Sun Gohan was so frightened that his whole body trembled, and he knelt down at that time. Yes, is it Miss Bulma's ghost? I'm sorry, I forgot about you. I should pick you up. Sun Gohan knelt on the ground and kowtowed in repentance. Gohan? What are you talking about? Bulma was taken aback. But then, Bulma immediately came to his senses. Boom! Bulma punched Sun Gohan on the head. Immediately, a big bag appeared on Sun Gohan's head. It hurts, it hurts. Sun Gohan held his head, smoke was coming out of it. You said, you forgot me? What do you mean? Bulma asked angrily. Hey? You're not a soul. Sun Gohan scratched his head. Souls don't kill people, do they? So, Miss Bulma is still alive? But, how did she come in from space? I was killed by you, I'm a ghost now, or how do you think I got in? Bulma stared. Sun Gohan looked at Bulma silently. Who will believe it? It doesn't look like a ghost in any way. Tell me, what happened? Bulma asked with a dark face. 10 minutes later. Boom! Bulma punched Sun Gohan in the head again. You guys are going too far. You left me alone in Namek, a pretty girl. You just forgot about me. Bulma yelled. Jiao Didi. Sun Gohan was speechless. Your fist is almost on par with Frieza. It hurts to hit someone. But having said that, how did Miss Bulma come in from the outside? Sun Gohan asked curiously. Humph, I won't tell you. Bulma said angrily. Cough cough. At this moment, Piccolo coughed. Uncle Piccolo. Sun Gohan hurried forward. It's so noisy. Piccolo got up from the ground with a dark face. Uncle Piccolo, are you okay? Sun Gohan asked hastily. Humph, I can't die. Piccolo said. But... Uncle Piccolo, your heart. Sun Gohan remembered that Uncle Piccolo's heart was pierced by Frieza. We Namek people can regenerate, the heart is not the fatal point. Piccolo smiled, by the way, what about the old grandson? It's not on it. Daddy stayed and fought Frisia. Son Gohan replied. What? Fighting Frisia? The gap between him and Frisia is so big, isn't this courting death? Bai forgives him. Chapter 107. No, Dad will win. Son Gohan clenched his fists confidently. Piccolo was surprised. Will win? Before I fell into a coma, old son was clearly abused by Frisia. Because I saw it, Dad turned into a legendary warrior, Super Saiyan. Son Gohan's face was full of expectations. What Super Saiyan? Piccolo was taken aback, not having heard of it. It is said that Super Saiyan is the strongest warrior in the universe. Son Gohan clenched his fists. Humph, that's it. Piccolo smiled, unknowingly, old son has become #1 in the universe. Uninformed guy. Bulma shook her head and sighed slightly. Son Gohan and Piccolo looked at Bulma together, with doubts on their faces. What do you mean? What is a Super Saiyan? Compared with a real god? Bulma shook his head slightly. Forget it, don't talk about it, you will know in the future. You are sitting on the sky shrine. Zeno Palace. The ball of light carrying the bright flame is still spinning. However, the speed of Zero-2's rotation has slowed down a lot. At this time, Zeno and Grand Priest have also returned from playing hide and seek. The power of the miracles has been provided to the gods one after another. Gods of destruction and angel, and the strength of us have all been greatly improved. Grand Priest smiled slightly. Yeah. Zeno nodded. Remember the last time the miracle was activated, it seems to be 10 million years ago. Grand Priest pondered. Yes. Zeno said silently, our god realm should be like this. Every once in a while, we have to activate miracles to enhance the strength of the gods. Master Zeno is right, otherwise the power of gods would be surpassed by humans, and it would indeed be a troublesome thing. Grand Priest smiled slightly, now the power of gods in miracles has basically returned. The miracle provides the gods with infinite divine power, which can be absorbed by gods of destruction and angel, and of course the four of us. Zeno nodded, the gods have absorbed the divine power. Of course, they will not absorb all of it, it can't be completely absorbed, all the divine powers must return to the miracles. After returning to the miracles will continue to accumulate these divine powers, and after tens of millions of years, they can be opened again. Grand Priest didn't answer the call, knowing that Zeno was explaining to the two guards. It's just that these two guards were there when the miracle was performed last time, okay? You don't have to explain it in such detail. Except for the divine power of the seventh universe that hasn't come back, have all the other divine powers come back? Grand Priest looked up and asked Zeno. Well, yes, it seems that only the divine power of the seventh universe has not returned. Zeno nodded. This time when the miracle is activated, each divine power is equal, but it depends on how much they absorb. Grand Priest smiled, gods of destruction can absorb about 30%, an angel probably can absorb 70%. How much can Myers absorb? Zeno asked. You can absorb 40% of Myers' words without saying anything. Grand Priest pondered. When the divine power of the seventh universe returns, the miracle can be closed, and it will continue to be opened for another tens of millions of years. Zeno smiled. Those 8 experienced dragon gods, if they know that the strength of gods of destruction has risen to the level of angel before. I don't know if they will cry. Grand Priest looked expectant. Do you want to find someone from universe? Gods of destruction, to challenge the dragon god? Yeah, I agree with this. Zeno deeply agreed. Then start with the weak ones first. Grand Priest mused, the gods of destruction Rumsshi of the 10th universe is not low in strength, and the dragon gods who have experienced in the 10th universe, the strength is just that. Grand Priest, remember to prepare the video at the scene, I want to watch it too. Zeno was a little excited. No problem. Grand Priest nodded. There is a good show to watch. Let the gods of destruction of the 10th universe beat the dragon god first. In this way, the dragon gods from other universes should come over to save her face, right? If you go, you will be hanged too. Even if gods of destruction can't beat you, isn't there still Angel? Now the Angel of the 10th universe is enough to beat all the dragon gods. Even if these 8 dragon gods joined forces, they would not be Kessie's opponent. After all, after absorbing the divine power from the miracle, Kessie has already raised her strength to my previous level. Hey? Why hasn't the divine power of the 7th universe returned yet? Grand Priest asked. Ordinarily, this time should be back. After all, the other universes have come back long ago. It's kind of weird. Zeno scratched his head. An hour later. Zeno. Grand Priest. 2 guards. What about the 3 powers? The power of the 3 miracles was provided to Angel Whis, trainee Angel Myers, and gods of destruction Beerus to absorb. Is it all absorbed? Can't you? Even Angel Whis doesn't have the ability to absorb all of them. It is remarkable that he can absorb 7 achievements. Well, even if Angel Whis is amazingly talented, it's all absorbed. The question is, what about the other 2 divine powers? Myers and Beerus couldn't bear these 2 divine powers. Isn't it because I can't find the direction and get lost? Zeno pondered. 2 guards. Are you kidding me? Why are you still lost? Indeed, when the miracle was activated last time, there was a piece of divine power that didn't come back, probably lost its way. The priest of the mainland 610 thought for a while and replied with his chin in his hand. Forget it, don't worry about it, let's close it first, it's just the 3 divine powers, it doesn't have much impact. Zeno nodded, anyway, except for us, humans can't absorb it, the demon world can't absorb it, and the dragon world can't absorb it. Wait for a while. Over time, this divine power will dissipate automatically. Grand Priest nodded slightly. Snapped. Zeno put his hands on the miracle. The miracle gradually stopped turning. Ah! Immediately afterwards, Zeno directly absorbed the miracle into his body. Miracles will continue to be nurtured by Zeno. After being cultivated for tens of millions of years, it can be released again to enhance the divine power of the gods in the god realm. Speaking of which, it's a tragedy that Supreme Kai can't absorb it. Grand Priest said with a smile, this time gods of destruction's strength has improved far beyond Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai is a god of creation, what do you need such a high strength for? If he is too strong, he will meddle in his own business and do things that shouldn't be done. Zeno nodded and said, it's like Supreme Kai from 7th universe 10 years ago. Kai, he went to deal with some Mara, he spent 70% of his divine power to seal Mara, and then challenged Majin Buu, but was absorbed by Buu. You know everything. Grand Priest wiped his sweat. Well, for a Supreme Kai as stupid as he is, it's better to just erase it. As for resting his chin in thought. Chapter 108. It has been absorbed, should I also erase it? Grand Priest asked. Forget it, let's talk about it later. Zeno shook his head, too lazy to bother about the messy things of the 7th universe, and looked up at Grand Priest, the 10th universe, you need to create the image in advance. Okay. Grand Priest nodded. 10th universe. Gods of Destruction Realm. Kess, my strength seems to have improved. Could it be another miracle? Gods of Destruction Rumsshi asked excitedly. Rumsshi is a pink elephant with a long trunk. Yes, it's a miracle. Kessie nodded slightly. I just don't know, what does it mean to activate the miracle at this time? Rumsshi was a little puzzled. Maybe it's about competing with the Dragon Realm. Kessie smiled. Dragon Realm? Lord Salama's world. Rumsshi was stunned for a moment and asked. Kex nodded. Are we going to attack Dragon Realm? Rumshi's eyes widened. What are you thinking about? Kessie rolled her eyes. Master Zeno already thought that the universe was too much, and last time he said that he wanted to erase a few more. How can there be any reason to invade the Dragon Realm? The entire Dragon Realm was equivalent to half a universe as big as it is, occupying it and raising elephants. 2. What a god raising elephants! Are you talking about me? Rumshi's face darkened instantly. Then what do you mean by Dragon Realm? Rumshi was puzzled. It's the dragon god who came to the human world to practice. At this moment, a voice came down from the sky. Greetings, Lord Grand Priest. Kessie hurriedly bowed and saluted. Master Grand Priest. Rumshi trembled, and hurriedly knelt down. What are you doing? Why is Master Grand Priest here? What are you here for? It doesn't feel good. Shua. The Grand Priest appears in the Gods of Destruction world, suspended in the air. Rumshi, I have given you a task, I hope you will complete it well. Grand Priest smiled slightly. Master Grand Priest, please tell me, I will do my best to do it well and complete it. Rumshi shook his nose and replied hastily. On the Phoenix planet, there is a dragon god who came to the 10th universe to practice. Her name is Feng. Your task is very simple, go and beat her. Grand Priest smiled. Experienced dragon god. Rumshi was taken aback. This is the weakest one among all the dragon gods who have experienced so far. If you can't even beat her, don't be gods of destruction. Grand Priest said with a straight face. Rumshi quickly knelt down and kowtowed. Among all the dragon gods, the weakest existence? Our God Realm and Dragon Realm have always lived in peace. Remember, you are here to fight, not to kill. Be careful not to beat her to death. Grand Priest warned, of course, as soon as possible if possible, teach Dragon God a lesson, so that she will never dare to mess around in your universe again. Through you, I will also set an example for the gods of destruction in other universes. Do you understand what I said? Rumshi wiped his sweat. Why can't I understand? Give her a harsh lesson, and it won't kill her yet. What if it is accidentally destroyed? In case I really accidentally killed her, of course I will turn a blind eye, but the dragon god Salama will probably kill you. Grand Priest smiled. Rumshi. Rumshi's face suddenly turned pale. Are you kidding me? Well. If I beat her up too hard, won't Lord Salama trouble me? Rumshi trembled and asked hastily. This is definitely not the case. A sparring between juniors, and you are still gods of destruction, and you are not angel. Grand Priest smiled, gods of destruction beat dragon god, it will only embarrass Salama, but I can't say anything, and I won't trouble you. I know what to do, Grand Priest. Rumshi nodded. The meaning of the Grand Priest, Rumshi now understands. In other words, without killing the other party, it would be as miserable as it could be. Kes, you are also preparing. Feng was beaten, and there must be other dragon gods to come forward for her. I think you know what to do next. Grand Priest smiled slightly. Understood. Kessie bowed and saluted. By the way, build a video, Lord Zeno wants to watch the battle in person. Grand Priest said, throwing a ball of bright flames to Kessie. This thing is used to build images. Kes caught it with both hands. Shua. Grand Priest didn't say anything more, his figure flickered, and he left. Rumshi stood up slowly and looked into the distance. That position is exactly where Phoenix Star is. Master Rumshi, when do you plan to leave? Kessie absorbed the bright flames presented by the Grand Priest into her body, and asked Rumshi with a smile. Go now. Rumshi looked forward to it, I really want to hang and beat the dragon god. Then let's go. Kessie nodded slightly. Whoa. Whoa! The two turned into two bright flames, rushed to the sky, and disappeared soon. 5 minutes later, Kessie and Rumsshi appeared above Phoenix. If you really want to fight, this planet will probably be destroyed. It's best to set up an enchantment first, and create a video by the way, so that Master Zeno can enjoy the process of the battle. Kessie smiled and looked at a distant Gao Shan. Should we fight on the top of that mountain? It's too troublesome. Rumsshi shook the elephant's trunk. It's better to destroy this planet directly. The dragon god will definitely be impatient, right? Well, it seems to be a way. If it doesn't work, we can build a fighting platform in the universe. Kessie thought for a while, and felt that Rumshi's way was also good. You destroyed the planet where Dragon God experienced. Can Dragon God not be impatient with you? After all, this planet is linked to her experience. Moreover, as far as Kessie knows, Feng has practiced on this planet for 20 years. It can be said that since Feng came to the 10th universe, he has already chosen this planet to practice. Now if the planet is destroyed. Tisk tisk, it's fun to think about it. I'm going to build a battle platform, and you'll destroy it in 5 minutes. Kessie confessed, and left quickly. 5 minutes later. Destroy. Rumshi's hand destroys energy blooms. Snapped. Immediately, Phoenix Star turned into soap bubbles and disappeared. Call out. A girl in a fiery red shirt rose into the sky and looked at Rumshi angrily. Gods of destruction. Rumshi. The girl was furious. You actually destroyed my planet? This is the planet I have experienced for 20 years. You are so spoiled. You know me. Rumshi played dumb on purpose. Don't you know who I am? Feng's angry face flashed. Chapter 109. I don't know, are you famous? Rumshi smiled. I am the dragon god. You destroyed the planet where I practiced, and I will never end with you. Feng shouted angrily. Oh? You are the dragon god? In my memory, the dragon god Salama is a man. When did he become a woman? Rumshi shook his elephant trunk. Damn it! I'm the dragon god who came to the human world to practice. I'm not Lord Salama. Feng explained. Then I don't know each other anymore. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were practicing here, and you didn't tell me. After Rumshi finished speaking, he turned and left. Shua. Feng quickly caught up and blocked the way. Are you going to leave without even saying an apology for destroying my planet? You are so rude. What? What do you want? Rumshi asked with a straight face. Compensate me for the planet. Feng snapped. I can't restore the destroyed planet. You can go to Master Salama, he should have the ability to restore your planet. Rumshi said lightly. You are shameless. Feng was furious, and punched Rumshi. Shua. Rumshi dodged easily. What? Do you want to fight? If you want to fight, come with me. It's not suitable here. After Rumshi finished speaking, he turned and left. 080 Feng frowned. Why do I feel like he did it on purpose? Hateful. I was actually bullied by a gods of destruction. Call out. Feng Hua made a golden glow and quickly chased after it. Soon, Feng saw angels somewhere in the universe. To Feng, Angel seems to be waiting for her. And beside Angel, there is a ring she just created. Feng Qi chest rose and fell. Kes, are you cooperating with gods of destruction to bully me? Have you built the arena? I am different from other universe dragon gods, I have never troubled you. But that doesn't mean I'm afraid of you guys. Angel Kessie also looked at Long Shenfeng silently, but was slightly taken aback. I heard that Feng is a fat girl, how did she become slim? Fenger and Long, right? If you want to fight, go here. Kessie smiled, and the crystal ball on the scepter in her hand burst into flames. Snapped! Guanjun hit Feng on the spot. Before Feng even had time to respond, he felt that his body was out of control. Shua! After Feng reacted, he suddenly found that he had already entered the ring. Feng's beautiful face paled. Kessie, is it so powerful? Doesn't it mean that the strength of our dragon god is not much different from that of Angel? Why did I suddenly realize that Angel is stronger than our dragon god? In front of Kessie, I simply have no power to resist, okay? Could it be because I am an inferior dragon god? It's possible. Feng felt that it was most likely because of the inferior dragon gods, and Tuan was far behind. It's also possible that Kes is that kind of genius angel. Shua! Shua! Kessie and Rumsshi entered the ring. Fighting here, the divine power will not be emitted, and it will not affect the universe. Kessie smiled. Then, I'll have fun with this dragon girl. Rumsshi flew onto the ring and looked at Feng with interest. Feng's face was full of anger. Do you really think that my dragon god clan is easy to bully? Hey! Feng didn't have any hesitation, and took the initiative to attack Rumsshi. Rumsshi didn't fight back, and easily avoided Feng's attack. A minute passed. That's it. Rumsshi shook his head. Is this the dragon god? After playing for a minute, I didn't even touch the corner of my clothes, the speed was too slow. Kessie shook her head slightly. Too weak. No, it should be said that after the miracle was opened, we became stronger. If this had been left in the past, Rumsshi would have been abused by her. Damn it! Feng bared her teeth, her chest heaving up and down in anger. Can I beat a little gods of destruction? How is this possible? I can't beat Angel. How could I lose to gods of destruction? Feng was a little suspicious that Longsheng was born. Now, it's my turn to attack. Rumsshi grinned, his trunk wagging. Boom! Immediately afterwards, Rumsshi punched heavily, directly hitting Feng's abdomen. Puff! Feng spewed acid water at that time, and his face was pale. Snapped! The next moment, Feng supported the ground with one hand and almost fell to the ground. I am Dragon God. I can't beat him. Feng now only has this belief. I lost to gods of destruction, how embarrassing am I? Boom! The power of the Dragon God exploded on Feng's body, and he quickly repaired his upper injuries. At the same time, the power of the Dragon God also covered Rumshi's body. Destroy! Rumsshi snorted coldly, and destructive energy surged in his hands. Boom! The power of the Dragon God and the power of destruction collided together. The entire arena shook violently. Kessie hurriedly used the angel scepter to stabilize the barrier. Boom! In the next moment, the power of destruction and the power of the Dragon God cancel each other out. Feng's face changed again and again. When did gods of destruction become so powerful? Are you able to use the power of the Dragon God of Hard Steel Dragon God? How can it be? Feng felt as if he was dreaming. You lost, Dragon Girl. Rumsshi smiled lightly and appeared behind Feng in an instant. Rumsshi was not polite, and slapped Feng on the neck. Feng Danju's brain went blank, and he lost consciousness immediately, and fell limply to the ground. Is this the end of the show? Rumsshi smiled, isn't it too rough? What do you know? If the miracle wasn't activated, do you think you could beat her? You should know it yourself. Kessie rolled her eyes. Rumsshi laughed. Rumsshi also found out. Just like what Kessie said, before the miracle was activated, he would definitely not be the opponent of this dragon girl. Will be abused very badly. However, the miracle was opened, and my ability was improved. Now, I'm the one who abused this dragon girl. She has passed out, what shall we do next? Shall we continue to hang and beat other dragon gods? Rumsshi asked. She consumed a lot of Dragon God's power this time, and she probably fell into a coma for a long time. Kessie mused, let her go into a coma here, and when she wakes up, she should call her people over take revenge on us. You mean, we're waiting for them to come? Rumshi asked. Well, take the initiative to provoke, how can it be comfortable to fight automatically? Kessie smiled. Rumshi is right when he thinks about it carefully. Taking the initiative to beat up the Dragon God is worse than waiting for them to come to your door automatically before beating up.